Abyss Domination Chapter 1010 to Chapter 1083. For the gods, secretly manipulating something and directly sending out their believers to participate in it were two different situations. The god of death, Nero, had even sent out his own believers. That was equivalent to laying all his cards on the table and challenging the gods. Basically, most gods did not accept the undead as believers, and Naruto's favorite thing was to end lives and resurrect the undead. At least 30% of his believers were high-level undead, 50% were half-undead monsters, and the last 10% or 20% were half-dead living people. Naruto was an absolute supporter of those who did evil for their own pleasure. In Naruto's cold view of the world, everything was the same. For him, all living creatures were a great insult to him, the god of death. On the contrary, all dying creatures were sparkling with green and black sparks of joy, and he liked these sparks. Some people did not pray to Naruto devoutly, hoping to obtain Naruto's power. Most of them were given death as a reward by Naruto. Because few people were tolerant of Naruto's priests, they often acted in secret and independently. Except in places where evil was everywhere, there was almost no organized Naruto church. Because there was no hierarchy, the independent small churches often had internal conflicts. Moreover, the god of death was still the object of fear here, and evil people were also afraid of the god of death. When Naruto's priests did not need to disguise themselves, they usually wore rusty red robes. If their behavior was discovered, they would move to a new place and continue to hunt. Some of them lived a traveling life and pretended to be kind people, appearing in one town after another. Naruto's temples were usually hidden. Even in places where evil was everywhere, they were usually built underground, usually part of the underground tomb. Most of the temples kept undead creatures and other creatures that spread death or created death, such as banshees and demons. If we want to stop the undead disaster, it seems that we can't avoid facing Naruto head-on. Soren frowned. To be honest, he was still a little afraid of Naruto. No god would have absolute confidence in defeating the Grim Reaper. He stood still and thought for a long while before muttering, "Naruto has a lot of enemies, and he himself is also an otherworldly deity. If we want to deal with him, we have to borrow the power of other gods. The god of light is the first target. He will not allow Naruto to end all life in the material plane." Of course, Naruto did not have the ambition to go against the pantheon. What he wanted was death, a large number of deaths and the end of a large number of lives. In the end, he could directly advance from middle divine power to great divine power, however. If one were to simply rely on death to advance, this number would be extremely terrifying. If Naruto wanted to successfully advance, at least half of the mortals in the material plane would have to die. This was a bit of the bottom line of the gods. The gods had not made a move yet. On one hand, they were not strong enough to defeat Naruto. On the other hand, they did not dare to fight against the Grim Reaper. On the other hand, the powerful ones did not want to provoke an enemy. It's not enough to rely on the god of light alone. We have to find an enemy for Naruto. The gods were actually very selfish. In the face of such a tough battle that threatened their own safety, not many were willing to stand up first. Soren thought and muttered, who else can stand up against Naruto? The goddess of suffering, Ilmet? The goddess of the forest, Marikai? The silver moon, Surin? There were only a few in the human god system. The possibility of the elven god system making a move was hard to say. The orc god system was even harder to estimate. The dwarf god system had always been unreliable. The halfling god system was not bad, but their racial bias was too obvious. If the halfling was not in danger, those gods would not make a move. Right. Soren seemed to have thought of something and murmured, "Naruto is so high profile. If I were Sirik, what would I do?" For a moment, Soren began to think in another person's shoes. Sirik was the god of murder. His clergy was special. If he wanted to recover, there were only so many targets to choose from. Soren. Vivian. Clumbox. Naruto. Compared to the city of Mordor, which was far away in the outer islands, Naruto, who had obviously attracted the attention of the gods, was more obvious. If Soren was Sirik, Naruto would definitely be his target. Basically, as long as he took the power of Naruto, Sirik could recover his original strength. Maybe I can lure the snake out of its hole. All the clues were inextricably linked together. At present, it was just a matter of who could not help but make a move first. Soren was very patient. He had no particularly dangerous enemies at present, so he could quietly wait for Sirik and Naruto to make a move. But at this time, maybe he should throw out some bait. Come. Soren thought for a moment, waved his hand, and a black shadow appeared in front of him. The shadow knelt down on one knee and said, "My lord, what can I do for you?" He took out a document from the desk and handed it over. Let the assassins act according to the arrangement on this document. If you find anything unusual, tell me immediately. Yes. The black shadow bowed and left. The mining of the diamond asteroid was on the right track. It was estimated that it would take 3 months to finish mining. The bottomless abyss had consumed too much energy to attack the kingdom of fear. At present, the demon incarnation was constantly recruiting. It was estimated that it would take more than a month to reassemble the demon army. Thaling, who was in the mechanical realm of Nirvana, had begun to make advanced golem factories. It would take about half a month to complete. Gloria's research progress was still continuing. Alice was busy making puppets. Fallen Witch was still working in Sigil City. The War of the Undead on the south coast was in charge of the High Priest. Unless there was a true god involved, Soren was not ready to go personally. In this way, Soren also had a rare buffer time when he was in Mordor City. He decided to use this time to teach Vivian how to become a new god. Although the little girl was very smart, she was still too young after all. Vivian did not have Soren's data on her body. At present, it would take her a whole day to deal with the prayers of the believers. In fact, other gods did not have much time to appear. The reason was that a lot of energy was consumed in responding to prayers. At present, Vivian's church had about 30,000 people. Because of the integration of everything in the Church of Fear, the number of Vivian's believers was about 200,000. Among them, the proportion of Pam believers was very high. But even so, the number of prayers that Vivian responded to every day was very large. Pam believers prayed once every 3 days on average. Devout believers prayed at least once a day. Fanatics prayed at least 3 times a day. Vivian's believers in the material plane alone had to respond to more than 30,000 prayers every day. Then, the petitioners in the kingdom of gods would also pray. At present, there were more than 1 million people in the kingdom of fear, which meant that Vivian responded to at least 1 million prayers every day. Although not every prayer had to be fully responded to, devout believers and priests had to respond to divine gifts. Even if they processed 100 divine gifts in a minute, they could only process 6,000 divine gifts in an hour. One could only imagine how much work Vivian had to do. What Soren had to do now was to teach the little girl how to quickly respond to divine gifts, which required some mastery of divinity. At the same time, Soren's own strength should be improved. There were many kinds of divinity powers that gods could master. At present, Soren had the ability to change space, change size, Death's Hand, change reality, change form, divine shield, regional divine shield, divine shockwave, regional divine shockwave, language proficiency, character proficiency, cross-plane communication, astral teleportation, and plane teleportation. Vivian, on the other hand, had even fewer godhood abilities. This was the biggest gap between them and other gods, so now Soren had to shorten this gap. If I want to improve to the standard of a normal mid-level divine power, the divinity powers that I still lack are Avatar, Destructive Strike, Creation of Magic Items, Creation of High-Level Magic Items, Divine Acceleration, Divine Creation, Divine Spell Specialization, Divine Spell Resistance, Divine Spell Penetration, Automatic Arcane Casting, and Absolute First Strike. In the study, Soren listed out the divinity powers that he needed to master one by one. After thinking for a while, he murmured, Avatar, must be mastered first, then, Destructive Strike, Divine Acceleration, is equivalent to Time Stop, and finally, Absolute First Strike, needs to be mastered. Avatar was a very powerful combat ability. Destructive Strike was equivalent to a crushing attack, and Divine Acceleration could replace Time Stop. These were all abilities that Soren needed. But Soren thought for a while and said, Automatic Arcane Casting is equivalent to a legendary or above accidental spell. It's also a very important ability. He thought for a while. Then, Soren listed out the divinity powers that he needed to help Vivian master: divine spell specialization, divine spell penetration, automatic arcane casting, arcane proficiency, divine shield, and change reality. Seems like Vivian still has a lot to master. Unlike Soren, Vivian was a pure spellcaster, so the divinity powers prioritized spellcasting. He thought for a while and decided which abilities Vivian needed to master the most, and then he thought about how to teach these abilities to Vivian. The growth of a god was very slow. Under normal circumstances, it would take hundreds of years to master these abilities, but now Soren could only give it to the little girl. Because if they were to fight against the Death Pantheon, Vivian would have to adapt to the battle between gods. The morning light shone on the city of Mordor. The pale golden light shrouded the great temple, and Soren's figure was sitting on the throne. The power of faith was constantly flowing into his body. With the rise of a dazzling golden light, Soren's figure suddenly shook, and then he suddenly stood up with a happy smile on his face. I finally succeeded. The power of faith poured into his body like a flood, and then a golden mark was left on his divinity. This was an extremely important divinity ability. Only this level of divinity ability could leave a mark on a god, because this ability was called Avatar's Descent. Deity's Descent, divinity ability, a special divinity ability possessed by gods with intermediate divine power and above. When Deity's Descent is activated, immunity to all Circle 1 to 8 spells increases with divinity ability. Increases all resistances by 10 points. When activated, immunity to instant death, charm, control, energy drain, and other negative statuses. Temporarily increases strength by 10 points, dexterity by 5 points, constitution by 5 points, and an additional 300 points of temporary HP. After activating Avatar's Descent, divine power will continue to be consumed. Avatar's Descent. This was one of the signature abilities of a god. If it was a god with great divine power, after activating Avatar's Descent, they would be directly immune to all spells from level 1 to level 9, which meant that only legendary spells could work. This divinity ability was not only very effective against other gods, but it also formed a complete crushing effect against mortals. That was to say, the effect of human wave. Tactics would be sharply reduced. Spellcasters below legendary level could basically ignore them. This was also the reason why many gods had fallen in the Avatar's crisis, but very few mortals could kill a god with intermediate divine power. Avatar's Descent was a very difficult divinity ability to master. Unless it was a combat-type god, some gods might not be able to use it even when they reached the level of great divine power. The golden light began to shrink into Soren's body. When he stood up, the whole temple had returned to normal. He calmly listened to the prayers of the believers and slowly said, "Now I have a little more confidence in fighting against the god of death." South Coast. The operation of cleaning up the undead in Mordor City continued, but as the intensity of the battle gradually escalated, some terrible creatures also appeared. The ghouls and ghosts had now become cannon fodder. The ones that were really difficult to deal with were the necromancers and skeleton lords. The traces of liches had also begun to appear frequently. Although the army of Mordor City was advancing step by step, the casualties were increasing. At the same time, the Duchy of Rasad's army also suffered heavy losses. Faced with such a huge sea of undead, there were only two ways to defeat them. One was to kill the high-level undead, and the other was to destroy all of them. The former was very difficult, and many liches had the ability to see through stealth and liked to hide behind the army. However, because of the Lord of Glory's army of paladins, the number of liches that had fallen so far had reached 5. All of them had died under the godly weapons, and even their phylacteries had been shattered. It seemed like the god of light was truly enraged this time. He injected his divine power into the morning star. When he killed the lich, he directly connected it to the phylactery and destroyed it. This was a method that only the gods could use. At the same time, Naruto's believers were increasing. The actions of the undead kings were often coordinated by Naruto's believers. Many of his priests were constantly resurrecting the undead, ending their lives and bringing death to the material plane. The smell of death in the material plane was getting stronger and stronger. Although Soren did not know where Naruto was, he knew that Naruto was most likely preparing for his promotion. Promotion to a great divine power. The number of deaths in Mordor City had exceeded 20,000. Relatively speaking, there were also hundreds of thousands of casualties among the undead. More than 150,000 ghouls had been permanently killed, and even the necromancers could not resurrect them. In the kingdom of God, the oracles from another world, led by the ugly monkey, were very busy. This time, the casualties brought a large number of heroic spirits to be reincarnated. Soren was the mastermind behind everything. In order to make up for the consumption of heroic spirits in attacking the kingdom of fear, he had transformed more than 25,000 petitioners at the cost of the army in the material plane, and the number of heroic spirits reached about 70%. Because most of these believers who died in the battle were professionals, many of them had the potential to be transformed into low-grade heroic spirits. With the army advancing step by step, the undead army was still retreating. During this time, they had brought tens of millions of casualties, destroyed hundreds of towns, and almost wiped out more than 30% of the population on the south coast. Soren did not know the situation in other places, but the casualties were probably higher than on the south coast. Because this time even the Elven kingdom could not be spared from the disaster of the undead. With the consumption of the ghouls as cannon fodder, most of them were civilians who starved to death and were directly transformed. The undead could not form an effective attack by relying on the skeleton soldiers. At this time, the horn of Mordor City's counterattack was completely blown. Mordor City. In Soren's study, the shadow of the high priest appeared and said, "My lord, the undead on the south and west roads have been cleared. The believers are very tired. Although victory has encouraged their fighting spirit, death is also consuming their fighting spirit. I suggest ending this battle as soon as possible because there are enough heroic spirits in the kingdom." The number of casualties reached more than 30,000. To Soren's surprise, only 20,000 of the 30,000 people entered his kingdom. It seemed that the proportion of people who believed in God was not small. He nodded and said, "Yes. Since the number of heroic spirits has almost recovered, then inform Gloria to get ready to end the battle." This was a harvest. It was like a shepherd harvesting his flock. After Soren harvested enough souls, he was ready to end it all. With his order, the guards of Mordor City immediately operated quickly. The witches under Gloria began to gather, and with the sound of hurried footsteps, more than 10 airships began to rise. Below the arcane tower, the purple crystal that stored energy emitted a dazzling light, and with the activation of the teleportation circle opened one by one near the Lion Plain on the south coast. Activate the battle command. Activate the first Clay Golem Combat Legion. Activate the battle command. Activate the third Clay Golem Combat Legion. Activate the battle command. Activate the seventh Clay Golem Combat Legion. Dong dong dong. Heavy footsteps sounded below the arcane tower, and the activated golem puppets walked out of the underground storage room silently and walked toward the teleportation circle under the control of Thaling. At the same time, on a battlefield full of blood and bones, a white light suddenly appeared behind the army of Mordor City, and then a portal opened, and a golem with a faint red light came out of it. 1, 2, 3, more and more golem puppets appeared, and they gathered in silence, and then rushed toward the undead army from the side. There was a burst of cheers. In the cheers of the army of Mordor City, more than 1,500 golem puppets arrived. They advanced quickly with the cooperation of the witches and directly cut into the undead army of more than 100,000. The lowest challenge level of these golem puppets was above level 5, and they could completely crush the low-level undead. Especially the steel golems among them, the low-level skeleton soldiers could not even break their defense, and the ghouls could only leave shallow scratches. The golem army easily crushed these undead, opening a passage for the witches in the rear, and the necromancers hiding behind also appeared in front of everyone. Lion Plain. The appearance of the golem army completely changed the battle situation, and as the coalition army approached, a high-grade undead hidden in the rear finally could not help it. The smell of death filled the air. As the darkness spread, a necromancer holding a huge scythe appeared on the battlefield. A believer of Naruto. He prayed for Naruto's divine power and used himself as a medium to become his temporary incarnation. Mordor City, in the Great Temple. Soren watched all this silently, and when Naruto's incarnation appeared, a smile appeared on his mouth. Finally can't help it. Golden light emerged. Soren's shadow rose from the temple, and at the same time, on the battlefield thousands of miles away, the saint priest Milan knelt on one knee and prayed devoutly. A golden beam of light fell from the sky, and at the next moment, a faint golden light appeared in Milan's eyes. Summon the oracle from another world. Milan slowly stood up, waved his hand, and opened two portals behind him. Then, two gray-winged god emissaries appeared on his left and right. Group courage. Group power bestowal. Shadow realm. The radiance of spells spread out along with the aura. At this moment, Saint Priest Milan seemed to have been deified, affecting the battlefield with a power that didn't belong to mortals. She looked at the front with a cold expression. Then, in the shadow realm, she disappeared instantly, and the next moment, she appeared directly inside the undead army. The golden divine power turned into two sharp blades, and Milan floated like a ghost. Every time she passed, several high-grade undead were killed. Even the lich could not compete with her power. Often at the moment of being killed, the lich's phylactery hidden somewhere would be directly broken by some powerful divine power. The black scythe of the god of death struck, with a crisp collision sound, the incarnations of the two gods fought for the first time. Bottomless abyss. The third floor. The Forgotten Land. Behind the Galumba arena was an active volcano all year round. Now a wide passage had been dug out by the Hezru, directly connecting to the magma layer inside the volcano. A team of demon guards guarded in front of the gate. Through the gate was a group of succubus in revealing clothes. Behind the gate was a huge pool with hot magma flowing in it. The temperature here was unbearable even for demons, but at this moment, there was a huge black shadow sitting cross-legged in the middle of the magma pool. The blazing flame shrouded it, and the wide demonic wings moved gently in the magma. Roar. Suddenly, an excited roar sounded, and then a huge figure of about 8 meters high rose from the magma. An endless amount of flame power surged toward the figure, and the blazing flames completely enveloped it. One could only see a terrifying shadow that was full of pressure. The huge figure waved its hand, and a burning sword appeared, followed by a flame whip that was more than 50 meters long. The terrible heat melted the rocks, and the pressure of the Lord-level demon enveloped the whole volcano. The Baler, leader, Sauron slowly walked out of the magma. His body size at this time was very amazing. His bare chest showed terrible muscles like steel. The wide demonic wings were almost 15 meters wide, looking like huge dragon wings. He had leveled up. Sauron, who had successfully evolved into the form of the Baler, leader, was nearly 8 meters tall and weighed more than 7,000 pounds. His huge body size did not affect his movements. Even if he had evolved into a super-large otherworld creature, Sauron's dexterity was still as high as 25 points, and his strength had increased to a terrifying 40 points. The Baler had two forms. One was the large otherworld creature, which added 30 points of basic HP. Each creature level had an additional 30 points of HP. The other was the large otherworld creature, which was the evolved form of the demons. The basic HP was 60 points, and each creature level had an additional 60 points of HP. And now, Sauron had evolved into a large otherworld creature. With the successful evolution of the Baler, leader, his HP directly exploded to more than 1,500 points. After the battle in the Divine Kingdom of Fear, Demon Lord Sauron finally ushered in the most important evolution. There were two forms of demon evolution. One was to change the nature of the demon, such as evolving from a berserk demon to a berserk demon. The other was to continue to advance in the original form. There were two ways to advance. One was to take on other professions, and the other was to change the basic form. This kind of advancement was very huge for the Balers, including the Balers. The profession advancement of the Balers was mainly beheader, executioner, and so on. The form advancement was from large otherworld being to super large otherworld being. The latter's improvement was even greater. Because after the Balers were promoted to super large otherworld being, it was equivalent to adding the leader template. The super large otherworld being Balers had twice the life base of ordinary Balers. Once the evolution was completed, the Balers could completely crush the giant dragons in terms of vitality. Let's take the red dragon, the most powerful of the chromatic dragons, as an example. A baby dragon's basic HP was 8 points, a baby dragon's basic HP was 12 points, a juvenile dragon's basic HP was 15 points, a young dragon's basic HP was 20 points, an adult dragon's basic HP was 24 points, an adult dragon's basic HP was 27 points, and an old dragon's basic HP was 30 points. In other words, the basic life of the Balers was equivalent to an old red dragon. The basic life of an old red dragon was 33 points. The basic life of an ancient dragon was 36 points, the basic life of an ancient dragon was 39 points, and the basic life of an ancient dragon was 41 points. The ancient red dragon was only 41 points. According to the strength of the bloodline, the ancient red dragon was at least 41 points. The highest was uncertain, but there should be a lot of 50 or 60 points. At present, after evolving into super-large otherworld being, Demon Lord Sauron's basic life was 60 points, which directly surpassed most of the ordinary ancient red dragons. Now, Demon Lord Sauron's attributes had changed. Name, Sauron. Race, Demon. Form, Balers, Leader, Grade 6, super-large otherworld being, Plane crossing, Evil, Level. Creature level 27 attributes, Strength 40, Agility 25, Constitution 35, Intelligence 25, Wisdom 25, Charm 25. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health, 15121512 Demonic Energy, 8506100000 Domain, Massacre, Frenzy, Evil. Skills, Sneak 285, Deception 325, Negotiate 215, Literacy 270, Intimidation 370, Spellcraft 220, Use Magic Equipment 220, Listen 215, Detect 225, Search 190. Abilities, Aura of Fear, Flame Body, Flame Whip, Burning Explosion, Bind, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +10, Demon Resistance, all resistances +10, damage reduction 15, Boss, Night Vision 60 feet, resistance to electricity, fire, poison, acid, and cold resistance 10 points, magic resistance 30 points, telepathy 300 feet, truth, constant. Abilities, Advanced Dual Wielding, Advanced Attack, Multi-Attack, Weapon Mastery, Beheading Sword, Exotic Weapon Mastery, Long Whip, Super Fierce Attack, Super Whirlwind, Super Cleave. Spell-like abilities, Soul Manipulation, Telekinesis, Blasphemy, Dominate Monster, Advanced Dispel Magic, Order, Intimidate, Evil Aura, Advanced Teleportation, Dominate Demon, Summon Demon, Telepathy, Summon Demon Army, Firestorm, once a day, Implosion, once a day. Hot magma slid down from the Demon Lord Sauron's body. Accompanied by a strong pressure, he slowly walked out of the palace. The succubus maids on both sides knelt down, looking at him with eyes full of fear and greed. These succubus maids had never seen such a powerful demon before. The strong masculine aura and power made these succubus maids unable to control themselves. They longed for a certain liquid from Sauron and believed that this liquid could give them the power to advance. Although these succubus maids tried their best to show off their voluptuous breasts and slim waists, Sauron didn't even look at them at this moment. He walked directly into the barracks with the demon guards. Advancing into the Baler, leader, form had increased his power rapidly. Not only could he deal with the abyssal demon dragon entrenched in this level, but he could also deal with the Null army. However, before this, Sauron needed more intermediate demons to enrich his army. The blood pool he controlled was not enough to meet the consumption. He needed more souls to hatch the abyssal demon worms and then transform into demons. Master. Groups of demon guards knelt in front of Sauron. The demon goblin leader rushed over as soon as he heard that Sauron had come out. Sauron glanced at his subordinates. The demon hunters acted as his personal guards, and the other demons stayed in the barracks. His realm of order brought a slight change to these demons. At first, they were much more restrained in their territory. Only when they went out would they show the chaos and brutality of demons. Souls. More souls. With the great increase in the strength of the demon incarnation, a crazy idea emerged in his mind. The souls in the bottomless abyss were limited. Although the abyssal blood pool would constantly transform the abyssal demon worms, the main body of the souls was still the river Styx. The huge number of souls was not much after being distributed by many demon lords. That was why the profession Soul Stealer was created. Now, the order of the underworld was gradually collapsing. As a powerful evil god, Soren naturally had the idea of getting his hands on the souls of the underworld. Many undead lords had entered the material plane. Not only the souls of the underworld, but also the places that were connected to the underworld had a large number of souls that could be plundered. As long as these souls were taken back, they could be turned into worms through the abyssal blood pool to replenish Sauron's army. This was a relatively dangerous operation. But if it was successful, not only could it greatly weaken the power of the undead lords, but it could also reduce the pressure on the material plane. The underworld has death servants. It's not a very good place. Sauron's alarm clock flashed through countless knowledge of the other world. Planes and half-planes were filtered one by one. Finally, a place appeared in his mind, skeletal wilderness. A half-plane between the spiritual world and the underworld. The leader is a powerful skeleton lord. If I can plunder this half-plane, I can get at least 1 million souls. The undead also needed souls to be resurrected. The river Styx grafted the entire interior of the multiverse. Many evil gods, devils, demons, and undead all cut off souls from the tributaries. If Sauron could take down such a half-plane, he could directly create an army of hundreds of thousands of demons. And more importantly, many high-level undead had entered the material plane. This was a very good opportunity. As a demon incarnation, Sauron could bring a large number of demons to the rear of the undead. As long as he succeeded, he could cultivate hundreds of thousands of demons. The divine power of death was dissipating. In front of the divine priest Milan, the undead priest in front of her gradually shattered. The fire of soul in front of her disappeared along with the light of divinity. Soren won. Naruto seriously underestimated his strength. He thought that an ordinary incarnation could compete with Soren's divine priest, but reality gave him a heavy blow. Not only did one of Naruto's chosen die, but he also lost 3 divinity points. However, this failure would also remind Naruto of Soren's strength. Perhaps next time, he would not send an enemy of this level to die. The golden light dissipated. Soren's shadow disappeared from the divine priest Milan's body. The battle around them was about to end. The death of Naruto's priest made the undead gradually lose control. Soren did not need to intervene in the next battle. Those mortals were enough to deal with it. Motor City. Soren's original body stood on the tower and murmured, "It seems that Naruto's strength and mine are only 3 to 7. The gap had been calculated in the battle just now. Soren's divinity and godhood were not as good as Naruto's, but he was basically immune to the special ability of the godhood of death. The other party was an enemy who was promoting to a great divine power. It was impossible for Soren to fight against him alone, but it was not completely without the power to fight back. If he really wanted to fight, Soren had about a 30% chance of winning. However, this chance of winning was still too low. If I want to deal with Naruto, it's best to use the power of other gods. Vivian is a fighting force, Princess Royal is also a fighting force. Gods with low divine power can basically be ignored. It must be a mid-level divine power. Soren thought and murmured, "Where is Klumbox? And the goddess of magic? She hasn't shown up for such a long time. Is she really going to lurk until the end of the Avatar crisis?" Soren, who was meditating, suddenly felt something. Then his figure disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared on the sea dozens of miles away. A dazzling woman wearing a gorgeous robe and jewelry with skulls as decoration appeared in front of Soren. A faint divine light shrouded her. "Nice to meet you." The woman in front of him nodded slightly to Soren and said slowly, "Dear Lord of Shadow." The goddess of magic and death verges. Although the two sides met for the first time, Soren recognized the identity of the other party in an instant. The visit of the goddess surprised Soren a little, but he nodded and said, "Hello." The goddess of magic and death verges. A god from another world. She was also an outsider, a god from another world. Soren was a little surprised that the other party would find him. He was full of vigilance, but he did not do anything else. Lord of Shadow. The goddess of magic and death seemed to feel Soren's vigilance and said directly, "The world you are in is being ravaged by death, which is not a good thing for any god. Not all gods of death are as extreme as Naruto, who believes that life must end immediately. I came to you to seek an opportunity for cooperation. As a god in charge of magic and death, I can't stay in this world for too long. So I hope to get an opportunity to advance from this world before I leave. And you, as a god in charge of the power of shadow and slaughter, obviously need a temporary ally to break through. Maybe we can try to cooperate. By the way, I seem to have found the trace of the king of the dead, Klembox. He seems to be in a bad state. Maybe you can try to replace him. The goddess of magic and death. Soren's weakness seemed to be caught by the goddess of magic and death. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. If Gloria were here, she would definitely be able to guess that Soren was thinking and was already a little tempted. But Soren still couldn't trust the god in front of him. Not only because of her identity as an outsider, but also because of the death and magic in her clergy, which conflicted with Soren's. Soren thought for a while. Then, he slowly raised his head and said, "Your proposal is very interesting. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to cooperate with you. And for a new god, rashly challenging the king of the dead isn't a smart thing to do." The expression of the goddess of death and magic, Verges, gradually froze. She had imagined that Soren would make all kinds of requests, but she didn't expect him to directly reject her. She couldn't help but ask, "Why? Because I'm a god from another world?" Soren shook his head and said, "No. It's because I can't completely trust you. And trust is the foundation of all cooperation. Besides, with the current situation, it's not the time to deal with the king of the dead. Even Naruto couldn't kill him after so long of preparation. It's not easy to completely replace him." The goddess of death and magic, Verges, was surprised. "You know all this?" Soren smiled and said, "The gods wouldn't be ignorant of this. Unlike your world, this world has already experienced a catastrophe. With the example of the fall of the 3 death gods, the gods are able to restrain themselves." The goddess of death and magic, Verges, was silent, but she wasn't ready to give up. Instead, she said, "What can I do to make you believe me?" Soren pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me your real purpose of coming here." The goddess of death and magic, Verges, was silent. Her expression was hesitant, but then she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry. I can't say it, because if I say anything related, it will attract the attention of the other party. I can only say that I came to this world to seek an opportunity to advance to a great divine power. There is almost no conflict of interest with you, and I can help you advance to a great divine power in this world. You're a new god with great potential. But the Avatar crisis is just the beginning. With the end of this crisis, the power of the gods will be reshuffled. At that time, you will have to face more than just the gods of this world. The pantheon will be a bigger challenge. If you don't have enough strength, even the gods will encounter all kinds of problems. Why do you think the orc gods can enter this world? Isn't it because the native gods aren't powerful enough that a part of this world was carved up by the orc god system?" Speaking, the goddess of death and magic, Verges, the goddess of death and magic, and then disappeared into the sea. After hearing her words, he couldn't help but be. Because they had spread in this plane for too long, many people regarded the orc gods as the native gods, but in fact, they were outsiders, gods who entered the material plane after the Battle of the Gate of the Orcs. In addition, there were the Mohun gods, the desert gods, and the dinosaur gods. Not all the gods could gain a foothold in the material plane, and some had gradually disappeared in history. The pantheon was the real big stage. After the end of the Avatar crisis, Soren needed to occupy a chair in the pantheon in addition to returning to the kingdom of God. The Avatar crisis had reshuffled the power of the gods, and the competition for the material world might lead to a new struggle between the gods. She was right, Soren did need to be a great divine power to ensure his status. "I can't even say my name." Soren's figure returned to the city of Moder and murmured, "It seems that the goal of the goddess of death and magic, Verges, is very likely to be a great divine power. A great divine power could already obtain a very high status and control in a plane. If what Verges, the goddess of death and magic, wanted to do was related to a great divine power, then the difficulty would become very amazing." According to Soren's guess, this goal was very likely to be related to Verges, the goddess of death and magic, and it was likely to be a god above her. A god from another world. Soren pondered and murmured, when should I go to other material planes? As a god from another world, I can fight if I can win, and run if I can't win. Anyway, I don't have to worry about the consequences. Is it possible that they will chase me to this material plane to beat me? Why was Naruto so fearless? It was because Naruto was also a god from another world, and this material plane was just one of his strongholds. The god of death, Nero, wantonly launched the undead disaster because his core belief was in another world. Even if he offended a large number of gods, as long as he did not fall, he could just return to his original world and start all over again. It was like a war between two countries. One was fighting in one's own home, and the other was fighting in someone else's home. These were two completely different concepts. Soren had more and more concerns, and he couldn't kill gods as casually as before. Why? It was because of the Motor City, the foundation of the South Coast, a large number of mortal believers, and many people who served and followed him. Soren couldn't completely ignore these people. If he overdid it, the enemy would vent his anger on these people. However, if it was in other material planes, he really didn't have any concerns. The bottomless abyss. The third floor. The forgotten land. The barracks of the Galumba arena had been expanded more than 3 times, and there were many more demons here than before. The night witches herded batches of abyssal worms forward on the wide granite road. These hideous worms with human faces were herded and hunted by the night witches from the wilderness. They were going to sell them to the demon merchants in the Garuba arena. Tall buildings rose from the ground, the demon goblins drove the berserk demons to carry heavy stones. The buildings here were basically more than 10 meters high because the height of the demons was already amazing. Some hellworms were mixed in. As the Galumba arena became more and more famous, many Yugros who smelled business opportunities came. Not only were there worms from other planes, but even the souls of the Bator Inferno were smuggled in. The most popular goods here were souls, weapons, and gems. There was a legend that the lord here, Sauron, was like a dragon. He liked to collect all kinds of gems and strange stones. It was said that these things were stored in his treasury. Galumba Arena sold a large number of weapons. The quality was much better than the demons, and the price was cheaper than the demons. The demon merchants would use the souls and gems they brought to exchange for these weapons, and then sell them to other places in the bottomless abyss. The third floor was a good transit station. It was far away from the location of the Abyss Blood War, and there was the river Styx leading to the lower levels. Now, this town ruled by demons was glowing with a different prosperity, at this time. In the deepest part of Galumba Arena, a tall black shadow came to the lava pool behind the barracks. Master. Rows of demons burning with raging flames knelt down to the Baylor, leader, Sauron. These were the demons he cultivated. At first, there were only some fire demons, but with the war in the Kingdom of Fear, some of the fire demons began to evolve. When a new flame demon appeared, it meant that Sauron's plan was successful. Baylor, leader. The word leader not only represented Sauron's strength, but also his own combat power as a leader. It also meant that Sauron had the ability to create Baylor demons. If the fire demons he cultivated had not evolved into flame demons, he would not have been able to get the power of a leader so easily. This was a feedback ability from the plane. Baylor demons were one of the species closest to the original demons, and they had always been the most powerful demons, second only to the lords. The demons outside were all cannon fodder. Sauron really needed these more powerful Baylors to be able to run rampant in the bottomless abyss in the future and help his main body in the war in the Kingdom of God. One by one, the fire demons stood up from the lava pool. Sauron used his blood as a medium to awaken many souls. Nearly half of the souls eventually died and were twisted, and the other half with potential were transformed into fire demons. At present, Sauron had a total of 127 fire demons. The war in the divine Kingdom of Fear had cultivated 5 flame imps and some flame imps elites. Now that Sauron had become the leader of the Baylor flame imps, what he had to do was to continue to expand the scale of the flame imps and train more flame imps. General of the Burning Legion, Archimonde, salutes you. My master. With the fluctuation of the lava, a flame demon about 5 meters tall walked out. He knelt down on one knee towards Sauron and said, "More of my kind are being transformed. Those dissipated souls have become nourishment. It is estimated that a new fire demon will be born in a month. Transforming a fire demon not only required a lot of souls but also an active volcano. Sauron was now accumulating numbers. The focus of the demon hunter had shifted to the kingdom of God. In order to cultivate new combat power, he was ready to directly cultivate a flame demon army. These souls alone were not enough. The growth of a flame demon required a lot of energy, and there was only one place in the entire abyss that could provide this energy. That was the Abyss Blood War. Now the intensity of the Blood War had been reduced a lot. Sauron was now waiting for an opportunity, a suitable opportunity to launch a blood war. As long as he won, he could directly cultivate a group of flame demons. Let the flames purify everything. As the leader of the Baelor demons, Sauron was looking forward to the arrival of his flame demon army. Time quietly approached November. As the army sent by Sauron cleared most of the undead on the south coast, the refugees gathered near the city began to return to their homes. The Temple of Agriculture took the opportunity to expand the scope of believers. The priests of the goddess of agriculture and the Droll began to distribute winter wheat seeds to the refugees for free, and then settled these people in the land around the Wind Spear Hills. Because some cities had been destroyed, Adele Isabella also suggested that Sauron expand the size of the territory. So the Wind Spear Hills annexed the territory of 3 nearby cities, and the area expanded by about 500 square kilometers. Most of the original nobles in these territories died in the undead disaster. The surviving bloodlines were all collateral branches, and they were not qualified to compete for the right of inheritance. Similarly, with Sauron secretly backing her, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife also began to attack the nobles in the Principality of Rossard. The undead had been forced hundreds of kilometers away, close to the edge of the halflings' territory. The necromancers gave up this land and began to walk death in other places. Their task was to walk death in order to collect the power of death and help Naruto and the undead kings to level up. After this disaster, the population of the south coast had been reduced by about half. The rest of the population was almost under the protection of the big cities, so they targeted other places. For example, the Shire area, which had been almost unaffected from the beginning until now. The halflings were well protected by their gods and had not been affected much so far. But for the undead, they did not have so many concerns. The race of halflings was their next target. At the same time, in the outer islands of Mordor, the city hall began the 3rd census because of the approaching new year. The census of Mordor was conducted almost every year, but this year was a little different. Under the arrangement of Sauron, the high priest began to conduct a census of the number of believers in the church. Because of the help of the witches, the whole process of the census was very fast. A few days later, Sauron got a document. Very good. Sauron looked at the statistics and couldn't help but smile. You did a good job. The population of Mordor City grew rapidly. Now, with the population of Treasure Island and other nearby islands, the total population of Mordor had reached about 400,000. This was mainly because Sauron had completed the city's planning. The housing and farmland were enough to support the huge population. This number was still increasing. It was expected that the population of Mordor City would reach more than 600,000 next year. According to the statistics of the city hall, many wealthy families from other places wanted to move to Mordor City to avoid the war. For this reason, the city hall received a lot of extra taxes. Next was the number of Sauron's followers. This was a huge increase. At first, Sauron's followers were mainly concentrated in the half-elves, but now he had about 300,000 followers in the city of Mordor. The half-elves who originally occupied the main position were now only 1/3 of his followers. This had a lot to do with Sauron's dominion. Because of the prosperity of Mordor City, many humans had become Sauron's followers, and this number was still increasing steadily. There are 300,000 followers in Mordor City. If you add in other places, there should be about 1 million followers. That is, if I advance to greater divine power, I won't be unable to bear the consumption. Gods couldn't advance randomly. If there was not enough followers, blindly advancing would only make one enter a period of decline. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 1 million followers to maintain a greater divine power. If there were not so many followers, then the power of the god would decline little by little, and eventually decline back to intermediate divine power. Similarly, if the number of followers was enough, even a god with intermediate divine power would slowly advance. It may take hundreds of years to reach the level of a greater divine power. The expansion of Mordor city ensured the number of Sauron's followers. That was to say, he now only needed to make up for the divinity and divinity value to become a greater divine power. In fact, it proved that Sauron's initial layout was correct. If he didn't build Mordor city, he would have to rely on priests to spread his followers slowly like other gods. It was a very slow process. It was impossible without hundreds of years. The Realm of Bones. This was a half-bit wall between the spiritual world and the underworld. It was born more than 3,000 years ago, and its creator was said to be a demigod lich. In the long history of the multiverse, there were many powerful people who were comparable to the gods, and the demigod lich was undoubtedly the closest to the gods. Many demigod lich tried to get the power of a true god, but so far, only the god of lich got it by luck. The mystery of the gods was not so easy, and the gods would not easily allow others to touch it. However, the legacy of the demigod lich was undoubtedly preserved, and that was the half-bit wall that he spent hundreds of years cultivating. Compared with other spellcasters, the demigod lich had enough time to squander, so this half-bit wall was already not small at the beginning of its birth. The half-bit wall would gradually grow over time. Therefore, there were more and more half-bit walls attached to the gap between the spiritual world and the underworld. In the end, it was almost the size of a small principality. Over the past 3,000 years, the Realm of Bones had gradually stabilized. Due to the death of the demigod lich, the demiplane was getting closer and closer to the underworld. In the end, it was attached to the underworld, just like the moon orbiting the earth. Therefore, this half-bit wall also became a place where the undead lived. The underworld was the territory of the death god system, and many powerful undead were unwilling to rely on the underworld, so they could only gather in these half-bit walls. For a long time, this half-bit wall was controlled by a powerful winter ghost. This winter ghost was the creation of the demigod lich, and it had terrible strength. But later, this winter ghost was killed by the death god's servant, and a powerful skeleton lord took over this place. He called himself the Skeleton King. But in fact, almost no one cared about his title, because basically every powerful skeleton lord liked to call himself the Skeleton King. The outbreak of the undead disaster caused this skeleton lord to covet the souls of the material plane, but he was cautious and did not send out all of his troops, but kept some of them to guard this half-bit wall, for he was afraid that others would rob this place. And today, under the grey night sky, near the edge of the half-bit wall, a blood-red portal opened. On one side was the grey territory of death, and on the other side was the dark red-hot plateau of the portal. Countless restless and excited demons appeared on the other side of the portal, and when the whole portal stabilized, immediately two secondary balers flew up excitedly and rushed directly into the half-bit wall. For demons, there was nothing more interesting than breaking out of the bottomless abyss and snatching other half-bit walls. P.S. There will be an advertisement for a game tomorrow. Slowly accumulate contacts and try to do something. Groups of Hezru walked out of the teleportation gate. Unlike the demons in other parts of the abyss, the demon army that came out of the portal was more disciplined and not as messy as the other demon armies. Moreover, they were all equipped with excellent weapons. Although they were not as good as the elites of the demon army, they were basically magical weapons. Due to the high skin resistance of demons, most of these demons were not equipped with armor or were only equipped with part of the armor. Their bare chests were full of muscles with bulging veins, full of a sense of strength that mortals could not compare to. Behind the Hezru was a squad of 6 armed Marillion. These terrifying warriors were among the best in the abyss in terms of close combat ability. Any 6 armed Marillion could take on a small army by themselves. As the smarter demons, the Baler led the army. They split into 3 groups and advanced forward. This time, almost all of the demons that came out were intermediate and advanced. The inferior demon cannon fodder was not worthy of being teleported to the battlefield of other planes. The last group that came out of the portal was a group of flaming demons. There were 7 or 8 Balers mixed in with them. Then, the demon lord, Sauron's figure appeared behind them. This was the demon army that came from the Galumba arena. Sauron's strength was not enough to compete with the archdevils for souls, so this demiplane controlled by the undead was within his range of plunder. There was a rule in the lower planes. Ever since the river Styx ran through the multiverse, the lords of the lower planes loved to steal souls from the river Styx. The servants of death and the oracles could only ensure that the souls of the more devout believers would be returned to the river Styx. However, the souls of the non-believers would mostly float along the river Styx before being distributed by the servants of death. This gave the lords of the lower planes a chance to reach out. Master. A tall elite succubus flew in front of Sauron. She smiled and showed her tall figure. Then she said, "There is a large group of ghouls in front. We should be close to the main camp of the undead." The faint sound of battle could be heard. Sauron nodded and said, "Let the Glabrizu and the Soul Judgment demons prepare. All the advanced demons prepare the soul assimilation spell." A team of demon elites flew out. As the place where souls were needed the most in the lower planes, the high-level demons of the abyss basically had a way to plunder souls. The Hezru at the front had already broken through the ghouls' defensive line, with some of the ghouls falling to their attacks. The Balors and Balrogs were picking out suitable enemies, and each time a legendary tier undead spirit appeared, it meant that they would swarm it, kill it and extract its soul energy. The ground of this half-plane was black. Some kind of poison had seeped into this land, and any food or water that mortals ate here could cause them to die. Some pale skeletons were exposed in the wilderness, and it was unknown when they had died. This plane was endowed with certain characteristics. The speed of decomposition of corpses was very slow, and the white bones would not decay so easily. On the contrary, it was easy for them to turn into skeletal warriors due to death and resentment. This was an ability granted by the undead monarch. They had transformed their kingdom into a suitable territory, and as long as that characteristic was not erased, they could constantly replenish their forces from afar. The undead did not have much intelligence. In the entire half-plane, there were millions of undead wandering. Among them, the low-level undead wandered in the wilderness, while the mid-level and high-level undead were incorporated into the army. They were responsible for guarding the Lord's palace, and most of the time they were in a deep sleep. They would only be awakened when the enemy appeared. A group of succubus maids dragged grayish-black soul crystals to Sauron. These were the spoils of war of the demon army. In the lower planes, the chances of a soul crystal dropping from killing enemies were not high, but if it was combined with spells, the chances would be greatly increased. Using the soul spell would definitely give a soul crystal. Very good. Sauron picked up a gray soul crystal and looked at it, feeling the energy in it, and said with satisfaction, "Continue to advance. Destroy the enemy. Destroy this place." Thousands of ghouls were slaughtered, and the demon army advanced step by step until a towering fortress appeared in front of them. This was a fortress that had existed for thousands of years. At first, it was a lich's laboratory, but later it was transformed into a skeleton fortress by the winter ghosts. Finally, about 1,000 years ago, it was turned into a skeleton fortress by the undead monarch. The ground in front of them was pale white. Who knew how many skeletons were buried underground, and the air was filled with thick corpse poison. If it wasn't for the Devil Legion, the human army would have been annihilated here. But this was nothing to the powerful demons. They ignored the poison here and rushed directly into the skeleton guard army. About 300,000 undead were gathered here. This number was terrifying to humans because these skeletal guardians were all level 5 and above. However, this number was nothing to demons. The Balo leader of the third layer of the abyss, Sauron. A low roar came from the fortress made of bones in the distance. A skeleton king about 5 meters tall appeared in the fortress and roared at Sauron, "Why did you invade my territory?" The pale fortress was mixed with the color of blood. For thousands of years, it had absorbed the essence of countless skeletons. A thick aura of death shrouded this place, and every once in a while, it would automatically awaken the undead. For the souls. Sauron looked at the enemy calmly and said slowly, "Because you are too weak. You don't deserve to own this plane." Kiki, hearing Sauron's words, many of the high-grade demons could not help but laugh strangely. This was the demons' cold joke. Sauron explained a principle very straightforwardly, and these high-grade demons felt that it made sense. Since ancient times, there had been no shortage of clowns in the chaotic evil camp. Hearing Sauron's cold joke, there were even Hezru who slapped their buttocks with their backs facing the enemy and mocked him without holding back. Anger made the skeleton monarch's soul flame jump. He said in a low voice, "Do you think you will win? This is my territory. Wake up. My skeleton army. Destroy these arrogant demons in front of me." A blood-red light appeared on the skeleton fortress. The entire fortress was enchanted with powerful magic. When it was activated, the aura of death began to spread, and then the countless skeletons gathered underground were all revived. Millions of skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground. Over a long period of time, countless skeletons had been collected on this land, and when the magic was activated, they were all revived. Only this much strength. A secondary Baelor scorned. He was a demon who had retired from the bloody war in the abyss. At this moment, he looked at the skeleton monarch in disdain and said in a low voice, "Master, this useless fellow is not worthy of your attack. Leave him to me." Millions of skeleton soldiers surrounded the demon army. But from the beginning to the end, not a single demon showed fear. On the contrary, most of them showed contempt. Compared to the undead, the demons were also experts in human wave tactics. Basically, every demon had experience in fighting one against many. And in the bloody battle in the bottomless abyss, millions of soldiers were nothing at all. Any local conflict would have more than hundreds of thousands of demons. There were more than 600 levels in the abyss. These demons had basically experienced large-scale battles. At this moment, they did not feel anything when they saw millions of skeleton soldiers. "Berserker demons, charge!" Baelor ordered in a low voice. Thousands of berserker demons waved their heavy weapons and rushed over. Although it was still a little chaotic, at least a formation could be seen. These Hezru with over 25 strength and over 2,000 pounds of weight pushed forward, crushing the skeletons in front of them effortlessly. Meanwhile, a group of 6-armed Nagas were like monsters. They wielded multiple weapons at the same time, and any one of their whirlwind slashes could easily take out over a dozen enemies. This small group of 6-armed Nagas took out thousands of undead with just a single charge. Assassin demons lurked in the darkness. They quietly approached and aimed at the necromancers in the rear. As legendary demons, they were born to be top-notch assassins. Flaming demons and Balrogs also gradually joined the battle. They were like the turrets of the demon army. Every attack would bring about a violent explosion. Sauron did not have any room to attack in the entire battle. He sent out more than 30 legendary demons this time, and they completely killed their way into the skeleton fortress. As expected, Sauron thought to himself. Although the abyss has been defeated by the demons because of the chaos, it is still the most powerful force in the lower planes. A group of beautiful succubus maids surrounded Sauron. Since the battle did not need a demon lord like him to fight, the witty succubus naturally seized this opportunity to curry favor with their lord. Succubus maids surrounded Sauron, trying to use their fullness to rub his body to attract Sauron's attention. There were already hundreds of succubus in the Galumba arena. Every succubus wanted to collect the essence of their lord, and there was a leader-level succubus lady boss above. If they did not seize the opportunity, they did not know when they would succeed. The demon army rushed into the skeleton fortress. In order to show off in front of Sauron, 3 Balrogs, an elite 6-armed Naga, an elite soul judgment demon, and an elite assassin demon all tried to kill the skeleton monarch in front of them. Demons were basically unreasonable, so under the siege of 8 legendary demons, the skeleton monarch did not even have a chance to fight with Sauron before it was killed by the assassin demon. Spirit summoning. Sauron stood up at this time, pushed away a large group of succubus that was a little annoying and headache, and personally extracted the soul, then said, "Destroy this place. Collect the scattered souls and take away all the soul crystals." P.S. Many people know that playing Undefeated Legend and getting Durex. Considering the fact that there are single people, I called today to suggest whether the officials can add the Rubik's Cup award, haha. With the end of the battle, the succubus began to count the spoils. As a smarter demon, the succubus was used by Sauron as part of the brain. As for the other demons, it was not that he didn't want to use them, but there were very few middle and low-grade demons with brains. As for the high-grade demons, they had other tasks. Most of the high-grade demons were not willing to accept this position. They liked to join the battle as a commander instead of counting the casualties of the cannon fodder. In contrast, the succubus, who liked to use their brains and sit on their own, was much more useful. They didn't like to fight head-on, but they liked to have some power. Soon, the statistics of the spoils and casualties came out. After Sauron captured this half-plane, he had obtained about 50,000 soul crystals and several warehouses of other rare resources. There were not many golden gems because the undead didn't need them. However, the number of necromancy casting materials was huge. Sauron took half of these spoils, which was about 25,000 soul crystals. The rest of the soul crystals were to be rewarded to the demon soldiers. Otherwise, they would definitely not buy it next time. There were also unspoken rules in the abyss. In a plundering war launched by a demon lord, the demon lord's spoils could not exceed 70%. More than this number, the high-grade demons below would be dissatisfied. Of course, compared to other places, the demons were still relatively evil. Sauron took half of the soul crystals and spoils, and the other half was mainly given to the high-grade demons as rewards. However, after going through the Galumba arena, these things would eventually be returned to him. Master. A mature and beautiful succubus came to Sauron's side and threw a flirtatious glance. Then she said, this time, about 5,000 demons died. Most of them were berserk demons and Hezra demons. The first batch of spoils has been sent back by Sir Angad. These little bitches only knew how to seduce him all day long. Sauron ignored the flirtatious glance and nodded. Very good. Let the secondary Baelorcators continue to clean this half-plane and collect souls and spoils. I'll leave him a demon army of 10,000. In any large-scale battle, it would be strange if the demon casualties were less than 20%. The demons that died were basically brainless and liked to charge forward alone. For example, berserk demons and Hezra demons. These demons were too deeply infiltrated by chaos and had a high death rate in every battle. They were completely high-level cannon fodder. However, if they died, they died. These kinds of demons could be replenished very quickly. Sauron also needed to eliminate them in order to cultivate a demon army that would listen to his command. The first batch of demons began to return. However, there were still many places in the demiplane that had not been cleaned up. Sauron left behind a secondary Baelor while he led the army back. This was a perfect plundering battle. To the demons, any plunder would be a perfect plunder as long as the casualties did not exceed 50% and they won. They would be happy and look forward to the next plunder and destruction. Bottomless Abyss, Third Layer, Forgotten Land. Just after returning to the Galumba arena, Sauron came to the abyssal blood pool. In the demiplane of the undead, in addition to the soul crystals, there were also many souls imprisoned. These souls were thrown into the blood pool by Sauron. Soon, the blood pool began to bubble. Then, new abyssal worms crawled out of the blood pool one after another. The mother of worms gradually approached. After Sauron occupied this place, the mother of worms, which was close to the strength of a demigod, had surrendered. It guarded against other demons from approaching and protected these abyssal worms until they became dretches. The souls of mortals could only be transformed into abyssal worms, and most of the soul crystals came from the dead professions. Sauron selected a batch of less powerful soul crystals and threw them into the blood pool. Then, some stronger abyssal worms crawled out. These abyssal worms would grow quickly and quickly evolve into demons. In the end, they would most likely transform into berserk demons and Vroks. 3 days later, collect all the demons here. After doing all this, Sauron said to the demon guard next to him, no one else is allowed to come close. The transformed abyssal worms will be transported every 3 days. The blood pool was the core of the source of soldiers. The strength of any abyssal lord was measured by the number of blood pools they controlled. A blood pool would give birth to new demons every day. If one did not rely on the blood pool and only collected slaves from the wilderness, it was essentially the same as those night witches who herded abyssal worms and sold them. A demon lord who only needed to buy abyssal worms from night witches and ghosts would be looked down upon. Galumba Arena, inside the fortress. Another batch of higher quality soul crystals appeared in Sauron's palm. These were the core of the undead steel, the souls from Styx and the servants of death. A small blood pool appeared in front of him. But unlike other blood pools, this one was directly connected to the magma pool next to it. Plop. Sauron threw a gray-black soul crystal into the blood pool, then bit his fingertip and injected a drop of blood into it. With the boiling bubbles, the figure of an abyssal worm quickly emerged, and then it changed into the appearance of a dretch. However, the form was not stable, and it quickly continued to advance. Demon lords could use their power to directly promote low-grade demons. Just like Sorin Slaughter EXP, demons needed soul energy to advance quickly. The form of the newborn demon gradually stabilized. If Sauron stopped, a middle-grade demon would be born. But what Sauron needed was not a middle-grade demon. He waved his hand and put the middle-grade demon that was about to take shape into the magma pool. Soon, there was a painful scream. Create fire demon. Sauron's blood was awakening the potential genes of the middle-grade demon in front of him. Through the magma pool, if successful, a fire demon would be born in the flames. However, it seemed that this time it failed because the demon in front of him quickly turned into charcoal. Another one failed. Sauron did not look frustrated, but put another soul crystal into it. The transformation rate of a fire demon was much lower than that of other demons. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 3 promoted middle-grade demons could transform into a fire demon. Sauron transformed about 30 times a day, and on average, he could transform about 10 fire demons a day. This transformation required at least a Baelor to complete. When the other Baelors grew up, Sauron could let them transform the fire demons. Soon, the second soul was formed. The body of the demon transformed by the blood pool was very successful. At the moment when it was ignited by the magma pool, it did not make a painful cry, but roared excitedly. Then, a fire demon burning with fire came out of the magma pool and knelt on one knee toward Sauron. "Master." Sauron nodded and said, "Take him down." A successful demon would lose most of its memories, but its instincts and a few memories would be retained. Any successfully transformed fire demon would have direct combat power. The whole transformation process continued. Sauron transformed more than 100 today, but the success rate was still about the same as before. Only 1 out of 3 successfully transformed into a fire demon, and they were basically all transformed by middle-grade soul crystals. The proportion of these fire demons that could be promoted was about 1/10. After many battles, less than 1/10 of the fire demons could be promoted to become fire demons. Sauron needed a bloody battle. Only a complete victory in a bloody battle could quickly produce a batch of flame demons. Night fell. Sauron returned to his palace, and groups of succubus maids were already waiting inside, looking at him expectantly, hoping to be favored. However, Sauron was not interested at all today. He still had a very important thing to do, which was to send a portion of the high-grade soul crystals back to the material plane. Mordor City needed these soul crystals to make diamond golems. Mordor City. Sorin was busy preparing for the production of the diamond golem factory, and today, bad news was sent to him. The Falcon Kingdom was destroyed? Sorin frowned as he looked at the information in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Was it really completely conquered by the undead?" The south coast was under his protection, but other places were not so lucky. The Falcon Kingdom was located in the southwest of the continent. It was not a small kingdom, and there was a church of the noble goddess. The noble goddess, Sinwold, was a weak god. Her church was not strong, but it was not weak either. But now the whole kingdom had fallen, and the church of the noble goddess was almost wiped out. This was the first time the church of the gods had been hit so hard by the undead. At the same time, an evil name also spread in the material plane. Sazastan. The leader of the Red Robe Wizards, the evil demigod Lich, led the undead army to destroy the Falcon Kingdom and gathered a group of Red Robe Wizards to try to rebuild Tori's kingdom. Sorin pondered and murmured, "The Red Robe Wizards have also come out. Then the undead, Oro, should also make a move soon." The god of Lich seemed to have fallen after the undead, Oro, appeared. Then Sirik appeared. Because of the phylactery, the god of Lich was not so easy to kill. Even if the gods in the original book destroyed his body, the god of Lich would find a way to be reborn. Only Sorin, Sirik, and those who inherited the power of the 3 gods of death could directly kill the god of Lich. He was one of Sirik's targets, and the time of his fall was after the undead, Oro, appeared. Looks like it's time to start. Soren pondered for a moment, and then a little bit of divine light separated from his body, and then an identical Soren appeared. P.S. By the way, on the 28th, which is tomorrow's beta test of Undefeated Legend, the Futu army is preparing to enter the Wei Kingdom in the sun-chasing area. My sock puppet is still Futu. This time, I want to see if I can really get the Rubik's Cup. This is a game that does not require experience to level up. My name is Futu. Soren was planning something. But while he was plotting something, the Queen of Spiders, who was far away in the Underdark, also began to move. The evil goddess began to tighten the giant net she had woven and gradually targeted the main god of the elves. The anger of revenge had been accumulating in her heart for a long time. She was so eager to take revenge on her former husband, the main god of the elves, Corlan Larishan. The Avatar Crisis was a stage. The first to appear on this stage was the human god system, because humans had the largest number and were most widely distributed in the world. But with the transition of the Avatar Crisis, the gods of other races began to gradually appear. Shortly after the outbreak of the undead, a god system that was not very rare in the material plane began to gradually appear. That was the dwarf god system. Dwarves were popular craftsmen, alchemists, and inventors. Although their technology was recognized, most dwarves still liked to live with their own kind in comfortable caves under the hills where animals were abundant. Dwarves liked animals, beautiful gems, and all kinds of jokes. They had a sense of humor and loved puns, jokes, games, and even pranks. The more complicated the design, the better. Fortunately, dwarves were as invested in craftsmanship as they were in pranks. Dwarves liked to ask questions and discover things through personal experience. Sometimes they were reckless. Curiosity made dwarves skilled engineers because they were always looking for new ways to build things. Sometimes, the gnomes would set up a prank just to see how the others would react. This was a group of naughty little guys. Many people would mistake them for halflings, but in fact, halflings were much taller than dwarves. Dwarves were only about 1 to 1 meter tall and weighed between 40 and 60 pounds. Their skin color was dark brown to wood brown, they had blonde hair, and their eyes were different shades of blue. Males liked carefully trimmed short beards. Dwarves usually wore clothes of animal skin or earth tones, with intricate embroidery or delicate jewelry. Dwarves reached adulthood at about 40 years old and could live up to 350 years old, but some could live up to 500 years old. This was a long-lived race. Because of their individual strength and height, dwarves did not often walk in many cities. They only liked to deal with dwarves and halflings, and they got along quite well. Only a small number of gnomes would leave the settlement and go to human cities, and these gnomes were often more dangerous. Because of some wars in the past, many humans had never seen a gnome in their entire lives. Only in the territories of dwarves and halflings would they encounter one. The dwarves didn't like the visit of humans, and the halflings had closed off the Shire. Therefore, since the outbreak of the Avatar Crisis, there was not much news about the dwarves. Gnomes lived in the wooded hills of the southeast. Although they lived underground, gnomes went out to breathe fresh air more often than dwarves and enjoyed outdoor activities. The dwarves hid their homes with ingenious architectural structures and illusions. Only welcomed visitors would be guided to the bright and warm caves, and those who were not welcomed would not be able to enter. They liked to use illusions to disguise their homes. The main god of the gnomes was Garshengen, a main god who grew slowly over time. His history was as long as the birth of the gnomes. Greyfeather Hills. This was one of the territories of the gnomes. They only occupied a small part of the material plane and did not leave their land much. However, these gnomes had escaped the first few Avatar crises, but after the outbreak of the undead disaster, they still suffered a lot of impact. But these were not the most important things. The more important thing was related to a god. He was Shiguzan, the great earth caller, known god of death and nature. As mentioned before, many of the clergies had long been divided, and the clergies of different races were given the power of some new gods. After a long time, the gnomes also had their own god of death, that was Shiguzan, the great earth caller. He lived on the edge of the underworld in the lower plane, and was responsible for assisting Klemvox in managing the dead, but he was mainly responsible for the souls of the gnomes. This was a god with mid-level divine power. Shiguzan, the great earth caller, mastered the clergies of earth, nature, and the dead. These were all very powerful clergies, and they also allowed him to successfully advance to mid-level divine power. At this moment, near a gnome village in the Grey Feather Hills, a dense crowd of undead surrounded the place. The gnomes did not have many big cities. They lived relatively scattered, and the temples of the gods were mostly at the level of temples. This village worshipped Shiguzan, the great earth caller, the gnome god of death and nature. In the darkness, a pair of unruly eyes watched everything. These resurrected undead surrounded the place. Unlike other undead, they were directly controlled by a powerful demigod lich. The power of death. Sirik silently looked at the village in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Destroy this place. I want to seize the power in the temple." "Yes, master." The demigod lich nodded and retreated. Soon, the undead launched a crazy attack. Without any support, the gnomes in front of them were defeated, and soon hundreds of them were killed. The fall of the entire village was only a matter of time. About half an hour later, this gnome village was sacrificed, and then all the gnomes were killed and resurrected as undead. Sirik's figure appeared behind the undead. Compared to when he first broke out of the seal, he was much stronger. At least, he had the power of a weak divine power. He came to the temple of the village and then entered the temple alone. Soon, the brilliance of the temple gradually dimmed, and the power of death gradually disappeared, as if it was swallowed by some existence. There were only 2 temples in the whole village. One was dedicated to Bar Ivan, the Shadow Cloak, gnome god of spies, and the other was dedicated to Shiguzan, the great earth caller, gnome god of death and nature. "Master." Just as Sirik walked out of the temple, a hazy shadow appeared. This was a promoted assassin, and the most terrible assassin had the ability of permanent invisibility. They were promoted by the god who held the clergy of murder, and were endowed with the special ability of permanent invisibility. They were also once the core members of the Sirik Church. The assassin approached quietly, knelt down and said, "We have found traces of Bar Ivan, the Shadow Cloak. But we also found traces of Gerudo, the Iron Hand, gnome god of war. They seem to have appeared together near the Grey Feather Hills for some reason." Sirik turned his head and laughed as if he was sneering. He said, "The gnome god of war? So the gnomes have a god of war. Continue to monitor their movements. When my power recovers a little, I will kill them all." According to normal thinking, Sirik's target should not be the gnome god system, but the human god system of death. However, Sirik held the clergy of conspiracy. He did not know why, when he targeted the human god system, he always had a kind of uneasiness, as if he had fallen into a conspiracy. In the end, he decided to follow the instinct of the clergy. Although Sirik was crazy, he was not an idiot. His intuition told him that if he targeted the human god system, he might fall into a conspiracy. Therefore, Sirik took advantage of this disaster of the undead and secretly controlled some liches to target an inconspicuous race. That was, the gnomes who lived in the hills in the southeast. A divine system that was not very powerful, but had at least 3 or more gods as a target. More importantly, there was one more thing. So far, the gnome god Gar, dazzling gold, had not appeared. Sirik suspected that the gnome god was still in his kingdom and did not dare to come down. If the gods with great divine power were to resist desperately, they could hold on until the last wave of the Avatar crisis before they fell to the mortal world. However, doing so would consume more divine power. The harder they resisted, the weaker they would be when they fell to the mortal world. P.S. I still remember the ID Futu update of a reader in Undefeated Legend last time. The game is in beta today. After I finish this chapter, I will enter the game to see if there is a similar ID this time. Under the cover of the night, a camp was hidden in the mountains, and a group of gloomy-looking magi were gathered here. They had special emblems on their chests and used various disguises to protect themselves. Their true identities were members of the Dragon Witch cult. It was an ancient and evil organization. Its founder was Sammaster, a chosen of the goddess of magic. He had some dealings with Elminster and once fought with Alistair, the city lord of Silvery Moon. It was worth mentioning that the former city lord of Silvery Moon was his lover. This terrifying sorcerer eventually went crazy and revived as a lich. In order to destroy this terrifying existence, hundreds of priests of the god of dawn, the former god of light, tried to stop Sammaster, but they were forced into a corner by the powerful Xianxia. Helpless, the priests sacrificed their lives to pray for Xianxia to descend. The god of dawn responded to the prayers of his followers and sent his avatar to destroy Xianxia. Xianxia's all-out attack only managed to break the skin of Xianxia's temporary body, but his own body was destroyed by Xianxia's attack. An existence comparable to a demigod lich was thus erased by the former god of light. However, the organization he created was preserved and maintained its vitality. Because of this, the Dragon Witch cult and the Dragon cult were created. As time passed, the members of this cult gradually got closer to the god of liches and maintained some contact with Naruto. They were also the most terrifying part of the undead disaster, because their mission was to revive the Dragon Lich. An evil aura pervaded the mountain range. The members of the Dragon Witch cult worshipped dragons, but not living ones. Instead, they were transformed into dragon liches after they died. Xianxia had recorded the secrets of creating dragon liches in his book, The Tower of the Dragon. Now, copies of this book were circulated among the members of the Dragon Witch cult. Rituals usually involved the cooperation of the evil dragon and the sorcerers of the Dragon Witch cult. However, it was said that the more powerful sorcerers of the Dragon Witch cult would also force the evil dragon to undergo this transformation. At this moment, in the depths of the mountains, an old blue dragon had been placed in a large magic circle. The transformation of a dragon lich was a very complicated process. It required many magic tools and expensive items. After the transformation, the dragon lich would form a cooperative relationship with the members of the Dragon Witch cult. They would act together against the enemy. A hazy silhouette arrived. Soren's avatar appeared in the mountains. He sneaked past the traps and approached the Dragon Witch cult's camp. As expected, it has already begun. The initial attack of the undead calamity relied on a large number of creatures to wear down the living beings. However, the ghouls and skeleton soldiers alone were unable to truly threaten the gods. To ensure that his plan was perfect, apart from the undead lords, Naruto also secretly supported the members of the Dragon Witch cult. He sent his priests to join them, secretly teaching them necromancy spells and using them to resurrect the Dragon Lich and the Bone Dragon. This mountain range was the territory of the Blue Dragon. There weren't many dragons in the material plane, but there should be at least a few hundred of them. The Blue Dragons occupied this land because it was close to the Gobi Desert. There were more than 10 blue dragons gathered here because there was a gem mine here. The messy goblins were scattered around the perimeter. The old blue dragon controlled these goblins and used the bugbears as guards to protect the periphery of the nest. He then controlled them to mine the gems here. The aura of death gradually gathered. At the top of a mountain, an evil spell was taking effect. With a low chant, a member of the Dragon Witch cult in a black robe brought a strange potion to the blue dragon. It was a bottle of deadly poison. It would kill an adult dragon in no time. The moment the potion killed the dragon, the spell circle would automatically activate and the dragon's soul would be injected into the phylactery. The birth of a dragon lich was terrifying. This creature had a challenge rating of 23 and above. Even normal Baylor demons wouldn't be able to defeat it. Disciples. Cheer. The Dragon Witch cult member who seemed to be the leader said excitedly, "Welcome back, our friend. The powerful dragon lich, Duergos." As the blue dragon swallowed the potion, its life force quickly disappeared. Then, the spell circle on the ground shone brightly. In Soren's vision, the soul of a dragon appeared and entered the phylactery. The power of death gathered. The blue dragon's body decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye and quickly turned into a half-skeletal dragon. Its flesh and blood dissipated with the spell, and the old blue dragon successfully turned into a dragon lich. A little bit of soul fire appeared in its huge eye sockets. It seems that they're very skilled at turning into a dragon lich. Soren silently watched all of this. At the same time, he calculated the strength of the last few waves of the undead calamity based on what he saw. The outbreak of the undead calamity was only the prelude. Currently, the resurrected were low-level undead and refugees who starved to death during the Avatar crisis. At most, they would be turned into skeleton warriors and ghouls. However, Naruto's goal was not these. As the first wave of the undead calamity ended, more powerful undead would gradually appear, and the dragon lich would be the most important one. Currently, there were many members of the Dragon Witch cult scattered throughout the material plane. They were either coercing or forcibly turning the dragons into dragon liches. Naruto's Grim Reaper servants were assisting these people. Dragon liches could not only be transformed from pure-blooded dragons. According to Soren's memories, Naruto taught the Dragon Witch cult other methods so that they could even transform mixed-blood dragons into dragon liches. For example, old pterosaurs, wyverns, white dragons, and so on. The members of the Dragon Witch cult were mainly distributed in the east and north. The eastern desert was occupied by the evil blue dragon, while the cold lands of the north had a large number of wyverns and white dragons. Nero's church controlled a group of necromancers, and after using the undead to attract attention at the beginning, they had already begun to quietly prepare to revive the giant dragon. The War of the Dragons should be starting soon. Soren watched the old blue dragon in front of him completely turn into a dragon lich. He had no intention of doing anything because this operation was not for a dragon lich. He was looking for the god of liches. The War of the Dragons broke out in the late stage of the undead disaster. The outbreak of the war was mainly related to the Dragon Witch cult. Many pure-blooded dragons, especially those of the good alignment, could not tolerate the other party's resurrection of the dragon liches and desecrated the long sleep of the dragons. So in the end, even the dragon islands of other worlds had dragons joining the battle. However, the main force of the whole battle was still the good gold dragons and silver dragons. Most of them lived near the Elven Kingdom. This battle finally attracted a legendary dragon. It was one of the 3 legendary dragon species, the Power Dragon. This legendary dragon fought with Naruto head-on and did not die. It only escaped with serious injuries. Soren waited quietly. According to the information he found, the god of liches had encountered the goddess of death and magic not long ago. His body was destroyed by this otherworldly god. Although he was resurrected with a new body, his strength must have been affected. According to the information collected by Mordor City, his core followers were here. The camp in front of him was a secret gathering place of the Dragon Witch cult. In his previous life, it was a large dungeon that had destroyed many people, and there was a certain chance of encountering the god of liches. Soren estimated that there was a 30% chance that the god of liches would appear here. There were about 3 dragon liches, 1 legendary necromancer, 2 legendary mages of the Dragon Witch cult, and more than 100 members of the Dragon Witch cult. The most powerful one was the blue dragon lich that had just turned, and the other 2 were old subspecies of dragons that had turned into liches. Huh? Just as Soren was secretly observing everything, a sudden movement attracted his attention. Then, in Soren's perception, a beautiful mature woman with long silver hair appeared outside the camp. She quietly lurked and approached here, as if she wanted to spy on the situation of the Dragon Lich's camp. This is her? Soren seemed to have thought of something, and the corner of his mouth could not help but show a playful smile. He did not expect to meet an acquaintance of his previous life here, and it was someone who had been chasing after him for a long time. The reason was that after Soren came out of the Underdark, he was a little short of money, so he went to her nest to steal some valuable things. The mature woman with long silver hair used magic to cover her tracks, and then quietly bypassed the bugbear goblin that was guarding the camp. She did not realize that Soren was secretly observing her. She just carefully approached because her current form was not suitable for fighting, at least she could not use all of her strength. This evil aura. The mature and charming woman secretly observed the camp, and as if she felt something, she murmured, "It really is a dragon lich. These evil guys are actually making dragon liches. No. This matter must be reported to others." Faint clouds lingered. The woman with long silver hair in front of him quickly disappeared, and then gradually retreated outside the camp. However, at this time a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Since you are here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Am I right? Guess what I saw? A sneaky little silver dragon. How dare it lurk in our territory?" A gloomy aura. A figure holding a white bone staff appeared, and looked at the woman in front of him with a playful gaze, and said playfully, "Looks like we have one more material." This was the camp of the Dragon Witch cult. A large-scale battle with a challenge rating of around 25, where thousands of adventurers had fallen. Silver Dragon, Alexandrina. An adult dragon who lived near the Cloud Mountains. She had a group of maids made up of cloud giants. She liked to go to the human countries and was quite popular among the elves. In Soren's memory of his previous life, she was a mobile quest distributor in the middle of the Avatar crisis. As long as one was in the good camp, it was always easy to receive a variety of quests from her. Because this naughty silver dragon was a member of a hidden organization in the material plane, the Harpist. The Harpist was a very loose secret and contradictory organization. Its leaders were unknown and its internal composition was very complicated. They were always hidden in the shadows, only at the critical point of the situation, and immediately disappeared into the crowd after completing the task. They fought against evil in some seemingly insignificant and even somewhat deviant ways, but the general good people did not understand them. Some people claim that we are spies, and others think that we are nosy dangerous people or unquestioning assassins. In fact, we are the collection of every characteristic of these people, if the situation proves that it is appropriate to do so. Non-evil people of any age, profession, or race could become a harpist: humans, half-elves, elves, some halflings, dwarves, and highly intelligent forest dwellers, such as forest fairies and centaurs. The first three accounted for the majority of the harpist. Most of these people were bards or rangers. Other professions also had a place, whether it was mages, thieves, or priests. Droll was an ally of the harpist, but many priests were proud to be a harpist. This was a very old organization, whose history could be traced back to before the last Avatar crisis. The Harpist had existed as early as the time when the three gods of death were active. The Harpist was once called the interference of the material plane and deranged idealists, but in most cases, they were a group of people who acted with good intentions. Alexandrina was one of the leaders of the Southern Harpist. She was keen to fight against evil forces and liked to release a variety of quests to adventurers. Soren once dared to steal some valuable things from her lair, and because of this, he was on the Harpist's wanted list. This organization had weakened a lot, but it still had a lot of influence. Xianxia. A black mist appeared, and with the fluctuation of magic, a lich holding a silver-gray staff appeared in front of him. He looked at the silver dragon in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What did I see?" "Silver dragon, Alexandrina. Why didn't you obediently stay in the Cloud Mountain range? Why did you come here to die?" The high-ranking members of the Dragon Witch cult appeared one after another. They looked at Alexandrina with ill intentions. Evil Dragon Witch disciples. Being surrounded by so many fallen wizards, Silver Dragon Alexandrina's face did not look good. She said in a serious tone, "You actually dare to secretly resurrect a Dracolic. Other kind people would never allow such behavior." The Harpist never lacked a sense of justice. Soren complained as he hid in the dark. As a member of the Grey Zone, he had suffered many losses from harpers in the past. But now that he was a god of the evil camp, those harpers did not dare to trouble him. However, these energetic fellows seemed to have set their sights on the Dragon Witch cult, which was a good thing. As long as the Harpist knew about it, the goddess of the forest and ranger, Mei Likai, would not sit idly by. Of course. The premise was that the silver dragon in front of him could leave alive. Bone prison, dimensional lock, greater disjunction. The members of the Dragon Witch cult in front of him chose to argue with the silver dragon with a strong sense of justice or kill her and turn her into an undead. The battle was going in a very unfavorable direction from the beginning. The legendary wizards of the Dragon Witch cult sealed the space and then used disjunction to destroy the spells and items on the silver dragon. This was a very smart tactic because most of the silver dragons were very rich. When they turned into human form, they would prepare a lot of magic items for themselves. Roar. A dull roar was heard. Alexandrina decisively turned into her original form in the face of this unfavorable situation. The combat power of adult dragons decreased greatly when they turned into human form. Although the silver dragon could retain a lot of spellcasting abilities, she was definitely not a match for these people in front of her. A silver dragon about 15 meters long appeared in front of everyone. She had very beautiful silver-white scales as if they were one. The width of her wings was much wider than other dragons. There was a special divine glow on her body, which meant that Alexandrina was blessed by a god. Dragon's breath. Facing the siege of the members of the Dragon Witch cult, the silver dragon Alexandrina chose the most effective tactic at the beginning of the battle. She took a deep breath at the beginning, followed by a dragon's breath, then launched a wing attack at the nearest target. There were not many creatures in the material plane that could compete with the power of adult dragons. Even the silver dragon, who was not known for her strength, was able to suppress the members of the dragon witch cult in an instant. However, this suppression could not last long because there was a limit to the number of times she could use her dragon's breath. Ah! Screams of agony rang out. Under the counterattack of the silver dragon Alexandrina, the members of the dragon witch cult were quickly killed. However, as soon as the dragon's breath ended, a counterattack followed. Accompanied by a spray of blood, a Dracolic rushed over and tore apart Alexandrina's beautiful scales, taking away a large piece of flesh. The wizards of the dragon witch cult immediately began to cast spells such as weaken, damage increase, and reduce resistance to continuously weaken Alexandrina's strength. Soren stood still in the dark and did not seem to have any intention of making a move. This silver dragon did not have any relationship with her, so Soren had to think carefully about whether it was worth it to expose himself in advance for her sake. However, at this moment, an evil aura appeared, accompanied by some kind of divine power that made Soren tremble. A strange item suddenly appeared in the hands of the Dracolic in front of him, and the next moment, a black flame appeared on the Dracolic's palm. This vicious flame instantly burned Alexandrina's body, causing her flesh to gradually wither and her dragon scales to shatter like fragile glass. At this time, Soren noticed that the Dracolic was wearing a crown under his cloak. This crown contained divine power and some kind of divine power that came from the same source as Soren's. This is... Soren's expression changed instantly, and he murmured, "This is the aura of the King of the Dead, Mirko. P.S. The monthly ticket is about to expire. If you want, please vote again." Wait a minute. Part of Soren's power came from the three gods of death, therefore, he was very sensitive to the power of these three powerful evil gods. Almost as soon as they used some kind of evil black fire, he had a very strong feeling. What is this power? Soren frowned and stared at the member of the dragon witch cult in front of him. Under the terrible black fire, the silver dragon, Alexandrina's life force was rapidly weakening. It was as if the fire directly ignited her life and kept burning her life force. This power came from the former king of the dead, Mirko. It was a kind of fire from the god of death and had a terrible lethality to any creature, just like the famous silver fire of the goddess of magic. Soren seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "The horned crown. Crown of horns." There was no doubt about it. Mirko of the three gods of death had definitely fallen. He died very early, and his divinity had long been inherited by someone else. Most of his power should have dissipated. Then, under the circumstances that he had already fallen, what else could exert his divine power? A divine artifact, and it must be a high-grade divine artifact. A divine artifact that disappeared from the material plane appeared in Soren's memory. It was a divine artifact that was obtained by a legendary figure and brought out of the material plane. The horned crown. This was a divine artifact that preserved part of the divinity and intelligence of the King of Bones, the former god of death, Mirko. It was a silver headband with a black diamond embedded in it. Four sharp bone horns stretched out around it, and the inside of the diamond shone with a strange light. The horned crown was an evil item with self-consciousness. Its only purpose in existence was to constantly spread evil and pain. This divine artifact was an item that Mirko made a long time ago when he still had divine power. Although it was finally broken into pieces by the black staff, there was still some power left in these pieces. At the moment when Mirko was killed by Midnight, later the goddess of magic, he used his dying power to pass through the heavy defense around the tower of the Black Scepter and recast the fragment of the horned crown. Then, he poured his remaining divinity into it and teleported away. For a long time, the horned crown was very fond of controlling people to invade and destroy the Cyric Church and its believers, but it would try its best to avoid the allies of Kale and the temple of Goddess Mystra. This divine artifact preserved part of Mirko's divine power. It contained the mysteries of death and preserved the evilest flames of negative energy of death. It could kill mortals directly, but it could also endlessly erode the lives of divine creatures. This divine artifact is still preserved. It was said that before Mirko died, Zhuang injected his last divinity and power into it. The power of death was very useful to Soren. If he could get this artifact and extract its power, he might be able to comprehend the divinity of death. Shadow Realm of Shadow. In the next moment, Soren disappeared. He did not intend to save the silver dragon Alexandrina in front of him, but he was determined to get this divine artifact left by the former god of death. Time stop. Regional divine impact. The silver dragon Alexandrina's injuries were getting worse and worse, and death seemed to be coming at any time. She couldn't help but recall her past. A young silver dragon flew at the top of the cloud mountains. Alexandrina felt that death was approaching. This made her feel very unwilling, so she prayed to the gods for help. The next moment, it was as if the gods had answered her prayer, because everything around her seemed to have stopped. A silver-white stream of light suddenly appeared. It seemed that in an instant, the Dracolic in front of her was split in half by some terrible force. This was a power that mortals could not imagine at all. She had never seen anything that could kill a Dracolic so easily. She thought it was the arrival of the goddess of the forest. But right after that, Alexandrina felt an even more terrifying and evil aura. Soren's figure flashed through space. After killing a Dracolic with 16 slashes in an instant, he set his sights on the other adepts. Divine Dispel. Layers of protective magic shattered like eggshells. Soren waved a silver-white stream of light and pierced into the Lich's body. At the moment of destroying the Lich's body, a powerful divine power crossed space and destroyed the Lich's phylactery with death. It seemed that only a second had passed. When Alexandrina's consciousness gradually returned, all the enemies in front of her had become cold corpses. And in front of this silver dragon, there was a terrible thin figure. Even just standing there casually, she could not help but feel her soul trembling. Evil god, a very terrible evil god. Although the other party didn't even look at her from the beginning to the end, Alexandrina felt suffocated and didn't even dare to move. Soren did not pay attention to Alexandrina behind him. He gently waved his hand, and a crown flew out from the wreckage of the Lich in front of him. At the moment when it fell into his hand, the crown trembled violently as if it was struggling, and there was some kind of strange scream. But all its struggles were in vain. Soren easily suppressed its power. Horned Crown. It was a high-grade artifact created by Mirko. It could grant the following abilities, has the same effect as the Lich's aura of fear. When resisting necromancy spells and magic effects, has 25 magic resistance. Has the same effect as a level 6 priest's ability to repel or command undead creatures. If you already have this ability can be stacked with your priest's level. Can cast unmistakable teleportation once a day, only limited to teleporting the wearer and his equipment. Death Aura, can be cast once every 10 minutes, the range of influence is 40 feet cone. All creatures within the cone-shaped area must pass a toughness check of difficulty 20. Otherwise, they will immediately die, and after 1d4 rounds, they will become bound spirits under the control of the crowns. If they pass the check, they will only receive 3d6 plus 20 damage. This is the instant death effect of necromancy. Mirko's hand, once a day, the wearer can cover one of his hands with black flames. Using these flames will be treated as a touch spell. When the wearer successfully uses a melee attack to hit the target must pass a toughness check of difficulty 25, or they will die immediately and become a spirit under the control of the wearer after 1d4 rounds. It was a high-grade artifact in the truest sense. It was a very terrifying item in itself. Mirko had injected the power of death into it. In addition to the terrible black flames, there was also a death aura that could be cast once every 10 minutes. Any creature that was killed would become a bound spirit. This was an artifact that could easily create an army of undead creatures, however. This high-grade artifact also had a curse that affected anyone who wore it. The wearer's alignment will immediately change to neutral evil. Unless Mirko agrees, the wearer cannot take off the crown. The only way to remove the crown is to wait for it to teleport away. The horned crown can cast suggestion on the wearer once a day, controlling the wearer's consciousness. The wearer will gradually become an undead creature under the 2-year-long curse. Every time the death aura and Mirko's hand are used, the process will be accelerated for 1 to 4 months. When the transformation is complete, the wearer's appearance and creature type will become an undead creature, but he will still retain his normal abilities. If the horned crown leaves the wearer who has become an undead creature, the wearer will die immediately. The wearer will become very suspicious and will try his best to protect and keep the horned crown so that no one can take it away. When the horned crown is worn, all creatures within 100 feet of the crown must pass a willpower check, or they will be affected by the resonance spell. Mirko's remaining consciousness screamed in horror. He felt Soren's power and tried to escape, but there was no way. He had been suppressed by Soren's divine power. So this is the horned crown? Soren looked at the crown in front of him and said to himself, its ability is similar to the one ring that I made. He created 7 rings in the bottomless abyss. All of them were lesser divine artifacts and high-grade legendary items. They were also enchanted with suggestion and control spells. The effect was similar to the horned crown, but they did not have such powerful enchantments. Soren took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and felt some kind of power. He murmured, "Death. The remaining power of the divinity of death. It seems that I really have to thank you, Mirko. Then, you can completely die now. P.S. Second update. The monthly ticket will expire in 6 hours. Those who have a monthly ticket can vote." The silver dragon, Alexandrina, stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move an inch. However, after suppressing Mirko's consciousness, Soren turned his head and looked at her. Then he frowned and said, "What are you doing here? Are you going to have a long talk with these members of the Dragon Witch cult?" Alexandrina swallowed her saliva when she heard this. Her heart finally calmed down. It seemed like the evil god in front of her had no ill intentions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived until now. Alexandrina immediately got up and bowed. "Esteemed Lord of Shadows. I'll take my leave then." The silver dragon Alexandrina immediately spread her wings and soared into the sky, then flew out of the mountains. Soren turned around and shook his head. He then walked toward the camp of the Dragon Witch cult in front of him. Since he had already made his move, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. This camp must be completely destroyed. Otherwise, it would easily alert the other gods. The dragons that he once had to look up to were now easily killed. After becoming a god, Soren felt that the world had become smaller. The entire battle didn't last long. Although many gods had fallen during the Avatar crisis, the power of a true god began to surpass that of mortals, not to mention that Soren was an intermediate god. If they wanted to kill Soren, all the members of the Dragon Witch cult would have to work together, and they only had a 30% chance of winning. This was just a camp of the Dragon Witch cult. Other than the 2 Dracolics, there were only a few high-grade members. However, they brought Soren a lot of slaughter EXP and spoils of war. Soren obtained more than 5 million slaughter EXP and some legendary items. At the same time, he also used soul assimilation to extract the dragon crystal from the Dracolic's bodies. This was a very overbearing method that could easily offend the gods of the dragon system, because in this case, the dragon's soul would be imprisoned as well. Motor City. At the top of the arcane tower, Gloria sat cross-legged in front of a crystal ball. The scepter of Savras was in her hand. Accompanied by a silver-white radiance, a little bit of divine power was extracted from it and gradually merged into Gloria's body. It was as if he had reached a critical point. All of a sudden, Gloria's long hair fluttered in the wind. Her entire being and the scepter of Savras glowed with divine light. Then, the light on the scepter gradually dimmed, while the divine light on Gloria's body grew denser and denser. The power of prophecy enveloped Gloria's body, and a trace of the law that represented the gods gradually merged into her body. As if breaking through the boundaries of space, Gloria's eyes turned silver-white. "Congratulations!" Soren suddenly appeared on top of the tower. He stood behind Gloria and said happily, "You seem to have mastered the power of prophecy." Savras was the god of prophecy. At the same time, as the loser of the competition for the priesthood of sorcerers, she also held the priesthood of prophecy. Before obtaining this divine artifact, Soren had already erased Savras' will. Gloria herself was a master of prophecy, and now that she had extracted the power from the artifact, she immediately advanced. At this moment, Gloria had become a demigod of prophecy. "I think I saw something." Gloria turned and stood up when she heard this. She seemed a little tired as she muttered, "The domain of the gods is too vast. I don't seem to be able to control this power yet." The priesthood of prophecy was merging into Gloria's body. This allowed her to use any prophecy spells, and she could see fragments of the future. This priesthood of prophecy was very difficult to master. As a mortal who had just advanced, Gloria encountered a problem that was even more troublesome than Vivian. It was even harder for her to control this power than Vivian. Don't be hasty, Soren reached out and hugged Gloria in front of him and said slowly, you've only just begun. As you accumulate more divinity and divine persona, you'll gradually get used to this power. For now, put aside the matter of the arcane tower and leave it to Alice and the others. I'll use this time to teach you how to adapt to the power of the priesthood. Whether it was Vivian or Gloria, they did not have the help of the system. Soren could quickly adapt to the priesthood, but there was still a period of rejection, and he almost had problems with his mind. Gloria was in the same situation now. The prophecy allowed her to sense too much, but she could not control it herself. Soren had to help her stabilize her mind. This process could take up to a month. Fortunately, Gloria did not inherit too much power, or she would have to spend a long time in seclusion like Vivian to adapt to the divinity. Right. Gloria seemed to have thought of something and muttered, I seem to be able to sense the structure of the weave. And I seem to have sensed the location of the goddess of magic. She's in the southwest of this world. Something had happened to the god of mages. When Soren obtained the scepter of Savras, part of the power of the priesthood of mages had been integrated into it. Gloria seemed to have received some of the power of the priesthood of mages, so her perception of the weave had become stronger. The goddess of magic is in the southwest? Soren thought for a moment and said, try not to use the prophecy ability for now. Wait until you've completely absorbed the power of the scepter of Savras and become a lesser god, then try to access the weave to obtain the priesthood of mages. Gloria nodded. Soren had entered the realm of the gods. Whether it was for herself or to accompany Soren, she had to gradually step into the realm of the gods. In the study, two Soren appeared here, but soon the other one gradually disappeared. A strange crown appeared in Soren's palm. He reached out and touched the crown in front of him, feeling it tremble. Then, a golden light of divinity appeared in his eyes, and in the next moment, a powerful domain of divinity enveloped the space. A majestic divine power rushed into the crown. The remnant soul of the former god of death, Mirko, let out a sharp scream, but it was mercilessly suppressed by Soren's powerful killing intent. The remnant soul of a god who had been dead for a long time could not stop him. As the divinity was extracted, some data appeared in front of his eyes. Discovered the divinity of death. Extracting energy. You have extracted the divinity of the high-grade divine item, Horned Crown. You have obtained 10 divinity points. You have obtained 5 divinity points. Domain of death upgraded. You have obtained the information of the priesthood of death. Ability upgraded. Your domain of death upgraded to the priesthood of death. The third notification of the priesthood of death appeared. When Soren had completely extracted the divinity of the Horned Crown, his domain of death became the priesthood of death. However, although he had the priesthood of death, because this newly acquired ability was very weak, Soren did not extend a new divinity ability. The main reason was that the power of death was still in the hands of Klumbox and Naruto. The acquisition of this priesthood only meant that he could gain followers of death and let the fanatics visit the domain of death. The light of divinity dissipated. As Soren extracted the power of the Horned Crown, this high-grade divine item quickly became an ordinary item. Soren played with the divine item in front of him and murmured, although the power of divinity is gone. But its characteristics are very good. Divine creation. Create high-grade magic items. Change form. With the golden light of divinity, the Horned Crown turned into a melted liquid in the palm of Soren's hand. Then he injected a little of his divinity into it, and soon the divine item was reshaped by him. 7 strange rings appeared in front of his eyes. Soren melted the core gem and injected it into the last ring. Then, he used suggestion, control, and the power of divinity bit by bit. The characteristics of the Horned Crown were very similar to the one ring created by Soren, and it had the effect of psychological suggestion and mind control. Now he remade 7 rings with the Horned Crown and kept the last one as a controller to make a new divine item. Different from the one ring made in the past, this time the One Ring was injected with the power of the priesthood of death by Soren. These rings would give the wearer a powerful blessing, but also because of the horned crown, the One Ring would erode the wearer's body. Finally, the wearer of the One Ring would be transformed into the undead after death, and it would be a more advanced binding spirit endowed with the power of death. The horned crown itself has a binding spirit. Soren thought about it and extracted a little divinity from between his eyebrows. Then he said, in this case, directly use the One Ring as the medium to create a high-grade ring spirit. A little divinity was injected into the One Ring. The original power of the horned crown was strengthened again. Soren gave up the original advantage of numbers and concentrated the power of death. When the first owner of these rings died, a powerful ring spirit would appear. The divine item was gradually completed. Soren finally left his own inscription on the One Ring, and then put them all away. The One Ring was completed. However, it still needed to be considered who to give it to because the ability of the first owner affected the power of the ring spirit. The bottomless abyss. The third layer. The Forgotten Land. In the depths of the hot lava, the figure of the Baelor leader, Sauron, appeared. Behind him were teams of fire demons. Compared to the previous time, the number of fire demons had increased a lot, and the number of fire demons had increased to 8. Under Sauron's gaze, these fire demons entered the lava one by one. Then he cut open his palm and injected a little bit of the Baelor's blood essence. This could help the fire demons obtain a medium to upgrade. When the accumulated demonic power was strong enough, these fire demons would have the opportunity to evolve and become new fire demons at any time. Sauron looked down at the lava pool in front of him and murmured, "It's almost time to prepare for a bloody battle." It was almost November. With the arrival of the new year, the disaster of the undead finally broke out completely. The Northwind city in the Frost Kingdom was breached by the Dragon Lich, and more than 100,000 people were slaughtered by the undead. When she heard the news, the angry Princess Royal directly froze hundreds of thousands of undead. But it was too late. The souls of the mortals seemed to have been taken away by some evil force, and the underworld did not welcome these victims. The same thing was happening all over the continent. Far away in the Eastern Kingdom, the Boat of the Desert was also attacked by the evil ancient mummies. A large number of innocent civilians were killed, and their souls mysteriously disappeared. There was a great change in the underworld. After Clemvox was seriously injured and disappeared, Naruto did a very bold thing. He opened a passage and linked his kingdom to the underworld. Then a war broke out between his servants and Clemvox's servants. This war undoubtedly ended with Naruto's victory. Without the support of Clemvox, his servants could not resist at all. Soon, the source of the underworld, the palace of the Nether Sea, was directly occupied by Naruto. Clemvox almost completely lost control of the underworld, and now the only surviving thing was the kingdom attached to the underworld. At the same time, many undead kings began to appear in the underworld. Owo the Immortal blatantly plundered souls from the underworld and turned them into undead. Many spellcasters attached to the spiritual world and the underworld also turned into liches one by one. But what was puzzling was that Jurgil did not seem to care about the drastic changes in the underworld, and Naruto did not disturb Jurgil's palace at all. Jurgil was still recording the deaths. But this time, his followers seemed to have begun to record more deaths, not only of creatures but also of the world. The series of upheavals accelerated the conflict in the material plane. In order to protect the souls of their believers, the gods almost no longer relied on the death pantheon. They sent out their own oracles from another world to be responsible for guiding the souls. And without the watch of the death pantheon, in the situation of the outbreak of the undead, the demons, devils, and demons of the lower planes took the opportunity to plunder souls. The most obvious manifestation. It was in the third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land, that the Baelor demon leader soon found that there were more night witches and hags with abyss worms. Even the Yugalas were no longer in the business of ferrying the Styx. On the contrary, they began to sell cheap souls. Most of them were ordinary people, not professionals. The order of the entire underworld was in chaos. The soul stealers began to blatantly harvest souls. Due to the turmoil in the underworld, drastic changes occurred in the Rift Plane and Bator Hell in just half a month. The number of low-level demons and devils that were converted had increased explosively. The underworld had always restricted the number of souls entering the underworld. But now, this restriction was gone. While the undead were crazily snatching souls, the demons and devils took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, in the sixth tributary of the underworld, which ran through the 5 layers of the abyss, it was originally guarded and maintained by Clembox's servants of death, but now there was no one here. Naruto did not intend to manage the Styx now. He sent all his servants of death to the battle, and the tributary here became the battlefield of the demons and the evil, soul stealers. They frantically plunder souls from here. At the same time, because of the loss of the divine power of death, the chaotic nature of the abyss began to break out. A subconsciousness filled with violence and chaos was eroding the Nether River. In the endless meandering Styx, the river that ran through the entire lower plane seemed to be interfered with by some chaotic force, and the souls floating in it would disappear every once in a while. At the same time, somewhere in the first 10 layers of the abyss, a new abyss worm would quickly appear. Crimson Flat. This was the territory of the Baylor demon leader Sauron, and it was also a special area close to the tributary of the Styx. Recently, some changes began to happen here. This change was still very short, about a week or so. When Soren just received the news of the abnormality in the Styx, something strange had already happened here. Not far away was the Styx. But now, a part of the Nether River seemed to have been cut off. The Nether River, which was originally one, began to diverge. Then, one of them poured into the ground below. This place was called the Crimson Flat, because the land here had turned crimson due to some unknown reason, and now the land here was even redder. A tributary of the Styx seemed to have gone deep into the ground. Since then, there had been an abnormality here. In just one day, thousands of abyss worms had appeared. There was a probability of the abyss transforming into demons, but the probability of transformation was definitely not that high. About 3 days later, the number of abyss worms here had reached about 10,000, and then the first batch of Dretch born in the slaughter appeared. The Dretch occupied this place and began to devour other abyss worms. Soon, the most powerful demon was promoted to a berserk demon, and then to a new Glabrizu. According to the normal progress, a low-level demon lord might be born here. But since this was Sauron's territory, the abnormality was soon discovered by his subordinates. The abyss had been transforming more and more abyss worms recently, but there were still very few like here. About the 5th day, the real change appeared. In the center of the Crimson Flat, there was a huge pit. It seemed to be formed by the collapse of its own accord, and then some kind of blood-red liquid began to gather in the pit. The speed of the liquid gathering was very fast, and the color of the nearby land gradually dimmed. Then, it seemed that all the abyss worms went crazy in an instant. The source of the Styx was constantly stealing souls. In just one day, tens of thousands of abyss worms were born. At the same time, these abyss worms were madly attacking and devouring each other. They ate the dead abyss worms, but they did not evolve. These abyss worms were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that there was some kind of powerful force protecting them. They continued to evolve in the form of abyss worms. At first, Sauron's subordinates could still get close. Later, even the high-grade demons did not dare to get close because in the center of the flat, there was a huge blood pool. The area was more than 10 times larger than the blood pool controlled by Sauron. After the frenzied slaughter, 3 abyssal worms were fortunate enough to survive. Each of them was more than 20 meters long, and their skin was tougher than dragon skin. Even the high-grade demons sent by Sauron ate one of these crazy worms. They did not allow anyone to get close to the blood pool. This was a newborn blood pool, and it did not have any master. Under the influence of the subconsciousness of the abyss, the first function of the blood pool was to transform a mother worm. The 7th day, Sauron's figure came here. He looked down at the huge blood pool in front of him and murmured, "It seems that the mother worm is about to be born." Just like raising venomous insects, out of hundreds of thousands of abyssal worms, only 3 of them survived. Any one of them was strong enough to fight against the old dragon, but the power of the abyssal law had yet to bless them, because only the last survivor could become the mother of worms. When this transformation was completed, the mother worm would be blessed with the power of the law. It would have the power of a demigod and become the lowest grade secondary demon lord. Every level of the abyss had a mother worm scattered around. They were the lowest grade secondary demon lords and only guarded near the blood pool. They were responsible for the birth and transformation of abyss worms. It seems that we still need to wait. Sauron's eyes showed a hint of excitement. After the birth of the mother worm, the blood pool will be truly formed. Such a big blood pool. And the source is directly connected to the Nether River. I wonder how many souls it can transform in a day. Sauron's original blood pool was only 1/10 the size of this one. It could transform about 300 to 500 abyss worms a day. The huge blood pool in front of him was 10 times the size of that one. The transformation ratio was of course more than 10 times. If it was connected to the Nether River due to the influence of the abyss, the number of transformed abyss worms might increase explosively. Sauron was the demon lord here. Naturally, this new blood pool would be its territory. When the real mother of worms was born, it would need to conquer this place, and then its army would expand rapidly. Immediately dispatch the 3rd Demon Legion to guard this place. Sauron thought for a while and ordered the elite succubus beside him. Don't let anyone come close. Don't disturb the battle of the mother worm. Pay attention to the Nether River nearby. Other demons are prohibited from approaching this area. Although Naruto's actions greatly increased the power of the undead, the subconsciousness of the abyss seemed to have taken the opportunity to bite off a large piece of meat from the underworld. In the lower plane, the abyss had the most tributaries of the Nether River. If there was a new blood pool in Sauron's place, then there would be new blood pools in other levels of the abyss. Perhaps after the underworld lost the management of the death god system, there would be an explosive growth of demons in the lower plane. The gods could only take care of their own believers now, and they must be the souls of devout believers. As for the souls of the other dead, they could only pray for themselves now. The Nether River had been cut off. The powerful death god system had been managing many tributaries of the Nether River. But with the success of Naruto's plot, these tributaries of the Nether River all fell into the hands of the lords of the lower plane. Demons, 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 and undead were trying to steal souls from the Nether River. If the Nether River was not very dangerous, the souls in it would have been divided up. In the boundless astral plane, a steel fortress of the Githyanki stopped at the border of the Clock Nirvana mechanical realm, and then a group of heavily armed soldiers came down. At the border of the Clock Nirvana mechanical realm, there was already a Thaling waiting. Behind him were steel golems. When the Githyankis in front of him approached, Thaling walked over and said, "Welcome. I'm Thaling 7. I'm responsible for receiving this batch of materials for Sir Soren, and I'll give you the bill later." Needless to say, these Githyankis were the batch that Soren had looted. No one dared to default on the debt of a god, especially a notorious evil god. This was the second batch of goods of the Githyankis. In order to pay off the debt owed to Soren, they had looted a lot of places recently. But fortunately, Soren also gave them a little benefit, such as the reward that some gods could give. Soren didn't need these Githyankis to be loyal, he just needed them to pay back what they owed him. The leader of the Githyankis nodded, then motioned the soldiers next to him to transport the materials. Looking at these things that they had worked hard to loot were handed over to Thaling, his expression couldn't help but be a little painful. But when he thought of the terrible evil god, he finally decided to hand over the goods honestly. At the same time, at the back of the mechanical realm, Thaling 1 was calculating the next batch of goods. How many steel golems have been completed in this batch? About 120 golems. Well, then let's go to Mordor City first. The war in the material plane seems to be getting worse. Are these undead going to kill all the living? Who cares about them? Anyway, we are construct life. After all, the production of Mordor City was still limited. In order to increase the number of steel golems, Soren commissioned Thaling to help with the production. As the turmoil gradually intensified, there were more and more channels to obtain soul crystals. Mordor City could now produce a large number of steel golems. Thaling number 1 glanced at the list and said, "First, 100 steel golems and 10 diamond golems. It seems like Sir Soren has obtained a large number of diamonds. The third batch of orders is actually dominated by diamond golems. Could he have found a diamond planet in the astral plane?" Thaling did not reply. In fact, most construct life forms were rather boring, even more so than demons. Mordor City. Soren could no longer sit still after the undead calamity broke out. He was not the only one who could not sit still. The other gods could not sit still either. They could slightly ignore the life and death of mortals, but if it involved the foundation of the kingdom of God, what about the souls of the believers? The god of war finally made his move. After enduring for so long, the Church of War launched an operation to clean up the undead for the first time. Their apostle army also entered the lower plains to ensure that the river Styx connected to the kingdom of war would not be disturbed. The river Styx was like a blood vessel. From the beginning of a small river, it slowly grew to all parts of the multiverse. With the gradual increase of the population, many souls were no longer personally led, but relied on the river Styx to transport them. This was also the covenant made by the gods. The god of death was responsible for collecting the souls and finally sending them to the kingdom of the gods. But now that Clumvox had lost control of the underworld, this covenant was naturally invalid. The first thing the gods thought of was to ensure that the souls of their believers could return to the kingdom of God. Only then would they have other thoughts to think about others. It had to be said that the gods were also selfish. The Legion of the Church of War cleaned up the undead in the southwest of the continent. At the same time, they gathered a large number of adventurers to eliminate the undead. Once a god with great divine power made a move, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. The moment the power controlled by the god of war was activated, a large number of melee professions immediately gathered. At the same time, the goddess of strategy also cooperated with them. It seemed that they were ready to clean up the undead in the southwest plains. Thud thud thud. There was a sound of footsteps. Then Gloria's figure appeared in the room. She came over with a document in her hand. She frowned slightly and looked at Soren's face, then said, "Are you going to establish a country?" Soren looked up. He looked at Gloria's beautiful face, then gently waved his hand. Gloria came over and sat on Soren's knee, letting him put his hand into her robe and hold her gradually plump breast. His fingers seemed to have magical powers, causing her face to turn crimson and her breathing to quicken unconsciously. Soren seemed to be thinking about something. He bowed his head and said, "Yes." Gloria came back to her senses and adjusted her breathing. "Why Adele Isabella? If we establish a country on the south coast, what about Mordor?" Gloria's mind was still very clear, even if she was very shocked after knowing this. Soren fiddled with the bud and said slowly, "First of all, Adele Isabella has the blood of Queen Isabella. Second, she is the nominal lord of the Windspear Hills. There is no one in Mordor who is more suitable and can reduce criticism than her. The South Coast is the South Coast. The establishment of a country on the South Coast has little to do with Mordor. It's just a name for reasonable expansion. Everything will still run as it was." Gloria took a deep breath and said, "You didn't choose her because she served you?" "Serve? Of course, it was not the service of following a god, but another kind of service between a man and a woman." Soren shook his head. "Do you think I'm so easily influenced?" Gloria was finally relieved. She got up and kissed Soren on the face, and whispered, "Then do what you're going to do. I'll always be on your side." In fact, Soren asked someone to give this document to her, and she was already relieved. However, she still had to ask. The two princesses of Arendelle had already made her a little vigilant. Gloria felt that she should fight for more for herself and her mother. There was a huge piece of land in front of Soren's eyes. The topographic structure of the entire southern part of the continent was marked on it, and the location of the red dot was the Windspear Hills. Adele Isabella. Soren pondered and said to himself, Queen Isabella's blood. Since the Arcane Empire, there have been few powerful empires in the material plane. If Adele Isabella is secretly allowed to establish a kingdom, then the entire south coast from the south of Waterdeep City to the border of the Principality of Rossard. It can be regarded as the homeland of Queen Isabella. Separate the secular world and maintain the purity of Mordor. Use the power of the secular world to strengthen Mordor, use the council to control Mordor, and ensure that the direction of Mordor has minimal impact on myself. The future. Even if Mordor is corrupted, as a god, I can easily purify Mordor directly from top to bottom. P.S. First update. I have something to do recently, and I need to sort it out. The latter part is important. No country could last forever. Even the powerful Silver Age and the Arcane Empire were also destroyed. A country could only live for a few hundred years at most, and a god would be unlucky if he died in less than 3,000 years. Soren could never tie himself to the kingdom. Otherwise, when a country was corrupted, Soren would also be corrupted. The same was true for Mordor. Soren established the parliament to deal with this situation. Maybe Mordor could maintain its current prosperity for 100, 200, or 300 years, but what about 500 or 1,000 years later? There would be a day when the power class of Mordor would gradually corrupt. When the system of Mordor became a barrier, and the lower-class civilians began to accumulate resentment, would Soren also be affected? He had to return to the kingdom of God. Therefore, from the moment Soren founded Mordor, he was ready to use an iron fist to completely cleanse the system of Mordor when it was corrupted in the future. The power class needed to be replaced. This might be hundreds of years later, but Soren had to be prepared in advance. When he returned to the kingdom of God, Soren would divide the world to ensure his superiority as a god, and at the same time, when the corruption of Mordor reached the critical point of his tolerance, he would carry out a bloody cleansing process from top to bottom. Not only Mordor, but even the Church of the Gods was the same. Why did the gods keep a proper distance from the church? It was because even if the church did something wrong, it could be blamed on some people inside the church. Any church would inevitably be corrupted, and when this corruption appeared, the gods would eliminate it at the right time. For example, there used to be a fallen archbishop of the Lord of Light. All the sins he had committed were his own. The Lord of Light, on the other hand, could not see everyone because he was far away in mountain paradise. When this cancer was removed, the suffering believers and civilians would only resent the archbishop instead of the Lord of Light, because the Lord of Light would always be great. This was the power of the gods. Soren divided the interior of the church, divided the power of Mordor, and arranged the kingdoms on the south coast. It was all for this. In the end, Soren needed to remove himself from these and become a sharp sword hanging over the south coast of Mordor City, so that all the ambitious people would not be corrupted quickly, and at the same time, complete purification when necessary. Adele Isabella was a very important key. In the beginning, as a descendant of Queen Isabella, she was able to help Soren rightfully control some of the lands on the south coast. But now, because of the impact of the 3 Avatar crises, the entire southern region had been seriously damaged. Many lands had been barren and many towns had been destroyed. Now, there were many ownerless lands. However, even if it was an ownerless land, it could not be casually occupied. This required a reasonable status. And Adele Isabella was Soren's rightful wife. The establishment of a kingdom would not be obstructed at this moment. After completing all of this, the Windspear Hills would be able to expand their territory and quickly swallow up the nearby plains, leaping to the size of the Principality of Rossard. This was beneficial to Soren's future plans, as land was the most important thing for population growth. However, after thinking about it, Soren said to himself, these still need some royal recognition. Maybe it's time to visit Princess Royal. Establishing a kingdom was establishing a kingdom. Soren was Soren. As a god, Soren could secretly control the kingdom, but once it was established, even if everyone knew that Soren was secretly controlling everything, they could never put Soren in the position of king on the surface. That was an act of digging a hole and burying oneself. Adele Isabella was a suitable candidate. As a fanatic of Soren, she would definitely return to the kingdom of God after death, and this kingdom would be handed over to her to control. Even if the kingdom was destroyed in the future, Soren's divinity would not be unstable. But this was still a risky move. Why did many gods only control a city at most and not a kingdom? The reason was that the kingdom was too short. For any god, a few hundred years in a kingdom would pass in the blink of an eye. The corruption of the noble class would inevitably lead to the collapse of the kingdom. If a god was dragged into this quagmire of karma, the result would be terrible. Even the goddess of aristocracy was wise enough to maintain a distance from any kingdom. She only maintained the system of protecting the nobles, but she would not easily approach any kingdom. The system must be reconsidered. Soren looked at the map and pondered. There was a large area drawn on it, which was the land that needed to be occupied in the future. The aristocratic system is too backward. But without the nobles, the civilization of this era is completely impossible. It will take a long time to popularize it. The best way now should be to separate the nobles' titles from the kingdom's official positions. The feudal system is definitely not possible. The characteristic of this era was that a certain noble was basically the manager and ruler of a city, but this was not the system Soren needed. He would appropriately keep the nobles. But the power of the kingdom must be centralized. What Soren wanted was centralization, and at the same time, to ensure the appointment and dismissal of any official positions in the kingdom. He would greatly reduce the nobles' land and remove them from the whirlpool of power. The situation where the nobles were equal to the emperors of the kingdom was absolutely intolerable. For Soren, the steps could not be taken too far. He did not care how long the kingdom could exist, but he cared about how much power the kingdom could have during this time. Population, land, resources. Soren needed a large number of believers, and everything was to serve this purpose. Not only his believers, but also Vivian's, Gloria's, and even fallen witch Corinne's. Soren wanted to establish a god system, and a god system was often born within a race. Even if the human population was the largest, there were only so many god systems. The entire Amazon rainforest could support the belief of the Storm Lord. Similarly, Sauron needed a lot of people in order to support his own divine system. Now that Gloria was already a demigod, Vivian was gradually learning to control the belief. When Vivian was fully adapted, she should stand on the stage and expand her believers. Otherwise, the little girl was likely to be reduced to lesser divine power. I should go and see Adele Isabella in a few days. Soren stood up and murmured, but now, maybe I should go and divide the wealth of the river Styx. He had a big plan. It was a very bold plan. Basically, the gods of the good alignment would never do it. The gods of the evil alignment also needed to carefully consider it because this plan was, cut off the river Styx. P.S. Guess what Soren is going to do with the river Styx? Cutting off the Styx. This was a very dangerous act. Because no matter who dared to tamper with the Styx at any time, it would be regarded as a very serious provocation by the death divine system. This could even lead to a war between the divine kingdoms, so even when the Avatar crisis broke out, no one dared to tamper with the Styx. This situation continued until the disappearance of the King of the Dead, Clemvox. In the situation where Naruto and Clemvox were at loggerheads, finally some daring people began to have ideas about the Styx. There was no doubt about it. Soren was also one of these daring people. The greatest value of the Styx itself was transportation. Yugros and some demons relied on ferrying on the Styx for a living, and they also acted as assistants of the death divine system. However, the most valuable thing of the Styx was the goods it transported, which were souls from all over the multiverse. No matter what race or plane, most of the souls had something to do with the Styx. Soren's goal was the third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land. The Forgotten Land was mentioned before, but there was one thing that must be reiterated here, that was, the birth of the name Forgotten Land had a very important relationship with the Styx itself. In this level of the abyss, many demons tended to forget certain things more easily than in other places. Even people from other worlds who arrived here had to pass a compulsory exemption test after staying here for a period of time. Otherwise, they would lose some memories of the past. The forgotten memories were related to their own abilities and the importance of the memories. They might forget small things like eating and drinking, or they might forget their own identity and so on. The Forgotten Land was a good place because the demons born here were pure. Most of them only retained part of their fighting instincts from their previous lives, and most of their memories had disappeared. This meant that they were born blank and were easier to be controlled by the demon lord. The key reason why this happened in the Forgotten Land was the Styx. There was the main road of the Styx in the upper layer of the abyss, and the most tributaries of the Styx in the first 10 layers, and some of these tributaries penetrated into the Forgotten Land itself. Because of the erosion of the Styx, the creatures here were more likely to forget some things than in other places. In short, the Forgotten Land was like a huge delta surrounded by the Styx. The main stream and tributaries of the Styx surrounded this place. Soren's target was the 7th tributary of the Styx. This place was close to the border of the Forgotten Land, which was also close to the edge of the distorted void. The Styx itself was protected by some kind of law power, and at the same time, it had a strong corrosive effect and could make the dead and the living forget some things. The width of the seventh tributary was about 20 meters. Branching off from the side of the Styx's main road, it broke into the Golumba arena about 100 kilometers away from Soren's Kingdom of God, and finally passed through the Forgotten Land to reach the 7th and 8th levels of the abyss. Almost every tributary of the Nether River was connected to the lower levels of the abyss. In the direction of the Golumba arena, the new giant blood pool was connected to the 5th tributary of the Styx. Soren's target was the 7th tributary of the Styx. Golden light converged. It was rare that Soren personally went to the bottomless abyss. After mastering the divinity of death, Soren was basically involved in the struggle of the Styx, and he was bound to collide with them in the future. Therefore, after deciding to attack the Styx, Soren did not hesitate at all and directly descended in his true body. Divine form. With the gathering of a huge amount of divine power, Soren's figure turned into a golden giant. Other people in this plane seemed to have sensed it, especially those powerful demons who had the one ring given by Soren. At this moment, they looked at this side with awe. Change space. The surrounding space gradually distorted. The Styx was a very dangerous thing. Even the gods could not touch it easily. Only those who had mastered the power of death could touch it, but they would also feel very uncomfortable and slightly corrosive. The space in front of him gradually distorted. Some kind of powerful law power collided with the power of Soren's divinity, so that the surrounding soil was suspended in the air. The Styx was the product of the law. From a small river to a huge vein through the multiverse, the Styx itself carried a very powerful force. Change size. Change reality. Change form. The power of the three divinities was activated at the same time. Soren's figure stood on the ground, then waved his hand, and the dark red soil in front of him separated directly, gradually turning into a river of more than 3,000 meters long and about 20 meters wide. The earth split open, the powerful power of the gods was revealed at this moment. Soren directly transformed part of the terrain of the bottomless abyss in front of him with the great divine power accumulated by the city of Moder. The water of the Styx collided violently, as if breaking through the limit of some law. The tributary of the Styx in front of him directly changed its course, and part of the water poured into the river opened by Soren. Divine creation. A golden light went directly along the new river, like a rainbow bridge guiding the flow of the Styx. A large amount of water mixed with the souls in it poured into the new river and moved forward quickly. The original tributary of the Styx suddenly dropped a lot. Wails and howls of agony could be heard from all around. Vaguely, there was also some sort of subconscious, terrifying backlash energy. Soren's face was pale. He was under the terrible pressure of the water of the Styx at the moment, but Soren did not flinch at all. Instead, he continued to guide the divine power to transform the Styx in front of him. Divine shockwave. After the water of the Styx was introduced into the new river, Soren's golden light skyrocketed, and then a powerful shock wave of divine power hit the mountain next to him. The mountain of nearly 100 meters high was directly cut off by Soren. God's descent. Soren's figure turned into a golden giant that was hundreds of meters high. He directly held the broken mountain in front of him out of thin air, and then smashed it down toward the original tributary of the Styx. Boom! There was a loud noise that shook the earth. The mountain of hundreds of meters was directly cut off by Soren and thrown into the original Styx. For a time, the whole tributary of the Styx was cut off, and the huge mountain became a dam that blocked the river. Divine reconstruction. The water of the Styx washed the mountain in front of him. The strong corrosiveness quickly eroded the soil and exposed the solid rock. Soren turned his divine power into a golden light curtain attached to the mountain in front of him. Then he waved his hand and broke the original law barrier with his divine power. In one breath, the water of the Styx was completely diverted into the river that he created. Boom! The surging water of the Styx flowed and quickly reached the end of the new river. It was a huge pool, but all this was just on the surface, because there was a space passage under the pool. It was directly connected to Soren's kingdom. The whole transformation process was barely half completed here. The other half of Soren's transformation was in his kingdom. The Shadow Kingdom. In the beginning, this kingdom was too close to the shadow plane, so the interior was half shadow. Everything was gray. Most of the petitioners in the divine kingdom were also shadow creatures. However, as Soren took control of the divine kingdom, everything inside was reconstructed. Especially the original gray world, now there were more colors. However, the entire kingdom was very large. Without entering the kingdom, Soren couldn't completely reconstruct it, so the northwest part of the kingdom was still the desolate shadow kingdom. However, there were some special changes happening here. A huge pool of reincarnation was placed here. Petitioners couldn't get pregnant or reproduce, even though the gods had given them a lifespan of thousands of years. However, no petitioner could get pregnant. Even the otherworldly gods' servants could only be created in the form of angels. That was why the population of the kingdom couldn't be increased internally. They could only rely on souls from other worlds. This was also the reason why some gods' divine kingdoms would quickly wither or even be directly destroyed after their churches in the material plane were destroyed. Groups of heroic spirits stood guard at the border. There was a river at the border of this land. When Soren used his powerful divine power to break through space and bring the water of the river Styx into the kingdom, the special pool of reincarnation was activated. Soren couldn't casually turn souls into petitioners. However, he could turn these souls into other forms. Demons were just one of the ways he could transform them. When the river Styx brought the souls into Soren's kingdom, the pool of reincarnation was activated under the influence of the plane's laws. Then, a shadow appeared near the pool of reincarnation. This was just the beginning. When the first shadow appeared, the second and third quickly followed. Then, there were other forms of souls and higher-level shadow creatures. The pool of reincarnation automatically turned them into shadow creatures of the same level according to the differences in their nature. In just a short while, there were hundreds of shadow creatures gathered around the pool of reincarnation. They had long lost their memories of their previous lives. After being turned into shadow creatures, they were hostile to others. These shadow creatures fought each other and even attacked petitioners who came close, but were quickly destroyed by the heroic spirits. Outside the divine kingdom, Soren panted as he retracted his godly power. Even a god would find it difficult to change the course of the river Styx, but it seemed like he had succeeded. The first monster pool seems to have been completed. Soren closed his eyes and sensed everything in his god's kingdom. Although he couldn't enter, it didn't mean that he couldn't sense anything. Gods in the later stage of the Avatar crisis could already know something about his god's kingdom. Farming in the monster pool. This was what Soren was planning to do with the Styx. It wasn't just the abyssal blood pool that could steal the souls of the Styx and turn them into demons. The Shadow Plane's reincarnation pool could also transform shadow beings. What Soren did was to keep the souls in this tributary of the Styx. Most of the material planes were Pan-believers. After they died, many of them would not enter the kingdom of the gods. Instead, they would flow along the river Styx to the origin sea to be reshaped. What Soren was doing right now was akin to a thief. He was constantly stealing souls into his divine kingdom and using the pool of reincarnation to turn them into shadow beings. It was like a monster pool. As long as there were souls passing through this tributary of the Styx, the pool of reincarnation would constantly spawn shadow beings. What's more important is that the god's kingdom itself was very close to only entering and not leaving. As long as a soul entered the god's kingdom and was killed, a part of the soul power would be absorbed by the petitioner and used to evolve into a heroic spirit. The other part of the soul power would automatically be integrated into the god's kingdom itself. Once Soren entered the god's kingdom, he would be able to mobilize it. It was mentioned before. Petitioners could also die. When they died, their soul power would automatically dissipate into the god's kingdom, and the god's kingdom would absorb this soul power to expand its area. Matter itself was made up of energy, the soul power was closer to the lowest energy structure. After the transformation, the god's kingdom could continuously expand its area. At this moment, inside Soren's god's kingdom, thousands of shadow beings had already appeared. They quickly expanded and occupied a territory of about 50 square kilometers. Outside this area was where the heroic spirits under Soren's command were stationed. Farming also required raising monsters. Shadow beings that were too low level weren't worth much. Soren set up an area with the pool of reincarnation as the center of the god's kingdom for these shadow beings to expand and grow. As long as the Styx's water was constant, these creatures wouldn't decrease. When the shadow beings reached a critical point, it would be time for the heroic spirits to eliminate them. This number couldn't be too high, or the heroic spirits would die. But it couldn't be too low either. Otherwise, there wouldn't be too much profit. According to Soren's estimation, if there weren't any major natural or man-made disasters that would cause too many deaths in the material plane, the God's Kingdom's farming area could be cleared once every 3 days. The accumulated soul power would gradually expand the area of the God's Kingdom. It would also automatically extract energy from the elemental channels to form new matter. It could be the sea or the mountains. When Soren wasn't in the God's Kingdom, the birth of these new matter was random. Only when the gods were in the God's Kingdom could they control whether the area of the sea or the land increased. At the same time, in the third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land. After a whole day and night of fighting, the most powerful mother of worms finally appeared. She killed and swallowed the other 2 mother of worms. Then, a huge abyssal worm of more than 30 meters long appeared in front of the other demons. This was the largest mother of worms that Sauron had seen so far. She even had the aura of a giant dragon. She was probably close to the strength of a weak god. It's me. It's the leader of the Baelor demons. The Lord of the Forgotten Land. Sauron's body was ignited in a raging fire. He walked step by step toward the mother of worms and said in a deep voice, "Lowly worm. Submit under my feet. Or else. I will kill you without hesitation. I will extract your soul." The pressure of the demon lord shrouded the entire blood pool. Sauron flapped his demon wings and flew to the front of the mother of worms with a huge beheading sword in his hand. He waved the 30-meter-long flame whip gently, as if he would not hesitate to whip it down if there was any resistance. The newborn mother of worms seemed to be uneasy. It hesitated and seemed to resist. But in the end, it gave up resistance because it could feel that it was no match for Sauron. Moreover, the mother of worms served the demon lord. Very good. After confirming that the mother of worms had submitted, Sauron slowly flew down. Behind him, a large group of succubus gathered. Sauron turned to them and said, "Control this place. No one else is allowed to come close. Give me the statistics of the number of abyssal worms born every day. Looks like my demon army needs to expand." One was the abyssal blood pool, and the other was the shadow reincarnation pool. In the third layer of the abyss, Soren had already controlled 2 tributaries of the Styx. The longer he controlled them, the more souls he would steal. Dense needle forest. A tall human ranger was walking through the dense forest. She had a very high level of skill and seemed to be moving at a speed that ordinary people could not imagine. Soon, the human ranger reached her destination. It was a woodland planted with many trees. All the trees here were planted according to a specific pattern, and in the center was a huge pale golden oak. This was the sacred land in the forest. It was a place to worship the goddess of the forest and rangers, Mei-Li-Kai. This goddess did not have many temples, and her favorite altar was the sacred land in the forest. Often, there must be an oak tree near this altar. Mei-Li-Kai was the daughter of the father of the oak tree and the most powerful god of nature. However, because the father of the oak tree and Mother Earth had disappeared one after another, Mei-Li-Kai did not have much say in the natural god system. The goddess had been trying to regain control of nature for a long time, but this attempt was not very successful. She was best at the forest priesthood. "My lord." The human ranger knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Recently, a large number of magic spiders have appeared in the forest in the southwest. Their numbers are increasing, and they are reproducing quickly. I suspect that this is related to the drows in the Underdark. They seem to be planning to start a war with the surface elves. These minions of the Queen of Spiders are plotting something. Maybe we should try to stop them." In the center of the sacred land in the forest, a tall woman wearing exquisite green-brown leather armor turned around. She had an extremely beautiful appearance, but there was an indescribable heroic spirit about her. She was strong and beautiful. Mei-Li-Kai was a kind god with a sense of humor and always had a confident smile on her face. She was very cautious about making friends, but once she recognized them as friends, she would protect them eagerly and faithfully. Although she understood that death was also part of the cycle of life. She was not as indifferent as Sylvanus. Instead, she often intervened to heal the pain of creatures out of sympathy. This goddess had been guarding the forest. She was the goddess worshipped by the rangers. What do you think? Mei Likai turned around and looked at her side. An elegant golden unicorn was walking leisurely. After hearing Mei Likai's words, it raised its head and said in a clear voice, "It should be the Queen of Spiders conspiracy. But the most important thing for us now is to protect the forest from being invaded by the undead. Presumably, the elf god system can deal with the Queen of Spiders conspiracy. We just have to make sure that the demonized spiders don't spread to other forests." A faint golden radiance. The unicorn in front of him exuded a noble and elegant aura, and the ranger beside her quickly bowed to her upon seeing her. This was the unicorn goddess, Surue. She was Marikai's most loyal friend, companion, and mount. Urue loved to wander around, and her personality was a little capricious. However, once she believed that the other party was trustworthy, she would show her loyal friendship and would never abandon her believers who were in trouble. Iris would be a very difficult foe when she had to face a battle, but she loved the light banter, the clever puzzles, the strange discoveries, the delightful explorations of life. The unicorn goddess rarely managed the church, and her church was basically attached to Marikai's church. These two goddesses had a large number of ranger believers, and the priests would also part-time become rangers and droll. Among them, the priests and droll who believed in Marikai could use the ranger's weapon at will. This was a special ability given to them by the goddess, just like how Soren's priests could use curved swords. Marikai heard this and fell into deep thought. After a while, she looked up and said, "That's right. How are the dryads near the misty forest? Are they still not willing to merge with us?" The ranger gently shook his head. She thought for a moment and slowly said, "These dryads serve the father of the oak and believe that one day the father of the oak will return. But they seem to maintain a very close relationship with the Shadow Lord. The recovery of the entire misty forest is also closely related to this god." The Shadow Lord, the unicorn goddess, heard this and showed an interesting expression. She whispered, "What kind of god is he?" To be able to become a mid-level god in such a short period of time, there is no doubt that he is a true powerhouse. I want to thank him in person for killing that bastard Mailer. The god of the hunt, Mailer. He was the most hated person of the forest by the unicorn goddess, and she didn't mind killing him. Similarly, Mailer was eager to taste the blood of the unicorn goddess. She had always been eager to see Soren and express her gratitude. But she was also Marikai's ally and mount. When the Avatar crisis broke out, she must protect Marikai. This goddess might not be powerful, but she couldn't be underestimated because the unicorn itself was a very powerful creature. Many of the gods of the dragons were weak, and it wasn't easy to fight them. "Soren?" Marikai's face showed a trace of curiosity and murmured, "He seems to be different from the other evil gods we have seen. He protected the south and rebuilt the order. Maybe we can meet him when we have the chance." Although the gods rarely moved around, they were not isolated from the news. Soren's reputation had spread throughout the multiverse, and even the oldest gods knew about him. Spider Forest. This was a forest ruled by spiders. In this huge forest, there lived a large number of poisonous spiders, phase spiders, shadow spiders, and so on. Now, there was a very terrible spider. That was the black spider, enchanted spider. This spider was more than 3 meters long and wide, with sharp teeth and poisonous fangs. They multiplied rapidly under the influence of some kind of power, and now there were countless of them. The elves were forced to withdraw from here. Now the whole spider forest was covered with white spider webs. The forest that stretched hundreds of meters was pale white. The spider webs covered everything and hunted all the creatures that entered here, including the wandering undead. The speed of reproduction of the enchanted spiders was quite amazing. Through the spider webs, one could see many enchanted spiders living in the cave. Occasionally, there were signs of activity, but there were thousands of them. Just a glance at them would make one's scalp tingle. Droll was monitoring here. The rangers were on guard. The nearby elves also felt uneasy, worried that these spiders would rush out and tear everything apart at any time. No one knew how many enchanted spiders there were. Since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the spiders here had been expanding rapidly. Now there were probably more than hundreds of thousands of them. No one knew where their food came from. Anyway, the number had not stopped growing. The nearby gnomes and dwarves had been forced to migrate, and even the ogres had been forced to escape. These spiders continued to cover the forest with spider webs, and they continued to expand toward the southwest. The area of the spider web was getting larger and larger, and eventually, it gradually approached the elven kingdom. This was a huge web made by the queen of spiders, Lolth. Looking at the whole multiverse, only she could control so many spiders. The drows in the Underdark seemed to be lurking, but the huge group of spiders was constantly expanding, and the twisted spider elves were becoming more and more common. Not only were the drows corrupted, but even the surface elves were turned into spider elves by some kind of secret method. This was the power of crafty approach. From the beginning, the queen of spiders, Lolth, had been constantly collecting the power of crafty approach, and now her giant web had officially taken shape. This giant web wrapped around the elven kingdom from all directions. But at the same time, because of the large number of spiders, the original ecological system of the material plane was seriously damaged, and she also aroused the vigilance and hostility of the goddess of the forest, Marikai. Motor City. Soren was tidying up everything in the study. After stealing the soul of Styx, his strength was increasing every minute. The demon army was expanding. The army of heroic spirits was growing. Soren was constantly accumulating power. This power must ensure that he could stand firm among the gods with great divine power, and this could not be done by the golem puppets alone. Brother! Brother! Right at this moment, an extremely excited voice sounded. Two identical Vivian, one black and one white, rushed into the room excitedly. "We've finally succeeded," Vivian said in a crisp voice. Vivian and Lillian. After such a long time, they finally adapted to the changes of the gods under the guidance of Soren and successfully completed the transformation of prayer and magic. Congratulations. Soren smiled and hugged them. Vivian smiled and enjoyed Soren's hug. She was wearing a white princess dress. After she raised her head and kissed Soren's cheek, she suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "Oh. Brother. Recently, Lulu's situation has been a bit strange. Can you go and see her?" Soren raised his head and asked, "Lulu? What's wrong with her?" Lillian answered, "She seems to be a little uncomfortable recently. She used to be alive and kicking every day. But recently, her spirit has been low, and she seems to be unable to speak." Soren frowned and said, "Okay. Let's go and see." Lulu lived next door to Vivian. With the increase of Mordor's strength, the battles that required her to participate in personally had decreased a lot. Speaking of which, Soren hadn't seen her for a while. Inside the room, Soren soon saw Lulu, who was in low spirits. When he saw Lulu in front of him, Soren's eyes immediately lit up, and he said in a deep voice, "When did this happen to her?" "About a week ago," Vivian whispered from the side. Soren frowned and walked over, reached out and pressed Lulu's forehead, and murmured, "Can you hear me? Did you come into contact with any gods some time ago?" Meow. Lulu opened her eyes with difficulty as if she hadn't slept for a long time. She muttered to herself, "Did I? I don't remember." After that, she fell asleep again. Vivian's expression suddenly became nervous. She had always had a close relationship with Lulu. She said anxiously, "Brother. What happened to Lulu?" Soren's face was solemn. He turned and glanced at the little girl, and said coldly, "Someone, God, wants to use her to be reborn. She was planted with a seed of divinity." Soren's face was very ugly. He was surrounded by a cold murderous aura, and Vivian and Lillian could not help but hold Soren's hand nervously. For a long time, Soren cared about the people around him very much. Although Lulu's status in Mordor was not high, she was one of the first people to enter the core circle. She was Vivian's partner and maid, and Soren had long recognized her as an important part. And such a core member, and an underage girl, was now secretly planted with a divine seed and became a tool for the resurrection of the gods. This was simply challenging Soren's bottom line. Soren suddenly had a few suspects in his mind. He turned to Vivian and said, "You go out first. I want to find out who planted the divine seed in Lulu." Vivian and Lillian went out obediently. Divine form. Then, Soren's whole body was shrouded in golden light. He directly reached out and pressed on Lulu's forehead, and then his spirit invaded her mind in an instant. 3 divine powers appeared in front of Soren's eyes. The first one was from the Lady of Silvermoon. This was the power of divine blessing, and it was directly added to Lulu. The second one was from Vivian. This was the power of blessing. The little girl gave a trace of divinity to Lulu after getting the power of the divine title of fear, wanting to help her become a demigod. The third one was the most hidden, and it was wrapped around Lulu's soul. The problem was the third divine power. Lulu herself did not know about this divine power, and it was secretly planted at some time. Rather than a gift, it was more like a trick and a curse. Its function was to use Lulu's soul and body as nourishment for rebirth when a certain existence died. The goddess of cat and dance. Soren gritted his teeth and said these words, and then his face became very ugly. To ensure her safety, he had even informed the goddess of love to bring her back. However, it seemed that the goddess of the Chaos faction did not appreciate his kindness at all. She had planted a divine seed in Lulu's body. She wanted to use Lulu as a resurrection tool in the future. First of all, Lulu was a very talented feline girl. Secondly, cats were very compatible with the goddess of dance's priesthood. Soren was sure that before she was taken away, she had secretly contacted Lulu and used some secret method to leave a seed in Lulu's body. This goddess probably had a secret plan, but looking at the situation of the seed being activated now, it was obvious that she had a plan. Something seemed to have happened to the cat and dance goddess. Serves you right. Soren smiled coldly as he sent his divine energy into Lulu's soul. You won't die if you don't ask for it. Something had actually happened to him after he was brought back by the goddess of love. Looks like even the heavens can't save you. This time, Soren's remaining friendliness towards the cat and dance goddess disappeared. He did not hesitate to transform into his divine form. First, he erased the divinity given by the Silvermoon Lady, then suppressed the divinity given by Vivian. Finally, he extracted Lulu's soul and carefully removed the seed of divinity. The cat and dance goddess's divine power level was much lower than Soren's, so removing the seed of divinity was not difficult. However, after thinking of something, Soren stopped and suppressed the seed of divinity instead. High Priest. Soren stopped all of this and turned his divine sense to the temple. Immediately send someone to find out about the goddess of love and the cat and dance goddess. Yes, my lord. The high priestess voice rang out. Soren let go of his hand and walked out of the door. Vivian and Lillian were waiting anxiously outside. When they saw him come out, they asked, "How is Lulu?" "She's fine for now." Soren nodded and said, "Maybe it's a blessing in disguise." Since the cat and dance goddess did not have a bottom line and dared to attack his people, they could not blame Soren for being merciless. If the cat and dance goddess were really dead, Soren would never resurrect her. Not only would he not resurrect the cat and dance goddess, he would also use the seed of divinity left by the cat and dance goddess and transfer her divinity to Lulu. This was something that was very likely to succeed. Under normal circumstances, the medium of a god's resurrection must have a special requirement. Many gods put the medium of resurrection on their chosen ones. Since Lulu was left with a seed of divinity, it meant that she could become the medium of a god's resurrection and inherit the divinity of the cat and dance goddess. In this way, Soren only needed to destroy the souls of the cat and dance goddess during the resurrection process, and then the divinity would be automatically transferred to Lulu. For Soren, who had the divinity of slaughter and death, this was at least 70% certain. Time passed little by little. In the afternoon, the high priest sent over a piece of information and a video. It was a land full of holes, and it looked like it had been bombed by missiles. The high priest said calmly, "There is no news about the cat and dance goddess at the moment. But just yesterday, the goddess of love and lady of night fought in the northwest wilderness. The two powerful goddesses flattened more than 10 mountains in the battle, and the shockwaves of their divinity turned everything within 10 kilometers into ruins." Sure enough, the cat and dance goddess was finally in trouble. This goddess had fallen into the trap of Lady of Night before and almost died. At that time, she was pulled back by the goddess of love, but now it seemed that she could not hold back her desire to die, and finally, something happened. She would not die if she did not seek death. Her chaotic nature seemed to make her like to try dangerous things, and now it seemed that she was about to die. The reason why she was not completely dead yet was that she had a backup plan. She still had her seed of divinity in Lulu. If Soren did not notice anything unusual, the goddess would soon occupy Lulu's body and soul, and eventually take over Lulu's memory and body without anyone knowing. Finally, she would replace and lurk around Soren. Humph. Soren waved his hand and put away the video. He turned to Vivian and said, "Protect me. I want to completely eliminate Lulu's hidden dangers." Soren no longer had any sympathy for the cat and dance goddess. He went straight into the room and hugged Lulu's petite body in his arms, then sat down cross-legged and put Lulu on his knees. He then lowered his head and put his forehead on Lulu's forehead. Astral projection. A pale golden shadow of the soul emerged from Soren's body, and then turned into a stream of light and went into Lulu's body. The next moment, an empty spiritual space appeared, just like the battlefield that Soren had entered, where Vivian's soul was trapped. The Dreadlord also used a spiritual space to trap Vivian's soul, which caused the little girl to sleep for a long time. Now, the cat and dance goddess used the same method, but the difference was that Soren saw the sleeping Lulu. Her spiritual energy was far inferior to Vivian's. "Who?" A female voice with a hint of horror sounded, and then a charming and tall figure appeared. The cat and dance goddess, Xianxia. The goddess controlled the domain of charm and had a very charming face, but at the moment, she was a little pale because she knew that all her plans had been exposed when she saw Soren. From the first time she saw Lulu, she noticed the amazing talent of this little cat girl. Because of the Avatar crisis, she secretly left a backup plan in Lulu. With the help of Lulu's innate closeness to her, she planted a seed of divine power in Lulu. The purpose was that if something happened to her in the future, she could use Lulu to be resurrected. As long as the Avatar crisis was over, even if her identity was exposed, Soren would not be able to do anything to her. "It's you." Soren's expression was cold. With a wave of his hand, a silver-white stream of light turned into a curved sword. He looked at Xianxia in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Cat and dance goddess. You dare to attack my people. Aren't you being too audacious?" Shadow Lord. The cat and dance goddess, Xianxia looked at Soren, who was approaching step by step. Her pretty face was very pale, and she hurriedly said, Don't do it. I'm willing to surrender to you. Think about it. She's just an ordinary cat girl. He's just a mortal. As long as you are willing to help me resurrect, I'm willing to make a Styx oath to be loyal to you. I'm willing to surrender to you. I'm willing to give you everything I have. I can even become your servant. Isn't this more valuable than the cat girl in front of me? The cat and dance goddess, Xianxia, was very clear about this. That was, she had absolutely no chance of winning against Soren. She was just a weak divine power, and Soren was an intermediate divine power. Soren's rise was from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and he had already killed a lot of gods. And none of her divine titles were combat, so once she fought, she would be completely crushed. Xianxia did not hesitate to put out her biggest bargaining chip. In her eyes, Lulu was just a mortal, and she was a goddess. Whether it was value or beauty, she was far more valuable than the little cat girl in front of her. As long as Soren was a smart evil god, he should know which was more valuable, a goddess who surrendered to him or a mortal cat girl who was more valuable. Xianxia tried her best to show her beauty and charm, and she also showed a pitiful look. She believed that no evil god would reject a beautiful goddess like her. But, Soren faced this temptation that was full of benefits, and he just calmly said, I refuse. You have already crossed my bottom line. A cold light flashed. Along with the surging divine power, Soren's territory directly broke through the spiritual dimension, and at the same time, it turned into a golden light and slashed towards the soul of the cat and dance goddess in front of him. It was not like Soren had never played with a goddess before. If the cat and dance goddess thought that this could make Soren give up on Lulu and choose her, she was too naive. No. Along with the cat and dance goddess Xianxia's screams of despair, Soren's divine power tore everything apart without hesitation. The difference between a minor divine power and a lesser divine power was about 3 times, and the difference between a lesser divine power and an intermediate divine power was also about 3 times. Soren's strength was close to that of a greater divine power, and he could even fight the goddess of love head-on. How could the cat and dance goddess Xianxia in front of him withstand Soren's divine power? A cold voice rang out, "Killed cat and dance goddess Xianxia. Extracting target's soul energy. You've received 150,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've received 8 divinity. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've received 6 divinity. Target has the chaos, charm, kindness, travel, and trickery domains. Trickery domain compatibility 85%. Extracting target's trickery domain. Your trickery domain has been upgraded." As the cat and dance goddess Xianxia's soul completely dissipated, a wave of divine power also entered Soren's soul. However, this goddess was too weak. Moreover, she seemed to have been killed by the Lady of the Night, and Soren received very little divine power from her. Lulu meow. Soren turned around and looked at Lulu, who was gradually waking up. Her expression was a little confused, but her mind had recovered, and all her memories had been recalled. Xianxia controlled the charm domain, and with the help of the cat divine title, she had charmed Lulu's soul from the beginning, making her completely under her control. If not for Lulu's strong consciousness, she would have been devoured long ago. "Master, meow." The little cat girl cleverly got up and rubbed against Soren's clothes to show her affection. Soren reached out and stroked Lulu's little head, then said, "Relax. Open your spiritual domain. I'll help you take over Xianxia's divine title." Lulu meow did a meditative action, but she didn't fully understand. She had absolute trust in Soren, especially after she recalled everything that had happened. Divine spark extraction. Soren stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. The divine power that had dissipated when he killed the cat and the dancing goddess, Xianxia, instantly gathered. Then, Soren said in a deep voice, "Be patient. Fuse with these energies. You can do it." Soren collected all the divinity from the goddess of dance, Xianxia. He then controlled the divinity and infused it into Lulu's body. The crafty approach had already been absorbed by Soren. However, as a god with weak divine power, Kara still had many other powers. Her clergy included cats, dance, hedonism, sensory enjoyment, and large-scale joyful celebrations. Apart from crafty approach, Kara's domain also included chaos, charm, kindness, and travel. Lulu meow couldn't absorb all of the godhood, but she could fuse with some of it. A golden light appeared. The first power that Lulu meow fused with was the clergy, cat. She was a cat girl herself, and her compatibility with this clergy was far better than anyone else. However, Lulu meow's starting point was still too low. It seemed that except for the cat clergy, there was no way to accept the other clergies. Instead, they were transferred to other gods with similar clergy. Then came the power of the domain. Lulu meow successfully fused the domain of charm and dance. At the same time, the sensory enjoyment was also fused. Then, she absorbed a little power of large-scale joyful celebrations. Finally, there was a little bit of chaos and travel. At the same time, just as Soren finished all this, a golden light suddenly flew from the sky and fell directly into Lulu meow's body. Divinity from the sky, this was the divine power that dissipated when the dancing goddess, Xianxia, died. Under the guidance of Soren, the most important, cat, clergy was integrated into Lulu meow's body. In the room, Soren quickly opened his eyes, and Lulu meow also woke up. "Brother! Brother!" The 2 little girls appeared in the room, and then Gloria came in. It was impossible for her not to notice such a big thing. "Lulu?" Vivian walked over and reached out to touch Lulu meow's head. She turned around and said, "Brother. Is she okay?" Soren smiled and nodded. "Yes. But we can call her, Cat Maiden, from now on." The dancing goddess, Xianxia, was known as the dancing goddess and the mother of cats. Lulu meow inherited part of her clergy and power. Now, she should be called, Cat Maiden. Gloria gave Soren a look. So, Soren left Vivian and Lulu Meow behind and followed Gloria out. Is she okay? Gloria asked softly. Soren nodded and said, I have erased Sherry's will. Now, Lulu Meow has inherited the clergy of Cat. At the same time, she has mastered the domain of charm and dance. Gloria heard this and sighed in relief. She then said, so she has become a god? What a lucky little girl. Soren shook his head. Then, he slowly said, Lulu Meow is at most a demigod with a clergy. But it will be easy for her to become a god in the future. She has a close relationship with Vivian. In the future, she will be Vivian's subordinate. No matter what, Vivian was an intermediate god. Gods of this level should have one or two subordinate gods. Lulu Meow was undoubtedly the most suitable. Brother. After making sure Lulu Meow was okay, Vivian quickly came out. At this time, Soren also turned around and said seriously, Vivian. Lulu Meow now has the clergy of Cat. You, as her master, have the responsibility and obligation to teach her how to become a god. From today on, she is your subordinate god. You need to teach her how to be a true god. Fate really gave Lulu Meow a big gift. Soren had a hard time becoming a god, but Lulu Meow didn't expect to be a blessing in disguise. She directly became a demigod. Although this was thanks to Soren, it was also her own luck. If she wasn't a cat girl, Sherry's would never pay attention to her. If she wasn't a servant of Vivian, Soren wouldn't care so much about her. For this reason, Soren even gave up Sherry's loyalty and chose to support Lulu Meow to become a new goddess. Now, there were already 2 demigod candidates in the whole city of Mordor. One was Saruman, and the other was Lulu Meow. In addition, Gloria gradually mastered the clergy of Prophecy, Vivian and Lillian were mid-level gods, and Soren also controlled a Maiden of Pain. At present, everything he had was close to the scale of a god. At the same time, after Lulu Meow got the clergy of Cat, Soren also had some new ideas. Because in the belief of the earth in his previous life, black cats played a special role in the Egyptian god system. They were inextricably linked to the underworld and evil spirits. Soren controlled death and slaughter, and Vivian controlled fear and strife. These were all extensions of the death god system. Lulu Meow's existence could make up for part of it in the future. Inside a magnificent divine temple, a woman with fiery red hair and an unusually beautiful face was sitting on the throne of the temple. She opened her eyes as if she sensed something and looked at the sky. A dim star was falling. Sigh. The fiery-haired lady let out a soft sigh and then murmured, Is this your final outcome? The goddess of love also felt very helpless because this god was too difficult to control. She was not as obedient as the goddess of joy. Most of the time, her orders did not work at all. She had already fallen into the hands of the Lady of Night, but after bringing her back from Mordor, Xianxia still could not control her nature. If a god was controlled by nature, then they had lost their essence. Lady of Fire. With a golden light, the figure of the goddess of joy appeared. She sighed and said, It seems that Xianxia has completely fallen. Are we going to take revenge on the Lady of Night? The goddess of love shook her head slowly. Then, she whispered, I can feel that the Lady of Night is weaving some conspiracy. She and the Queen of Spiders have joined forces. We can't act rashly. Let's wait for the Lady of Silvermoon to prepare everything. Mistress should be recovering soon. When the goddess of magic fully recovers, it will be time for us to take revenge for her. No matter what, Xianxia was her god, and the Lady of Night had to pay the price for her repeated schemes. Otherwise, the other gods would completely despise her and think that the goddess of love was just a useless vase. Killing a god was a very serious provocation to the main gods. The plague was still spreading, and the power of death was getting stronger and stronger. Everything brewing in the material plane seemed to be accumulating, waiting for the moment to completely explode. P.S. Volume 9 ends here. Tomorrow will be Volume 10. The last wave of the undead disaster will also begin. The gods will once again compete for the ownership of the god of death, and any winner will directly be promoted to a greater divine power. Naruto, who has been plotting for a long time, Clemvox, who has disappeared, the goddess of death and magic from another world, the god of murder who broke through the seal, the god of Lich who is barely alive, the lord of the undead in the abyss, and the lord of the undead in the lower planes. Everyone who is qualified to compete for the god of death is preparing. Soren, who has the power of death and slaughter, is also waiting for an opportunity. Am I going to die? The bonfire could not dispel the chill in his body. Zoe held his brother tightly in his arms. Hunger had made him lose most of his physical strength, but at this moment, he still held his 10-year-old brother tightly under his body, closed his eyes and waited for the pain of being bitten. Maybe death is relief, Zoe thought. He could feel his young brother shivering. He tried to comfort his brother, but he did not know what to say. He could only murmur, "I'll see my father and mother soon." The expected pain did not come. There was a scream in the darkness, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Huh? A slender figure appeared in the darkness. He frowned and glanced at the ghoul in front of him, who had been killed by an arrow. Then he glanced at Zoe and said, "Captain. There are 2 living people here." They were saved. Zoe opened his eyes in surprise. There was still a trace of despair and ecstasy on his face. He turned around and saw a dead body. It was an extremely ugly ghoul, who used to be his companion. His name was Zinev, from Southwind County, and he used to be a coachman. The ghoul's limbs were very slender, and the skin on his head was sunken. It seemed that he had been in a state of hunger for a long time. The only special feature was his stomach. This ghoul's stomach was bulging high, as if a stone had been stuffed into it. This feature also appeared on Zoe and his young brother. Without exception, their stomachs were a little bulging because they did not store food in their stomachs, but bark, grass roots, leather, and even some kind of soft soil. These foods, which were extremely difficult to digest, could temporarily resist hunger, but could not supplement the nutrients they needed. Their former companions fell one after another. Many people, including his father and mother, had become ghouls because of hunger and torture when they were alive. They were refugees living in the wilderness. They heard that the south coast was rich and stable, and hoped to cross the wilderness to reach the Wind Spear Hills. Here. The young rogue threw a small package over, but his eyes were still vigilant. Eat something first. There was food. Zoe's eyes lit up as he rushed over. He took out the black bread and took a bite. The familiar taste made him cry. He hadn't eaten real food for a long time. As if thinking of something, he quickly broke off a small piece of bread, put it in his mouth and chewed a few times. Then, he took it out and put it in front of his weak brother, and whispered, "Joey. There was food. Bread, hurry up and eat some. You'll have more strength. Water." The rogue's eyes softened a little when he saw Soren's action, and then he threw a kettle over. In the wastelands, he had seen many refugees who had completely lost their humanity and reason. The young man in front of him was much better than most he had seen. "Are there any survivors?" A middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared, followed by 2 shining soldiers. The middle-aged man glanced at Zoe and asked, "Have you checked her?" The young rogue shook his head. The middle-aged man glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Prepare some food for them." Then he would take it to the temple and hand it over to the priest. "The whole area has been infected by the plague." After that, he whispered to the person next to him, "Send them away now. Be careful that they become ghouls on the way." "You." Zoe regained a lot of strength after eating. He looked up at the man in front of him in awe. Suddenly, he seemed to recognize something and said in surprise, "You. Are you from Mordor City?" The middle-aged man nodded, but he did not pay attention to the young man. He still had a lot to do. The nearby water sources were polluted. Many starving refugees only needed a little bit of death power to turn into ghouls. Some of the first batches of people he received became ghouls on the way. Not only did they kill many refugees, but even 3 of his men were killed. These were all good men from Mordor City. The middle-aged man's face was full of pain at the thought of this. The strength of the guards in the Wind Spear Hill was too weak. He brought 12 people from Mordor City. He did not expect that a mistake would kill a quarter of them. Those damn ghouls. The young rogue saw that Zoe had recovered a little and came over. He said in a deep voice, "How many people do you have left?" Zoe thought for a moment and said, "Some fell behind." We encountered a group of goblins on the way. Some have become man-eating monsters. I don't know. There were more than 100 people when we set off. Now only the two of us are still alive. The young rogue was silent. At this time, Zoe noticed that the other party had pointed ears. This was a half-elf rogue. Come with me. The rogue did not seem to be interested in talking. He said in a deep voice, I will take you to a safe place first. The food gave Zoe some strength, and his words filled Zoe with hope. Zoe helped her younger brother up and staggered after him. Along the way, although the rogue in front of them was leading the way, he kept a distance from them, and there was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. Zoe did not know why, but he could guess that maybe he was afraid that he would suddenly become one of those man-eating monsters. Zoe had seen many of those man-eating monsters. They were called ghouls. Including Zoe's parents, they also became these monsters after death. He still remembered the scene at that time. If the adventurer in the team had not killed it, his parents would have bitten him and his brother to death. Hunger tortured their souls and wills, and when death came, many people became undead. Captain. A tall woman came out of the night. She said to the middle-aged man in front of her, there are no living people in front of us. The rest have all become ghouls, and those who have not become ghouls have also been eaten. The middle-aged man's eyes were calm, and he said in a deep voice, get ready to clean up. This is an important route to the Windspear Hills. We can't let ghouls occupy this place. Inform the Dark Blade Guards to prepare for action. The order given by Mordor City is to clean it up within 3 days. Yes. The woman bowed and disappeared into the night. The wind was howling. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. He murmured, I have been staying in Mordor City, and I don't feel anything about the outside world. I didn't expect that the once rich South has become a hell on earth. On the way, they passed through several villages and towns, which were all gnawed bones. Get ready to move. There was no point in sighing. Their mission could not be delayed for too long. Zoe was in a daze all the way. He didn't know how long he had been walking and stopping. In the end, his whole consciousness was blurred. When he recovered, the first thing he saw was a middle-aged priest in a white robe. The priest smiled at him gently, and then said to the rogue next to him, it's okay now. The plague has been dispelled. Take him back for a comprehensive disinfection, and then send him to the resettlement camp. Zoe turned his head and saw his sleeping brother. Then fatigue hit him, and he fell into a deep sleep again. In a daze, he felt as if he was transported to a carriage, and then he was half awake in the bumpy ride. When he fully recovered, he had come to a hut that stretched for more than 10 miles. Name? Birthplace? How old are you? What relatives do you have? The man who looked like an official with a cold expression asked him a few words, and then handed him and his brother to a group of soldiers. There seemed to be a lot of people like them. Thousands of people were escorted forward. Some looked confused, and some were full of hope. They walked like this for the whole morning until a green field appeared in front of them. Wheat field? Zoe opened his mouth in surprise. It was winter, and there shouldn't be wheat fields. Even winter wheat should have just been sown. There was a burst of exclamations. But soon they were urged forward by the soldiers. They had escorted many people, and every time there was a burst of exclamations, and they had long been tired of it. Look at those people. Those people are droll. Next to Zoe, a small man whispered, legend has it that they have the power to make the earth grow again. Some droll appeared near the wheat field, and there were many farmers busy nearby. They occasionally looked up and then lowered their heads to work. The temperature nearby seemed to have begun to rise. After passing through the fortress, Zoe felt much warmer. At noon, Zoe and others arrived at their destination, which was a medium-sized town. They were placed in the south. Those with special skills were selected, and those without special skills were gathered near the farmhouse. That night, Zoe slept on the soft bed covered with hay. After a day of walking, Joey was sleepy, but he could still hear the faint sound of sobbing. He got up and walked to the window to look at the dark night sky, murmuring to himself. He didn't know what the future would be like. But now they were safe. His father and mother had passed away, but there was still a young brother alive. No matter what the future was, he could only persevere. The disaster had taken away too much from him, but hope also gave him the motivation to continue living. City Hall. A clerk-like man walked in quickly, and then said to Adele Isabella in her seat, "My lady. The 6th batch of refugees has been counted. The current population received is close to 200,000 people. Among them, 80,000 people have been settled in the southern towns, and now it is close to saturation. I'm afraid the rest of the population will have to be settled in the east and west." Adele Isabella raised her head and said softly, "Got it. How is the harvest of crops?" The clerk took out a book and looked at it, and quickly replied, "With the help of the Church of Agriculture, 1/3 of the land has been sowed. Droll has made some crops grow ahead of time, and the first batch of food is expected to be harvested next month. At present, according to the supply of Mordor City and the assistance of the Church of Agriculture, it can last for about half a year." Now, all the refugees in the south were gathering towards the Windspear Hills. Because Mordor City was far away in the outer islands, it was the least disturbed. Now it had become the biggest backer of the Windspear Hills. Whether it was materials or personnel, they could not do without the help of Mordor City. "Send this document to Mordor City." Adele Isabella picked up a document and handed it to the attendant next to her, and then said, "You can inform the temple to arrange for action." Population was faith. Most of the refugees in the Windspear Hills had been through a lot, and the gods they once believed in had become very weak. At this time, with a little guidance, Soren, who provided them with a new life, could harvest a large number of believers. New Moon Year 1677, early November. Just when the 7th batch of refugees was settled in the Windspear Hills, Soren, who was far away in Mordor City, suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and then he returned to his temple in an instant. A golden beam of light rose. With the automatic echoes of prayers around the temple, a huge amount of faith power gathered towards Soren's body. At the same time, this power also triggered the law energy that existed in the multiverse. In an instant, a new domain ability was mastered by Soren. A row of data appeared in front of him, ability upgrade. Faith conversion. You have recast a new order for the South Coast. During the chaotic period of the Avatar crisis, you have created the law of Mordor City. And you have re-established order in the chaotic South Coast. You have obtained some information about the order domain. Divinity conversion. You have obtained a new ability, the order domain. From now on, some believers in the order camp will be able to access your order domain and obtain new abilities. Divinity fell from the sky. A little golden light merged into Soren's body, bringing him 5 points of divinity and 5 points of divinity. At the same time, the faith power that shrouded the temple was quickly consumed and turned into a new domain ability that was mastered by Soren. The order in Mordor City did not bring about a real change, but when Soren brought the order to the South Coast, the quantitative change finally led to a qualitative change. Soren mastered the order domain that other gods could only obtain after hundreds of years. And to obtain this powerful domain, it would either take hundreds of years to obey the order, or it could only reshape the order in turmoil. The Emerald Forest. A fairyland surrounded by clouds and mist. It seemed to be isolated from the chaotic world. Even the disaster of the Avatar crisis did not affect this land because it was located in the depths of the Elven Kingdom and belonged to a group of very powerful creatures. They were the dragons. And they were the most powerful golden dragons among the metal dragons. Golden dragons liked to live near warm mountains. They maintained a friendly relationship with the elves. As they grew older, golden dragons would gradually turn from dark yellow to golden, and eventually, the color of their pupils would become lighter and lighter. At this moment, in the dragon's nest in this mountain, a golden dragon whose pupils had turned pure gold like melted gold was entrenched here. It was an old golden dragon that had lived in this mountain for thousands of years. It was a little different from other dragons. Golden dragons would slowly grow beards over time. The golden dragon in front of them had a beautiful golden beard, and it looked like a learned sage. Golden dragons were favored by luck. When a golden dragon was old enough, they would understand a trace of the power of luck. They could give themselves and nearby allies a bonus of luck through the gems embedded in their bodies. The golden dragon in front of them had many colorful gems embedded in its dragon scales. They were all masters of magic and were far better at magic than other dragons. Golden dragons were the favorite of the dragon god among the metal dragons. They were also the only ones among the metal dragons that could fight against red dragons head-on. Silver dragons were much weaker in this regard. Draculic? At this moment, the old golden dragon in front of them had a dignified expression. He said to a beautiful woman in front of him, "Is someone trying to resurrect the Draculic again? Who is it? Dragon cultists? The god of liches? Is he also the mastermind behind this?" Standing in front of the old golden dragon was Alexandrina, the silver dragon that Soren saved. She perfectly completed the task that Soren asked her to deliver the news of the Draculic's appearance. The dragons hated the Draculic very much. This hatred was beyond their attributes. When a metal dragon and a five-colored dragon encountered a Draculic at the same time, they would most likely work together to send the Draculic to the dragon's tomb. The dragon god also hated the Draculic very much because this undead dragon had betrayed their faith. It was a form that the dragon god hated very much. "I see." The old golden dragon pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I'll send the news back to Dragon Island now. If the Lich god also interferes in this matter, it's not something we can deal with by ourselves. This matter must be reported to Lord Dragon God." The god of Lich himself held the divine title of Lich. If he were to resurrect the Draculic, the chances of success would be very high. 1 or 2 gold and silver dragons were not enough to fight against the Draculic, but because of the Avatar crisis, all the gods had fallen to the mortal world, and the dragon gods had also fallen to the material plane. However, they did not go to the mainland. Instead, they went to another place, Dragon Island. As mentioned earlier, many planes were attached to half-planes. Just like how the moon orbited the Earth, there were also half-planes attached to the material plane. There were even gods who had grafted their divine kingdoms onto the material plane. Dragon Island was such a special place. It was the habitat of the dragons, a space that was closed and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Its entrance was at the farthest end of the sea, and only a few people were lucky enough to enter it. It was an island country surrounded by the sea, and it was also a large half-plane attached to the dragons. Similarly, there was another larger country, and that was the legendary Dragon Country. This was a world that was difficult for mortals to reach, and it was also a shelter built by the dragon god for the dragons. The pentashade dragons, metal dragons, and gem dragons could all be found in the Dragon Country. The dragon god was on Dragon Island. He was very smart to avoid the struggle of the gods. As a dragon, he did not need the faith of other races. Even the dragon itself needed very little faith, so the dragon god did not need to be involved in the battle of the Avatar crisis. The Order of the South Coast brought Soren a new domain power. This was a powerful force, and at the same time, it also gave Soren an additional ability, which was to endow the land and the plane with the Order attribute. If Soren wanted, he could also turn a land in the bottomless abyss into an evil one. Of course, this would consume a lot of divine power. Soren was not yet ready to fight against the bottomless abyss. He still needed to quietly accumulate power. However, while Soren was constantly stealing souls in the river Styx, good news from the Sigil City was also sent back. The Fallen Witch had obtained the nucleus of the Mies, however. At the same time, the other party also made a very serious request. This request was made to Soren, but because the gods could not enter the Sigil City, the news was passed to Soren by the High Priest. These survivors of the Arcane Empire hoped to get the support of Soren. The destruction of the Arcane Empire was inseparable from the gods. One of these survivors of the Arcane Empire defeated another revenge party, and they thought that they should draw a powerful god as their backing and restore the glory of the Arcane Empire. Soren was their target. He was a newly ascended and powerful deity who was also curious and fond of arcane magic. Moreover, his woman was a witch. Note, these survivors of the Arcane Empire mistakenly believed that the Fallen Witch was Soren's intimate partner. The Fallen Witch did not deny this, and used this to prove her worth. The Arcane Empire? Soren stood at the top of the tower and pondered. He said to himself, "It's absolutely impossible to restore the original Arcane Empire. I can't go to war with the gods for the nucleus of the Mies. And the Arcane Empire used too much energy in the past. If it wasn't for the self-sacrifice of the Oak Father, I'm afraid that the material plane would have been destroyed. The Arcane Empire civilization can be learned from, but it was too extreme in many aspects. Civilization must be controlled by power. It's good to use it for the people's lives, but if it's arrogant enough to challenge the gods, it must be completely destroyed. If it wasn't for the research of the neutron star golem, the Arcane Empire would not have been destroyed so quickly. This kind of golem that could threaten the gods' kingdom was not tolerated by the gods. After all, Soren had learned some secrets after being a god for so long. In order to break free from the shackles of the Fate Tablet, the gods once conspired together to fight against a very powerful existence, and Jurgil was one of them. This matter was related to the retirement of some ancient gods. Then, the Arcane Empire completely broke with the gods for some reason, and finally led to the sudden collapse of the Arcane Empire. As a god, Soren had to protect the power of the gods. He had the ambition to be above the gods, but he would never think that it was a good thing for the mortals to dare to challenge the gods. If he had been a god in that era, he would probably have stood on the side of the gods to destroy the Arcane Empire. The gods maintained the order of the multiverse. Although the civilization of the Arcane Empire was powerful, once it was out of control, it would bring terrible destruction. History had proved that the gods had maintained the normal development of the multiverse for hundreds of millions of years. Whether it was the arrival of the first demons or the emergence of the psychic monster empire, the gods had balanced everything in the multiverse, and many of them had died in battle. Although they had great power, the gods also fulfilled the obligations brought by their priesthood. More importantly, unless the Avatar crisis broke out, the gods rarely intervened in the material plane. I can help them. Soren pondered for a long time and slowly said, but only to restore the civilization, not to challenge the gods. There is no second father of the oak in this world. If that kind of disaster happens again, the world will completely wither. And I will also face the judgment of the gods. Let them hand over the nucleus of the Mies, and I will secretly help them rebuild the arcane civilization, but they must also remember not to cross the boundary of the gods. The entire arcane civilization was born with the help of the magic net. The magic net was under the control of the goddess of magic. A civilization that relied on the magic net and was born with the power of a powerful goddess was indeed crazy to try to challenge the most ancient gods. Rebuilding the civilization was a long process. Even with the remnants of the Arcane Empire, the huge resources needed to build a floating space city would take decades or even hundreds of years. Soren needed this time. As long as the Avatar crisis was over, other things could be dealt with later. Even as a god, Soren spent a lot of money to build a floating space city. The Arcane Empire had more than 10 floating space cities in its heyday, which was the accumulation of thousands of years of civilization. Even with the help of Soren, it was difficult for them to build a floating space city in decades. As for challenging the Divine Kingdom, even a weak divine power would need 2 or 3 floating space cities. Civilization was a good thing for all races. But the ambition to challenge the gods was not a good thing. If Soren found the signs, he would not hesitate to extinguish it. Yes, my lord. The voice of the high priest came. Since Soren had agreed. Then the fallen which could promise the remnants of the Arcane Empire. The core of the Mies was the key to building a floating space city. They only had the last one in their hands, and it was very difficult to make a new one after handing it over. Because these cores of the Mies were created by wizards with a level of 35 and above. At present, there was no such powerful arcanist among them. Maybe these people could build a floating space tower, but to build a floating space city, there had to be 1 or 2 arcanists above level 35. The important reason why the Arcane Empire dared to challenge the gods was that there were many wizards above level 35 and legendary figures above level 40 at that time. Unfortunately, these powerful spellcasters eventually disappeared. For Soren, as long as he got the core of the Mies, it was only a matter of time before the Mordor city rose. After receiving Soren's promise, the sigil was very fast. The Fallen Witch, as Soren's intimate partner, quickly gained the trust of the arcane survivors, and brought the Mies's core back to the material plane. However, the survivors of the Arcane Empire also asked Soren to find them a quiet land in the material plane, where they could temporarily avoid the eyes of the gods. Until now, many gods were hostile to the survivors of the Arcane Empire, especially the droll of the nature sect. Fortunately, Soren had a lot of land, and it was impossible for him to give them a piece of land in the outer islands. However, there was a piece of land in the Far East that was discovered by the pirates under his command. The area of the land was not small, and it was also the result of their own actions. Soren was going to let them go to the land with strong radiation to see what they had done. If not for Soren's protection, these people would have to hide in the sigil until they died of old age. Only the sigil city, where the gods could not enter, could protect the survivors of the arcane empire from being hunted down by the droll. The self-sacrifice of the oak tree's father made many powerful droll angry and hateful towards them. After getting the Mies's core, Gloria left to prepare a large-scale teleportation circle, and Soren also used the power of the divinity to space change to prepare for it. About a day later, a portal was opened in the shadow plane, and then Soren used the power of the divinity to send a huge crystal ball over the Mies's core. Soren felt that the space was instantly filled with energy, and murmured, "It's worthy of being called a divine artifact since the age of thorium." The Mies's core was a huge magic device. It looked like a crystal ball, but it was 150 feet in diameter. The ball emitted a very bright light, as dazzling as the sun, and there were some slightly dark shadows on the surface. Below it was a gorgeous pedestal that held the perfect spherical device. Its function was to extract the raw energy of the magic network and transfer it to the crystal ball as the center. It could automatically supply energy to quasi-magic items, and at the same time, it allowed arcanists to create quasi-magic items without having to consume constitution points, soul energy, or cast permanence. Simply put, within the range of the Mies's energy core, the requirements to create all magical items were greatly reduced, and the success rate was astonishingly high. This was a very abnormal ability. This was also the reason why the Arcane Empire was able to achieve mana, and at the same time many magic tools could be popularized among the commoners. Elemental fission only provided the basic energy source, but the Mies core could increase the chances of all spellcasters within the territory to create magic items, and at the same time, reduce the cost of creating magic items. During the era of the Arcanum Empire, every floating city required at least one Mies energy core, which was an important component that allowed the city to float. However, the power of the Mies core also had a limitation, and that was that it could only be used within a range of 1 to 3 kilometers. If the diameter of a territory exceeded this area, more than one Mies core would be required. This was because there would be a core area in the floating city, and only wizards who were powerful enough could live near it and enjoy the power of the Mies core. If the power of the Mies core went beyond this area, the effect would quickly weaken, and it would only be able to maintain the basic energy supply, just like a natural nuclear power plant. As a powerful artifact, the Mies core itself was a very dangerous thing. Touching the Mies core was a fatal act, and any mortal who touched the device would be killed instantly, regardless of the test of immunity. Any object, even magic items, that touched the Mies core, except for the pedestal, would be instantly disintegrated, and any undead creatures that touched the Mies core would be destroyed immediately. Mortals could not touch the Mies core, or they would be destroyed instantly. This was because the Mies core contained a terrifying amount of energy. Is this the legendary artifact, the Mies core? Alice looked at the crystal ball in front of her with a fascinated expression and murmured, "What a terrifying amount of energy. I can feel the surging magic energy nearby." Soren nodded and said, "Yes. This is the Mies core. The legendary artifact that can extract the power of the magic network." Whether it was the Age of Thorium or the Arcane Empire, the creation of a Mies core required a large number of spellcasters with a profession level of 30 and above, and these spellcasters had to pay a price in the process of creating the Mies core. There were no records of the Age of Thorium. However, in the thousands of years of the Arcane Empire, there were less than 20 Mies cores created. Even with the power of the entire arcane civilization, there were only so many Mies cores created in the span of 1,000 years. One could imagine how precious the Mies core was. "We can start now." Gloria's expression was a little excited, and she said to Soren excitedly, "Get ready to send the Mies core into the arcane tower." Soren nodded. Divine form. Reality change. Space change. The only one among these people who could remove the Mies core was Soren, and he had to be in his divine form. He turned into a golden giant hundreds of meters tall, held the Mies core in the void, and then sent it into the arcane tower with the power of divinity. The next moment, powerful energy burst out directly, and all the magic crystals around all lit up. The magic lock that enveloped the space seemed to be fully charged all of a sudden, and it automatically activated to cover a range of 20 kilometers. At the same time, it also activated the energy barrier. But this was only the most basic. The real power of the Mies core was that in addition to the huge amount of energy, it could also connect to the magic network and activate the anti-magic field. You can get ready now. Soren gasped and turned into the holy form, then said to Gloria, "Get ready to start the test." Gloria nodded with a serious expression. The next moment, she appeared directly at the top of the arcane tower. She clenched the scepter of Savras and tapped it gently. Then an invisible wave of energy spread toward the city of Moder. There was a burst of exclamation. Within the range of Moder, all the wizards under Gloria's command and other wizards from other places were instantly disconnected from all the magic connections. They instantly found that their casting ability had all disappeared. Not all of them had disappeared. Some wizards above level 15 still retained their spellcasting ability, but they were still affected by the interference. They looked at the sky in surprise, not knowing what happened at this moment. Fortunately, the activation time of the anti-magic field was very short, and they soon regained the ability to cast spells. It worked. Gloria walked down with a smile on her face and nodded. "The anti-magic field has been activated." Within the range of the anti-magic field, the casting ability of middle-grade wizards will be completely sealed. Next step. It's time to prepare the casting license. In order to prevent the abuse of magic energy, especially in a special place like the floating city, Soren must prohibit other wizards from causing damage. The anti-magic field was not only used for fighting, but also to ensure the safety of the floating city. Black Key Valley. The raging fire ignited the valley, and the screams of humans could be heard from time to time. An elegant silver dragon hovered in the sky, and next to it was a gold dragon and a copper dragon. At this moment, there were many corpses in the valley. Most of them were members of the dragon cult, and some of them were elves. In order to help the dragons destroy the Dracolic, the nearby forest rangers corresponded to the covenant. At the same time, the goddess of the forest, Marikai, seemed to be disgusted by the existence of the Dracolic and gave some help. However, the battle was not a one-sided situation. Among the members of the dragon cult below, there was a wizard wearing a purple robe, which was the symbol of a top member. Half of them were legendary mages and liches. A dead black dragon turned into a Dracolic had fallen in the valley. Under the siege of 3 adult dragons, the newly resurrected Dracolic could not hold on for long. The dragons besieged the purple-robed wizard, while the other rangers waited for an opportunity to move. In the shadows, a tall and graceful figure slowly walked onto the battlefield. No one seemed to have noticed her arrival. She walked up to one of the dead high-ranking members of the Dragon Witch cult and waved her hand, extracting a soul from the corpse. "Finally found you." Verges, the goddess of magic and death, showed a satisfied smile and murmured, "God of liches. Let's see where you can run this time." As a god from another world, Verges, the goddess of magic and death, had the ability to understand death. She used the power of magic to extract the soul and interpret it. For so long, she had been tracking the traces of the god of liches. This was a cunning god. Although she was not powerful, she knew how to protect herself. The battle in the valley was about to end. Verges, the goddess of magic and death, did not intend to disturb them. She just came quietly and left quietly. But just before she disappeared, a ranger with the emblem of the goddess of the forest, Marikai, frowned and looked in the direction she left. The gods were not ignorant. In order to protect themselves, many gods quietly created some chosen ones. Windspear Hills. In a forest surrounded by mountains, the elite guards from the city of Moder were moving forward quickly. They approached under the cover of night until a hidden camp appeared in front of them. There were many undead in the vicinity, but they were all quietly taken care of by the rogues. Adele Isabella had also joined the battle. As a legendary class player, she had been blessed by Soren and gained special abilities that were no weaker than legendary class players. Target found. A cold male voice rang out. Target confirmed to be a high-ranking member of the dragon shaman cult. A revived undead dragon has been discovered south of the camp. There was a red dragon entrenched in the Windspear Hills. In the past, there had been red dragons that were older than old age. The members of the Dragon Witch cult had captured a red dragon and found the skeleton of a huge dragon. In order to revive as many Dracolics as possible, they would even transform white dragons. However, the success rate of the transformation was relatively low. Most of them would become low-level bone dragons. Dark Blade, prepare to move. Interrogate and assassinate those sorcerers. The High Priest commanded the operation this time, and Soren's figure also appeared in the rear, but he did not mean to make a move. The battle soon broke out. The elite rogues quietly sneaked in and assassinated the sentries outside. When the first batch of members of the Dragon Witch cult was assassinated, they finally reacted and alerted everyone in the camp. However, it was a little too late now. A large number of rogues quickly rushed into the camp. Unlike the other rogues, almost all of the rogues who served Soren had the potential to become battle thieves. At the same time, a group of elite arcane assassins cooperated with them. The giant's burly body was buffed by multiple divine spells. With a dull roar, the figure of the Dracolix rose into the air, but as soon as it flew up, it stiffened in the air. The figure of the divine priest Milan appeared, and with the help of many priests, she cast more than 10 divine spells. Compared to the past, the divine priest Milan had grown a lot. This little girl quickly matured and worked hard to take over the position of the high priest in the future. The second batch of successors trained by Soren had begun to step onto the stage. In the future, the high priest would follow him into the kingdom of God, and the divine priest Milan would take over the scepter of the church. It's almost over. Soren quietly watched the battle in front of him. When the enemies were almost wiped out, his figure also appeared on the battlefield. Divinity of Death. Soul extraction. Soren waved his hand and pulled out a grey soul. After a little inspection, he could not help but say, "What a surprise." Originally, he was going to check how many members of the Dragon Witch cult were in the Windspear Hills so that he could kill them all in one go. However, he did not expect that Soren would accidentally find the trace of the god of Lich. This god was not very strong, but his whereabouts had always been very mysterious. For Soren, the god of Lich also had a trace of the divine power of death. Interesting. Interesting. Soren smiled and crushed the soul in front of him, then teleported back to the castle. My lord. About a quarter of an hour later, the figure of a rogue appeared outside the door. He knelt down on one knee and said, "The territory of the gnomes seems to have been breached by the undead. We found traces of Siric's followers." Siric, Soren frowned and murmured, "It seems that some things have been changed by me." Siric actually made a move on the gnome gods? He thought carefully and decided to put off the matter of Siric first. The god of Lich was currently in the southern part of the continent, and he was secretly colluding with Szasztan. Soren was going to kill him. If he could kill the god of Lich, Soren could not only replenish the power of the divinity of death, but also obtain some special abilities and secret spells. After all, the fall of the god of mages was related to this guy. However, to be on the safe side, Soren still decided to let Gloria and Vivian go together. The god of Lich was not easy to die, and Soren wanted to make sure that they could completely destroy his phylactery. Gloria had become a demigod, and it was time to try actual combat with a god. In addition, at present, the fallen witch had returned to the city of Moder, and there was no problem with her in charge. Soren just wanted to let her study how to solve the plague spread by the undead. After all, she had obtained a little divinity of the goddess of plagues at that time. Bayfong County. It was close to the northern tower, but it was not the territory of the witches. It belonged to the church that served the Lady of Night. The Church of the Gods had many private lands in the material plane. After the end of the era of Queen Isabella, there were no more powerful empires in the material plane, and the church took the opportunity to gain some secular power. However, under the constraints of the gods, the church did not dare to steal too much power. They only controlled the range of a city, just like the harvest city controlled by the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture. Soren also dealt with it the same way. His church had great influence in Mordor City, but he did not have much secular power. Beifeng County was controlled by the church under the command of Lady of Night, but there was still a puppet baron nobleman on the surface. This noble himself was a believer of Lady of Night. This was a common method used by the gods to support the nobles who believed in them to become lords, to achieve the effect of secretly controlling and influencing them. At this time, near a cemetery in Beifeng County, a group of floating ghost fire was wandering. This was a very common phenomenon, because after death god Nero's scheme succeeded, the number of will-o'-the-wisps and ghosts increased exponentially. Now, the nobles did not dare to bury their corpses near their original graves, and many large-scale graveyards were dangerous even during the day. This ghost fire seemed to be irregular, but if one looked carefully, they could find that they were controlled by some kind of power to monitor the surroundings. Near a large mausoleum in the south of the cemetery, a secret door suddenly opened, and then a lich came out. He carefully observed the surroundings, and then cast a teleportation spell to leave. Below the mausoleum, it was a very wide underground tomb. It was originally the tomb of an earl, but it was later transformed into an underground stronghold by the lich. The passages in all directions were more than 10 kilometers long, and there were fatal magic traps everywhere. Just the door was guarded by 2 ancient mummies, and then there were 2 coffins inside. Creatures full of evil were hidden in them. Damn it! An angry roar came from the bottom of the underground tomb. A pale golden skeleton holding a staff looked at the test bench in front of him and roared, "Damn the goddess of magic and death, virges! Golden skeletons." The lich, whose entire body was made of golden bones, indicated his identity. He was the lich god, Vishalan. Demigod-level lich liked to transform his body. After success, he would be immune to more than 85% of physical damage. The transformed form would be the golden skeleton in front of him. During the time of troubles, many demigod liches had turned into this form, and the lich god in front of him seemed to have just completed the transformation not long ago. Not long ago, the lich god, Visharan, was ambushed by the goddess of death and magic virges. The powerful goddess of death and magic virges killed the lich god on the spot. But, as a lich, Vishalan still had his phylactery. This gave him a chance to resurrect. After successfully resurrecting, the god of lich would be extremely weak, so he had no choice but to hide and avoid enemies. For some reason, he hid here and tried to repair the phylactery. However, Virges, who was in charge of death, was not easy to deal with. The phylactery of the god of lich was severely damaged, and even his body had to be rebuilt. The golden skeleton was only at the level of a demigod. This golden skeleton was much weaker than his previous body. On the test bench in front of him, a strange metal box was suspended in the air, and it was full of cracks. This was the wound left by Virges, the goddess of death and magic. The divine power of death damaged the phylactery of the god of lich. The god of lich tried to repair the phylactery, but the avatar crisis limited his power, so several attempts ended in failure. No one knew when. The sky became dark. A thin and slender figure appeared near this cemetery, as if some kind of power shrouded this place, and all the will-o'-the-wisps stayed in place. 2 little girls, one in black and one in white, wearing exquisite princess dresses, appeared on the left. They looked happy and seemed to be playing some fun game. Occasionally, they would get together and whisper a few words, as if they were plotting something interesting. On the other side, a beautiful witch quietly appeared. 36 golden tarot cards floated around her body. The scepter of Savras emitted a strange light, blocking all sensing and prophecy spells. She walked in the gloomy place, as if waiting for someone's order. "Let's do it." Soren's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then Vivian and Lillian sped up, and Gloria launched Time Stop. "Brother." The sword of destruction appeared in Vivian's palm, and Lillian reached out and grabbed the flame whip from the void. The 2 little girls said at the same time, "Leave the things outside to us." The abnormal energy suddenly alarmed the ancient mummy guarding the door. Soren nodded and walked past the 2 creatures. Then when he passed the coffin, suddenly 2 black shadows rushed out. The pale and rotten ancient vampires appeared and screamed at Soren. Divine shockwave. Soren did not pay attention to these enemies. After a divine shock wave forced them back, he quickly moved forward. These enemies were dealt with by Vivian, Lillian, and Gloria. His goal was the god of Lich. The other party had sensed Soren's arrival and tried to escape, but the nearby space had been blocked. In the deepest part of the underground tomb, Soren's figure slowly appeared. At the moment he appeared, overwhelming spells fell. There were at least 5 legendary spells among the dozens of spells. In an instant, Soren's figure was drowned and then disappeared. No. The vigilant god of Lich immediately noticed the abnormality and quickly retreated. But it was too late. Another figure of Soren appeared, and the silver-white stream of light turned into a storm and slashed at him. It was Soren's simulacrum that had just entered the door. The god of Lich's carefully prepared round of attack was powerful. In an instant, the simulacrum, which had 60% of Soren's strength, was destroyed. It's useless. Soren approached expressionlessly. Shadow Realm. Death Realm. Slaughter Realm. The realm close to the great divine power sealed the space. Soren quickly approached and then turned into a golden giant. God's Descent. He did not give the god of Lich any chance at all because the other party also had a part of the divine power of death. He also had the divine powers of immortality, liches, necromancers, and necromancers. This was not an opponent that could be underestimated. The god of Lich may not be powerful, but the domains that he had mastered were also very deadly, including death, evil, magic, and immortality. No. A desperate scream sounded. Soren's attack destroyed the body of the god of Lich in an instant. The difference between minor divine power and intermediate divine power was so huge. After losing the initial opportunity, the god of Lich could not resist at all under Soren's storm-like attacks. His physical body was destroyed, then a golden soul appeared and instantly turned into a stream of light, ready to escape. Death Prison. Soren knew that it was easy to destroy the body of the god of Lich, but it was difficult to kill him. He used the divine power of death to seal the other party's soul, and then connected to the target's phylactery in an instant. With a surge of divine power, Soren directly launched the ability of divinity to destroy the other party's phylactery. Crack, the sound of something breaking was heard. The next moment, a row of data appeared in front of him: killed god of Lich, Vishalan. Extracting soul energy from the target. You've gained 3650,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting divinity from the target. You've gained 15 divinity. Target has divinity. Extracting divinity from the target. You've gained 12 divinity. Seize part of the target's divine power. Immortality, divine power extraction. Compatibility 55%. Part of the ability devoured and transformed into death, divine power. Lich, divine power extraction. Compatibility 25%. Part of the ability devoured and transformed into death, divine power. Necromancer, divine power extraction. Compatibility 15%. Part of the ability devoured and transformed into death, divine power. Mage, divine power extraction. Compatibility 75%. You've gained the domain of Mage. Necromancer, divine power extraction. Compatibility 45%. Your domain of Mage has been strengthened. Your domain of Death has been strengthened. Devour, domain of Magic. Your domain of Death has been upgraded. Divinity ability, Death Sense, has been activated. From now on, you can use the ability to sense certain places where death has occurred. This divinity ability allows you to sense any death that has occurred in the target within 3 weeks. The golden light of divinity fused into Soren's body. But at the same time, a part of the divinity was rejected by Soren and flew towards the nearest target with the ability to fuse. A small part of the divinity fused into Vivian and Lillian's body, and a large part of it flew towards Gloria. As a pure northern witch, Gloria automatically absorbed part of the divinity and divine power that the god of Lich took from the god of mages. At the same time, Gloria obtained part of the divine power of Mage and the domain of Magic on top of her original abilities. The battle ended quickly. Because this was the territory of the Lady of Night's church, Soren did not dare to stay any longer. After killing the god of Lich, he immediately left with the others. But, Not long after Soren's figure left, an elegant woman wearing a gorgeous robe appeared. She frowned as she looked at the target in front of her and murmured, "Someone beat us to it?" "Who? Who is it?" The goddess of magic and death, Verges, strolled in the gloomy graveyard. At this moment, her brows were furrowed and she seemed a little unhappy. The god of liches had always been her target. For this reason, the goddess of magic and death, Verges, even killed the god of liches once. However, because the other party had a phylactery, she at least damaged the phylactery in the end, reducing the other party's chances of resurrection. Since then, the whereabouts of the god of liches had become strange. There were almost no traces of him, and it took her a lot of effort to find him. However, just before she arrived, the god of liches had already been killed. Looking at the traces left behind, it was at most half an hour ago. Eh? The goddess of magic and death, Verges, used the power of the divinity of death, trying to find traces of the first target. However, she actually couldn't see anything. She could only vaguely feel two shadows, one black and one white. The other party is also a god. The goddess of magic and death, Verges, murmured, and at least in existence with mid-level divine power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to interfere with my depth perception. Then, another beautiful female figure appeared. She continued, "There's someone else? A female mortal? No. It should be a demigod." The underground tomb had been completely destroyed. Verges found the bodies of two ancient mummies at the entrance. Without a doubt, their souls had been imprisoned and extracted. There were also vampires that had turned into ashes beside them. These should be the servants controlled by the god of liches. This god was very timid. Although Vishalin was the god of liches, he was very wary of liches. He was afraid that his divine power would be stolen by his own kind, so there were very few liches around him as servants. Most of the valuable things in the underground tomb had been looted clean. The person who took the lead should be a veteran. Even some of the test benches were directly emptied. The goddess of magic and death, Verges, finally came to the deepest part. She found traces of a battle. Other than the initial attack, it was almost a one-sided suppression. Two mid-level divine powers gods. Verges fell into deep thought and muttered to herself, "I think I know who it is." Two mid-level divine powers gods appeared at the same time, and they were one step ahead. Seems like only that deity with the ability of death and tracking can do that. Soren's identity was obvious. It was easy to find Soren, who held the divine title of tracking, because Verges believed that other than Soren, there were few gods who could beat her to it. A little noise came from outside. Verges frowned slightly and sensed for a moment before saying softly, "It seems to be a disciple of Lady Night." "Forget it, let's leave this place first." As a deity from another world, she did not want to interact with the Lady of the Night. This ancient goddess had a bad temper, and she was not friendly to the gods of the other world. In fact, most of the great divine powers were not very friendly to the gods of the other world. They thought that the gods of the other world were snatching their territory. For the gods with great divine power, the material plane was their territory. Mordor City. After returning from killing the Lich God, Soren was in a good mood. After a preliminary inventory of the spoils, he held Gloria in his arms and celebrated happily in the room. Even gods needed to relax once in a while. Although the Lich God, Vishalin, was only a minor divine power, as a two-sided fence-sitter, he really had a lot of good things on him. At first, Vishalin was a mortal. Later, he was promoted to a god by the Lord of Storms. In order to escape the oppression of the Lord of Storms, this guy turned to the goddess of magic and thus became a god of the god of mages. As a result, this guy was not satisfied. He secretly reconciled with the Lord of Storms and secretly expressed goodwill to Lady of the Night. He took advantage of this to strengthen himself. At first glance, he was a typical fence-sitter. However, this fence-sitter was a big winner in the Avatar crisis. After the goddess of magic had an accident, he immediately betrayed and plotted against the god of mages. At the same time, he seized part of his priesthood and divine power. If he had not been killed by Verges, the goddess of magic and death, and finally died in the hands of Soren, the Lich God would have quickly mastered the priesthood of mage and directly promoted to a lesser divine power. It might even have been promoted all the way to an intermediate divine power. It is necessary to mention the priesthood and domain of the fallen god of mages, Azuz. His priesthood was wizard, mage, and spellcaster in the general sense. His domain was illusion, knowledge, magic, order, and spells. Azuz was once the first preaching mage and the most powerful mortal mage at that time. He defeated the god of prophecy, Savras, and imprisoned him in the scepter. Now, the scepter was in the hands of Gloria. It was obvious that the lich god, Vish-Sharon, and the god of mages, Azuz, had a lot of compatible abilities. The first was the priesthood of wizard and mage. The lich god mastered the necromancer, which was only one of the professions of mage. Then there were illusions, knowledge, magic, and spells. These were all powers that the lich god could absorb. Unfortunately, this guy's talent was not very good. Until now, he had only fused with the domain of magic. Soren found the weapon of the god of mages in the lich god's treasure vault. It was a grade 3 artifact, the Old Staff. It had a very simple name, but the power of the god of mages was sealed. It included wizard, mage, illusion, knowledge, and spells. It seemed that the lich god learned very quickly. He even learned the method that the god of mages used to deal with the god of prophecy. It really felt like an eye for an eye. The soul of the god of mages had already been scattered. The old staff itself was not a very powerful artifact. Its most important role was to help the god of mages repair the magic net. There were remnants of Azutha's soul fragments in it, and Soren could absorb mage and knowledge. As for the other abilities, Soren already had enough domains. So he was prepared to give it to Gloria and the Fallen Witch to see what they could gain from it. Gloria currently had the abilities of prophecy, wizard, knowledge, and so on. If she could gain the power of spells and illusion, then she would very likely replace Azuz and become the new god of mages. This was a very good idea. According to Soren's judgment, there would be a battle between the goddess of magic, the Lady of Silvermoon, and the Lady of Night. It was hard to say who would win in the end. If something happened to the goddess of magic, then Gloria might have a chance to replace her after becoming the god of mages. The weave was very important in Soren's future plans. If Gloria could control the power of the weave, then not only would she be of great help to Soren, but she could also help him limit the abuse of the weave by mortals. If Soren wanted to become a greater divine power, there were many things that he needed to rely on the weave. Night fell. Gloria, with a satisfied expression, went to the arcane tower to study a new staff, while Soren prepared to deal with Naruto and Sirik. Just as the night was getting darker, a tall and plump figure appeared outside the door. The Fallen Witch stood at the door and hesitated for a moment. Then she pushed the door open and entered Soren's room. "Is it time?" Soren glanced at her and raised his eyebrows. The Fallen Witch nodded gently and then said, "I already have some clues about the plague of the undead. Give me some more time and I should be able to solve it." Soren nodded and then said, "Maybe you should try the realm of the gods. The Avatar crisis has broken out. This is the best time and the worst time. If you miss this opportunity, even in the future, I won't be able to help you easily become a god. In the future, Gloria and I will both go to the kingdom of God. I think you don't want to stay alone in the material plane. Since you already have the divinity of the goddess of pestilence, you should try to explore the realm of the gods further." The Fallen Witch fell into deep thought and then said, "I will try. Becoming a god. This kind of thing was really a bit far away for mortals. If it wasn't for the Avatar crisis, it might not be possible to succeed in thousands of years. Let's begin." Soren put down the book in his hand and waved his hand. The space around them was sealed. The Fallen Witch's face was flushed, and she walked to Soren meekly. Then she slowly knelt down, like a little bitch. "It seems that I have to find a way to solve the problem on your body." Soren's expression was a little subtle, but he still said in a deep voice, "I have all the influence in the abyss. If possible, I will find a way to help you remove the mark on your body. The trace of the Queen of Succubus." Soren had been a little aware of it, but this demon lord was not easy to deal with. Her combat power might not be strong, but her ability was very strange, almost reaching the extreme of a certain field. This kind of extreme conversion of aura, even Soren might not be able to resist. especially when he was only in the form of a saint. It must be known that the previous generation's Lady of Wealth ventured into the abyss in the form of a saint to sneak back to the kingdom of God. She was imprisoned by the original Six-Fingered, and as a result, she was humiliated for many years. This was a very embarrassing thing. Because even the powerful gods might not be able to defeat the demon lord in the form of a saint. Of course. If he was in the form of a god, there would be no fear. Basically, there were no natural enemies in the form of a god, unless there was a problem inside the kingdom of God. Pa, a crisp sound reverberated in the air, accompanied by the faint sound of a woman's moaning. Soren faithfully completed the contract ceremony to please the Queen of Succubus, but his mind had turned to the abyss. After stealing a large number of souls from the Styx, both the demon lord and the kingdom of God had greatly increased in strength. He was considering whether it was time to expand and separate a layer of the abyss. At that time, his demon lord would be the real, abyss overlord. The Land of Silver. Inside a majestic temple, a strange magical energy shrouded the place. Because there was a huge silver mine nearby, this territory had always been quite rich. It was located in a mountainous area, a bit like Chengdu Prefecture in Soren's previous life, which was surrounded by mountains. Therefore, even the undead calamity didn't cause too much of an impact. On the other hand, this place belonged to the Lady of Silvermoon. Perhaps because it was close to the territory of the forest elves, the women in the Land of Silver were all beautiful, fair-skinned, and fierce-tempered. In the Land of Silver, women's status was almost equal to men's, and they could even be city officials and so on. This was relatively rare in the south. This environment was conducive to the Lady of Silvermoon's faith, and she was especially popular among matriarchal women. At this moment, two women were seated within the shrine. One of them was tall and slender with long, flowing black hair. She was Mystra, the current goddess of magic. The other had long silver hair, emerald green eyes, delicate facial features, and slender legs. This was one of the incarnations of the Lady of Silvermoon. This goddess had many incarnations. Sometimes, her incarnation was a ghostly young girl with black hair and pupils, wearing a transparent moonlight robe. Sometimes, her incarnation was a dignified and gentle noble woman. Soren's incarnation would also be bright or dim according to the cycle of the moon. This change in appearance didn't affect her actual power. Soren knew that her sister was very happy to destroy her incarnations to weaken herself, so she rarely sent her incarnations to the material plane. She often sent her incarnations to various outer realms to search for all kinds of magic and weapons, hoping to destroy the Lady of the Night forever. Azaz has completely fallen. The goddess of magic stood up, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Just now, I felt a powerful force erase Azaz's soul imprint. Part of the mage divinity was transferred to me, but most of it was taken by someone else." The god of mages was a subordinate of the goddess of magic and spent most of his time helping her repair the magic net. The god of lich didn't completely kill Azaz, but imprisoned him in the scepter. Soren didn't have much affection for this god, so to avoid trouble, he directly erased Azaz's soul consciousness. Lady Silvermoon's expression was grave as she muttered, "Really? It seems that our strength has weakened again. This must be Shar's scheme. The lich god has long since joined her." Suluan hated his sister very much. These two goddesses had been fighting ever since they were born, but until now, there had been no clear winner. There are also traces of Naruto's involvement in this matter. The goddess of magic took a few steps and said slowly, "My power is recovering. After taking back part of the mage priesthood, I should be able to recover 70% of my former power. However, due to my disappearance, many evil faction wizards have joined Lady Night's side. This is not conducive to our plan." Lady Silvermoon frowned. After a while, she said, "The moonlight is dim. The avatar crisis has affected my power. Only by next year's full moon will I be able to regain my full strength. Maybe we should postpone our plan for now. Char has been involved in Naruto's conspiracy. The gods certainly won't sit back and watch Naruto advance to a greater divine power. When Naruto is ready to extract the power of death from this world to advance, the other gods will certainly not be able to resist taking action. At that time, maybe we can find an opportunity." The failure to kill Klemvox meant that Naruto's plot was not completely successful. However, he had another plan. Now that the realm of eternal rest in the material plane was destroyed, the power of death became more and more intense. When the time was right, Naruto would inevitably absorb the power of death from the whole world and then use this as an opportunity to directly advance to a greater divine power. This was a very huge force. The more creatures died in the material plane, the more intense the power of death gathered. If Naruto succeeded in the integration, he would certainly advance. Yes. The goddess of magic nodded. The others certainly won't sit back and watch. At that time, Clemvox will also appear, or he will never have another chance. And I sense that Sirik has come out. With his ambition and madness, he will never allow Naruto to become a greater divine power. At that time, the gods will be involved in the dispute. The Lady of Silvermoon thought for a moment and then said, "Right. What do you think of the one in the Outer Islands?" Hearing the Lady of Silvermoon's words, the goddess of magic's face could not help but blush slightly, and then she said as if nothing had happened, "Him? Without a doubt, he is favored by fate. Very powerful. Also very cold. He is the son of slaughter. In the face of Naruto's advancement, he certainly can't sit still and wait for death. At that time, he will definitely make a move." The Lady of Silvermoon nodded in agreement and said slowly, "The Dread Lord has completely fallen. The little girl with him should also be a mid-level divine power. In that case, he will be a very powerful helper. However, he seems to be deviating towards evil even more seriously. And I feel the breath of the abyss on him." Both goddesses were in the good camp. They could not completely trust Soren, even the goddess of magic. Otherwise, she would not be hiding at the Lady of Silvermoon's place, but would have asked Soren for help. "Hasn't the goddess of the forest, Mei Likai, made a move yet?" the Lady of Silvermoon suddenly asked. The goddess of magic shook her head and said, "Not yet. Mei Likai is more patient than before. I don't know what she is preparing. Since the fall of the oak tree father, the natural divine system has rarely intervened in worldly battles, and Loshanda has become the current Lord of Light." The Lady of Silvermoon hesitated and said, "What do you think of Loshanda now?" Hearing the other party's words, the goddess of magic showed a rare trace of fear and whispered, "He is very scary now. I feel that he is no longer the light of dawn of the past. His ideas are becoming more and more paranoid, as if he is ready to purify everything with the glory of mountain paradise. I am worried that when he starts to act, it will be another outbreak of the calamity of dawn." The Lord of Light's past was not easy to evaluate. When he was still the light of dawn, he had already brought disaster to the gods because of his overly persistent beliefs. So, the gods were now a little afraid of him. Even the gods of the good alignment were the same, and even the goddess of agriculture kept an appropriate distance from her father. Perhaps the only ones who really followed him were those stubborn paladins and fanatics. In the past, there was still Mother Earth to influence him, but now the Lord of Light had completely become the Lord of Light. The self-sacrifice of the oak tree father had changed him a lot. Sigh. The Lady of Silvermoon sighed and said, "If only the oak tree father was still here. If he was here, the calamity of the undead would definitely not break out, and the oak tree father would directly purify and maintain the balance of nature." The oak tree father was a hardline god. He didn't even have a camp. His camp was nature. Whether good or evil, as long as the balance of nature was destroyed, it was his enemy. The most powerful natural divine system had become a thing of the past. Although there were many gods in the human divine system, they had been divided. Even the god of war had become very cautious, so no one had stopped Naruto's conspiracy until now. No one wanted to be the first to take the lead, Mordor City. Soren, who was evaluated by the two goddesses, also seemed to have a premonition of Naruto's plan, because the rich power of death had increased his divine power. The energy core of Mies had been placed in the arcane tower. Within the range of the arcane tower, the high-grade witches of Mordor City could enjoy this convenience. They could make magic tools more easily. However, the effect of this kind of improvement was not obvious in a short time. It often took time for a qualitative change to occur. But now the arcane shop in Mordor City had begun to sell magic equipment. Huh? Just when Soren's attention was focused on the bottomless abyss, he felt a kind of call in the dark, and then he shifted his attention to the Eastern Kingdom. In a barren desert, A girl named Cicada was walking alone in the desert. She had completed the training of the Lost Trace sect and truly mastered the mystery of Shadow Trace. Suddenly, the legendary realm made her spirit sublimated, and even Soren felt it. Her talent is really good. Soren closed his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him with his spirit, and said to himself, "It seems that we can get ready to act." A monk order. This should be able to strengthen the church. Soren had already prepared to form a monk order. There were too many wanderers in the church, and it was too simple. The monks of the Eastern Kingdom had all kinds of powerful and mysterious powers. With the girl Cicada as an opportunity, Soren was ready to attract some monks to join the church. Maybe it's time to give her an oracle, Soren thought. The wind was howling. The girl walking alone in the desert stopped, and in front of her, a demon wearing a bamboo hat appeared. Since the appearance of the ancient evil, the Eastern Kingdom had also suffered turmoil. Demons and undead were only one of them. The demon that had not been seen for a long time began to appear frequently. The demon was also called the demon beast ghost. It was said that it was a creature that appeared with the desert gods. The most dangerous one was the demon lord, who was a terrible enemy in the Eastern Kingdom. These creatures were immune to 1 to 6 spells, and enchanted weapons below +2 were almost difficult for mortals to defeat. At present, the Eastern Princess was busy dealing with the demon lord. She could not even take care of her own territory. Piercing shock palm. This was not the first demon that Cicada had encountered. At the moment when she found the enemy, she sped up and rushed directly. Penetration. The special ability of the Lost Trace sect made Cicada's figure like a ghost. Although her palm was blocked by the enemy, the next moment, the demon spat out a mouthful of blood. Sun Flame form. The fist master who succeeded in one move followed up with another attack. With a loud bang, the demon in front of him was directly hit and flew out. At this time, the enemy had time to say a sentence, transcendence? There were 2 types of monks. One was the normal monk, and the other was the legendary monk. Divine transcendence was a terrifying ability to enhance a monk's strength. Monks who had broken through to this realm were no longer considered mortals. Ordinary weapons could no longer harm them, and on top of this, legendary monks could also obtain additional damage reduction. In the Eastern countries, monks were actually very popular among women. However, there were still very few women who could become monks. At most, they could only become dancers. The reason was that monks had the special ability of ageless body. This was the key reason why they were far more superior than warriors. As mentioned before, warriors were very strong in the early stage and much stronger than monks in the middle stage. However, once they reached middle age, their power would decrease rapidly. This was the aging of the body. Mortals could not resist it. However, monks were different from warriors. Monks had the ability to adjust their bodies. After reaching level 17, they could stop all the aging process and stabilize themselves at the current stage. In other words, monks would not age until they died, and their power would not decrease rapidly like warriors. Under normal circumstances, monks with ageless body would only age rapidly at the moment of death. This was the reason why women wanted to become monks. To them, it was to keep their appearance forever. Generally, female monks in the East would maintain the appearance of a middle-aged woman as long as they survived. Some of the more talented ones would forever maintain the appearance of a 20-year-old woman. For example, Cicada in front of him would never continue to age. Clang, in the second round, Cicada used Luosha Demon's weapon empty-handed. She only had a thin silk glove on her hand. This was a treasure given by the White Cloud sect. It could withstand +5 magical weapons with her bare hands. Without this equipment, Cicada's ability would at most be able to resist a +3 weapon. Bang, 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 a fierce whip kick came like a shadow. Cicada's attack speed was shockingly fast. After dodging the enemy's attack, she attacked more than 10 times in an instant. Luosha Demon retreated. Although he blocked most of the attacks, he still kept spitting out blood. This was the hidden energy technique. Monks from the East could directly penetrate most defensive effects. To them, enemies wearing heavy armor could also be easily defeated. Bang! Cicada's figure retreated after a series of attacks. Then, it took a deep breath and suddenly punched at the Luosha demon in front of it from a distance of about 30 feet. Boom, Luo Xiaoyao's figure flew out, his chest clearly caved in, and a clear fist imprint appeared. External release of chi force? Soren's eyes widened as he muttered, I didn't expect this little girl to be so talented. There were 3 stages to a monk's ki. The first stage was the hidden force, which could break through the enemy's defense. The most commonly used move was the penetrating force. The second stage was to attach chi to the body. The more common abilities were the ethereal body and the penetrating shock palm. The third stage was the release of chi. The sun flame style and the hollow bright fist that Chan had just used belonged to this category. If it was in the east, it would be called 100 Steps Divine Fist. This was a move that could attack the enemy from a distance. It was a huge threat to spellcasters. The scariest people who used this ability were the cloud monks. They had lived much longer than others, and the chi in their body was unbelievably strong. Cicada's punch shattered the Luo Xiaoyao's heart. After killing the enemy, she rested for a while and then went to clean up the battlefield. Soren watched all of this silently. However, he was thinking in his mind. He said to himself, it is indeed necessary to train a group of monks. The disadvantages of rogues are not obvious at the moment. But after more than 10 years, these rogues will be older, and their flexibility will not be as good as now. My church only has priests in the spellcasting department. Although there are half-elves in the melee department, they also need to be replenished. Rogues and warriors were the same. As long as the race was human, after the age of 45, if they had not broken through the realm of legends, their strength would rapidly decline. Although their experience would become rich, their overall attributes would decrease. Half-elves were slightly better. They could probably maintain their peak state until about 65 years old. The advantage of monks was that after entering the higher level, they could maintain their peak state even after 100 years. This was very useful for a church. As long as a group of monks was trained, according to the lifespan of humans and the generally long lifespan of monks, even if they did not replenish new blood, they could probably last for about 120 years. This was quite a long time even for a deity. Since he had an idea, he was naturally ready to act. Soren immediately found the high priest and said, I am going to set up a group of monks. The preliminary candidates have been decided. You can prepare in the church. Cicada had entered the realm of legends. It was enough for her to be the leader of the group of monks. The Eastern Kingdom did not lack monks, but Soren needed monks from the evil camp. This required him to secretly help Cicada recruit people. Just right. Soren's avatar was also ready to go to the Eastern Kingdom to see what was going on there. Because the distance was too far, there were a lot of scattered news. Most of it was related to ancient evils and Luo Xiaoyao, but Soren could not see it clearly. In the desert. Cicada quickly collected the spoils of war from the Luo Xiaoyao. She did not make a vow of poverty, so now she was somewhat valuable. The feeling of being spied on disappeared. Since entering the realm of legends, her senses had become stronger and stronger. Especially the sensing ability brought by meditation, she could vaguely sense Soren's existence. The girl moved forward very quickly. About an hour later, a broken city wall appeared in front of her. This was an abandoned town. It used to be an oasis with a population of about 5,000. However, after the outbreak of the turmoil last year, the oasis had been covered by the desert. The wind and sand had destroyed everything here. Now it was a place occupied by Luo Xiaoyao. In order to fight against the frequent evils, most of the high-level monks had their own missions. Cicada's mission was to clean up the Luo Xiaoyao here. Dismal Wind Valley. An ancient battlefield that had existed for hundreds of years. The overly tragic war had caused ghosts to surround this land. Now it had become a paradise for the undead. My lord. A figure holding a huge scythe entered and then went through an underground passage to an underground temple. This undead that looked like an attendant of death knelt down on one knee and said, the god of liches has fallen. The members of the dragon witch cult and the dragon cultists have been defeated, but the dragon liches they resurrected are enough to start our plan. A pitch-black skull appeared, and Naruto's voice sounded on the altar. Who killed the god of liches? The attendant of death said respectfully, the Shadow Master, Soren. Naruto hesitated and said slowly, "It's him again?" The attendant of death nodded and said, "Should we start the ceremony according to the original plan? The power of death has spread throughout the entire material plane. The 12 altars on the main road are ready." Naruto fell into deep thought and said, "Let's do it according to the plan. However, the Shadow Master, Soren, is a problem. He inherited the power of the 3 death gods, so he's a potential enemy for me. There's nothing to be afraid of if he's alone, but I don't know where Clumbox is hiding. If they're secretly working together, it'll be troublesome." The attendant of death suddenly said, "My lord. Aren't we still controlling the unkillable king, Orcus? Although this undead king isn't strong enough after being resurrected, he still controls a large number of demons in the abyss. Before the ceremony starts, we can send Orcus to attack the outer islands. This will definitely hold him back, and we can deal with the Shadow Master after he becomes a greater god." The former Great Lord of the Abyss had fallen several times. Although he was successfully resurrected one after another, Orcus's strength was decreasing every time he was resurrected. The chaos was getting deeper and deeper into his soul. In this undead calamity, Orcus, who was resurrected by the undead lords, was almost completely turned into a puppet under their control. Let Orcus attack the outer islands? Naruto fell into deep thought and said slowly, "If we do that, we'll be enemies with the Shadow Master in the future." "Yes. Let's do that. As long as I become a greater god and master the Death God system, the Shadow Master will be an enemy that needs to be eradicated sooner or later. Let Orcus summon the undead army. Before the ceremony starts, I want to see the demon army attack the city of Mordor." A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of the Death God's attendant's mouth, and he replied, "Yes, Master." The brilliance on the altar gradually dissipated. As Naruto's figure disappeared, the attendant of death in front of him quickly retreated. However, just as his figure left the temple, a faint divine brilliance emerged from his body and turned into a beautiful woman with black hair and disappeared with a chuckle. The attendant of death's eyes flickered a little. He stood in place for a while before he began to carry out his master's arrangement. In order to perfectly hold the ceremony to promote to a greater god, my lord Naruto was going to launch an attack on the outer islands and secretly control the undead king, Orcus's abyss army to attack the city of Mordor. This would distract the attention of the Shadow Master and weaken the enemy's strength in the material plane. Although it was dangerous to completely anger the Shadow Master at this moment, since it was his master's order, he could only carry it out. The boat of the desert. In the flying yellow sand, a group of women in bamboo hats moved forward quickly. These women had tall and graceful figures. Although they were covered with thick clothes, they still could not hide their beauty. This was a group of high-grade Oriental dancers. There were many gadgets in their seemingly cumbersome dresses, including poisons, hidden weapons, daggers, casting materials, and so on. There was even a hidden button under the skirt on the back of some Oriental dancers. As long as it was gently untied, they could remove the obstacle and sit on a man's lap to enjoy the pleasure of sex without leaving a trace. They were the minions of the Eastern Empress. Although their means were vicious and they controlled many gray areas, they still did some things like adopting orphans and helping the poor. Everything was relative. Human beings were a very complicated race. It was difficult to have pure good or evil people. The Oriental dancers were between good and evil. They were led by the Empress to fight for women's power. The desert country was formerly controlled by the Muhammad divine system. Under the influence of this divine system, the status of women inside was extremely low. There was even a matter of cutting off the female emperor, homonym. Later, this divine system was expelled, and the profession of the Oriental dancer was born in the turmoil, and quickly controlled the gray area of the desert country. The Eastern Empress herself was an ambitious figure. She was worshipped by many women, and her origin was unknown. It was said that she was a rebel against the desert divine system. The most dazzling and eye-catching in the crowd was the Eastern Empress. However, at the moment, she did not look as graceful and elegant as before. Although she was still beautiful, a trace of fatigue and worry appeared on her face. In any case, the Eastern Empress was still a mortal. As a mortal, she had her own limitations. Although she had a large number of assassins and dancers under her command, she could only barely protect herself in the turbulent year of the Holy Sage. Especially after the appearance of creatures such as ancient evil things, ancient mummies, Ferlin magic sunflower, and Luosha demon, the sphere of influence of the Eastern Empress gradually shrank. Many secretly controlled towns were forced to give up, and people migrated to the southern area of the Eastern Kingdom. Empress. The figure of the Fist Master, D, appeared. She returned through the desert like a gust of wind and came to the front of the dance group. The front has been occupied by the Luosha demon monarch. They seem to be controlled by an ancient evil creature, and I see a lot of twisted aberrations ahead. The Eastern Empress's expression was extremely solemn. She nodded and said to the middle-aged dancer beside her, "Have the other members of the martial monk cult arrived?" "He's almost here," the middle-aged dancer said. "That legendary existence should be coming as well." The Eastern Crown Princess's expression relaxed a lot when she heard this. She said slowly, "Is that so? Looks like we have a much higher chance of winning this battle." Behind the Eastern Empress, there was an army composed of professionals, including the Oriental dancer, the assassin, the ranger, the puppet master, the 3 factions of monks, as well as the White Cloud sect and the legendary monks who were waiting for their arrival. Such a powerful lineup was enough to fight against many deities. However, even against such a powerful team, the Eastern Empress didn't have a high chance of winning. This was because they were facing an ancient evil being. Furthermore, it was one of the most terrifying ancient evils. Its name was Zargan. Ruler of Hell, the wind howled. The thick smell of blood filled the air. The believers of these ancient evils destroyed 3 cities and captured a large number of mortals for blood sacrifice. They were worshipping a terrifying horn. This horn was the main body of the ancient evils, or a terrifying existence that had died. The terminator of all things, the ancient elemental I, the god of darkness, the patient, the waiting, the cursed, the father of the ancient evils, the source of all evil, the embodiment of the eternal darkness, the devourer of all worlds, the scorner, and the destroyer. A strange chant echoed in the air. Some kind of evil aura halo shrouded the town filled with blood in front of them. Even the Eastern Empress was a little shaken for a while. This was the unique ability of the ancient evils. Often, the appearance of an ancient evils would be accompanied by a vision, and it might even change the climate of the entire world. "What exactly is Zargan?" a young-looking ranger asked. "Why haven't I heard a word about it?" The monk next to him was silent. After a while, a male monk who looked like a legendary fist master said, "Zargan is one of the oldest ancient evils sealed in the Eastern Kingdom. Before Asmodeus, Zargan was the ruler of Hell. He was the leader of the ancient Bartholomew. When Asmodeus and his companions attacked Hell, Zargan and Asmodeus fought a great battle. Asmodeus tore Zargan's flesh into pieces, but he couldn't destroy Zargan's horn. In the end, he threw Zargan's horn into the deep underground of a world in the main material plane. Around the horn, Zargan's flesh gradually recovered. On the ground above him, a country called Synodicia gradually flourished. But in the end, this country went into decline. A group of believers who saw Zargan as their true god invaded and finally destroyed this country. When a barbarian named Xianxia led his army to attack the capital controlled by the ancient evils, he finally found the true face of the god he believed in, a ferocious and violent beast. In order to save his people, the barbarian and Zargan fought fiercely. After 7 days and 7 nights of fighting, although Xianxia was the strongest and fiercest warrior, he still lost in the end. Every time he hurt Zargan a little, Zargan's injury would immediately heal in a moment. Xianxia, who had exhausted all his strength, finally fell under the attack of the ancient evils. The gods blessed Xianxia, hoping that he could defeat the ancient evils, but they were disappointed in the end. So the gods decided to do it themselves. With a mocking smile, Zargan killed some of the gods and drove the other gods back to their countries. Maybe the death and defeat of the gods didn't matter to Asmodeus, but he knew that Zargan was a threat to him. So at the last moment of the battle, Asmodeus finally did it himself. Asmodeus finally defeated Zargan again, but he knew that he couldn't kill him. So Asmodeus bound Zargan's horn in a solid boulder and buried it deep in the ground. The area where the horn was buried was the center of the ancient empire of Amaska. Which is where we are now. The Avatar crisis had loosened the ancient seal. Not only had the god of murder, Sirik, escaped, but some terrible ancient evils had also escaped from captivity. Hearing the words of the Master of Fist, many people could not help but swallow. Then someone said, since the enemy is so strong, even the gods can't defeat him. So, is it possible for us to reseal him? Of course, the Master of Fist said firmly. Zargan is still very weak. He has just broken the seal, and he hasn't even been fully resurrected. As long as we destroy his believers and the altar of his resurrection, he can be resealed. This terrible evil is an enemy we can't escape from. Once he is fully resurrected, the first thing he will do is to destroy and control the material plane, and then turn all living things into evil creatures. Finally, he will challenge Asmodeus of the Bautor Inferno again. Zargan knew that he could not defeat the Lord of Hell, so the first thing he had to do was to build a huge army. This needed to devour a plane. People were still immersed in the legends of ancient times. Suddenly, some figures appeared in the distant sky, and then all the monks could not help but bow humbly. A middle-aged warrior monk of unknown age slowly descended from the clouds. He stepped in the air, as if there was an invisible substitute, and came to the Oriental dancer step by step. Master. In the face of this legendary existence, even the Oriental Empress could not help but bow. The long life had made the cloud monk in front of her forget a lot. He even ignored the peerless beauty of the Oriental Empress. He just looked ahead and frowned. Is Zargan going to be resurrected? Let's do it. You deal with the evil followers outside, and I will go in and deal with Zargan's horn. Tell all those who are not legendary not to get close to the altar. The aura of the ancient evils can affect people's minds. They just need to deal with the monsters outside. The cloud monk's expression was neither sad nor happy. In his unknown life, it was not the first time that he fought against the ancient evils. He almost did not touch the ground, and he stepped into the town in front of him. Some Rakshasa demons and twisted evil creatures found his trace and rushed directly toward him. The cloud monk almost did not look at them, and he just hit the air with his palm. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook, and a huge handprint of about 10 meters high appeared on the city wall in front of him. As for the Rakshasa demons who tried to attack the cloud monk, they had already become a pool of blurred flesh and blood on the wall. Is this the air-splitting palm? A boxing master was stunned and murmured, "It's so powerful? Grandmaster's aura is so powerful that it's incredible." The cloud monk went straight to the heart of the evil creatures. This legendary existence could shake the earth and mountains with just a wave of his hand. His casual attack was no less than the power of a god. Almost no cultist could stop him. To a certain extent, the gods walking in the mortal world were not as powerful as him. At least, they were far inferior when they were in the form of saints. Only when they mobilized their divine power to transform into the form of gods could the gods have the ability to move the earth and shake the mountains like this cloud monk. Even Soren was only an advanced legendary class in his normal state, and the cloud monk in front of him was probably infinitely close to or even beyond level 40. How powerful was a warrior monk who was close to level 40? In the historical records, only one warrior monk had reached such a height. Under the influence of the succubus queen, he finally defeated the demon prince, Demogorgon. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the city of Mordor with a golden glow. It was rare for Soren to stand on the tower and enjoy a moment of peace. Looking back on his experience along the way, he was racing against time almost every moment. He had never enjoyed the extravagant life of this world. Now the Avatar crisis had entered the last stage. As long as he survived the last wave from hell, Soren could enjoy the comfortable time after becoming a god with his most important person. This was a very long time. Soren had enough time to squander extravagantly. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, if it was not enough, he could spend 1,000 years, 2,000 years, or 3,000 years. As an immortal god, as long as Soren wanted, he could do whatever he wanted without hesitation. And all this could be obtained as long as he survived the Avatar crisis. At that time, the status of the gods would be stabilized, and they would no longer fall easily in the hands of others. Soft footsteps could be heard. Fallen which Karina's figure appeared. She was stunned when she saw Soren standing under the setting sun. Then she walked over to him and whispered, "It's rare to see you so leisurely." "Really?" Soren turned around and smiled. Then he looked into the distance and said, "Since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, I have been racing against time. In the past, it was to protect Vivian, and later it was to deal with other crises. But fortunately, everything is coming to an end. I have a hunch that the energy storm is gradually weakening, and it may end by the end of next year at the latest. At that time I will have enough time to arrange my future life. Fallen Witch was shocked when she heard this, and then she was a little disappointed. Go to the kingdom of God? That's true. Whether it's you or Vivian, you will eventually go to the kingdom of God. Soren turned around and looked at her. For a long time, Fallen Witch had proved her loyalty with her actions, and because of some rituals, the estrangement between her and Soren had gradually decreased, and their relationship had become intimate. Karina met Soren's gaze. Soren suddenly smiled and said slowly, "If you're willing, you can also enjoy immortality with us. Gloria is about to become a god. You also have divinity in your body. As long as we get rid of the succubus queen's imprint, it won't be difficult for me to help you become a god. But in the end, you still have to make the choice." The Fallen Witch walked the path of the arcane empire. Unlike Soren, her ultimate goal was to become a destiny wizard or a grand arcanist. If she chose to become a god, she would have to give up some things and become a guardian of the laws alongside Soren. The gods were incredibly powerful, but they also maintained the order of the world. It was like a job for them, and they didn't have as much freedom as the great arcanists. The power granted by the laws also came with obligations. The duty of these gods was to maintain the operation of the sun, moon, and stars, and to maintain the order of many rules. The multiverse itself was orderly. The gods were supposed to maintain everything, and it had been so since ancient times. Even in the face of the multiverse's greatest crisis, which was the earliest invasion of the demons, the gods never retreated even if some of them died. The Fallen Witch hesitated for a moment and then said, "I don't know. I persisted for so long. Although it's hard to refuse to become a god. But..." Soren smiled and said, "Arcana isn't outside the path of the gods. In the future, my plan will also use arcana in many places. You can think about Gloria's current path. She may surprise you in the future." Gloria was also a witch, and she could become an arcanist at any time if she wanted to. But, she chose to stand side by side with Soren, and eventually control arcana as a god. Night fell. Soren returned to his study. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, his whole body trembled, and then he said to himself, "Is Cicada in danger?" Cicada had Soren's mark on her body. This mark was similar to an apostle, and it was also on the Saint Cardinal Milan's body. If she was in mortal danger, Soren would be able to sense it directly. The next moment, Soren's vision turned to the faraway Eastern Kingdom. At this moment, it was still dusk in the Eastern Kingdom, but what Soren saw was blood and corpses all over the ground. There were humans, monsters, and many twisted aberrations. There was also an aura that Soren didn't like. It was the aura of an ancient evil creature. The gods hated any ancient evil creatures, and rejected everything related to the abominations. A terrifying monster appeared in front of Soren's eyes. In front of him was a huge altar, and there were dark red blood sacrifices all over it. He didn't know how many people were sacrificed. Cicada's figure was on the side of the altar. There were already many corpses nearby. After eliminating the Rakshasas and evil creatures on the periphery, all the legendary professionals joined the battle against Zargan. Zargan had more than 10 terrifying tentacles, and Cicada was hit by one of them. Her defense was instantly broken, and her internal organs were almost shattered with one hit. "Am I going to die?" Blood flowed from the corner of Cicada's mouth, and her consciousness was a little blurry. Her expression showed a trace of sadness and unwillingness. It wasn't easy for her to reach the legendary level, but she didn't expect to die here. She didn't regret it, because sealing the ancient evil was the mission of the monks. For a long time, countless monks had stepped forward one after another, and it was unknown how many legendary powerhouses had fallen, but no one had ever regretted or retreated. This was their mission. From the moment they became monks, they knew that they might have to face all of this in the future. All the monasteries existed for this reason. For a long time, the entire Eastern Kingdom supported monks' monasteries, and when the ancient evil creatures appeared, they had to fulfill their mission to seal these terrifying monsters. Cicada didn't regret it, but she was a little unwilling. Her consciousness gradually blurred. Although her shattered internal organs didn't kill her instantly, it wouldn't be long before she died. His mind started to become muddled. Just as Cicada thought that he was about to enter the Netherworld River, a gentle male voice rang out. With injuries of this degree, as my chosen, it won't be that easy for you to die. A little golden light appeared. Cicada didn't know when, but a young man with an evil aura appeared in front of her. His body was shrouded in fog, but he exuded an indescribable pressure. No one knew when he appeared, and no one noticed his arrival, whether it was the Cloud Monk or the ancient evil creatures. Greater restoration. Soren's fingertips gently touched Cicada's forehead, and the next moment, Cicada's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The restoration spell cast by the gods was so powerful that Cicada had been completely restored in almost a breath. All the injuries had been healed, and she had almost returned to her peak state. Shadow Lord. Cicada recognized Soren at once, which made her involuntarily kneel down on one knee. This was an emotion that was hard to resist. An ancient evil creature? Soren turned his head to look at the monster in front of him, then frowned. Zargan? I didn't expect it to run out in the end. He had traveled to the Eastern Kingdom before. Naturally, he knew that Zargan was one of the most dangerous ancient evil creatures in the Eastern Kingdom. Zargan was a monster that was killed and sealed by the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. This was the second time it appeared, but it was also the last time because adventurers with the ability of the Son of Slaughter could completely destroy it. Zargan was a behemoth of about 10 meters tall. Its whole body was covered with dark scales, and it only had one blood-red eye. Its bloody mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its head looked like an eye demon. The torso and limbs of its body were terrible tentacles. There were 6 tentacles on each side, and the lower body had about 10 tentacles. This terrible monster had a trace of divinity. It was the former Lord of Hell, the ruler of the indigenous people of Ba-Tor. When Asmodeus entered Hell, this monster had fought with him, but it was killed by the Lord of Hell. Because it could not destroy its horn, the Lord of Hell finally threw it into the material plane and sealed it. It was a very powerful enemy. When it was first resurrected, it had even defeated the gods. However, its resurrection this time was not very powerful because it had just broken the seal and had not completed the blood sacrifice. It used a kingdom to recover to its peak, but now the Eastern Kingdom was guarded by monks, and the population was scattered. It was almost impossible for it to recover to its peak in a short time. Cloud Monk? Soren saw the monk who was fighting with Zargan. Every move he made was powerful enough to shake the earth. He was a little surprised. A monk with a profession level of 40 or higher? I didn't expect to see it here. He turned around and smiled at Cicada, then said, It seems that you are in trouble. But since you are my chosen, I will lend you a helping hand. A golden beam of light fell from the sky. Soren's figure walked out of the fog and gradually became solid. At this time, the Cloud Monk and the Eastern Princess who were fighting discovered his existence. Shadow Master? God? In the distant outer islands, the great temple of Motor City suddenly shone with golden light, and then countless divine power gathered and rose into a beam of light. Everyone looked at it and then murmured, God's descent? The surging divine power gathered. Soren's figure walked out of the fog, and his body gradually gathered into a solid body. A divine pressure instantly shrouded the battlefield. Come. Soren smiled at Cicada in front of him and said, Lend me your body. Cicada stood up involuntarily, then looked at Soren nervously. The next moment, Soren's golden body gradually merged into her body. A golden divine light appeared in Cicada's eyes, and then she seemed to have broken through some kind of limit and stood directly on the altar. A god needed a carrier to descend. Soren could not bear the consumption of divine power, so he had to use Cicada's body in the next battle. However, in the process of descending, Cicada's consciousness would not disappear, but she would be controlled by Soren as a bystander. This was a rare experience that could let her touch the glory of divinity. Because Cicada was a legendary fist master, Soren did not use his curved sword this time. As the golden light gathered, a pair of special gloves appeared in Cicada's palm. It was an item directly made of divine power and was equivalent to a +3 divine artifact. Shadow Nadir. Cicada's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared on the right side of Zargan. After being possessed by Soren, her strength increased greatly and almost surpassed all the monks present. Rapid Strike. Epic Divine Power. As a god, Soren's knowledge was enough to support any class in battle. Zargan's armor was easily penetrated by Cicada's epic divine power as soon as they clashed. Along with Zargan's painful roar, Cicada quickly left bloody wounds on Zargan's body. This was the ability of the monk order. When they served a god, they could get the blessing of divine power. However, most of them were bestowed by divine power. Epic divine power could only be obtained by devout believers above the legendary level. Penetrating Force. Penetrating Shock Palm. Shadow Strike. The power of shadow gathered on Cicada's gloves. When it hit the enemy in front of her, the surging power of shadow and the epic divine power eroded and broke through the ancient evil's defense. In the case of descending, Soren could mobilize Cicada's ability and his own divine power. Shadow Realm. Killing Realm. Death Realm. Some kind of powerful realm blocked the surrounding space. As if sensing the danger of Cicada, Zargan waved more than a dozen tentacles to wrap around her. Sunburst. At this time, the Cloud Monk also reacted. With the vibration of chi, he tried to block the ancient evil in front of him and help Cicada to kill it. Shadow Dance. The Eastern Empress figure turned into more than 10 afterimages. A strange dagger with divine light flowing around it slashed towards the tentacle in front of her. She seemed to want to save Cicada, because that was how Cicada was injured. If it wasn't for Soren's arrival, it would have died. Shadow Leap. However, Cicada didn't seem to care about the tentacle's attacks. The moment the tentacles touched her, Cicada's figure disappeared. The next moment, the cicada appeared behind the ancient evil creature and launched a series of rapid attacks. Zargan's body was badly damaged, but at the same time, it was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ancient evil creatures had a terrifying regenerative ability. Even the gods could not easily kill them. Looks like there's still a little trouble. The cicada made a sound, but it was Soren's voice. She suddenly disappeared and reappeared above Zargan. Divine Shockwave. A huge amount of divine power came out with Cicada's punch. The next moment, Zargan's body gradually became bloody. More importantly, under the effect of the divine shockwave, the altar under Zargan's feet was shattering. The power of the blood sacrifice was disappearing. It was obvious that Zargan's regeneration speed had slowed down. God's Descent. Cicada took a deep breath, then put her palms together. Her whole body was shrouded in golden light. She completely ignored the evil aura of the ancient evil creature, as well as all the negative statuses and corrosive effects. She rushed directly to the ancient evil creature and threw a punch. With the golden light, she directly penetrated the body of the ancient evil creature. Space change. The surrounding space was distorted, and the power of the law cut around, directly cutting off Zargan's tentacles. Destructive Strike. The divine power exploded with Cicada's fist as the center, directly destroying Zargan's body. All the flesh and blood were torn apart, leaving only the last strange horn. Even Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, could not destroy this horn. In the end, he could only seal it. Let me deal with it. Seeing that the Cloud Monk seemed to be preparing to seal the horn in front of him, Cicada suddenly said, I have a way to kill him completely. Death, Divinity. Soren's golden body appeared. At this moment, Cicada seemed to have become him. He reached out and held the strange horn in front of him, and then turned into a golden giant hundreds of feet tall. Divine Form. Soren's pupils appeared dark, and then he suddenly clenched the horn in his hand. Death's Hand. The surging divine power of death gathered. Under the terrible impact of Soren's divine power, a crack gradually appeared on the strange horn in front of him. Then, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the horn. Finally, some kind of unwilling and fearful roar sounded. A twisted soul broke free from it, as if it wanted to escape into the underworld. Soul imprisonment. Soren's mouth showed a sarcastic smile. With a wave of his hand, the twisted soul was imprisoned and finally injected into a gem made of divine power. The golden light dissipated. Cicada's figure slowly floated down from the sky, and Soren's golden body gradually faded away, along with the soul gem. Lord of Shadows? The expression of the Eastern princess was a little hesitant. She hesitated for a moment before whispering. Cicada opened his eyes at this time and said slowly, "Master has left." At the same time, in the sky above the city of Moder, the golden light column gradually dissipated, and Soren's figure appeared inside the temple. During the Avatar crisis, every god's descent consumed a lot of divine power. Under normal circumstances, gods rarely descended. It was precisely because this action consumed too much power. At this time, the light gathered on the great temple had become dim. Soren had almost consumed the power that he had accumulated for nearly 3 months. However, Soren looked at the soul gem in front of him and said playfully, "It looks like a good harvest." Crack, just now, Soren did not completely kill Zargan. He only destroyed the horn where the soul lived. At this moment, when he crushed the soul gem, the power of the temple began to gather. Suppress. Some kind of terrible scream sounded, and then countless souls flew out from Soren's palm. These were the souls that were devoured by ancient evils. They were extremely evil existences. The gods hated them very much, and one of their abilities was to devour souls. Gate of the Kingdom of God. Soren waved his hand and opened a white light gate. Then, under the influence of divine power, countless souls flew into it and were directly thrown into the pool of shadow reincarnation. Zargan was completely killed at this time. Soren crushed his soul and transferred the souls he devoured into the Kingdom of God. A row of data appeared. You've killed the ancient evil, Zargan. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 3950,000 slaughter EXP. The target has divine power. Extracting the target's divine power. You've gained 22 divinity. Your evil domain has been strengthened. Your order domain has been strengthened. Your crafty domain has been strengthened. A wave of divinity was devoured by Soren. After a while, he opened his eyes and was a little disappointed. There really is no divinity in the ancient evil. This was obvious. Because if there was a divinity, the ancient evil would have become a terrible evil god. But fortunately, Zargan's body was unexpectedly strengthened by the crafty domain. It seemed that his horn could not be destroyed because of the strange, crafty. In the deepest part of the Bautor Inferno. Just when Soren completely destroyed Zargan's horn, an ancient existence seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Is he finally dead? The Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, was a creature with dark skin and hair. He had a handsome appearance, blood-red pupils, and a pair of small dark red horns on his head. Asmodeus was dressed in gorgeous clothes, mainly in red and black. He held a strange ruby scepter in his hand, and powerful magic power gathered in it. He once killed Zargan in the process of conquering Hell, but there was no way to completely kill him. When Zargan was resurrected, the gods had no choice but to take action again. But now it seemed that Zargan was really dead, because Asmodeus could not feel the existence of Zargan's soul. This soul was sealed by him, but now it had completely disappeared. Shadow Master? The Lord of Hell murmured in a low voice, then slowly said, "The new child of destiny? What will you do in the end? Will it be another Cyric? Or will it be a surprise for me?" Everything returned to darkness. The Lord of Hell did not have much of a reaction to the fact that Soren killed Zargan. When Cyric stole the power of the 3 death gods and almost surpassed the gods, the Lord of Hell only watched silently. The Lord of Hell was very patient. In his long years, he had seen too many people who suddenly rose up. Cyric was a typical example, but his end was not good. Before everything was settled, no one knew what kind of path Soren would take. The gods were quietly watching him. Because of Cyric's example, no one wanted to be the first to act. They were just curious whether Soren would end up like Cyric. For the gods, waiting was nothing. Only the one who had the last laugh would be the winner, and Cyric was undoubtedly not the one who had the last laugh. Some of them thought that Soren would be the same. When Cyric had just become a god, he was so vicious and ruthless. He killed several gods in one breath and almost surpassed the gods. But in the end, he was too arrogant and destroyed himself. If Cyric had been a little smarter back then, he wouldn't have become the king of the dead, Kalember. Some of the hostile gods were waiting for Soren to self-destruct like Cyric. Even though Soren had already left. However, the others still looked at Cicada with a hint of awe. This was the power of a true god. It was so easy to kill the ancient evil that they regarded as their greatest enemy. In fact, the gap between the ancient evil and the gods wasn't that big. However, Soren was now an intermediate divine power, which could be said to be very close to becoming a great divine power. This was equivalent to the main god of a divine system personally taking action. His combat power naturally couldn't be compared to those weak gods. Although the Cloud Monk was very powerful and was already at the top of the mortals, he also had a limitation. That was, he was still a mortal. If the damage that the Cloud Monk caused to the ancient evil was ordinary damage, then the damage that Soren caused to the ancient evil was holy damage. This was the most fundamental difference. The power of the gods was much more important than the power of mortals in all aspects. After the ancient evil was killed by Soren, the evil aura that shrouded here gradually dissipated. The monks began to clean up the battlefield. The Cloud Monk didn't seem to want to communicate with others at all. He directly left by himself. However, just as Cicada was about to leave, the Eastern Empress suddenly walked to her side and said in a friendly manner, "This place is still very far from the monastery. Why don't you go to our camp in front to rest first?" If Cicada was just an ordinary fist master, the Eastern Empress naturally wouldn't deliberately make friends with her. However, if Cicada had Soren behind her, then the situation would be completely different. After seeing Soren arrive and kill the ancient evil in front of her, the Eastern Empress had a deeper understanding of Soren's strength. It was obvious that she planned to make friends with Cicada to ease their relationship and find a way to connect with Soren. Cicada originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered the task that Soren gave her before he left. In the end, she nodded her head. A warrior monk sect. For a girl with almost no experience, it was indeed not easy. Perhaps she could try to borrow the power of the Eastern Empress. Motor City. After killing the ancient demon, Soren had used up a lot of his divine power. But the harvest was not small. Now, his strength had accumulated to a critical point. As long as he broke through the last little limit of divinity, he could directly be promoted to a great divine power. Now, Soren's stats had changed. Name, Soren, Saint Form, Intermediate Divine Power. Race, Half-Elf, Divine Son of Massacre. Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 44, Constitution 30, Intelligence 31, Wisdom 22, Charm 26. Alignment, Lawful Evil Profession, Level 15 Rogue, 035500000, Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max, Level 10 Wizard, 054250000, Level 18 Arcanist, 062500000, Grade 8. Health Points, 925925, Robust, EXP, 630-5075 Slaughter EXP, 35,545 Profession EXP, Unassigned. Skill Points, None Attribute Points, None Legend, 350. Divinity, 410, Great Divinity. Requires 900 points to upgrade, Great Divinity. Divinity, 270, Intermediate Divinity. Requires 300 points to upgrade, Great Divinity. Divine Power, 351-35400. Requires 1200 Divine Power to upgrade to Great Divine Power. Master, God's Law. The current storage limit of the divinity is 5,400 points. Clergy, Death, Shadow, Theft, Half-Elf, Rogue, Tracking Domain, Order, Mage, Magic, Tyranny, Strife, Mage, Disease, Poison, Trickery, Slaughter, Death, Fear, Evil, Domination, Piracy, Shadow, Flora Spiritual Energy, Evil Spiritual Energy, Fear Spiritual Energy Status, Normal Basic Skills, Sneak 695, Literacy 585, Steal 625, Pick Lock 575. Snare 515, Focus 525, Negotiate 625, Appraise 525, Deceive 525, Intimidation 695, Taunt 455, Perform 475, Listen 585, Dodge 625, Parry 485, Block 475, Heal 475. Search 575, Detect 655, Copy Scroll 425, Spell Identify 515, Survival 455, Use Magic Equipment 475, Cooking 325, Alchemy 585, Forge Magic Weapon 475. Saint Form, Transcendence, Spell Immunity 1 to 4, Epic Divine Power, Instant Cast 1 to 6. Divinity Immunity, Acid, Electricity, Fire, Instant Death, Energy Drain. Divinity Abilities, Space Change, Size Change, Death's Hand, Reality Change, Form Change, Divine Shield, Area Divine Shield, Divine Shockwave, Area Divine Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplanar Communication, Astral Teleportation, Planar Teleportation. Avatar, Destructive Strike, Create Magic Item, Create Advanced Magic Item, Divine Power Acceleration, Divine Power Creation, Divine Power Spell Specialization, Divine Power Spell Resistance, Divine Power Spell Penetration, Automatic Arcane Casting, Absolute First Strike. Legendary Skills, Legendary Spell Maximization, Epic Mana, Legendary Instant Cast, Legendary Mana Construct, Legendary Tenacity, Legendary Spell Penetration, Legendary Reflex, See Weakness, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Techniques, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Deathwalker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Skilled Spellcasting, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximization, Magic Equipment Crafting, Spell Penetration, Advanced Magic Resistance, Advanced Cold Resistance, Advanced Fire Resistance, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Lightning Resistance, Robust, Advanced Regeneration, 100 Feet Telepathy. Profession Abilities, Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Nimble Mind, Military Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword Legendary. Battle Skills, Summon Shadow, Shadow Jump, 500 meters. Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump, Vampiric Touch, Divinity, Sword Form, 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 Spinning Slash. Inside the temple, Soren sat on the throne and thought. He murmured, only 30 divinity points left. As long as I break through to the level of great divine power, there will be no more obstacles to establishing a divine system. But where should I get these 30 divinity points from? Divinity points. Generally speaking, only true gods had a lot of divinity points. Demigods could only get a pitiful amount of divinity points. Weak divine powers could basically be ruled out. In order for Soren to get 30 divinity points, he would need to kill at least 3 to 5 weak divine powers. This was very likely to offend too many divine systems. There were not many weak divine powers that could be killed at the moment. If it were weak divine powers, Soren would need around 2 targets. The best choice would be intermediate divine power. This could satisfy Soren's needs in one go and directly promote him to a great divine power. Who else can be a target? Soren pondered, constantly recalling the fallen gods in his memory. However, just as Soren was trying to find a new target, a message suddenly came from the bottomless abyss. The third layer of the bottomless abyss, the Forgotten Land. In the magnificent palace of the demon lord Sauron, a gorgeously dressed Yugoloth quickly walked in. He then carefully said, "Great Lord Sauron. Recently, my caravan has discovered something strange. I think I should tell you." Yugoloths were merchants of the bottomless abyss. They traded with devils and demons. Because they were good at traveling in the river Styx, this race of demons could be found all over the lower plains. On the blazing flame throne, the Baelor demon lord Sauron opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "What is it?" The Yugoloth carefully said, "Our caravan has recently discovered that Orcus's undead army has been mobilized on a large scale. A part of the Abyssal army has already set up camp in the south of the Rift Plains, but they have no intention of fighting with the devils. It seems that they intend to invade other planes, most likely material planes. This may be an opportunity." At this point, the Yugoloth carefully raised his head to observe Sauron's expression. If Orcus were to attack other planes, the internal defenses would be weak and empty. If the demon lord in front of him was bold enough, he might be able to seize the opportunity and replace Orcus as one of the abyssal giants. Sauron frowned and said to himself, attack a material plane? The undead calamity has already broken out. Where is Orcus mobilizing his army to attack? Demons could not casually enter other planes. The lower the level of the demons, the closer they had to be to the rift planes to pass through. The Yugoloth brought a piece of news that Sauron did not expect. Could it be that Naruto has a new conspiracy? The current Orcus had already become a puppet. The resurrected Orcus was no longer the Orcus of the past. He was only a tool of the undead lords. It can't be the south coast, right? Sauron seemed to have thought of something, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The material planes were severely damaged by the undead calamity. Only the south coast was relatively intact under the protection of Sauron. There were not many places where Orcus could mobilize his army. Either he intended to provoke the core territories of the other gods, or only the south could satisfy his desire for slaughter and destruction. Send someone to investigate immediately. Sauron ordered the succubus beside him, then said, "You have done a good job. Go down and receive your reward." After that, Sauron's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he directly appeared in the lava pool. Gather a team of Balrogs. Sauron thought for a moment, then said, "Follow me to sneak into Orcus territory to take a look." There must be something wrong with him suddenly mobilizing his army at this time. The Ghoul King had been subdued by Orcus again. If such a large undead army really wanted to attack a material plane, there were not many targets to choose from. Even Mordor City could be a potential target of Orcus. Sauron had to be careful. The unusual movements of Orcus's army made Sauron feel vigilant and uneasy. Although Orcus's strength had been greatly reduced, he was still one of the former three giants of the abyss. No matter how weak he was, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was still much stronger than the other demon lords. Of the former three giants of the abyss, only Orcus was still alive. There was no need to mention the demon prince, Demogorgon. If it wasn't for his own crazy plan, the most powerful demon wouldn't have fallen so easily. However, although Demogorgon was dead, the 88th floor of the abyss was still controlled by the demons under his command. These demons believed that one day, Demogorgon would be resurrected, and what they had to do now was to wait for the return of the demon prince. The second was the famous, six-fingered, sovereign of darkness, Glazed. His fall was entirely due to his own death, and there was almost no possibility of resurrection. Glazed, the sovereign of darkness, had been called six-fingered by the adventurers because he had 6 fingers. He had countless crazy plans, and he was the most ambitious demon lord. However, there was only one thing he was famous for so far. That was, during the last time of troubles, he imprisoned the former goddess of wealth, Joaquin. In order to escape the disaster of the time of troubles, the first goddess of wealth tried to bribe the sovereign of darkness, Glazed, and return to her own kingdom through his territory. However, when the goddess of wealth arrived at the territory of the sovereign of darkness, Glazed, the giant of the abyss did not hesitate to tear up the contract and imprison the goddess of wealth in his territory. This was a long period of imprisonment. Not only did the former goddess of wealth lose a lot of divine power and believers, but she also suffered countless terrible humiliations. It was not until 1371 that the goddess of wealth was rescued by a team of adventurers. However, at that time, her strength had been greatly weakened. This matter was an indescribable humiliation to the gods. Therefore, when the arcane empire rose and trade and wealth regained their dominance, the former goddess of wealth launched an extremely crazy revenge on the sovereign of darkness, Glazed. Glazed, the sovereign of darkness, had fallen at that time. There was no way to record the details of the war, because the destruction of the arcane empire also took away the first goddess of wealth. The current goddess of wealth was a gold member at that time. It was said that she was the carrier of the resurrection of the goddess of wealth. Nobody cared about this. Perhaps the current goddess of wealth still retained the memories of the previous goddess of wealth, but whether or not she was the current goddess of wealth, nobody cared. Orcus was the abyss giant who had died the most times, but he was also the one who had resurrected the most times. Currently, the plane he controlled was the 113th floor of the abyss, Thanatos. This level was unusually cold. It was filled with ice, thin air, and a sky filled with gloomy moonlight. This floor belongs to both the Tanakiri and the undead. In fact, this floor has a slight negative energy predominance. Even so, the purgatory moss and mushrooms still grew at the edge of the frozen soil. Various types of tombstones, imaginable and unimaginable, adorned the frozen landscape. Some stood alone, while others were randomly gathered together. It was like a small graveyard. The undead were everywhere, including demon-hunting spiders, vampire giants, and all kinds of liches. Most of the ordinary soldiers were zombies, ghouls, undead demons, and other zombies that followed the darkness. Orcus had the largest undead army in the abyss. The third floor of the abyss. Orcus' movement of the army could not be hidden from others. The demons active in the upper levels of the abyss immediately discovered it and reported it to Sauron. After the hundreds of thousands of undead army entered the first floor of the abyss, they did not join the blood war. Instead, they approached the plain door that left the abyss. This matter was too strange. Basically, anyone could sense that something was wrong. Sauron was also vigilant. Therefore, he could not sit still and wait for death. He had to take the initiative to attack and see what Orcus' plan was. Therefore, he sent out the assassins under his command to follow the route of the river Styx to the first floor of the abyss. At the same time, he disguised himself as a Vrock and quietly approached the 113th floor of the abyss. This was an unusually cold plane. Basically, most demons did not like this place because the temperature was too low. The air was thin and visible to the naked eye was ice. This was the kingdom of the undead, and also the paradise of the undead. As soon as he arrived, Sauron, who was disguised as a Vrock, encountered a group of zombies. They did not attack Sauron. Instead, they quickly surrounded him. Then, a seemingly intelligent high-level ghoul walked out and said to Sauron, "Vrock? You have been recruited by the great ghoul king, Dor-Isen. The even greater undead king, Orcus, needs to expand his army. Are you going to follow us? Or are you going to feed these zombies?" The demon's threats were always so straightforward. Sauron's acting skills were very good. He showed a hint of nervousness and uneasiness. Then, he said, "Recruited? Are you going to join the blood war in the abyss? If it's a blood war, I'd rather fight than go. Because no one can come back alive." The abyss was famous for its blood war, and almost no one could come back alive. The high-level ghoul thought for a moment and said, "Of course not. Our goal is the material plane. Do you know? A rich material plane. You can destroy and kill as you wish. And not fight against those damned demons." In the abyss, most creatures thought that the blood war was a terrible meat grinder. Sauron immediately said, "If that's the case, I can join you." Most of the demons in the bottomless abyss were filled with desire for the material plane. It was like a playground. The zombies around them parted to form a path. Then, the high-level ghoul said, "Then come with me. There's a portal opened by a lich in front. We can enter the army camp and directly teleport to the rift plains." The abyss was a land of chaos. There was no reason to recruit an army here. Even Sauron's demon army, except for the core part, most of them were recruited from the wilderness. Demons changed their camps very quickly. They obeyed powerful leaders. As long as they were strong enough, even spies sent by the enemy would quickly become loyal servants. For example, the succubus maids around Sauron. They were even willing to let Sauron plant a soul imprint on them. They also told Sauron that they were sent to spy on him. But betrayal was too easy for demons. The group crossed the cold wasteland. As a huge steel fortress appeared in front of them, countless undead appeared in front of Sauron's eyes. The number was much larger than he had imagined. There were hundreds of thousands of zombies, skeletons, ghouls, and undead demons gathered in the periphery. There were many necromancers and liches inside. Even though Orcus had fallen for so long, the undead army was still terrifying. This did not include the demon army that had been teleported to the first layer of the rift plane. A huge undead army was gathered in front of him, and there were also some 5-meter-tall giants walking around. These were vampiric giants, servants of the demons. They used to live in La Terre, but now they were probably summoned by Orcus. There were about 500 to 600 demon-hunting spiders. These terrifying creatures would occasionally kill 1 or 2 zombies, but most of the time, they would just stay quietly. Only the Lord of the Abyss could do this. Without the pressure of the Lord of the Abyss, these terrifying creatures would attack any undead or demons. Ghouls were the main force of the undead army, making up about half of them. Is the king of ghouls, Domination, here? Zoro thought to himself, the ghoul king, Domination, is Orcus's warlord. If Orcus returns, he will definitely return to Orcus's side. Seems like the ghouls of the 421st layer of the Abyss have also gathered. The mighty undead army gathered here, but most of the low-grade undead could not pass through the river Styx. They could only leave this plane through the teleportation circle. The demon and undead camps were separated. After Sauron arrived, a high-grade undead demon immediately walked over and looked at him. Vrock? Arrange for him to go to the south camp. Orcus was the Lord of the Abyss. Other than the undead, there was also a powerful demon army under his command. The Lord of the Abyss used the most violent method to recruit troops. Sauron had just approached the camp when he saw a large number of Hezru and Berserk demons. There were not many high-grade demons because many Balers did not like to stay with the undead. You will stay here from now on. A Glabriza demon took over Sauron and arranged for him to stay. It was a small space. In order to provide for these demons, the castle transported a large number of supplies, mainly food. The food was driven by the Anababas. Countless abyssal worms with human faces were driven to the vicinity of the camp and then distributed to the demons. Souls were both currency and food in the abyss. Demons loved worms the most, but most of them were scattered in the wilderness. No demons dared to approach the blood pool. The main reason was that the mother of worms was too powerful and did not allow other demons to approach the blood pool. Even the Balers did not dare to provoke the mother of worms that guarded the blood pool. Only intermediate demons were qualified to enjoy such food. And when the abyssal worms were delivered, there was almost no principle of fair distribution. First, the higher demons took some of them. Then, the middle-rank demons swarmed up to snatch them. The Hezru snatched most of the worms and chewed them. The slightly weaker demons could only snatch 1 or 2 worms, and there were almost none weaker than that. The low-level demons could only stand aside and watch them chew pitifully. These demons could only eat carrion and bones. The ground was full of blood, and the whole camp echoed with the sharp screams of the abyssal worms. The process of eating soon ended. Under the pressure of the demon lord, most of the demons returned to the camp. Such supplies were mostly provided once a day. The abyssal worms could greatly satisfy the demons' needs, and the low-level demons were completely cannon fodder. As long as they did not starve to death, it was fine. The ones in charge of supervising the demons were the Death Knights, human warriors that Orcus directly resurrected with the power of the scepter. Under the rule of authority and power, the entire fortress maintained basic order. Every time the teleportation gate opened, a batch of demons and undead would be sent away. Sauron played his role very well. Unfortunately, he did not snatch any abyssal worms, but no one cared about this. Demons who were not strong enough did not deserve to have food. Night fell. In the harsh cold, most of the demons returned to the camp. The low-level dretches crowded together like a group of goblins gathering together to keep warm in winter. Sauron's figure quietly left the camp. He escaped into the night, bypassed the sentry post of the Death Knights, and then approached the core area of the fortress. A huge portal appeared in front of him. This was a portal built by a lich. Its main structure was made of bones. Countless bones formed a grand portal that was 15 meters wide and 30 meters tall. There were many huge monsters in the abyss. If the portal was too small, the efficiency would be very low. Because it had been maintained for a day, a group of high-grade necromancers were charging the portal. Because this was the 113th floor of the abyss, which was the territory of Orcus, the portal was not strictly guarded. There were only some Death Knights and high-grade undead monsters. I can't let them teleport anymore. Sauron's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the vampire giants and countless undead monsters in the distance and quietly approached the portal. Orcus has at least 2 planes that can be mobilized, the 113th floor of the abyss and the 421st floor of the abyss. That is, if the portal is maintained. I'm afraid that the whole population of the south coast will not be as many as these undead and demons. How many troops could be mobilized in the two planes of the abyss? The number would be at least more than 1 million. If they really attacked the material plane, such a huge army would be completely wiped out in the south. I must destroy the portal. It was not easy to build such a huge portal. Sauron did not need to completely stop the other side, even if it was just a week or two. The portal was a very delicate thing. Once it was damaged, it would take at least half a month to rebuild. This time was enough for him to prepare and even inform the other gods. If the other gods did not help in this matter, everyone's believers would be finished together. Bela leader form. With the raging fire, Sauron's figure instantly turned into his original form. The terrible fire spread within a radius of 100 meters. Die. Worm. Sauron's first target was the demon-hunting spider in charge of guarding. Then his huge body flapped his demonic wings and rose into the air. He waved his sword mixed with destructive matter and slashed at the Death Knight next to him. This giant sword weighed nearly a ton, and under Sauron's terrible strength, it directly cut the enemy in half. Flame Whip. The flame whip of more than 50 meters long was thrown out and wrapped around the 3 necromancers in front of him, then quickly burned them to ashes. Fall. Sauron was now nearly 7 or 8 meters tall and weighed more than 8,000 pounds. His strength had reached more than 40 points, so he used the most violent way to tear down the portal in front of him, which was to directly crash into it. Boom! The whole ground shook violently. Sauron's Baelor form directly caused cracks to appear on the portal, and then the light gathered on it quickly dissipated. The whole portal had been damaged. But this was not enough. Sauron suddenly clenched the giant beheading sword with both hands and directly slashed it with a 360-degree rotation. Whirlwind slash. Super fierce attack. With a fierce slash, Sauron directly cut off the huge white bone portal in front of him. Then there was a rumbling sound, and the portal in front of him quickly collapsed. Greater teleportation. Sauron, who had succeeded, did not stop at all and immediately used greater teleportation to leave. This was the base camp of the undead. If he was stopped, he might not be able to escape. When Sauron's huge body left, there was suddenly an angry roar from the fortress in the distance, and then the figure of the Ghoul King, Dor-Isen, quickly appeared in front of him. Everything around was filled with fire. Sauron's fire was fierce even in the cold climate, and there was no way to extinguish it. The pupils of the Ghoul King, Dor-Isen, shone with pale green light. He was wearing a luxurious robe and leather armor, wearing a white bone crown, and holding a spine-shaped staff called the Hunger Staff. There was a skull on the top of the staff, which was a tribute to Orcus. Dor-Isen, who was endlessly hungry, had a great affinity for all creatures that were endlessly hungry. He looked like an extremely thin and dirty ghoul. His eyes flashed with a strong green ghoul light, and his feet were like the hooves of a demon. In sharp contrast to his dirty appearance, he was wearing a soft and gorgeous white robe made of human skin and a pale leather armor inlaid with many small skulls. Ghouls were the main believers of Dor-Isen, and his holy emblem was a ghoul skull. This was a powerful enemy. The Ghoul King, Dor-Isen, had the power of a true god. At his peak, he had reached the level of lesser divine power, and now he was probably above lesser divine power. His clergy was ghoul and necromancy, and his domains were chaos, evil, hunger, illusion, and craftiness. Because of the ghoul race, he was a god and a demon lord at the same time. However, because he was not a pure god, and ghouls did not have much wisdom, Dor-Isen was not seriously affected by the avatar crisis like other gods. He was still a demon lord. Compared to a true god, he was at best a demigod. He had almost no church, and his doctrine was purely about eating to satisfy his endless hunger. Damned Baelor. The king of ghouls, Dor-Isen, did not see Sauron's appearance clearly. He only felt the residual aura of the Baelor. He roared angrily and hit the ground with his scepter and said, "You bunch of trash." He actually allowed a Baelor to destroy our master's important teleportation gate. There was no portal. No one could easily leave the abyss because the Styx was a place that even demons could easily cross, and the evil ships could not transport so many troops. The 113th floor of the abyss. Border. After confirming that the Ghoul King, Dorison, did not pursue him, Sauron calmly returned to his territory. This was the disadvantage of demons. They were chaotic and difficult to command. If the Ghoul King pursued him, there would be internal strife among the undead and demons. There were not many high-level undead with wisdom among the undead, and there were not many demons with brains. Under the chaotic nature, a slight collision would lead to a big fight. Anyway, it was okay to fight, and maybe he could even level up. Demons were like this. They were very thirsty for soul power, even if they could automatically level up after devouring the power of the undead. The rules of the bottomless abyss were extremely chaotic. The Blood Wars could give the highest level of EXP rewards, but even without the Blood Wars, demons could still advance through slaughter. It seems that the south coast has to be prepared. Although the portal of Orcus was destroyed, the undead army that had been sent to the Rift Plain was still huge. If they launched an attack, it meant that humans would have to face a terrible army of hundreds of thousands. Such a force was definitely not something a country could resist because the undead in the abyss were generally more difficult to challenge. Even the zombies were tainted by the evil aura of the abyss, and they were at least 2 or 3 creature levels. In other words, the soldiers of ordinary towns with good equipment could only fight against 1 or 2 low-level undead at most. There was almost no way to fight against those powerful beings. Motor City. The message from the abyss made Soren's heart skip a beat. The south coast was so large that even if he sent out all his forces, he would not be able to defend it. With such a huge army of undead, they could only fight if they hit one place. Otherwise, they would only be defeated quickly. It seems that I have to ask Arendelle for help. Now that Soren had a close relationship with the Frost Kingdom, Princess Royal's attitude towards him was becoming more and more friendly. This kind of big thing could not be forced. If something went wrong, it would be a total collapse. So Soren did not hesitate to ask Arendelle for help. Not only did he ask for the help of the Ice Witches, but he also hoped that Princess Royal would support him. Communication with the gods was very simple. When Soren's message had just been sent to Arendelle, Princess Royal immediately agreed. Let's do this. Princess Royal's voice was directly transmitted to Soren's mind through the temple, and slowly said, "Tomorrow, there will be a group of ice witches teleported to Motor City. I will send a team of court mages to assist. If there is anything unusual, I will also come directly to Motor City." Arendelle and Motor City had a portal. Because it consumed too much power, only important people could be teleported. There were only 5 such portals, which were in Arendelle, the Northern Tower, the Windspear Hills, the City of Wealth, and Port Tylon. If the power of the Mias nucleus could be mobilized in the future, the number of portals should also be increased. However, it was impossible to rely solely on portals because it could not be done even during the Arcane Empire. Unless there was some kind of endless and extremely huge energy, and if there was such energy, it would be enough to make the civilization soar to the level of an interstellar civilization. Order the whole city to be on alert. Soren thought for a moment and ordered, put the entire south on level 1 alert. Recall all patrol fleets. Let the Legion camp near the city. Turn on the instant communication device. If there is any large-scale abnormality, immediately let the witches send a message to Motor City. The threat came from the undead. Then there was no need for the fleet at sea to be recalled to defend the city. The attack of the undead should not take too long. In a blink of an eye, it was almost December. The arrival of winter did not make Mordor City cold. So far, it was just a light snow. Under the influence of the enchantment that enveloped the entire city, the climate and environment were transformed to be more suitable for people to live in. Soren had been guarding against possible attacks on the south coast. But what he never expected was that the target of Orcus' attack was not the south coast, but Mordor City, far away in the outer islands. Inside the arcane tower. When night gradually fell, suddenly a sharp alarm sounded. Alert! Alert! Abnormality detected. Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected 20 kilometers south of the arcane tower. Alert! Alert! An unknown spatial rift has appeared. Arcane tower entering level 1 state of preparation. Thowling sharp alarms sounded. Then in the next second, Soren, Gloria, Fallen Witch, Alice, and Vivian were directly teleported to the top of the arcane tower. There was an independent teleportation beacon here to deal with possible emergencies. What's going on? Alice seemed to have just fallen asleep. She was still wearing pajamas, and her beautiful figure was faintly visible. Gloria shook her head and said, "A sudden alarm. It seems that an unknown spatial rift has been discovered." After she said that, she reached out and touched the huge crystal ball, and then a projection appeared on it. The scene in the distance appeared in front of him. A dark red spatial door opened. The whole sky seemed to be torn open, and then countless demons, wraiths, liches, and so on rushed out. They arrived near the sixth town in the south, Black Mountain Town. In just a while, demons rushed in, and then there were sharp screams and alarms. The defenders of the town only resisted for less than 3 minutes before they were broken by a powerful 6-armed snake demon. Then it was a bloody massacre. These undead and demons had no mercy at all. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died under their butcher's knife. Countless demons and undead passed through the portal, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 enemies were teleported to the ground. At this time, the alarm in Mordor City sounded, followed by the sound of the military camp quickly gathering. This reaction speed was already very fast, but it was still not as fast as the speed of the undead. "It's Orcus's army." Soren's face turned pale. He never thought that Orcus would dare to attack the city of Mordor. This was like a slap to his face. Directly attacking a god's territory was the most serious form of provocation, and Orcus' actions had pushed Soren to the brink of death. Most of the people in the city of Mordor were Soren's followers, and it was also the core area of his foundation. Even if Soren won this battle, he would have to pay a huge price. Enter full combat mode immediately. Soren directly took over the highest authority of the arcane tower. He glanced at the others and said, "Kalina, go and activate the elemental furnace and the Mies core. Gloria, activate the floating device. Prepare the arcane tower to take off. Thelling, activate the lock immediately. Activate the energy protection enchantment and bring Mordor City into the range of the energy protection enchantment. Alice, you go and activate all the golems. Remember? All the golems." Soren solemnly repeated, and then Alice nodded with a serious expression and directly teleported to the bottom of the arcane tower. Emergency combat mode. Emergency combat mode. The cold mechanical voice spread throughout the city of Mordor, and then it continued, "Mordor City has been attacked by demons. All combatants are to be on standby immediately. Ordinary people are to return to their residences immediately. Port Mordor garrison is to enter combat mode. Everyone is to assemble in the barracks immediately. Emergency combat mode. Emergency combat mode. The 1st to 7th city guards of Mordor are to assemble outside the barracks immediately. The 3rd to 5th priest regiment are to assemble outside the temple. All wizards with a profession level of 5 and above are to enter combat mode. Please gather near the library within 5 minutes. Dragon Knights are to take off and support the garrison in the southern cities. The 3rd and 6th fleets are to sail in the direction of the inland river. Rumble. With a slight battle on the ground, the arcane tower activated the floating device, and then directly suspended about 50 meters in the air. Then a red light appeared on the neat ground, and with the sound of mechanical activation, a secret door in the basement gradually appeared, and below it was a wide staircase. Buzz. The amethyst energy storage was activated to the limit in an instant, and then in the first wide basement, the golems that were neatly arranged in dense rows opened their eyes at the same time. The 1st Golem Legion is to enter combat mode. The 2nd Golem Legion is to enter combat mode. The Golem Auxiliary Legion is to enter combat mode. The Clay Golem Auxiliary Legion is to enter combat mode. The 3rd Steel Golem Legion is to enter combat mode. Activate the Diamond Golem Squad. Energy transmission. Boom. Heavy footsteps sounded crazily. Under the full operation of the Mies's energy core, a row of 5 golems with a total of 300 quickly walked out of the basement. Followed by the 2nd Golem Legion, the Golem Auxiliary Legion, and the Clay Golem Auxiliary Legion. In just 10 minutes, about 6,000 golems had completed the assembly, and then quickly walked out of Mordor City. Since the establishment of Motor City, Soren had been stockpiling the number of golems. The current reserve had reached more than 10,000 golems, and now all the golems that had been activated had been equipped with the defense ability. Witches, activate the portal. Soren's cold order sounded, activate the number 23 space waymark. Connect and lock. High Priest, prepare to teleport to the Archbishop. Activate the Diamond Golem emergency response device. Begin teleporting the number 1 Diamond Golem formation. Buzz. A door opened near the laboratory, and then 12 senior witches quickly arrived, and Saruman's figure soon appeared. A portal opened and connected to the nearest teleportation point of the demon army. As early as the second transformation of Mordor City, Soren had set up teleportation beacons inside Mordor City in order to deal with possible sudden attacks. 10 activated diamond golems quickly appeared, and then stepped into the portal. Vivian, Lillian, you go support the front line. Soren nodded, then pointed to the direction of the sea. In front of Port Motor. The surrounding seawater suddenly separated to the left and right, and then a dark mast broke through the waves, and then the ghost ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea. With the appearance of the magic light, the ghost ship directly floated in the air, and all the earthbound spirits automatically became busy, quickly turned the muzzle, and then flew toward the location of the demon army. Arcane Tower activated. Soren's figure turned into a golden shadow, and then said, Super Magic Pulse Cannon charging. Coordinates 23. 14. His god-level perception spread out. Soren instantly locked on to a group of liches and senior demons among the enemy, and said coldly, Start charging. Target locked. Super Magic Pulse Cannon ready to fire. Boom. The silver-white barrel quickly turned, and then it quickly charged at a speed that had never been seen before. Then an energy cannon directly crossed the air and hit a point 20 kilometers away in an instant. Rumble. There was a violent earthquake. Inside the demon army that suddenly appeared, about 50 meters were directly evaporated by the cannon, and glass-like crystals appeared on the ground. Except for a few liches that used accidental teleportation, the rest were completely evaporated. The first city defense force has been assembled. The second city defense force has been assembled. The third city defense force has been assembled. Attack. The drow officer gave the order without any expression, and then quickly gathered the troops and rushed toward the location of the battle. The location of Port Motor. All the naval fleets were in place, and under the command of the officer, they quickly set sail and approached the inland river. At this time, Soren's figure appeared in the temple, and then he said, Gloria, you take over the command of the Arcane Tower. Divine form. Countless divine powers gathered around the great temple gathered toward Soren's body, and then a golden giant appeared over the temple. Soren took a step and appeared more than 20 kilometers away, and then he slammed his fist on the ground. Area Divine Power Shockwave *3. A surge of divine power swept across the area within a radius of 300 meters. Soren's domain blocked all teleportation spells, and then a large number of undead fell to the ground in batches. Even the powerful liches could only withstand the third wave of Area Divine Power Shock Wave, and then their whole body turned into ashes like scattered bones. 3 Area Divine Power Shock Waves directly consumed a lot of Soren's divine power. However, it also stopped the enemy's attack in an instant. Soren's figure turned back into the form of a saint, and then he activated his divinity and directly entered the state of Avatar. The figure of the Arcane Tower appeared in the distance. The Quetzalcoatlus quickly rushed to the battlefield, blocking the attack of some flying demons, and at the same time covering the evacuation of the residents in the town. In just 10 minutes, 3 nearby towns had been attacked, and more than 5,000 civilians had died at the hands of the demons and the undead. The mighty army of the undead was still teleporting into the range of the island of Motor. In just a while, the core area occupied by the enemy had gathered more than 30,000 undead troops. Even Soren did not dare to go deep and use the power of divinity to close the portal here, because a powerful demon lord's breath covered this area. Orcus. One of the 3 giants of the abyss, the undead king, Orcus had come to Motor in person. Orcus. Its full name was, Demon Monarch of Undead Creatures. When Soren saw the undead king, Orcus in the distance, some information about him had already emerged in his mind. This was definitely a very difficult opponent to deal with. Name: Orcus, undead monarch, large otherworld creature, chaotic, evil, transdimensional, HP, 900 plus special attack, command undead creatures, spell-like ability, spells, divine light of fear, poison, summon demon, undead creature summon, Orcus staff. Special feature: damage reduction 25 legendary, kindness, and cold steel, night vision 60 feet, immunity to poison and lightning, cold, acid, and fire resistance 10 each, otherworld creature trait, realm of God, dead talk, telepathy 100 feet. Attributes: strength 45, dexterity 22, vitality 33, intelligence 28, wisdom 28, charm 34. Skills: bluff 600, focus 590, negotiation 600, escape 240, gather information 490, intimidation 600, knowledge 570, listen 530, sneak 520, search 520, observation 500, spell identify 570, necromancy spells 590, detect 550, survival 570, in other planes 590. Specialties: blind fighting, cleave of momentum, combat casting, crafting magic wands, crafting wondrous items, strengthen spell effectiveness, powerful cleave of momentum, spell upgrade, proficient in preemptive attacks, multi-strike, violent attack, instant spell cast legendary abilities, legendary spellcasting, multi-strike, undead dominator, undead domain. Spells that can be cast at will: corpse manipulation, blasphemy, charm monster, abyssal darkness, blasphemy, detect kindness, detect magic, detect thoughts, fear, greater dispel magic, greater teleport, lightning beam, polymorph, read magic, suggestion, emblem of death, emblem of pain, clever speech, true knowledge, evil residence, evil divine light, evil shadow strike, firewall. Once a day, retarded spell. Orcus has a spellcaster level of 35. He can cast spells like a level 20 necromancer or level 15 priest. His restriction school is enchantment and illusion. His domain is death, destruction, and evil. Challenge level: 28+. As one of the three great lords of the abyss, Orcus had the power to challenge gods head-on. Even some of the weaker gods were no match for him, even in their true god form. This terrifying abyssal lord had 45 strength, which was the highest among all the demon lords. In other words, there were almost no creatures in the abyss that could compete with his power, and this power did not have any magic effect. The most common power he used was bull's strength. He was one of the targets that the adventurers wanted to capture the most. Other than the abilities that Soren could recall, Orcus also had the abilities of a level 20 legendary necromancer, including but not limited to Meteor Blast, Banshee's Howl, Soul Bind, Wish, Energy Drain, and so on. Orcus could also cast the abilities of a priest up to the 9th circle, including Killing Spell, Lethal Spell, Chaos Mantra, and so on. His domains were death, destruction, and evil. It had special legendary spells such as Mummy's Dust, Collapse, Summon the Undead Army, and so on. In the meantime, Orcus also had Deity's Domain, which gave him omniscience, complete perception, domain knowledge, and other abilities. To put it simply, this domain was similar to Soren's ability in his true god form. This gave Orcus the power to challenge gods head-on and even kill them. But these were not the most frightening things about him. The most frightening thing about Orcus was his weapon, which was the legendary +5 artifact, Orcus Staff. This was a divine artifact that was given the power of death. It was not very powerful in terms of damage. It was just a huge black skeletal staff, but it was given an extremely frightening ability. Any living creature that came into contact with the Orcus staff would have to forcibly trigger a 40 test of death. This meant that any living creature that was weaker than this would be killed by this artifact. Under normal circumstances, only a level 20 pure-blooded warrior would have a 50% chance of being immune, and any living creature that was weaker than legendary would have a 90% chance of surviving. There was less than a 10% chance of being immune. Warning: this power would be triggered as soon as it was touched, which meant that if one was not able to resist the power of death, they would be killed instantly. Just as Soren was looking at Orcus in the distance, the Abyss Lord was also looking at Soren. Both sides felt great pressure. Soren was a mid-level god, and Orcus was the most powerful demon lord. Both sides had the ability to kill each other, but it was hard to say who would win. Attack! Orcus held a huge black skeletal staff and pointed forward. Then, behind the undead army, a few figures that were 5 or 6 meters tall appeared. Vampire giants. These giants that were turned into undead creatures by Orcus were also a huge threat in the abyss. For mortals, they were legendary creatures. At the same time, some evil liches also appeared. They began to cast all kinds of spells to buff the undead knights. The undead army surged forward like a tide. The army from Moder was still on their way. 20 kilometers was not a short distance. Let's give up here. Gloria sighed and said, the golem army is still on their way. There is no way to defend this place. We can only retreat until the army arrives. The number of enemies was too great. In just a short while, there were already 50 to 60,000 undead. The 3 towns in front of him had basically been destroyed. Except for the people who were evacuated by the Quetzalcoatlus Knights at the beginning, the others were basically surrounded by the undead and demons. There were shrill screams and wails in the distance. Soren watched his believers and subjects being slaughtered, and his eyes could not help but show a blood-red light. Nearly 10,000 people were slaughtered by the undead. The power of mortals was so weak that they could not resist the attack of the Abyss Lord. Retreat! Soren gritted his teeth and said. He could not fight against so many enemies in his saint form. Besides, Orcus could join forces with the legendary undead to kill him at any time. The diamond golems formed a defensive formation. The wyvern knights covered the surroundings and killed some flying demons that tried to chase after them. The scattered battles were still going on. More than 12,000 civilians were killed by the undead. Then, the necromancer used their bones to perform an evil sacrifice and summoned more undead creatures. Behind Soren, the army of Moder had begun to appear. The priests from the church continued to bless the army with divine spells such as courage, protection, strength, and so on. With the sound of heavy footsteps, the golem legion began to appear in batches. Nearly 11,000 golems of various kinds quickly spread out on the battlefield and formed a steel wall in front of the front line. Activate the magic lock. Gloria's voice came from the top of the arcane tower. Then a large light curtain opened, and then a huge magic power shrouded the battlefield in front of them. The magic lock was the most terrible weapon on the battlefield. Since the Silver Age, the High Elves and human great arcanists had tried to build a magic lock for hundreds of years. A complete magic lock included the following abilities: permanent spells, instant large-scale spells, forbidden spells, area anti-magic field, activation spells, permanent effects, and so on. With the activation of the power of the Mias energy core, a cold mechanical voice sounded inside the arcane tower. Activate the permanent effect of the magic lock, negative energy protection barrier. Activate the super large enchantment spell, death protection barrier. What was the most terrible ability of the undead? It was not the means to resurrect and summon the undead, but the various negative energy and instant death spells of the high undead. Gloria activated a large protective negative energy barrier, and at the same time, activated the power of the anti-death barrier. Within the range of the magic lock, most of the instant death spells would lose their effect, unless the power was enough to break through the limit of the magic lock. In this case, one would need a casting level of at least 35 or above. At present, it seemed that only Orcus could do it among all the undead and demons in front of him. Shadow, realm. The grey shadow shrouded the space, and Soren's figure appeared in midair. All the rogues who believed in and served him became hazy for a while. Under the blessing of Soren's shadow realm, their sneak and hiding ability gained an additional 50 points, and their evasion ability gained a hazy bonus of 10 points. There was no limit to the number of times they used shadow power. The shadow power mobilized by abilities such as Shadow Strike, Shadow Raid, and so on was directly provided by Soren. Order, realm. Soren's divine power resisted Orcus's realm of chaos and offset all the negative effects it brought. Slaughter, realm. Death, realm. Soren activated one realm after another. The pirate realm strengthened the morale of the army, the fear realm counteracted the fear aura of the high undead, the magic realm strengthened the spellcaster's penetration, and the slaughter and death realm suppressed the undead army in the distance. Gloria and Fallen which appeared at the top of the arcane tower. Vivian and Lillian stood on the deck of the Dead Man's Voice. Alice appeared behind the diamond golem. Saruman's body was surrounded by twisted vines. The high priest stood silently behind Soren, and on the side was the bishops led by the divine priest Milan. The giant's burly figure was covered in plate armor, and behind him was a team of heavily armored warriors. The golem army opened a 3-kilometer-long defense line. In front of them, countless undead appeared from the portal in the distance. The demon army gathered on the left, and the undead army formed a battle formation on the right. The huge army of more than 200,000 almost filled the space in front of them. Orcus's figure was so conspicuous among the countless undead. As he clenched his scepter and pointed forward, the fully assembled enemies began to attack. Countless undead and demons rushed forward like a raging tide. This was the real Abyss army. Even in the Blood War, such an Abyss army was enough to fight against the elite demons. Although Soren had a huge force. But within the city of Mordor, there were not many troops that could be mobilized. Because even if the population of the entire island of Mordor was added together, it was only about 400,000 or 500,000 people. The proportion of the army in Mordor was about 1/10. There were about 30,000 regular troops in the inner city, 5,000 defenders in the port area, and the rest were fleets. At most, they would occasionally rest on the island of Mordor, and then there were a large number of militia troops in many towns. This number was relatively large, estimated to reach the scale of 60 to 70,000. However, the combat power of the militia was too low. At most, a militia could deal with 1 or 2 skeletons. When facing the real Abyss army, they could basically ignore them. If they went to the battlefield, they would be killed. In this way, Soren could actually gather very few troops in a short time. The city defense army could come one after another, about 20,000 people. There were about 2,000 or 3,000 people from the church, witches, and professions. The core force was still the Arcane Tower and the Golem army. Soren could not give up the outer towns to defend Mordor because there were at least 100,000 people in the outer 12 towns. If he gave them up and let them be slaughtered by the undead army, not only would Soren's strength be greatly reduced, but his prestige and faith would also be shaken in an instant. Therefore, in this case, Soren could only fight head-on. And he had to fight. When Orcus's undead army gathered and launched an attack, all the troops that Soren could mobilize in a short time were also concentrated in the plains. There were about 36,000 troops in Mordor. The number of Orcus's army was between 200,000 and 300,000. Nearly 10 times the number of troops gave great pressure, but the soldiers of Mordor did not retreat in the slightest, and even their morale was not shaken at all. Because the true God was with them. The top combat power of Mordor was gathered together. There was also an arcane tower in the sky. The domain of the magic lock had also been activated. The mighty golems formed a line of defense. These powerful golems were not at a disadvantage even in the face of demons. Especially the large-scale steel golems, their combat power was enough to defeat all the blood army. Woo-woo-woo. The dull sound of a bugle horn was heard. Countless stretches were driven forward. Orcus was still using the same tactic as the Abyss, which was to use a large number of cannon fodders to consume the enemy's strength. Among the nearly 300,000 abyssal army, there were about 50,000 low-level demons, followed by about 100,000 low-level undead. These were all cannon fodder that could be used at will. Even with numbers, they could still defeat a large number of enemies. More than once, the elite army of devils had been surrounded by 10 times the number of low-grade demons and died of exhaustion. Shield formation. The dull roar of the drow officer sounded, and then from the defense line of the city of Mordor, a team of warriors with full armor and giant metal shields walked out. There were also many Duergars among them. Despite their short stature, they were holding giant shields that were even larger and heavier than themselves. It was as if they didn't care at all. These Duergars were specially trained shield warriors. They were equipped with full-body armor, enchanted shields, and one-handed war hammers. They were the strongest defensive force of the army, and they were responsible for resisting the frontline attacks. Boom! Boom! The muffled sound of cannon fire was heard. The portal at the rear urgently mobilized a batch of cannons, and there was also long-range artillery support from the warships in the direction of the inland river. However, these were not the key factors that determined the outcome of the battle. Under Gloria's command, the witches worked together to cast their spells. Dense fireballs fell from the sky and bloomed on the map within a radius of 100 meters. Every time they cast a spell, they would take away thousands of demon cannon fodder. Nearly 100,000 cannon fodders gradually approached and quickly fell to the ground in the process. In just 5 or 6 rounds of attacks, 30 to 50,000 low-level demons and low-level undead had been destroyed. Orcus, who was in the rear, could not help but frown. The organizational ability and probability of the army of Mordor were completely beyond his imagination. It made him feel like he was fighting against the army of devils. Because in the bloody battle, the elite devils also ignored such a huge number and efficiently eliminated batch after batch of demon cannon fodders. The trial of Sauron's battle flag plane began to take effect. The main target of the trial was the demons, and most of the officers in Mordor had entered it, so when they really faced the demon army, they did not panic at all. If the officers did not panic, the soldiers below would not panic. All orders were carried out in an orderly manner, and the enemy was quickly reduced under the attack. Clay golems, enter combat state. The clay golems, which occupied the largest proportion of the city of Mordor, began to step forward. Nearly 6,000 clay golems and stone golems formed the first line of defense. When the 70 or 80,000 undead cannon fodders approached, the clay golems did not change at all. With 25 points of strength, they directly crushed the enemy. At the moment of contact, 7 or 8,000 skeletons and dretches were smashed without hesitation. The ability, resist attack, was originally for defensive counterattack, and the effect was amazing against cannon fodders. And, the most important point was that although the clay golem's combat power was close to the lowest among the golems, they had a very powerful ability. They had about 10 points of damage immunity, and they were very effective against sharp weapons. They could gradually recover their damage during the battle. Mordor did not make large and giant clay golems, which made them unable to fight against high-grade beings, but it was enough to crush these cannon fodders with numbers. Batches of demon cannon fodders fell down. The dretches were the first to be unable to bear it and began to collapse quickly. Even the demon generals could not stop them. There were 30 to 50,000 demon corpses at the front of the battle, but only 100 or 200 clay golems were destroyed. The skeletons and zombies were basically of little use, especially when facing the golems. They were difficult to break through. Earthquake. The ground began to shake violently. A small group of necromancers quietly approached under the leadership of the Lich, and then launched a large-scale earthquake. Then many clay golems began to crack. This spell caused high damage to the clay golems. However, they only had so many opportunities. At the moment when they were close to the battlefield and finished casting, these people were completely exposed. The Dark Blade assassins blessed by Sauron quickly dealt with them. The battlefield entered a war of attrition. The army of Mordor was on standby in the rear. The clay golems began to fight with the cannon fodders in front of them. Almost every time a clay golem was destroyed, the undead would have to pay 100 times the price. The basic cost of a clay golem was more than 3,600 gold coins. If it was sold on the market, the price would be about 15,000 gold coins. Requires casting a spell to activate. Sauron did not feel distressed at the moment. He watched the clay golems and the abyss cannon fodders in front of him without blinking. The main force basically stopped attacking. In this way, Sauron used nearly 1,800 clay golems to fight against nearly 100,000 undead cannon fodders. In his heart, he was already prepared to use Kindler to fight against the demons. Piles of bones and corpses piled up like mountains. The high-grade demons obviously did not expect the army of Mordor to be so resilient, and the successful cannon fodder could not break into the enemy's defense line. The war of attrition failed. This was a blow to the demons' morale, because in every battle, they succeeded in using cannon fodder to kill part of the enemy's main force. But now the enemy in front of them had only consumed a part of the golems, and there were still many golems in the rear. If they wanted to completely defeat the enemy, they did not know how many people would die. Hezru, attack. Skeletons, attack. Arcus did not care about the consumption of more than 100,000 cannon fodder. He clenched his scepter and looked at Sauron, who was also motionless, and waved his hand to start the second round of attrition. In the bottomless abyss, even the middle-grade demons were also cannon fodder. They were just higher-grade cannon fodder. Arcus had plenty of cannon fodder, and he did not believe that the enemy in front of him could resist all the cannon fodder attacks. Ghouls, skeleton warriors, and some undead knights joined the battlefield. On the other side were berserk demons and Hezra demons as the core cannon fodder of the bloody war. These creatures with amazing strength and huge size were enough to crush the enemy. Their tenacious vitality could break through any defense line. Roar! The Hezra demons roared again and again. In Soren's line of defense, many officers began to issue orders. After experiencing the battle flag trial, they knew very well that the Golem Legion alone could not stop all the Hezru. Steel golems enter combat mode. More heavy footsteps sounded, and steel golems appeared in front of the defense line. There were not many of them even in Mordor. There were only about 1,600 of them, but their combat power was quite strong. Any steel golem alone was at the level of a mini-boss. Steel golems and golems mixed to form a defense line. At this moment, the Grey Dwarf Shield Warriors also joined the battle. They were scattered on both sides to cover. Some heavy armored warriors with swords in both hands spread out. Assassins and rogues escaped into the shadows, ready to destroy the demons that broke through the defense line. The Berserk demons and Hezra demons' charge was unstoppable. These terrible demons faced the golem army of Motor City head-on, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. They crushed the clay golems at the front and were held back by the golems. A small number of them broke through the defense of the steel golems, but they soon encountered the stone-like shield warriors of the Grey Dwarves. Saruman, you may make your move now. The High Priest's voice rang out. Then, they saw Saruman scatter a field of sparkling and translucent crystals. These crystals scattered with the wind, and the plants on the ground grew wildly the moment they came into contact with them. Countless vines rose from the ground, a large-scale entanglement spell that enveloped the battlefield appeared. At the same time, the vines also had some terrifying characteristics. They could devour flesh and blood to strengthen themselves, quickly stopping the advance of the demon army. Demigod Saruman, the power of the legendary realm had finally made its move. This made one of the Balers restless, but when it saw Soren at the back, it obediently gave up on the idea. Only Orcus could fight against Soren. Everyone else would die if they encountered Soren. The Lich at the back did not move, and the demons did not dare to act rashly. The fierce battle was still going on. One by one, the golems fell to the ground under the attack of the demons, and some soldiers of Motor City began to fall. When the snake demons began to join the battlefield, the giant looked at the high priest in the distance. After getting her signal, he roared, and some heavily armored soldiers joined the battle under the lead of the giant. The anchor that weighed more than half a ton was swung by the giant. Even the Hezra demons would be half dead if they were hit by it. This new force quickly defeated the demons in front of them, and at the same time, stopped the snake demons outside the line of defense. The priests began to cast their divine spells. Because of the existence of Soren's domain, the number of divine spells they had was obviously more. Some healing spells kept appearing, and the number of casualties of the enemy was obviously much higher than that of Motor City. Balers, assassins, Glabrizu, six-armed snake demons. Attack! Some huge black shadows appeared in the sky. The Balers roared excitedly, opened their huge demon wings, and launched an attack. However, at this moment, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded. An adult shadow dragon led the Quetzalcoatlus to fly towards these demons. Dragons were the overlords of the sky. Even the high-grade demons did not dare to fight with them in the air. The difference in size between the two sides was too big. Some reinforcements from the shadow plane had arrived. Soren also had some troops in the shadow plane, including an adult shadow dragon. Go! Vivian clapped her hands, and then a huge Quetzalcoatlus appeared. It was given divinity by Vivian, and it looked as big as an old dragon. There were screams in the sky, and demons fell one after another. Witches, get ready to fight. When the necromancers started casting their spells, the witches under Gloria's command also prepared for battle. The enemy's attack was getting fiercer and fiercer. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Orcus behind him. He was waiting for the other side to make a move. It seemed that no one could stop Soren, and Soren also did not have many people who could fight against Orcus. Even Vivian and Lillian were in a bit of danger. Orcus did not move, and Soren could not act rashly. Diamond golems, attack. The core fighting force of Moder finally moved. Under the command of Gloria, more than 100 diamond golems appeared on the battlefield. Their huge size gave the demons a lot of pressure. These diamond golems were the strongest army that Soren had accumulated. There were countless diamonds that were smashed on them, and each diamond golem had legendary fighting strength. They pushed into the demon army, and only the high-grade demons could stop them. Orcus finally could not help it. The skeleton knights began to attack, the lich's figures were erratic, the vampire giants quickly charged, and the ancient mummies appeared one after another. The most powerful undead began to move. On the side of Moder, Gloria, Fallen Witch, Vivian, Alice, and others also began to move, casting spells on themselves. Only they could stop these terrible creatures. Orcus finally moved. He gripped the huge black skeletal staff tightly and stepped forward. Soren stared at him, and his figure disappeared in an instant. There was a strange vacuum in the middle of the battlefield. Neither the army of Moder nor the army of the Abyss dared to get close because this was a battle between gods. Whether it was Soren or Orcus, they both had terrible power that could crush legendary legends. The cold wind whistled. The surrounding coldness seemed to be getting more and more obvious, and little crystal snowflakes fell from the sky. Orcus' figure looked huge and bloated. However, when Soren's figure suddenly appeared and slashed at Orcus with his curved sword, Orcus dodged with great agility. At the same time, he swung the Orcus staff backhandedly and smashed it at Soren. Blind fight. Holy realm. Orcus, who was 6 or 7 meters tall and weighed more than 6,000 pounds, was agile beyond his size and managed to dodge Soren's sneak attack. God's descent. Golden light gathered around Soren's body. Facing Orcus, who had 45 points of strength, Soren did not have the confidence to face him head-on. Thus, he directly entered God's descent and increased his temporary stats to the maximum. Clang, it was the first direct confrontation. Soren blocked Orcus' attack with his dual swords, but his figure was pushed back more than 10 meters. The difference in strength is too great. Soren swallowed the blood in his mouth and tested the effect of Orcus' staff on him. He then stood still and stretched his body. Suddenly, his figure split into two. Mimicry. Soren did not use the doppelganger ability because the death of the doppelganger would damage the original body. However, mimicry did not have this problem and could also interfere with the enemy's battle. In a confrontation of this level, normal spells were basically useless. Both Soren and Orcus had more than 1,000 HP. Their immunity to normal spells was too high, and most of the elemental damage was also limited. In this situation, the only thing that both sides could compete with was the most basic of skills. For example, Soren would not give Orcus a chance to cast spells, and Orcus was not afraid of most of Soren's spells. All along, Soren's endurance was extremely high, and he also had the divine domain of death. Orcus' staff could not trigger the death effect at all. This was Soren's biggest advantage. Clang clang clang. In this short confrontation, both sides had a better understanding of each other's strength. Soren was a classic example of high agility and high attack, while Orcus was a classic example of high strength and high damage. Both sides were at the extremes, and neither had any obvious weaknesses. Boom boom boom, the first round of physical confrontation ended. In an instant, Orcus cast more than 10 spells. These were all instant cast spells. He was still trying to find out Soren's weakness. Shadow Leap. It was a pity. Soren wasn't afraid of spells. He was immune to spells from Circle 1 to Circle 4, and he had Divine Shield to protect himself from higher-level spells. He could also hide in the shadows. Similarly, Soren also gave his opponent the first round of instant cast spells. He used Melf's Strong Acid Arrow and Melf's Minute Meteor. Orcus held in pain. It seemed like he was not immune to Soren's spells and had suffered some damage. However, his regenerative ability was very strong, and he also had the ability of a priest. He recovered in the blink of an eye. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. Both Soren and Orcus had the ability to hurt each other, but they weren't confident that they could kill each other in one hit. Soren could heal himself with divine spells. Similarly, Orcus could be restored using divine arts. The battle between the two sides determined that they had to suppress the other side, and it was obvious that this was not going to be easy. Outside the battlefield, the advantages of the city of Mordor began to show. Vivian and Lillian were mid-level gods together, Saruman was a demigod, Fallen, which was a high-grade legendary spellcaster, Alice controlled a huge golem army, and Gloria controlled the magic lock on the arcane tower. From time to time, she could also use the superconducting mana crystal pulse. If it wasn't for maintaining the energy of the magic lock, a round of cannon fire would be enough. The battle was tilting towards the city of Mordor. Orcus had great power, but he didn't have any gods as his subordinates. The only one that could be regarded as a god was the Ghoul King, Dorison, but now it seemed that he wasn't on the battlefield. In the battle, Orcus was obviously getting anxious. He tried to find Sorin's weakness, and his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, Sorin was gradually moving around and could even use simulacrum to hunt down nearby liches. Sorin couldn't kill Orcus at once, but he could delay the opponent and gradually suppress the situation of the Abyss army. Undead Domain. Lord of the Undead. Mummy's dust. Orcus finally couldn't help it. With the opening of a domain, he raised his hand and sprinkled out a grey dust. Then the figures of 6 ancient mummies began to gather in front of him, and at the same time, they rushed towards Sorin from all directions. There's actually such a method. In one breath, he summoned 6 legendary helpers, which surprised Sorin. But soon the light of the elemental stone appeared, and an elder wind elemental, an elder fire elemental, and a giant earth elemental poured out of the portal. He also knew a lot of summoning spells, such as dryads, and more dryads. However, there was no need for dryads in this level of battle. They had many other uses. Bang! In just one confrontation, the giant earth elemental summoned by Sorin was blown away, and then the elder fire elemental was torn apart by the 3 mummies. Huh? At this time, Sorin realized that something was wrong, because the ancient mummies in front of him had the light of divinity on them. He was very surprised and said to himself, they actually summoned divine mummies. Looks like there's no other way. Sorin put away his curved sword and suddenly stretched out his hand toward the void, and then said in a deep voice, my servants, listen to my call. Gate of the Kingdom of God. A light gate opened in front of him. Since the opponent wanted to use summoned creatures to suppress him, he didn't mind showing the opponent a luxurious lineup of summoned servants. The gate of the Kingdom of God opened. Accompanied by a golden radiance, an otherworldly god's emissary walked out. Then, 4 otherworldly god servants with black wings flew out, followed by 12 high-level heroic spirits in the form of shadow angels. A group of servants in the form of shadow angels protected Sorin in the middle. My lord. After the ugly monkey died, the angel from another world knelt on one knee towards Sorin, then stood up and pulled out a sharp blade that glowed with dark light. Theoretically speaking, Sorin's Gate of the Kingdom of God could summon any servant in the Kingdom of God, from gods to angels. As long as Sorin had enough divine power, he could summon as many servants as he wanted. This was the key reason why gods were almost impossible to defeat outside of the Avatar crisis. Fighting against a true god was equivalent to fighting against the Kingdom of God. The revenge of the Queen of Spiders on the Arcanists had proved this point. Kill them. Sorin nodded calmly. A true god could summon thousands of heroic spirits with a wave of his hand. He didn't have this ability now, but it was enough to summon an army of heroic spirits. The cold wind held. After winter, the temperature in the outer islands also gradually dropped, but today the drop seemed to be very obvious. Gloria's silhouette stood at the top of the arcane tower. She was controlling the massive magic lock. However, as the snowflakes drifted away, Gloria seemed to have sensed something. She nodded lightly towards the distance. The battle below was still going on. Although the city of Mordor seemed to have a great advantage, there were too many enemies. Countless undead almost filled the field of vision. The defense line of the dwarven shield warriors was constantly being compressed, and the ratio of casualties was gradually increasing. Even if a large number of cannon fodder were consumed with golems, the number of undead army was still more than 5 times that of the city of Mordor. The middle-grade demons began to break through the defense line, and the drows pulled out their swords to join the battle. In the city of Mordor, only these drows with high-grade professions could deal with these demons one-on-one. The pressure on the priests became greater and greater. Some priests who had used up their divine spells began to join the battle with scepters. The priests in this world were not weak spellcasters. They could wear heavy armor and fight head-on with warhammers. On the other side of the battlefield, Orcus's situation seemed to be a little unfavorable. After his third resurrection, he had not recovered his full strength. Neither the Lord of the Dead nor the God of Death, Nero, would allow him to fully recover. That would not allow them to control Orcus. Sorin's suppression began to become obvious. Also, because of the existence of the magic lock, the combat power of the enemy spellcasters had decreased a lot. Many low-grade spells of the liches had lost their effect, and the preparation time for high-level spells was constant. The Dark Blade and the Inquisitor Assassin, who were given divinity by Sorin, had been staring at them. The figure of the arcane assassin was like a ghost. Every time he appeared, an enemy would fall. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Orcus's figure was already covered with scars. Sorin was also injured, but he immediately recovered with a high recovery spell. Dorison. Finally, the undead king, Orcus lost all his patience. The more this battle continued, the more likely he was to lose because some of the demons had begun to collapse. They were afraid of the gods. And Mordor City seemed to have more than one god. Orcus smashed his huge scepter on the ground, and a huge summoning circle automatically formed. The figure of Dorison, the king of ghouls, appeared, along with some huge twisted ghouls. He summoned his servant, the leader of the undead army, the king of ghouls, Dorison. You finally can't hold it in anymore? When the king of ghouls appeared, Sorin quickly retreated. He didn't want to fight two powerful demon lords at once. Snowflakes danced in the air. Sorin's figure turned into a golden shadow as he slowly said, "Then let's end this now." Whoosh, a gale swept through the entire battlefield in an instant. The snowstorm suddenly became incomparably fierce, and the ground froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless ice and snow fell like sharp blades, and the demons let out incomparably shrill screams, and the undead army fell to the ground in droves. Princess Royal's figure appeared. After Sorin bought a lot of time for her, Princess Royal finally completed the super-large divine spell. Icebound Kingdom. The cold instantly shrouded the battlefield. The army of Mordor City quickly retreated, and a terrible snowstorm fell from the sky. The low-level undead were directly frozen into ice sculptures, and the high-level demons were covered with scars. Ice and snow gathered in the wind. Then a little golden light fell, and a 20-meter-tall snow giant appeared in the snow and ice. It roared and rampaged through the undead army. All attacks could hardly leave a mark on its body because the ice and snow quickly repaired it. Sure enough. Sorin looked at the countless fallen undead and murmured, "The large-scale lethality of spellcasters after ascending to godhood is still greater than that of melee fighters." Princess Royal almost reversed the situation of the battle by herself. This kind of scene could only be achieved by Gloria using meteorite, but that meant that the island of Mordor would be severely damaged. Sorin was still not comparable to Princess Royal in terms of AoE damage. He could use area divine power shockwaves and legendary spells, but there was no way to kill tens of thousands of demons and undead as quietly as Princess Royal. Master. In the snowstorm, a girl with a nine-tailed whip appeared. She stopped a group of high-level demons, and some petitioners appeared behind her. The girl of pain bowed slightly to Sorin to show her respect, and then quickly joined the battle. Sorin just frowned slightly at this. As Sorin's subordinate god, under normal circumstances, the girl of pain should have joined the battle as soon as possible. But in fact, the situation was that when Princess Royal appeared, and the battle was almost completely in Mordor's favor, the girl of pain summoned her heroic spirit. Sure enough, Sorin said to himself, the native god who surrendered is not trustworthy. Sorin was a little disappointed with the girl of pain. The undead's attack stopped. The army of Mordor City launched a counterattack, and Sorin, Princess Royal, and Vivian surrounded Orcus's Dorison. The situation was very clear. Orcus, the undead king, and Dorison, the ghoul king, would face Sorin. Intermediate divine power, the twins of fear, Vivian and Lillian, intermediate divine power, and Arendelle's snow goddess, Princess Royal, intermediate divine power. A trace of fear finally appeared on Orcus's face. On the other hand, Dory's son, the Ghoul King, was very confused. He thought that his master was going to attack the material plane to plunder and kill, but he didn't expect that his master was going to attack Mordor City. Dory's son, who had just responded to the summon, didn't see the situation clearly, and then he found himself surrounded by 3 intermediate divine powers. His mood was simply F***ket up. Roar. Orcus let out a roar full of unwillingness. He waved the Orcus staff and rushed towards Soren. However, what everyone didn't expect was that when Orcus rushed up crazily, Dory's son, the Ghoul King, quietly retreated, then suddenly opened a strange door of light and disappeared directly in front of everyone's eyes. He escaped. The surrounding space had been sealed, but he still escaped. Crafty, field. Soren seemed to have thought of something, and then he faced Orcus in front of him. Orcus had no chance of winning. When Dory's son, the Ghoul King, escaped, the less than 30% chance of winning was directly reduced to 0. Unless some kind of miracle happened, it was impossible for Orcus to defeat 3 intermediate divine powers at the same time. He was dead for sure. He just didn't know if he could be resurrected after this death, maybe. Dying in the hands of Soren would be his final end. The battle was still going on. However, when the King of Ghouls ran away, the only thing left was to kill the Abyss army. Orcus was very powerful, but even the most powerful 2-headed baboon, Demogorgon, couldn't fight against 3 mid-level gods at the same time. Therefore, Orcus' injuries became more and more serious. Princess Royal's frost domain greatly reduced Orcus' speed and reflexes, and Vivian and Lillian's harassment constantly attacked his recovery ability. Soren, as the main damage output of the battle, was wandering around. Under the siege of 2 god-tier spellcasters and a god-tier thief, even if Orcus was once one of the 3 giants of the Abyss, he could only hold on for about 10 minutes before his heart was pierced by Soren's silver light. Roar. A roar full of unwillingness sounded. Orcus' remaining vitality dissipated with Soren's last blow, and then a lot of divine light scattered on the battlefield. However, in the haze, an invisible shadow emerged, and then it broke away from Orcus' body and immediately wanted to drill into the ground. It was automatically returning to the bottomless abyss. A little bit of divine light scattered on the battlefield, and the one who gained the most was naturally Soren, followed by Vivian and Lillian, and then the fallen witch, who didn't participate in the battle, came in third. On the contrary, Princess Royal, who was the main force of the battle, only absorbed a little divine value, and then Gloria also only got a little. The golden light spots were divided into more than 20 parts and scattered on the battlefield. Some merged into the bodies of the high-grade demons that escaped, and some fell into the bodies of the professions in the city of Moder. The giants who had half of the swamp giant bloodline gained a little divine value. Where do you think you're going? Soren saw the shadow that escaped, but strangely, Vivian and Princess Royal didn't notice it. It seemed that only those who mastered the power of death could see Orcus' soul, and when Soren opened his death domain to trap the soul in front of him, he immediately felt a strong struggle. This was a very unique soul. He was protected by the chaotic energy of the bottomless abyss. Orcus' physical body was just a shell. The soul in front of him was everything. As long as this soul was not destroyed, Orcus could still be summoned back to life. Bang! The Orcus staff fell to the ground. As Soren trapped the soul in front of him, he was surprised that Orcus' soul had the power to resist the power of the death priesthood. Looks like the legend says that Orcus is the first undead in this world. Maybe it's true. It was a very strange point. Soren was unable to suppress the soul. Faced with Soren's approach, Orcus' soul gritted its teeth and broke through Soren's defense. Then, it escaped into the Orcus staff. The radiance of divinity shone. Then, a faint light appeared on the Orcus staff, and Orcus' soul completely hid inside the divine artifact. Eh? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in a divine artifact? Soren waved his hand and the Orcus staff fell into his hand. This +5 divine artifact was very famous. However, Orcus' resurrection seemed to have something to do with this divine artifact. This was the 3rd time Orcus had been resurrected. It was impossible for him to come back to life every time. Soren believed that the reason for Orcus' continuous resurrection must be because of this divine artifact. I can't suppress it. Soren tried to use his divine power to invade the divine artifact, but it was like mud sinking into the sea. He frowned and looked at the Orcus staff in front of him. He muttered, "This thing is actually so heavy? Something's wrong. Could it be a divine artifact made from annihilation? There's no point in hiding in there. I have ways to deal with you slowly." The weight of the Orcus staff was terrifying. According to Soren's estimation, the staff's actual weight should be more than a ton. However, it was enchanted with spells. It seemed that anyone who was given the right to use it could also use it. However, its actual weight was more than a ton. It was estimated that only Orcus, who was the strongest in the abyss, could use it easily. It was no wonder that Soren vomited blood when he first fought with him. A row of data appeared in front of him. You've killed Abyss Giant, Undead King, Orcus. Extracting target's soul energy. Target's soul energy has dissipated. Extracting part of the soul. You've received 325,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've received 85 divinity. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've received 10 divinity. Extracting, death, domain. Compatibility 100%. Your, death, domain has been upgraded. Extracting, evil, domain. Compatibility 72%. Your, evil, domain has been upgraded. Your, death's hand, ability has been upgraded. A large amount of golden divine radiance merged into Soren's body. However, it was a little regrettable that although Soren had received nearly 100 divinity, the number of divinity he received was still very little. This was a common problem in the abyss. There were many creatures with divinity, but very few with divinity. This was the same even for the 3 giants of the abyss. Although Orcus was extremely powerful, he still had a lot of divinity. The number of divinity he had was pitifully small. Moreover, every time Orcus was resurrected, he would kill and devour other powerful demons and undead to recover his strength. However, it was destined that he would not be able to accumulate much divinity. In fact, Soren had obtained enough divinity because this time it was Nero, the god of death, who secretly controlled the resurrection of Orcus. That was why there were so many divinity points. Otherwise, Soren's divinity might only be in the single digits. Looking at the entire abyss, among all the demon lords who could provide a little bit of divinity, perhaps only the succubus queen who controlled the taboo, lust, ethics, and other divinity could provide a little bit more divinity. Then, the ghoul king who just escaped should have a divinity that was close to a lesser divine power. Lastly, the null king should have a divinity that was close to a lesser divine power. In the abyss, it was easy to find a high-level demon with divinity, but it was difficult to find one with divinity. After all, divinity was mostly innate, while divinity was mostly condensed. This determined that the difficulty of obtaining divinity was much higher than divinity. The Staff of Orcus. The soul of the Abyss Giant once escaped into this divine artifact. Soren tried to suppress it, but there was no reaction at all. This divine artifact seemed to be a little special because it had the power of death, and it seemed to have gathered a trace of the divinity of death in it. Unbelievable, this divine artifact seemed to be even more awesome than Orcus himself. The strong smell of blood filled the battlefield. In this battle, although the Abyss army was completely wiped out and suffered heavy losses, the disaster that Mordor City suffered was also not small. 3 towns were razed to the ground by the crazy demons, and more than 30,000 civilians were directly killed or injured in the hands of the demons and the undead. In contrast, the loss of the army was a little less because the Golem army took a considerable part of the loss. All the soldiers could not help but cheer when they defeated the powerful demon army, but soon the cheers gradually subsided because Mordor City had never suffered such a big loss, especially when so many innocent civilians died in the hands of the enemy. With the Abyss army as the center, less than 600 people in the 3 nearby towns managed to escape, and the rest were all ruthlessly killed by the undead. The casualties diluted the joy of victory, and Soren's heart was full of anger. Mordor City had never suffered such a big loss. More than 30,000 civilians were killed by the demon army. Whether it was the strength of Mordor City or Soren's church, both suffered a big blow. No matter who is behind this. He must pay the price. Soren looked into the distance. The priests still began to dispel the plague and disease. The undead brought the smell of plague and the corrosive smell of the corpse. These lands must be purified, and a large number of civilians who died in vain needed to be buried. More than 5,000 soldiers died in the battle, and almost everyone was injured. If there was no support from the church behind them, perhaps more than 60% of the army of Mordor City would have died. Orcus. Who ordered you to attack Mordor City? A trace of killing intent appeared in Soren's eyes. The Abyss army would not attack Mordor City for no reason. There were so many places in the material plane that could be attacked. Why would they choose Mordor City, which was the most difficult to attack? There must be someone behind this who wanted to weaken Soren's strength. Clean up the battlefield. Soren nodded to the high priest behind him, and then the next moment, he appeared in the temple. The power in the temple had been consumed a lot, and a large prayer ceremony was needed to restore it. Soren held the legendary Orcus staff in his hand and waved it a little, but he felt that it was not smooth. The weight of this staff was a little too high. Even Soren felt a little uncomfortable using it. It would be much easier for the demon incarnation to use it. About 1.5 tons. Soren estimated the weight of the Orcus staff in his hand. He then examined it with his consciousness and muttered, "There's a special spell inside. If someone with Orcus permission uses it, the weight will be reduced to around 100 pounds. The heavier the weapon, the better." Needless to say, the daggers used by assassins were light and small. Thin swords were generally controlled to be less than 3 caddies in weight. Long swords would be slightly heavier, but rarely would they exceed 10 caddies. The giants, who could easily use weapons that weighed more than half a ton, were an exception. Under normal circumstances, only the demons of the bottomless abyss would use such weapons. According to a relatively simple calculation formula, a human with around 10 points of strength could bear a weight of 100 pounds under heavy load, which equated to 359 kilograms. That was close to 100 kilograms. Many people who had tried to resist Rice should have a clear idea of this. Among the extraordinary creatures whose strength was above 30, the easiest target was the young red dragon. Its large size gave it about 32 strength, and it could bear 9,600 pounds under heavy load, which was 354 tons in common units. Under normal circumstances, the amount of strength one could display had a lot to do with the weight they were carrying. Usually, they could lift up to twice their maximum weight off the ground. They could also push or drag up to 5 times their maximum weight. Under better conditions, the weight could even be doubled. For example, an adult red dragon could lift up to 7 tons, easy, maximum 17, 4 tons, very hard, and push or drag up to 75 tons, easy, maximum 43, 5 tons, very hard. Strictly speaking, Soren still couldn't use the Orcus staff in battle. He could easily lift it up and swing it around, but it was completely different in battle. There was a price to pay for using a heavy weapon. Even if Soren's demon incarnation had close to 40 strength, the giant executioner's sword only weighed about half a ton. Under normal circumstances, the Baler weighed 4,500 pounds, had 35 strength, and was about 5 meters tall. However, the giant executioner's sword only weighed about 400 pounds. The Baler could easily lift up to 10 tons of weight, but it didn't mean that they couldn't use heavy weapons. However, doing so would reduce their combat strength. Maybe I can try to make it into an executioner's sword. Soren held the Orcus staff in his hand, and he already had some ideas in his mind. Orcus's strength was the strongest in the entire abyss. Soren wasn't too sure about its limits, but even if Soren activated his divine blessing, he still felt a lot of pressure when facing Orcus. He didn't dare to fight this monster directly. The strength of his demon incarnation was 40 strength, and Soren hadn't tested it before. But according to his own estimation, as the Baler's demon incarnation, it shouldn't be too difficult to use this weapon. At least it wouldn't reduce his combat strength. This is a divine artifact. Soren stared at the Orcus staff in his hand and murmured, "How do I remake it?" A +5 divine artifact. This wasn't an easy task. Everyone knew that destroying a divine artifact would result in a severe backlash, And even mage's disjunction only had a 1% chance of destroying a divine artifact. Soren felt that the Orca staff was different when he first came into contact with it. It was like a phylactery, and Orcus's soul relied on it to continuously resurrect. This undoubtedly made it more difficult to destroy it. Soren didn't just need to destroy the Orca staff. He needed to extract the death energy within it, then completely destroy Orcus's soul, and finally remake it into a giant executioner's sword. This wasn't going to be easy. Soren hadn't modified such a high-level divine artifact, and it seemed that it wouldn't work if he just used his divine power. This divine artifact had been given divinity by Orcus, and the enemies it killed could be directly turned into undead. Soren wanted to preserve this power. If the two-handed sword of his demon incarnation could directly kill the target and resurrect them into undead puppets, then the effect of the battle would be very terrifying. What should I do? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. P.S. It seems that the weight of the Orca staff has caused a controversy. People think that this weight is completely unworthy of its status as a demon lord. It's so much worse than those who can blow up planets with one punch. Pure physical strength could be roughly calculated. Fu-Tu never knew how to write and couldn't write the kind of words that could destroy the world and blow up planets with one punch. The gods had the ability to destroy continents, and the arcane empire also had alchemy devices that could destroy continents. But some powers were like flipping a table. Once they were used, everyone was done for. Orcus's strength was the limit, and only the Centimanes could be stronger. Without taking into account the divine power of magic, the limit that the body could reach was only so much. As for the specific amount of lethality that could be broken out, only high-end data people could calculate it. However, Fu-Tu had not carefully calculated the specific conversion. If you want to be entangled, you can estimate it yourself. According to an ordinary person, a boxer. How many pounds did he carry, how many pounds did he lift, and how many pounds did he use in the final battle, not counting his supernatural abilities? You can go and convert according to the ratio. The cold wind was howling. With the coming of the new year, the outer islands also ushered in the first heavy snow. The Great War that broke out in the south of the island did not affect the harbor and the inner city, so although others heard about it, they could only know how fierce the battle was from a few people. The outside world had more speculations about the city of Mordor. When they learned that the demon army was led by Orcus, many gods' churches were shocked and quickly sent the news back. Mordor City's reaction ability and hidden trump cards were really amazing. In the case of facing the Steel Abyss Legion head-on, they were still able to protect the inner city without any losses, and they resisted this attack in just half a day. This was something that no kingdom in the material plane could do. Even if there were gods, it would be difficult. There was no doubt that the city of Mordor still had many hidden cards that they did not know. Although everything ended quickly, the pain was unbearable. However, the pain they brought was unavoidable. After the high priest cleaned up the battlefield, he sent people to organize a grand funeral. Soren's church and believers suffered a serious blow. More than 20,000 believers died in the attack of the Abyss army. About 20 priests were killed by the liches and the undead. Although their souls could return to the kingdom of God, they were still dead after all. 3 towns that had been fully established were turned into ruins. The city of Mordor lost more than 10 million kindler directly in this battle. It would take more resources to rebuild the towns and migrate the population in the future. This was a blatant attack. The purpose was undoubtedly to attack Soren's power. If the city of Mordor had not reacted quickly, Soren's church would have been destroyed in an instant. The enemy must pay the price, no matter who was behind the scenes. Soren must make them pay the price. However, the most important thing now was to restore order in the city of Mordor and mobilize troops to guard all places. Soren was not sure if this was the only wave of the enemy's attack. We must fight back. Soren stood on the high platform of the great temple, listening to the prayers of the believers outside and the cries of countless souls. More than 30,000 civilians died in the city of Mordor. The souls of these civilians were collected by the temple. Because there were too many of them at once, and Soren was worried about Mingi, he could only ask the oracles from another world to send them to the Holy Kingdom in batches. Soren suspected that this attack was orchestrated by Naruto. However, there was something wrong with Naruto attacking him so recklessly. Soren suspected that someone else was behind this. There were many gods among the gods who wanted to test him. It's not time to make a move on Naruto yet. If I remember correctly, he will soon hold the promotion ceremony. Soren's gaze pierced through space as he muttered, however, since you dared to attack me, you must pay the price. Looks like it's time to start a war in the abyss. The enemy did not make a move openly. This was the problem. Soren could not gather the gods in the alliance to deal with Naruto. However, since Orcus attacked and was now killed by Soren, and his soul escaped into the staff of Orcus, then he had to do something. The most valuable revenge at the moment was to cut off Orcus's wings in the abyss, the third layer, the Forgotten Land. After nearly 2 months of silence, behind the Golumba arena, in a magnificent palace built near a volcano, the heavy obsidian gate slowly opened. Later, the figure of the Baler leader, Sauron, came out of it. Behind him were 6 Baler who had completed their evolution. At the same time, there was also a Baler who came to join Sauron. He came from the dark well of the bottomless abyss. He was an evil and powerful existence. Master! 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 The high-class succubus maids who had been guarding the door immediately greeted Sauron. They flapped their small demon wings to welcome him. 7 or 8 high-class succubus maids surrounded Sauron, obediently waiting for orders. The second to speak was the goblin demon warlock. Since the Golumba arena became bigger and bigger, the power of the goblins was severely weakened. Demons dominated the place, especially when more and more high-grade demons tried to join Sauron to gain power. The status of the goblins was even worse. The generosity and cruelty of Sauron the Beheader had spread throughout the abyss. Many demons had joined the abyss because of the temptation of benefits. This made the number of demons and goblins more and more unstable. The goblins knew very well that only Sauron could guarantee their status. Otherwise, they would have been devoured by the demons and demons long ago. The last to speak was the leader of the demon guards in the Golumba arena. He was a powerful assassin demon who was responsible for training some powerful demon guards. Sound the alarm. Summon the demon army. Sauron's burly figure came out. The wide demon wings were like a pair of dragon wings when they opened. He glanced at the assassin demon's happy expression and said slowly, "War is coming. Let us destroy. Let us conquer." Dong dong dong, the dull sound of the bell echoed throughout the Golumba arena. This bell was only rung during the most grand competition battles and when the army was summoned. There was no doubt that there was no competition now. The only explanation was that the great Baler Lord Sauron was summoning his demon army. So, this only meant one thing in the abyss: war was coming. What was absolutely different from the material plane was that when the bell to summon the demon army rang, everyone's face was not surprised and nervous, but uncontrollable excitement and fighting spirit. Demons thirsted for war. Demons thirsted for killing. More than once, there were high-grade demons who thought that Sauron was too kind. This was not a compliment in the abyss. These high-grade demons who came over thought that Sauron should start a war. War was necessary, they needed a war to gain merit, a war to prove their strength, a war to expand their territory, and a war to strengthen themselves. All the high-grade demons who came over thought that Sauron should at least choose a secondary demon lord as an enemy. The huge demon army needed a target. They needed to eliminate enemies and plunder wealth. They also needed to use this to gain a higher status. It would be best to become a low-grade demon lord. These demons thought that the days in the Golumba arena were a bit idle. They trained every day, summoned more demons, occasionally cleaned up the wilderness, and dealt with demons. These were not serious matters for the high-grade demons. The only thing they did was to fight and kill. Ha ha ha. Is the war finally going to start? A burly Baler laughed as he rushed out of the tavern. Demons did not need ordinary food, and they did not even have certain organs. Drinking was a pastime that only high-ranked demons could enjoy, and only special wine could make them feel it. This kind of wine was almost poisonous to humans. A Glabrizu figure also came out of the tavern. Almost all the demons who were qualified to enter the tavern were high-grade demons. The middle-grade and low-grade demons were basically in the military camp, or they were carrying out cleaning tasks in the wilderness. The whole Golumba arena was boiling. The high-grade demons who had nothing to do appeared one after another. They either flapped their demon wings and flew into the air or directly teleported to the square. In the war against the Kingdom of Fear, a large number of new high-grade demons were born in the Galumba arena. They had been eager for new battles to make themselves stronger. The 5 six-armed snake demons quickly swam across the wide street. Their reaction speed was very fast, and when they arrived, they were already fully armed. At this time, in the big square of the Galumba arena, there were nearly 100 high-grade demons gathered together. At the top of the list were the 6 higher demons that stood out from the rest. They were the High Baler, O'Leary, the 6-armed snake demon leader, Ryz, the Glabrizu messenger, Frost, the assassin instructor, Kryla, the goblin sorcerer, Milt, and the Soul Calibur captain, Mortier. These 6 high-grade demons all had a characteristic, that was, they all wore a special magic ring on their fingers, tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of boots sounded, and the figure of the succubus boss, Rena Lise, also appeared. The demons came very quickly and were all very excited. Some high-grade demons whispered to each other and seemed to be guessing who the target was this time. Soon, with the breath of the raging fire, Sauron's burly figure descended from the sky. He looked down at the many high-grade demons in front of him and then slowly said, "The time for war has come. It's time for us to conquer and destroy the next target." One by one, Balrogs appeared behind Sauron. Although many high-grade demons had been guessing that the Lord had not appeared for so long because he was cultivating Balrogs, when so many Balrogs really appeared in front of them, they could not help but feel a little shocked. Orcus has fallen in the material plane. A huge beheading sword appeared in Sauron's palm. He held the flame whip and pointed to the void, and said in a deep voice, "All the planes he controlled have now become ownerless. The Ghoul King, Dor-Isen, betrayed Yeenagu, and now Orcus is dead again. Now this ghoul has become an old dog that has lost its claws and teeth. This is an opportunity for us. A chance to really rise in the abyss. My servants, let us summon the Abyss army. Go and trample Thanatos. Go and conquer Naratel. These places belong to us. Go and summon your servants. Go and summon your allies. We want to conquer these plains. Finally, hang the head of the Ghoul King, Dor-Isen, on the top of the palace of the White Kingdom. P.S. It's a pity that Buddha's math is not good, or I'll tell you how much impact a 1-ton weapon has at supersonic speed." Humph. The Undead King, Orcus. Orcus was once immortal. No one knew the details about him when he was immortal. They only knew that he was already a bloated fatty back then and was proficient in certain spells. After his death, his soul came to the outer plane and became the lowest level of larvae, and he began his struggle in the abyss. Finally, he became one of the most powerful demons in the abyss. After Orcus became the demon lord, his infamy spread across all the planes. He claimed that he was the creator of the undead, a strange creature that was far away from the negative energy plane. Orcus became even more infamous because he knew the secret of the living dead. No one knew when Orcus began to rule over Thanatos. There were rumors that Orcus also ruled over other layers of the abyss, but it was certain that it was a long time ago. It was said that Orcus created the first batch of Death Knights, and there were a total of 12 of them. These Death Knights were all righteous men when they were alive. Orcus, who was killed by Sauron, was not in his true undead king form. This was because Orcus' stats in his peak form were very abnormal. Strength 54, Dexterity 25, Constitution 42, Intelligence 34, Wisdom 30, Charm 42. Note, the data of the Undead King's peak form will be posted in the book after this chapter. Orcus' territory was Thanatos. Thanatos was on the 113th floor of the abyss. This floor was very cold, filled with ice, thin air, and gloomy moonlight. This floor belonged to the Tana demons, but it also belonged to the undead. In fact, this floor had a slight negative energy characteristic. Even so, purgatory moss and mushrooms still grew at the edge of the frozen ground. Tombstones of all kinds, imaginable and unimaginable, decorated the frozen landscape. Some stood alone, while others were gathered together randomly. It was like a small graveyard. Undead creatures were everywhere. It was not easy to reach Thanatos from the upper level of the abyss, unless one had a super advanced teleportation gate. Or else, to reach Thanatos, one had to pass through another layer, the frozen waste. The 23rd layer of the bottomless abyss was an extremely cold plain. The ice layer was several miles deep, and there was no sign of human habitation. The distant sun looked even dimmer than the moon in the physical world. The frozen moor was under the jurisdiction of the frost giants. They served the frost giant king of Koschurch, their demon prince. The frost giant mages and their prince lived in the glacier castle. It was a castle that was built between two towering ice peaks and was on the verge of collapsing. Spring would never come to the frozen wilderness. Most of the inhabitants there lived in underground fortresses or caves. Conquering Orcus's territory was not an easy task. It took Sauron 3 days to gather his demon army. Most of the middle and low-level demons in the abyss were free-range. They did not need regular food, but they needed flesh and blood to nourish themselves. More importantly, they needed the power of souls. For this battle, Sauron had gathered all the demons in the wilderness. There were 3 demonic mercenaries serving him, but the main force was still nearly 200,000 demons. Among them, the middle-level demons accounted for a large proportion. Most of them had experienced the War of the Kingdom of Fear and survived. Before launching the attack, Sauron had one more thing to do. That was to face another difficult target. The 23rd layer of the abyss. When Sauron's figure appeared in the frozen waste, he immediately called the demon warlocks to open a portal. The one who ruled here was a demon lord controlled by anger. Sauron did not intend to deal with him too much. The tributary of the Styx River flowed along the upper plain to here, and this place led directly to Thanatos, the territory of Orcus. A dark red teleportation door opened. With the operation of the demon warlocks, Sauron quickly arrived at another cold land. Let's start. Sauron waved his hand and threw a large number of precious materials on the ground. Then more than 10 demon warlocks and lesser balers began to work. They needed to build a portal. A portal that was large enough to complete the arrival of more than 100,000 demons. In order to complete the process as soon as possible, Sauron borrowed the power of his body and summoned the emissary from the Kingdom of Shadow. With the help of the emissary, it only took half a day for a huge portal to appear on the border of Thanatos. Then, near the barracks of the Golumba arena, a dark red light appeared. Countless demons howled excitedly and then entered the portal under the control of the Balers. The mighty demon army began to invade. As the main force of the vanguard, there were 6 Balers, 5 assassins, 7 six-armed snake demons, and about 3,000 berserk demons and berserk demons. After they reached the 113th layer of the abyss, they quickly built a simple fortress under the command of the higher demons. You could not expect too much from the demons' construction ability. This ugly steel fortification was completed in less than 3 hours. Its purpose was only to protect the portal. Leave a group of Balers to protect this place. Sauron waved his hand and summoned the vanguard that had arrived. He said in a deep voice, "Clean up the undead nearby." There were many undead in Thanatos. Within the range of the naked eye, there seemed to be tombs everywhere. Countless undead wandered here, including Boda corpses, death knights, high necromancers, vampires, skeletal warriors, and so on. The power of this plane had been infiltrated by Orcus. When souls entered here, there was a 50% chance that they would become undead and not transform into demons. This was a change to the plane's laws, so this plane had been infiltrated with negative energy. Yes, sir. Master. A Baler stood up and then summoned his subordinates to attack the surroundings. About 3,000 demons began to clean up the surroundings. At the same time, a group of Balers found a mountain under Sauron's command. Then they began to set up a huge magic array. The mighty abyssal army was continuously teleported over. Because it was close to the kingdom of the main body, there was no need to worry about defense. This time, Sauron gathered more than 70% of the army to attack here. The teleportation circle was constantly running. The scene that happened in Motor City was repeated. Soon, an army of nearly 100,000 demons had completed the teleportation and piled up the entire plain. But this time, the undead became the invaders. Sauron led the demon army to attack here with anger and hatred. The invasion of the demons quickly alerted the undead here. The Death Knights that Orcus had once created had noticed the abnormality. They began to gather the undead and quickly set up defensive fortresses, skeletal fortresses. An army of more than 100,000 demons was densely packed on the cold plains. Countless demons anxiously waited for Sauron's order, ready to launch a full-scale war against the gathered undead. However, Sauron did not appear in the demon army. His figure led the Balers to occupy a mountain peak. "Master, the magic array has been set up." The lady boss of Succubus appeared in front of Sauron with a group of demon warlocks. Behind her was a large group of demon warlocks and demons who were good at magic. Night witches, hags, Ugros, slaughterers, and so on. "Very good." Sauron's huge body turned around and nodded with satisfaction. "Start the ritual." A Baler stood up. He followed the demon warlocks to the center of the magic array, which was a huge platform. The lady boss of Succubus walked in front of the Balers with a dagger in her hand. Then she waved the dagger and pierced the Balers' hearts. Boiling hot blood gushed out from the wound. This dagger had evil power and quickly drained the life of the Balers in front of her. Then countless blood gushed out and flowed onto the magic array. A raging fire appeared on the magic array. The temperature around rose sharply. This was an evil sacrificial magic array. It needed the life of a Balers to start. Sauron's huge body entered the interior of the mountain through a dug passage. This passage went thousands of meters underground and connected to the magma vein. His huge body slowly entered the magma pool. On the magic array outside the mountain peak, the life of the Balers was completely drained. A surge of magic poured into the magic array and passed to Sauron's body at the same time. "Burn. Spurt. Obey my call. Elves from the fire plane. Expel the coldness of this world. Bring the scorching heat here. In the name of Sauron, the Baler Lord. Elves from the fire plane. Erupt your anger and scorching heat. Use the scorching heat to dispel the coldness here. Turn this place into a new land of flames." The earth was trembling. The entire plain was experiencing violent and strange earthquakes. Under Sauron's summon, especially after sacrificing a Balers, the magma pool in front of him seemed to be boiling and surging. Then, the passage to the fire plane was opened. Under the summon of the name of Baler Lord, countless ancient elves from the fire plane responded to Sauron's summon. They poured into this plane and brought with them a scorching aura. Rumble, the top of the mountain began to collapse and crack. Under the scorching aura, Sauron led countless flame elves out of the mountain. Then, scorching hot magma erupted from the top of the mountain. As the scorching heat spread, the flame elves cheered. Under the summon of the name of the Baler Lord, they directly turned the mountain in front of them into an active volcano that was erupting. Magma spewed out, dust floated in the sky, and the flame sprites cheered. The temperature of the entire plain was affected by the land of fire elements. With this active volcano as the center, the ice within a radius of several hundred kilometers was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sauron was transforming this plain. He summoned the elves from the fire plane in the name of the Baler Lord, and the first step he did was to detonate an active volcano in this plain. The earth trembled. The volcano that Sauron ignited erupted in a prince-style manner. This was considered the most powerful form of volcanic eruption. It could spray volcanic ash up to 45 kilometers in the air and cover a large area. This type of volcanic eruption could form a powerful pyroclastic flow. Its characteristic was volcanic gas and volcanic ash that was ejected into the stratosphere. A short eruption could end in a day, but it could also last for days or even months. A longer eruption would start with the formation of gray clouds. Sometimes, it would be accompanied by a pyroclastic flow. It could spew out large amounts of lava and cause the crater to collapse, forming a crater. The fine ash could cover a large area. Due to the uniqueness of the plain, Sauron could not turn this place into a supervolcano even if he sacrificed a Balrog. However, there was no doubt that this violent eruption had completely changed some of the characteristics of this plane. This was because the negative energy characteristic, given by Orcus, was gradually injected with a trace of characteristics from the fire elemental plane under the guidance of Sauron's huge power and the interference of the elves from the land of flames. As mentioned before, all planes had channels that connected to the elemental plane. Thanatos was injected with characteristics from the negative energy plane, allowing low-level undead to automatically revive in this plane. When souls entered this plane, they would not become demon worms due to the cold environment and negative energy. Instead, they would become many undead, such as skeletons, zombies, Buddha corpses, and so on. This was not what Sauron needed. He did not need undead, nor did he need undead that could continuously revive and grow stronger through killing. The tributary of the river Styx passed through this plane. Under the influence of Orcus' power, more than 90% of the souls in this plane would become undead. The remaining layer would become demons and be quickly destroyed by the undead. Therefore, there were tens of millions of undead wandering here. Of course, most of the undead were like abyssal worms. They were weak and needed tens of thousands of battles to produce a high-grade undead. This was an undead farm. Volcanic ash covered a large area of land. The sky darkened, but the temperature did not get colder. Sauron's flame elves had caused the ground to heat up. At the same time, because the channel to the fire elemental plane had been opened, the magma layer in this world was rapidly expanding. As long as this formation was maintained, the characteristics of the plane would gradually change. Transforming a plane wasn't an easy task. If it was done by the main body, it might be faster. However, Sauron needed some time to accumulate experience. We can attack now. Sauron's naked figure walked out of the lava pool at the top. The succubus maids on both sides quickly walked over and put a cloak on him. The rapidly rising temperature made the Balrogs excited. Under the leadership of the Baelor, Sauron's main demon army began to advance. Sauron did not intend to participate in this battle. Because it was difficult for him to improve his strength by killing low-level undead, he had more important things to do. Have people prepare the soul crystals. Sauron opened his huge demonic wings and soared into the sky. Then, he ordered the succubus lady boss, summon the goblin demon warlock. We can start preparing for the real ceremony now. This was a plain war. Just killing some undead would not determine the real victory. What Sauron needed was to completely control this plane. Inside the portal, a large number of soul crystals were transported out. These were the spoils of war from the Buddha corpses and ghosts that the demon army had destroyed. These relatively ordinary soul crystals had other uses. They were the key to determining whether Sauron could rule this plane. A fierce battle had broken out. The demon army of more than 100,000 began to advance toward the Bone Fortress. All the high-grade demons led their subordinates to fight the Death Knights. For a moment, the entire plain had turned into a battlefield. At this moment, there were already millions of undead gathered. If they were to compare the number of cannon fodder, the undead were no less than the demons. Not to mention, there were countless corpses in this plain. Under the summoning of the Lich, a large number of skeletons and skeleton warriors were immediately resurrected. It was as if there was no end to them. The characteristics of the plane still gave them abilities. Under the effect of the characteristics of the plane, Thanatos undead spells could be enhanced by 1 to 3 casting levels. After all, this was Orcus territory. Sauron spread his huge demonic wings and flew to the border of the plane. There were already hundreds of goblin demon warlocks waiting here. Some powerful night witches and Onababas were also waiting for Sauron to bring them here. We can begin. Sauron nodded at a legendary-level Yugoloth. Immediately after, the Yugoloth ordered its subordinates to summon a boat of the river Styx. The Yugoloth had always been one of the ferrymen of the river Styx. Only they could easily come into contact with the river Styx. Do it, the Yugoloth roared. Then the earth shook violently. A crack appeared on the border of the land. The river Styx's water flowed into the land through the crack. A huge pit appeared in front of them. There were countless runes around it. These were all set up by the goblin demon warlocks, night witches, and Onababas. The river Styx's water flowed into it. Countless undead wailed. With the help of the Yugoloth, a huge pool of the river Styx appeared in front of Sauron. The rich power of death filled the air. Sauron slowly came to the huge pool and took out a bottle of dark red liquid. This was the essence from the Abyss blood pool. Sauron opened the crystal bottle in his hand and poured the essence of the Abyss blood pool into the pool of the river Styx. He then cut open his palm and roared, "Chaos!" The demon lord's blood fell into the pool. The entire pool of the river Styx suddenly boiled crazily. Countless souls wailed in it. The dark red essence of the blood pool spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the help of Sauron's demon lord's blood, the pool of the river Styx was quickly dyed red. The passage in the distance had been sealed. Under the effect of the essence of the blood pool, the pool of the river Styx was quickly assimilated into a huge pool of blood. Pour in the soul crystals. The demons carried baskets of low-grade soul crystals and tossed them into the newly formed blood pool. Then, bubbles appeared in the center of the blood pool. Countless pieces of flesh and blood churned and combined at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was extremely disgusting and terrifying. The first abyssal worm was born. It crawled out of the pool of blood and then frantically pounced on another abyssal worm that was born next to it. This was the power of the law of the abyss. After the birth of any blood pool, the first thing to do was to give birth to a new mother worm. Sauron accelerated this process. Under the effect of a large number of soul crystals, thousands of abyssal worms were quickly born. Then, they crazily devoured and evolved under the eyes of the demons. A trace of power was extracted by the pool of blood. Just as Sauron created this huge pool of blood, the resurrection spells of the high-grade undead on the battlefield in the distance were weakened a lot. The number of undead that they could resurrect was greatly reduced. And the souls wandering in Thanatos were drawn to the abyss blood pool in the distance by some force. Countless skeletons were buried beneath Thanatos. Ever since the Lord of the Abyss, Orcus, took control of this plane, Thanatos had been transforming it. It could be traced back to 3,000 years ago. At that time, the earliest Orcus had not died and was resurrected. In order to transform this plane into a negative energy, he resurrected a large number of undead and transformed many undead creatures. After that, Orcus started a war with the will of the abyss itself. The source of power in the abyss was demons. In this world that lasted for 3,000 years, Thanatos on the 113th floor of the abyss kept transforming demons with souls. Then, he was killed by the undead here. Countless demon skeletons were piled up underground. Creatures from other planes also died here. Death gave birth to the undead. Under Orcus's intentional control, he was like a devil that completed the transformation of a certain plane in the abyss. With the accumulation of a large number of skeletons and the power of death, this plane was gradually added with negative energy. It was just like the spiritual world. But, the real power did not lie here. Orcus spent so much energy not only to transform the plane, but also to seek the divine power of death. His power also came from this plane. Or rather, it was the core of the place, the city of the dead, Naratel. There was a gigantic magic formation there, constantly gathering the power of death. Orcus had been drawing from it for a long time to gain enough power to contend with the gods. From an abyss worm to the most powerful demon lord, this did not only require talent and luck. Orcus was obviously hiding something in the depths of the city of the dead. In the wilderness, the army of millions of undead had been destroyed by Sauron's demon army. These low-level undead could not stop Sauron, and he did not care about these things. This was just the beginning. Sauron's goal of transforming Thanatos was not only to erase the negative energy here, but also to prepare to attack the final destination of this area. The legendary city of the dead, Naratel. There were some places in the abyss that were very difficult to break through. For example, the Endless Labyrinth, the 45th to 47th floor of the Silver City, and the City of the Dead ruled by Orcus. Silver City was Six Fingers territory. This was the territory that ran through the 45th to 47th level of the abyss. Now, this territory was divided into two halves. After the Dark Monarch died due to the revenge of the goddess of wealth, these three levels were inherited by his former adjutant, Weiss. The Dark Monarch had a large number of children, but these demon children didn't have a large territory. Some of them were controlled by an evil and powerful witch. This witch had once summoned and enslaved the Dark King. Later, due to the Dark King's vengeance, she had entered the bottomless abyss. For now, the three layers of the bottomless abyss were divided between them. Even after the death of the Dark Monarch, there were still a large number of Balers stationed near the city. This was a place that even the Succubus Queen and the Spider Queen, Lolth, had a hard time conquering at their peak. The same point. As the core territory controlled by Orcus, even Sauron might not be able to take down the city of the dead, Naratel, with its huge demon army. The characteristics of Thanatos' plane were loosening. Countless wandering souls were attracted by the blood pool of the abyss and turned into worms. This time, the chaotic consciousness of the bottomless abyss was undoubtedly on Sauron's side. It relied on instinct to extract these souls, and at the same time, balance the number of demons and undead in this plane. It quickly turned a large number of wandering souls into abyssal worms, and then quickly produced the first batch of demons. This batch of demons hatched very quickly. There was a cavity in the demon's body. This cavity contained the genes of many forms of demons, including Dretch, Quasits, Glabrizu, fire demons, Vrock, Baylor, and so on. Different wills and souls would extract different powers. The Tanar'ri demons were a species born from the desires of humans. Batches of berserk demons appeared one after another. These demons directly devoured the souls, tore their original bodies, and were born from the broken shells. The angry consciousness of the bottomless abyss affected the transformation of these demons. The number of other types of demons was less than 20%, while the number of berserk demons was as high as 80%. Anger, after being distorted for so long, the bottomless abyss feedback to this level was anger. Kneel. Sauron's figure rose into the air, and endless flames appeared around his body. He roared at the thousands of berserk demons that were born in front of him, "You lowly worms. I am the Baelor Lord, Sauron. From today on, I am your master. Now, go to battle. Go to kill. Destroy the undead here. It is they who have imprisoned your souls for countless years." Roar, a series of roars could be heard. The newborn demons did not have much wisdom, but driven by anger and will, they were controlled by Sauron and then sent to the battlefield with the undead. The entire plain had become a meat grinder. An army of more than 100,000 demons was densely spread out within a radius of 100 kilometers. More than 10 times the number of undead gathered from all directions to resist the demons' attack. Countless tombs opened, and skeletal warriors crawled out. A large number of wandering liches and skeletal knights gathered and charged towards Sauron's demon army. This was an extremely tragic war of attrition, but Sauron could bear this kind of consumption, because as long as the abyss blood pool was still there, his forces would continue to recover. More and more souls would become demons, and the number of undead that could be resurrected would gradually decrease. Master. Just as Sauron was waiting for the result of the first battle, a slender succubus maid came out of the fog. This was a demon favored by the Lord of Shadows. She had successfully promoted to an assassin and obtained some of the abilities of a professional. Because of the innate demon level, her strength had greatly increased after being promoted to an assassin. Although she was still in the form of a succubus, she had reached the legendary level, and her body size had become smaller because of her profession. "I have found the passage to the City of the Dead, Naratel." The succubus assassin knelt on one knee. She handed a marker stone to Sauron and said, "There are many powerful undead wandering there. I even saw a lich and a vampire giant near an obelisk. A terrible power of death shrouds that place." Sauron's figure landed. He stretched out his hand and took the marker stone. A smile appeared on his face, and then he waved his hand and said, "Got it. Let the Hezru enter the battlefield. Crush these undead. They are just a bunch of appetizers." As Sauron's voice trailed off, tens of thousands of Hezru, who were 8 feet tall and nearly 1,000 pounds in weight, possessing astonishing strength and physique, and could use blasphemy whisper 3 times a day, joined the battlefield. They were the main cannon fodder of the demon army, and also the backbone of the frontal assault on the demon army. Hundreds of demon-hunting spiders advanced from the back of the portal. These were the monsters that Sauron had tamed. 3 teams of 6-armed snake demons advanced from the flanks. Although there were only a few dozen of these 6-armed snake demons, the effect of a real battle was equivalent to thousands of soldiers and horses. Any 6-armed snake demon could easily destroy thousands of undead troops. The real battle had begun. Sauron finally confirmed the coordinates of the City of the Dead and sent out his main army. P.S. Recently, I just want to read and not write. I read a lot of books and information, and finally found the feeling of writing. Do you think Buddha's situation will be better after a beating? Haha. Mwah. I love you. 6-armed Marillion were true killing machines. These terrifying creatures were 20 feet long and weighed around 4,000 pounds. They had around 30 points of strength and dexterity, as well as abilities such as defense, battle reflex, multi-attack, multi-weapon combat, violent attack, and so on. Unlike Soren's dual-wielding, six-armed Marillion could use up to 6 weapons at once. They also had spells such as Blade Barrier, Shadow Projection, Polymorph, Evil Aura, and so on. In this world, Aura was equivalent to a halo effect. It was a special ability that covered a certain area, and was very effective in battle. When the 6-armed snake demons under Sauron's command stepped into the battlefield, they saw the undead in front of them being cut down in batches like wheat being harvested. In a large-scale battle in the Abyss, only the Flame Fiends with their AoE body of flames could compare to the 6-armed Marillion. However, many creatures had fire resistance, so the 6-armed Marillion's damage was higher than the Flame Fiends. Succubus and Vrock followed behind the 6-armed Marillion. Their mission wasn't to fight, but to collect the soul crystals dropped by the undead. The power of laws in this plane had been disrupted, which led to a higher probability of dropping soul crystals. The soul flames in the pupils of many undead immediately extinguished after death, and then quickly formed into fingernail-sized gray crystals. These were all soul crystals of lower quality. After the succubus maid sent the collected soul crystals to the abyssal blood pool, every time a batch of soul crystals was thrown in, the water in the blood pool would churn on a large scale. Then, countless flesh and blood would combine to form abyssal worms. These abyssal worms would kill each other and become new demons. The entire battle lasted for almost a day. Sauron's demons were swapped out in 3 batches, and the number of undead in front of them was greatly reduced. There were only around 200,000 of them left. The demon army had lost around 30 to 50,000. However, most of the low-ranked demons died, while the high-ranked ones had very few casualties. This was because most of the high-ranked demons could teleport and fly. More importantly, such a large-scale battle was clearly in accordance with the power of laws of the Abyss. Some of the demons automatically absorbed the soul power of the enemies when they died, and a new batch of middle-grade and high-grade demons was rapidly born in the slaughter. Now that the remaining undead were relatively powerful, Sauron did not intend to continue wasting cannon fodder. Let's get rid of these enemies. Sauron finally stepped onto the battlefield, and behind him was a group of flame imps. Raging Flame Body was activated. With Sauron as the center, the area within a radius of more than 100 meters turned into a sea of fire. The terrifyingly high temperature melted everything, and even the soil turned into glass. Behind him were batches of flame demons and fire demons. These demons activated their flaming bodies at the same time, instantly turning the area within a few kilometers into a mountain of fire. Even the other demons did not dare to approach. Sauron's flame whip, which was more than 50 meters long, swung down from the sky. Sauron finished off a Death Knight in one move. The rest of the battle was completely one-sided. The flame demons were at least legendary, and most of the fire demons were high-grade. Now, within the range of Sauron's flaming body, any enemy that was not immune to fire damage would receive about 30 points of fire damage per second. With the average vitality of the undead being more than 100, they would be burned to ashes in 5 seconds at most. In other words, Sauron could kill millions of undead by himself, but the efficiency was very slow. The effect of the Balor demon on other enemies was suppressive. Only those who could stand within the range of Sauron's flaming body for more than 10 seconds were qualified to fight with him, and those who could reach this point in the lower planes were legendary. Enemies below legendary might not even be able to walk up to Sauron alive. Facing a powerful demon lord, the Death Knights finally could not resist. They gave up on the skeletal fortress, and some retreated to the direction of Later, while the others completely abandoned the plain. The abyss was so big, and with their strength, they could survive anywhere. Many high-grade undead did not want to stay and die. Finally, after spending half a day to clean up the battlefield, Sauron's demon army opened up a path to Later. Later was the real territory of the undead king Orcus, and also one of the most dangerous places in the abyss. From here, there was a direct path to Later. It was the real kingdom of the dead, and there were almost no traces of demons. Although it was in the abyss, it was completely occupied by the undead. Later, known as the City of the Dead, was a cold country carved on the surface of the frozen sea. The cold buildings of Later were a frozen cemetery, and there were tall mausoleums scattered everywhere. These mausoleums looked like the tombs of a human country. Some places were even paved with carpets made from the hair of the thousands of undead who could not rest in peace in La Terre. The army guarding this land included demon-hunting spiders, vampire giants, various high-grade undead creatures, and most of the liches. Most of the ordinary soldiers were zombies, ghouls, corpse demons, Boda corpses, and other zombies that followed the darkness. Who ruled La Terre seemed to be a problem. In an unknown era, a powerful demon lord by the name of Orcus claimed to own the entire plane. However, after Orcus was declared dead, a drow god of vengeance and immortality claimed to own the spoils of war as the victor and the corresponding jurisdiction of the plane, as well as the jewel on the crown of the plane, La Terre. However, there were convincing clues that Orcus was not dead as many people thought. He seemed to have rarely died and was resurrected once. Later, the drow god suddenly disappeared, and no one knew if she escaped or was killed. La Terre. This was a land that even the evil gods coveted. When Sauron's demon army arrived at this place through the portal, they immediately saw many iconic buildings of La Terre. The huge and magnificent mausoleums, some of which covered an area of dozens of acres, had many underground passages. In the distance, there were tall obelisks that reached into the clouds. In La Terre, this was a symbol because there were dozens of obelisks that reached into the clouds, and the tallest one was close to 300 meters. Legend said that this was something left behind from ancient times, and some said that it was a huge magic circle that Orcus spent thousands of years to set up. This was the real kingdom of death. There was a negative energy aura here that was close to the underworld. When Sauron's demon army arrived, a black mass of zombies, ghouls, zombies, Boda corpses, and carrion immediately gathered in front of them. There were so many of them that it was as if there was no end to them. However, these were not the real problem. The high-tier undead that had been left behind by some force to guard Naratel had appeared. Giant demon-hunting spiders crawled out of the mausoleum, vampiric giants walked out from the city walls, some liches appeared near the obelisk, and many ancient vampires crawled out from the deepest part of the tomb. These were the real guards of Orcus. They were bound here, just like the Balers hovering near the Silver Palace. The demon lord used a special method to make them guard his territory. It looks like a tough battle. Sauron stepped forward. Behind him, a huge demon army had gathered. The number of enemies was still very large, and the increasing number of high-grade undead meant that they would have to pay a high price to occupy this place. Prepare the portal. Sauron looked up at the sky and said, set up a cross-plane teleportation circle. There were too many enemies. With so many enemies, even if Sauron won, his demon army would be wiped out. In this case, he could only rely on the power of Mordor City. The enemies were very dense. Although there were many of them, they were gathered near the mausoleum. This was a good thing because Sauron had thought of a good way to deal with them. This could weaken the enemy's power to the greatest extent. A ray of light appeared on the obelisk in the distance. It seemed that some kind of magic circle had been activated. The place was shrouded in an unusually strong negative energy. Fortunately, Orcus did not master the power of the lock, because Sauron felt that there might be something similar to a lock in the center of the huge magic circle here. It was as if the towers of the northern witches had been combined to form a massive maze. There was also a huge defensive circle here. Unfortunately, because Orcus was dead, the liches did not activate their ability. Mordor City. In the arcane tower, Sorin's low voice sounded, activate the teleportation device. Lock onto the spatial waymark. Activate the elemental furnace. Activate Mies's nucleus. A series of orders were given. With Thaling's help, the steel golems quickly got to work, activating the energy switches and activating the charging system of the arcane tower. Super magic pulse cannon charged and activated. The entire arcane tower trembled. Then, a ray of light appeared at the top of the arcane tower. The superconducting mana pulse cannon quickly lit up. A huge amount of energy gathered, and then a portal opened on its firing path. Activate the interdimensional energy strike system. Activate the interdimensional tactical strike device. Activate bombing mode. Cut off the lock function. Energy transfer to the super arcane crystal pulse cannon. Fire. Thaling took over the firing control authority, and at the same time, used his own sophisticated computing device to lock the coordinates of the interdimensional space strike. As a ray of light flashed across the sky, a huge energy impact directly passed through the portal in midair, and then fell from the sky somewhere in the bottomless abyss. Then there was a loud rumbling sound, and the terrible energy explosion directly flattened about 3 kilometers in the center. Not only did it clear the enemies in the attack range, but at the same time, the horrifying high temperature also directly crystallized the ground. Even the gods in the form of saints could not resist the energy attack of the pulse cannon. The explosive power of the pulse cannon was more terrifying than the ship cannons in the interstellar era. This terrifying energy attack was destructive. It could even directly vaporize steel in the center, let alone the bodies of the undead. Boom! Boom! Under the control of Thaling, the pulse cannon fired continuously, and it fired more than 10 times in a row before it stopped. At this moment, in the depths of the bottomless abyss, a vacuum area had formed in front of the Baelor Lord Sauron. An area of about 60 square kilometers in front of him had been destroyed, including more than 10 tombs. Even many ancient vampires could not escape with their vaporization ability and were directly vaporized. Mortals could not resist this terrible lethality at all. Even the gods could only resist it by activating their divine shield. Ordinary energy shields would shatter in an instant. Full attack. After the arcane tower of Mordor carried out a blanket interdimensional tactical strike, Sauron waved his hand and ordered the demon army under him to launch a general attack. Countless demons howled and rushed to the obelisk in front of them. In order to avoid destroying these obelisks, Sauron only bombed the ancient tombs. Because if the obelisks were destroyed, even if he won in the end, he would only get ruins. A dense number of vampire giants appeared. These were all flesh and blood creations of Orcus, a terrible undead monster. A large number of liches appeared in front of them. Some liches began to prepare their spells, while the Baelor's silhouette rose into the air and rushed towards the enemy's rear. The assassin demons also quietly approached. Only legendary demons who had mastered advanced teleportation spells could resist these evil liches, and only they could quickly cut into the enemy's rear and interrupt the liches' spellcasting. The huge Hezru army began to advance. In the face of a large number of vampire giants, the number of casualties of the Hezru increased rapidly, and it almost became a bloody battlefield in the abyss. Sauron's demon army was quickly consumed. This was an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Even the middle and high-grade demons had almost no guarantee. They were fighting against the devil's army, and every inch of land they occupied needed to be covered with demon blood. The 6-armed Merophians rushed forward like sharp knives. But this time, they suffered casualties. In the case of slaughtering so many undead, the 6-armed Merophians almost didn't suffer any casualties. But now, in just the first wave of attack, several 6-armed Merophians were killed by the vampire giants. A large number of Baelors descended from the sky. These legendary demons brandished flame whips and stepped into the battlefield. They tore a crack, but at the same time, some Baelors also perished under the siege of the ancient vampires. Every inch of land was in a battle. Sauron's demon army had just occupied the place, and they were immediately counterattacked by the high-grade undead. They were guarding this place. This was their mission. Anyone who attacked would be attacked by them. This was an extremely difficult battle. The high-grade demons under Sauron's command even felt that they were fighting against an elite army of demons. The current situation made them almost think that they were on the battlefield of the abyss. But even so, the demons did not retreat at all because madness, greed, and bloodthirst had swallowed them up. All the demons knew what it meant if they occupied this place. It meant that the Baelor Lord Sauron would become the new powerful demon lord of the abyss, and might even replace him as the giant of the abyss. In this way, the status of these high-grade demons would rise steadily. In the case of occupying multiple levels of the abyss, the most common thing for demon lords was to infect the secondary demon lords, which was a once-in-a-century opportunity for most demons. This was the pattern of the abyss. The birth of any secondary demon lord was through stepping on a pile of bones, and in the case of masters in many levels, there were very few secondary demon lords that could be born. The demons fell one by one. One by one, the undead were torn apart. The whole battle lasted for a whole day, and when the undead in front of them finally became thin, Sauron also took out his last trump card. Army of Einherjars. A group of demon believers who served the Lord of Shadows gathered. In the abyss, many demons would follow and believe in evil gods. Whether it was the Queen of Spiders or the Goddess of Misfortune, they had many demon believers. These demon believers were different from ordinary demons. They were bound by certain restrictions and would automatically deviate to the realm of believing in gods. A huge altar had been completed. The demon believers were mainly Succubus, Cunning, and Glabrizu. They held a grand blood sacrifice ceremony, and then a dark red light gate opened at the back of the battlefield. Teams of demon hunters appeared from the portal. Since Soren took control of the Kingdom of God, the demon hunters had moved into the interior of the Kingdom of God, and now there were 5,000 or 6,000 of them. Behind the demon hunters was the army of Einherjars. Many soldiers died in the city of Mordor in the main material plane. The souls of these people were reborn in the Kingdom of God and became a new batch of Einherjars. Then, a group of otherworldly god servants appeared. These otherworldly god envoys with grey wings soared into the air and led the army of heroic spirits to launch the final wave of attacks against the undead. The majestic army of heroic spirits began to advance. Their combat power was stronger than the demons. Although their individual strength was similar to that of the demons, these heroic spirits used to be the army of Motor City. Although they were dead, they retained a part of their memories and combat skills. These heroic spirits were like an elite demonic army. They advanced steadily and cooperated well. They had something that demons did not have. And that was discipline. The lethality of tens of thousands of heroic spirits in the battle was comparable to that of hundreds of thousands of demons. They were like reapers, tearing apart and destroying the undead in front of them in batches. Although there were still casualties, the ratio was much less than that of the demon army. Some of the chaotic and crazy demons had already rushed to the rear of the enemy. When these high-grade demons came back, they formed an encirclement with the army of heroic spirits. The otherworldly god envoys had more combat power than the Balers. Their grey wings escaped into the shadows and constantly killed the liches and ancient vampires in sight. These otherworldly god envoys were all given divine power by Soren. They were at least high-grade legends. A few of them had reached the level of demigod after experiencing the battle in the Kingdom of Fear. These otherworldly god servants were very powerful. The only disadvantage was that they could not leave the Kingdom of God for too long. Every time they left the Kingdom of God, they would need to consume the accumulated divine power in the Kingdom of God. The Balers also stepped on the battlefield. Sauron waved a flame whip that was 50 or 60 meters long, and with a giant beheading sword in his other hand, he rushed into the interior of the undead. An ancient vampire was slain by him, and then another high-level lich entered his field of vision. There was no technique to speak of in the battle. The enemy was an undead that had no fear or pain. The final battle was a bloody war of attrition. Until night fell. Sauron could see that all the undead had fallen, and there were corpses of demons everywhere. His army had also paid a heavy price. Roar! Excited cheers sounded. After most of the undead had been killed, the high-grade demons under Sauron's command roared fanatically. Sauron opened his huge demonic wings, and his figure rose into the air. He roared, "We won! From today on, this place belongs to us. From Thanatos to Naratel, it's all our territory." Roars of fanaticism sounded from all directions. Even the stupidest demon knew that they had won. A huge territory. They had occupied a level. After paying a huge price, they finally took down the 113th floor of the abyss. "Master!" The tall figure of the succubus owner appeared behind Sauron. Her leather armor was stained with blood. It seemed that she had also joined the battle. She knelt down on one knee in front of Sauron and said, "About 50% of the demon army has died. But we have obtained a huge number of soul stones. We should be able to recover soon." The goblin demon warlocks found countless rare materials in Naratel's warehouse. At the same time, there are about 100 legendary soul stones. We have controlled some of the lich's phylacteries. They are now sealed around the portal. "Master, you should deal with them first." The liches were not so easy to kill. If it was not killed by divine power, the liches would be resurrected. But fortunately, the liches of Naratel were bound here, so their phylacteries were also kept in the deepest part of the castle. I know. Sauron nodded. Nearly half of his demon army had died in this battle. More than 100,000 demons had fallen in the hands of the undead. But the harvest was also huge. Not only could the soul stones be used to create more demons, but it could also allow a large number of demons to level up. To Sauron, no matter how tragic the battle was, as long as they won, it meant that more demons would appear. This was a process of reducing the demon army. Battles and massacres allowed the demons to level up quickly. Nearly half of the demon army had died, which meant that after the battle, there would be tens of thousands of demons that would enter the realm of middle and advanced. These demons would become the main force of the demon army. Almost half of the demons under Sauron's command had advanced through battles and were not recruited from other places. These demons were more loyal and obedient. Clean up the battlefield. Sauron's figure rose into the air. He was ready to take a look at the Lich's phylacteries and the legendary soul stones. In the depths of Nalatal, Sauron saw a pile of strange Lich phylacteries. The most obvious feature was that they looked almost the same. There was no doubt about it. These Liches were all man-made, and the purpose of their existence was to protect Nalatal. Sauron picked up a dark golden Lich phylactery and immediately felt a control circle. Orcus created these Liches and controlled their souls. As long as he controlled the phylactery, he could control these Liches. However, the price of doing so was that these Liches lost the ability to evolve. They were not Liches transformed from legendary mages. After their phylacteries were controlled, it was impossible for them to evolve into demigod Liches. They had been guarding Nalatal for a long time, so their strength and potential had been limited. On the other side was a whole box of legendary soul crystals. Nalatal was the territory of the undead. The most common thing here was soul crystals. The undead were the creatures that dropped the most natural soul crystals. Looks like a good harvest. On the other side of the treasury, there were a lot of materials. The undead did not care about gold or silver, so most of the materials here were gems and rare minerals. In the long years of running Nalatal, the undead had thoroughly explored this plane and found a lot of valuable minerals. Sauron saw a lot of mithril, adamantine, thorium, astral stones, arcanite ingots, and so on. These were all materials made by the Liches. Some rare materials from the astral world could be found at the edge of the abyss. In the center of Nalatal was a huge fortress, and there was a huge control circle inside the fortress. Sure enough, Sauron stepped on the circle in front of him and immediately felt that the obelisks in all directions were under his control. They had a special function because these obelisks could gather the power of death. Orcus really wants to get his hands on the godhood of death. The power of the obelisks gathered the power of death. This was the key to Orcus becoming the king of undead. What a pity. Sauron quickly walked down and shook his head. Just with the power of death, without a godhood and believers, it is impossible to compete with the real god of death. But this gave Orcus the characteristic of being undead. The number of spoils was huge. Some of them would stay in the bottomless abyss, while the other would be sent to Moder City. As for the most critical batch of legendary soul crystals, Sauron only kept about 1/5 of them, and sent the rest to Moder City. After Moder City developed a diamond planet, most of the conditions for building a diamond golem had been met. The only thing missing was high-level soul crystals. These legendary soul crystals were enough to create a large number of top-tier diamond golems. They could even be used to create advanced versions of the diamond golems, which were the legendary constructs that protected the arcane towers. They were a weakened version of Phalling. They did not have the support ability of Phalling, and most of their functions were used for fighting and killing. The Devil Legion had suffered heavy casualties. With such a large number of casualties, Sauron had no choice but to postpone his plan to attack Ghoul King Dorisin. Instead, he began infecting some lesser demon lords. The territory he controlled now was already very large. The huge territory from Thanatos to Later was enough for Sauron to infect more than a dozen lesser demon lords, but he did not do so. Instead, he selected 7 demon lords and promoted them to lesser demon lords. Each level of the bottomless abyss was big and small. The 113th level of Thanatos was relatively medium-sized, and it was enough for Sauron to infect a group of lesser demon lords. However, while Thanatos could be given away, Litair definitely couldn't. There were still many secrets in this place. Furthermore, the death energy here was abnormally dense. Orcus had practically turned this place into half a divine kingdom. The secrets of these obelisks must not be known by other demons. Sauron was ready to control this place himself, and at the same time, study how Orcus obtained the power of death. Orcus had many powers that only the god of death had, such as the Hand of Death, the resurrection of the undead, and so on. At the same time, the staff of Orcus could directly turn the target it killed into the undead. This power was not easy even for the god of death. On the other side, in the distant city of Moder, just after Sauron broke through the last fortress of Litair, Sauron opened his eyes in an instant. A golden ray of light shot out from his eyes. Finally, it's time. Sauron's figure stood up, and the light of divine power gathered all over his body. He looked like a golden armor giant. He stretched out his hand toward the sky, and all the temples on the island of Moder suddenly rang loudly. Then countless power of faith converged toward the great temple, and a majestic divine power was mobilized and condensed by him. Divine molding. Change form. Sauron was holding the staff of Orcus in his hand. During this time, he had been staying in the temple to crack the secrets of this artifact. When Litair was broken, some kind of blessing on the artifact was broken in an instant. Shrill screams were heard. Just after Sauron broke the protection of the staff of Orcus, the screams of countless souls suddenly sounded. This was an extremely evil divine artifact. Just like the famous Frostmourne, the essence of the staff of Orcus was to turn any dead creature into the undead, and at the same time, imprison the souls of many mortals. Over the long years, the divine artifact had imprisoned too many souls. The evil power it possessed was not much weaker than that of Orcus himself, because every time Orcus was resurrected, he would have to obtain the divine artifact to truly come back to life. Countless souls turned into ferocious wraiths and rushed toward Sauron. This was the backlash of the artifact, and it was also Orcus' last resistance. If a mortal faced such an attack, they would almost certainly die. If someone accidentally destroyed the artifact with Mage's disjunction, they would almost immediately die under the backlash. However, Sauron was a true god after all, and a true god close to the great divine power. In the face of the black fog formed by countless wraiths, he just raised his hand in the sky, and then a light gate appeared in front of him. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Sauron stretched out his hand toward the void, and immediately tens of thousands of wraiths were caught by him. Then he waved his hand toward the light gate in front of him, and a huge suction force burst out. Screams of horror were heard. Countless wraiths were forcibly sucked into the light gate, sent into Sauron's kingdom, and then thrown into the pool of reincarnation. Finally, cracks appeared on the staff of Orcus, and a human soul that looked a little fat appeared in front of Sauron. This was the original body of Orcus, and also his appearance when he was immortal. No. 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 The human soul that looked a little fat in front of him roared unwillingly, but Sauron's expression did not change at all. He did not hesitate to reach out and grab the soul in front of him, then crushed him directly. A huge amount of soul energy exploded. Orcus's power turned into countless divine lights and poured into Sauron's body. A row of data appeared in front of him. You have killed the undead king, Orcus, soul form. Extracting the target's soul energy. You have gained 150,000 slaughter EXP. Extracting the target's divine power. You have gained 10 divinity points. Extracting the target's divine power. You have gained 5 divine power. Devour the target's divine power. You have gained the undead trait. Your death domain has been upgraded. You have gained the additional ability, Undead Summon. You have gained the additional ability, Undead Summon. A wave of death energy blended into Sauron's body. Orcus's weak soul was crushed without hesitation. At the same time, along with Orcus's complete death, a special undead trait was also absorbed by Sauron. Undead trait, your soul has seen through the mystery of death, which allows you to escape death. This is a power that only gods can have. When your physical body dies, your soul can use external objects to revive you. The undead trait makes your soul stronger. It seems that only the real Grim Reaper can kill you. The source of Orcus's revival. Soren seemed to have felt something, and then a smile appeared on his face. It seems that Orcus is a little unfortunate. After gaining the undead trait, Soren finally understood why Orcus kept reviving. It was because of this ability to see through the mystery of death that many people could not completely kill Orcus after killing him. However, Soren was different from others. He had inherited the power of the three gods of death, and this was what Orcus was most afraid of. Only the Grim Reaper could really kill him. Soren's power happened to meet this requirement. Otherwise, the other gods could only imprison and seal Orcus's soul, just like what others did in the past. This trait doesn't seem to be useful to me. Soren frowned and muttered, the form of a true god can be revived. As long as it's not during the Avatar crisis or in the Abyss Blood War, the possibility of a god being revived is very high. Furthermore, the Grim Reaper can eliminate the undead trait and kill the target. For now. There are quite a lot of gods with the clergy of death active in the material plane. This was a trait was basically useless. Unless Soren killed all the gods with the clergy of death, this trait was completely useless. Fortunately, after killing Orcus, Soren's domain of death was upgraded again, and at the same time, the domain of undead was extended. This special extension allowed Soren to obtain the power of undead summon, and at the same time, it also allowed his priests to access the domain of undead summon. In other words, from now on, the priests in Soren's church could use necromancy spells. For example, the divine spells that could awaken skeletons, control undead creatures, and summon undead in groups. These were not divine spells that could be used before, but now, because of Soren's upgrade, his priests could have two types of summoning abilities at the same time. One was to summon shadow creatures, and the other was to summon undead creatures. A little bit of golden light spread out from the temple. When Soren sat on the throne again, all the priests in the material plane who believed in and served Soren felt something, and then they found that there were some additional spells in the divine spells that they could use. These spells were fed back to the priests through the perception of the gods, and they had to reach a certain level of strength to access the domain of undead summon. Waves of prayers were heard. Countless priests began to pray and praise the greatness of Soren, because they had no doubt that the god they served just now had become even more powerful, of course. The real power of this domain was not here. However, Soren was a little doubtful about whether he should activate this ability. After he killed Orcus, it seemed that the domain of believers had expanded to include undead creatures. Soren seemed to be able to receive the faith of the undead. This was an ability that only the true god of death had. Whether it was Naruto or Clembox, they had a lot of believers of the undead. At the same time, among the special abilities that Soren could give to his believers, there was also a special power that could be gained after a deep access to the domain of the undead, and that was half-undead transformation, and undead transformation. At present, Soren could only activate the special bloodline to transform shadow creatures. His believers could transform into shadow creatures through some kind of ritual, giving up some of their human characteristics and gaining the ability of shadow creatures. At the same time, their lifespan would be greatly increased. The transformation into undead was even more thorough, directly turning them into undead creatures. In theory, their lifespan would be extremely long, but they would have the weakness of undead creatures. Forget it. Soren thought about it carefully and shook his head. Let's not activate the ability to transform into undead for now. After all, the undead were not living people. This was not necessarily a good thing for Soren's church, and he had not fully mastered the domain of death yet. If he activated this domain, the church would become even more complicated. In a situation where there were already shadow creatures, it was not a good thing for Soren to join an undead church. Moreover, Soren's kingdom needed to be filled up. If many of his believers turned into undead when they were about to die, where would the souls in the kingdom come from? On one point, Soren agreed with Clembox's teachings. That was, the undead should not disturb the world of the living too much. This would make the boundary between life and death blur. What Soren needed more were the petitioners in his kingdom, not a bunch of undead. Even though the petitioners were reincarnated after death and lost many of their memories, they still had their emotions and thoughts. However, the undead were completely different. In the long run, the undead were more harmful than beneficial to Soren's church. I only need 15 more divinity points to become a great divine power. For Soren, the greatest joy he got from killing Orcus was not the undead's ability, but the fact that he was one step closer to becoming a great divine power. Currently, Soren's divinity points were 505, which was more than most intermediate gods. Even if he was compared to a great divine power, he would not be too far behind. Moreover, Soren's demon avatar still had some divinity points. Although it was not a lot, it would not be a problem for him to accumulate about 550 divinity points. After all, there were many demons in the abyss who had a trace of divinity. Then there was Soren's divinity points. After a long period of accumulation, his divinity points had reached 285. This meant that as long as Soren killed an enemy of low to medium divine power, he could directly advance to the level of great divine power. Who else? Soren searched deep in his memory for a god that was most likely to be killed and least likely to offend. For now, the undead calamity had reached its final stage. This stage was a period of rebellion, which meant that many undead had lost control and started to go berserk. The reason for this was that Naruto had given up on controlling these undead and was preparing to absorb the power of death to become a great divine power. Clumbox's eternal rest domain had been shattered. This last wave of the undead calamity could be divided into 3 parts, which were the 3 epic quests that the adventurers participated in. The first part was related to the Red Robe Wizards. The Red Robe Wizard's chief necromancer, Sarzastan, was a powerful demigod lich. He led many of the remaining Red Robe Wizards to attack the Tori region. Because the Red Robe Wizards were almost destroyed, the remaining wizards were necromancers and liches. Therefore, this part of the battle affected the entire Tori region. The gods involved included the Lady of Silvermoon, the goddess of aristocracy, the god of craftsmanship, and the god of suffering. The churches of these gods secretly intervened to stop the Red Robe Wizards, and the high-grade adventurers also accepted this epic quest. In the end, Sarzastan died and the Red Robe Wizards returned to the world of undead. But now, it was hard to say. It mainly depended on whether the other gods would personally take action. After all, there were not that many adventurers now. The second part of the quest was about the retaliation of the dragon cultists and the dragon witchcraft sect. Soren had already dealt a heavy blow to this part of the quest. Moreover, there were already dragons from the good faction attacking the members of the dragon witchcraft sect. Therefore, this part of the epic level quest should be the least difficult. With other giant dragons involved, the dragon witch cult would not be able to do much. Besides, Naruto did not have the time to help them. The third part was the key. This was the top epic mission since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Back then, those who were qualified to join this epic quest were basically adventurers of the legendary to demigod level. Now, the natives who were qualified to participate had to be at least demigod level. This part of the epic quest was divided into 3 camps: Naruto, Clembox, the king of the dead, Sirik, the god of murder, and the goddess of death and magic from another world. However, the latter was only here to fish in troubled waters and would not really risk her life for the priesthood. Therefore, the third part was the decisive key. Adventurers could choose to intervene in one of the 3 factions. There were other gods behind the 3 factions, and according to the original progress, the final winner should be the god of death. However, Soren had also inherited the power of the 3 gods of death. That was to say, if Soren wanted to, he was also qualified to intervene in this battle. The god of death, Nero, was currently the most powerful one. After preparing for the undead calamity for a long time, Nero ambushed Kalember and severely injured him. Then, Nero broke the eternal slumber domain and triggered the calamity. With a large number of undead being resurrected and the living dying, the power of death in the material plane had gathered to a critical point. This power could directly promote a god who mastered the priesthood of death to a great divine power. Naruto was preparing for the last step. When the whole sacrificial ceremony reached its peak, he would appear to absorb this power and directly replace Clembox as the master of death. In this case, Clembox would not sit still and wait for death. Therefore, when Naruto was ready to be promoted to a great divine power, Clembox would definitely appear to stop him. At the same time, Rick, who also hated Clembox and held the priesthood of murder, would also make a move. Soren was now faced with a choice. Which part of the last three parts of the disaster of the undead? If it was the first part, it would be very easy for him to solve, and the rewards would also be less. The second part was even less valuable. After all, the god of Lich had fallen, and there were other dragons involved. The defeat of the dragon witch cult was only a matter of time. However, the third part of the story was too mixed up with good and bad people. According to Soren's understanding, the other gods who were secretly watching all of this were the Lady of Night, the Lady of Silver Moon, the Goddess of Magic, the God of Light, the Queen of Spiders, the God of War, the Goddess of Doom, and so on. Everyone had some ideas about this, but there were not many who were willing to fight for their lives. This was not a trivial matter because it was related to the structure of the lower planes of the multiverse. In particular, the final winner would gain the right to rule the underworld. This was the most important point. Clemvox and the Goddess of Magic used to be lovers, and he was considered the kindest of the gods of death. At the same time, he had a good relationship with the Lady of Silver Moon. However, because of his teachings, Clemvox was very hostile in the eyes of the undead and evil creatures. The realm of eternal rest made many of the undead turn their backs on him. Originally, the believers of Mirko defected to the world of souls because of his teachings and the realm of eternal rest. Soren pondered and murmured, Sirik has many enemies, and now he has almost no allies. Apart from his own cunning, he is the weakest one. Naruto is the real enemy. Not only does he control most of the underworld, but he also has the support of many undead kings, and the strength of his own church is very strong. But he also has a weakness, that is, his teachings are more extreme, and he is a god from another world. Even if he has been here for thousands of years, it does not change his nature as a god from another world. If I really want to fight for the priesthood of death, then personal strength is not the most important point. The ownership of the underworld determines the structure of the multiverse. The believers of the gods have to be transported through the river Styx. In the end, many gods with great divine power may intervene in the outcome of the priesthood of death. In this case, if I really want to fight for the position of the god of death, then lobbying the other gods is imperative. The interests involved in death were too great. After all, Soren's foundation was still a little shallow. If he wanted to join this competition, he must first try to lobby the other gods. The new year was coming to an end. It was getting closer and closer to Naruto's final promotion ceremony. Mordor City began to rebuild after the war. Because of the demon attack, a large number of civilians died, which forced the city hall to relocate the population again. Fortunately, Soren's initial layout had been completed. The council of the city hall had taken over most of the secular management power, and Gloria was at the helm, so some trivial things did not need Soren to deal with. At present, the secular power class of Mordor City had been born. They were performing their duties honestly under the pressure of the gods, but how long they could last would take time to test. After handing over many things to others, and telling the fallen witch to try to master the power of the goddess of pestilence, Soren began his very important journey. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. This was Soren's first destination. Compared to other gods, Princess Royal had the closest relationship with him, and the two sides had cooperated the most times. At this moment, in the depths of the palace of Arendelle, Soren and Princess Royal stood side by side. Are you really going to compete for the priesthood of death? Princess Royal frowned and looked at Soren, and said slowly, this is not a trivial matter. The gods are watching all this silently. It's very dangerous to get involved at this time. One wrong step and you may lose everything. Soren nodded and said, I know. But an opportunity like this might not even come once in thousands of years. If I shrink back this time, I'll be in trouble. If I retreat now, I'm afraid I'll have to face the new god of death in the future. After all, I inherited part of the power of the three gods of death. At that time, both Vivian and I will be in danger. I know it's very dangerous to get involved, but I have to try anyway. I'm going to try to persuade the other gods. If I can get their approval, maybe the final difficulty will be less. But what I need most now is your support. After that, Soren looked up at Princess Royal's eyes, waiting for her answer. Princess Royal fell into deep thought. After a long time, she raised her head and looked at Soren. She slowly said, since you've already made your decision, why don't you leave? I will support you. Thank you. Soren was a little emotional, and he couldn't help but give Princess Royal a hug. The most crucial step had already been taken. With the support of the Princess Royal, Soren now had a 30% chance of winning. What he needed to do next was to increase his chances of winning even more. Don't celebrate too early. Princess Royal took a few steps back without batting an eyelid. She did not look as calm as she appeared to be. If you really want to compete with Naruto and Clembox for the priesthood of death, then you need to convince at least 3 more people. Soren nodded when he heard that. Princess Royal gave him an encouraging look and said, go and prepare. If you want to convince them, you have to pay a price. In the southern region. Harvest City. When Soren's figure stepped into this beautiful secret realm, the figure of the goddess of agriculture appeared in front of him. Next to her were the goddess of river and the goddess of spring water. The goddess of agriculture seemed a little surprised by Soren's sudden visit. She could not help but wonder, I heard that Mordor City was attacked by demons. Shouldn't you be in Mordor City at this time? Why did you suddenly think of coming here? The goddess of agriculture gently waved her hand, and emerald green vines automatically grew from the ground to form several rattan chairs. Her tall figure lay on them and looked at Soren. Let me guess. You always don't come to the temple for no reason, so this time you must be here for. She seemed to have thought of something. The goddess of agriculture suddenly raised her head and looked at Soren in surprise, and murmured, are you going to intervene in the struggle between Naruto and Clembox? A smart goddess. Sometimes talking to smart people needs to be straightforward, so Soren nodded and said, yes. It's not easy. You're still too young among the gods. The goddess of agriculture frowned and said, as far as I know, although Clembox has not appeared for a long time after being ambushed by Naruto, in fact, I secretly learned from many channels that Clembox has been in contact with many gods. He also draws allies among the gods. Clembox is very smart. He knows that Naruto is not welcomed by other gods, and many of the gods don't want Naruto to be in charge of the underworld. Soren looked at the goddess of agriculture in front of him and said slowly, I'm more suitable than them. The goddess of agriculture smiled and shook her head, but other gods won't believe this. As a true god, you rose too quickly. Many gods don't know you well enough, and they won't trust you. And you rose by killing other gods. To be honest, many of the gods are afraid of you. Soren also smiled and said, isn't that good? Fear can help me solve some problems. The goddess of agriculture frowned slightly and said, are you serious? Very serious. Soren nodded. At this time, the goddess of agriculture finally fell silent. She pondered for a while, and then said, I have to say, this is very difficult. Because you're too young, not many gods are willing to stand on your side. Soren nodded and said, I know. So I need your help. Naruto is too extreme. He must pay the price for this huge disaster in the material plane. Because of his ambition, countless creatures died in vain, and all these sins must be borne by him. And Clembox has already proved his dereliction of duty. If it weren't for his doctrine and bigotry, many undead kings wouldn't have stood on Naruto's side, and this disaster wouldn't have affected countless people. He has already failed once. Even if he regains the clergy of death, the relationship between Clembox and the undead king still can't be eased, and even the underworld won't return to his control in a short time. The goddess of agriculture was silent. After a while, she looked up and stared at Soren, and slowly said, why did you find me? Do you want me to persuade my father? Yes. Soren nodded. If one wanted to control the clergy of death, the god of light was an unavoidable obstacle. Although the god of light's focus was on Asmodeus, the underworld controlled the entire lower plane. The god of light would definitely be involved in who the clergy of death belonged to. Furthermore, according to the original historical progress, the god of light had dealt a heavy blow to the god of death, Nero, and made him pay a painful price for his evil deeds. Soren couldn't win over or even take the initiative to contact the god of light. But the goddess of agriculture could do this, so whether or not he could get the support of the goddess of agriculture was the key. If the goddess of agriculture was willing to stand on his side, Soren's chances of winning would be at least 50%. From the sun god to the light of dawn to the god of light. Xianxia played a very important role in the history of the gods. He could even be said to be one of the protagonists in the history of the gods. From the beginning of the calamity of dawn to the destruction of the arcane empire, Xianxia occupied an absolute dominant position among the gods. He represented the part of goodness, light, and justice. Even the queen of spiders, Lilith, whom Soren had always been afraid of, did not dare to make a fart in front of this ancient god. This was because Xianxia was now close to a symbol among the gods, especially after the fall of the original god of justice, Tyr. After the god of light integrated the clergy of justice into himself, his existence was even more revered by the gods. Xianxia had a lot of clergy. In the past, she once had the priesthoods of movement, birth, creativity, dawn, revival, self-protection, spring, vitality, youth, and so on. But she later took these priesthoods and assigned them to other gods. The spring priesthoods of the goddess of agriculture were inherited from her father, and the light of dawn was also given by Xianxia. By now, Xianxia's priesthood had been reduced a lot, and his core priesthood had changed to light and justice. He was now the combined form of the sun god and the god of justice, and was currently the most powerful god. In the past, this god's overly aggressive altruism and selflessness hindered his pursuit of goodness. His arrogance and fanaticism covered his thoughts, making him unable to see the inevitable results of his actions. He pursued perfection, but was headstrong and refused to listen to the opinions of others. These shortcomings were fully revealed during the Dawn Calamity, but it was also the Great Calamity that was second only to the Time of Troubles that changed him. At that time, Xianxia intended to rebuild a new divine system, but it ended up causing a divinity impact. His failure destroyed several gods and powerful otherworld creatures, caused the collapse of many theocratic countries, and indirectly led to the destruction of the city of Song, Mei Zeno. This failure allowed Xianxia to grow, and when the arcane empire was destroyed, the sacrifice of the father of the oak tree completely changed the god of light. Now, there was no god who could fight against the god of light alone. Even the ancient Lady of Night was in awe of him. Soren needed the support of the goddess of agriculture. This was because he knew very well that even if he had advanced to become a great divine power, it would still be very difficult for him to be a match for the god of light. Without the support of the god of glory, this plan would become extremely difficult. Due to his deep hatred for the undead creatures, Xianxia had made Klumvox the ally of the god of eternal rest before he became the god of light. Although there were some conflicts between the two during the plan to destroy the god of tyranny, Bane, and cracks appeared again during the Arcane Empire, the god of light still supported Klumvox. That was the problem. If Klumvox still had the support of the god of light, then history would repeat itself. The god of light had appeared and dealt a heavy blow to Naruto, and had indirectly helped Klumvox regain his priesthood. This was not what Soren wanted to see. Klumvox had already proved his dereliction of duty. The turmoil of the undead meant that his doctrine was not in line with the lower planes. Even the ancient god of death, Jurgil, was a little disappointed in this. At present, only the goddess of agriculture could persuade the god of light. Mother Gaia had retired, Father Oak had fallen, and the entire natural divine system had collapsed. Today, the only one who maintained a close relationship with the god of light and could persuade him was the goddess of agriculture. She was the daughter of Mother Gaia and was also the interface between the natural divine system and the human divine system. Harvest City, in the half-bit wall of the secret realm. The goddess of agriculture pondered for a long time under Soren's gaze. After a while, a bitter smile appeared on her face and she slowly said, "My relationship with my father is not very good." After Mother Gaia retired, the goddess of agriculture rarely dealt with the god of light, especially after Xianxia entered the depths of mountain paradise. She thought that her father had completely changed. In the past, although Xianxia was a little reckless and opinionated, he was full of enthusiasm, kindness, and vitality. However, since Father Oak sacrificed himself to save the material plane, Xianxia had become another existence. He had all the memories of the past Xianxia, but even his daughter, the goddess of agriculture, felt strange. Xianxia was even more pure. The god of light now seemed perfect, but the goddess of agriculture knew that this was because her father gave up a part of his humanity in exchange. The gods in this world kept their humanity to maintain their vitality, but Roshander now seemed to have been assimilated by light and justice. If the priesthood dominated the gods, then the part of humanity would be missing. As a new god, Soren did not have such an understanding. It would take at least 1,000 years for Soren to feel this. Silence. The goddess of agriculture pondered and considered the gains and losses. After a long time, she said, "I can try to help you persuade my father, but I can't guarantee success." Soren smiled and nodded. That's enough. Even if he could not get the support of the god of light, as long as he would not be hostile to him in the process of fighting for the priesthood of death, it would be enough. The goddess of agriculture thought for a moment and said, "If you take over the priesthood of death, how do you plan to fulfill your duties? You must know that this is very important. The believers of the gods have to go to the underworld after death, and the gods of death have always maintained the ancient covenant to be responsible for sending the believers of the gods to the divine kingdom. Also, many gods are very unfriendly to the undead, but with Klumvox's dereliction of duty, you must balance the position of the undead." This was crucial. To persuade the god of light, Soren had to prove that he was worthy of support. However, Soren already had a plan for this. He thought for a moment and said, "Naruto's doctrine is too extreme. He hates life and wants to destroy it. He is too biased towards the undead, which is something that all gods do not want to see. However, Kalember's teachings are too biased towards the living. His church has always been dedicated to keeping the undead in eternal slumber. Countless undead have been killed by his believers. This has caused his relationship with most of the undead to become tense and hostile. I think in the current situation, a doctrine of the mean is more conducive to the current situation. In my opinion, the realm of eternal sleep is necessary, otherwise the material plane will be overrun with undead sooner or later. But for the undead, there is no need to expel and kill them like Klumvox. The most important thing now should be to clarify the boundary between death and immortality. The current chaotic situation is like a repeat of the time of the three gods of death. During the time of Mirko, there was the current chaos. Klumvox hated most of the undead and thought that they should be destroyed. For me, the most important thing is to distinguish between death and immortality. As long as the world of the living is not disturbed, there will naturally be a place for the undead to stay in the lower plane. If possible, I hope to divide an area between the underworld and the spiritual world to temporarily appease the undead. As for the future, we can slowly solve it. Soren actually had another set of ideas in mind, but he could not mention it at the moment because it would change the structure of the lower plane, especially the underworld. Now, the most suitable way was a more doctrine of the mean. Dividing the boundary between death and life? The goddess of agriculture smiled and said softly, "If that's the case, I think I have a better chance of persuading my father." The god of light hated all undead. But the existence of the undead could not be erased at all. If Soren really intended to draw a clear boundary between death and life, so that the world of the living would not be disturbed by the undead, then it was very possible to get the support of the god of light. After all, Klumvox's failure had proved that one could not blindly destroy and suppress the undead. Now, the catastrophe of the undead was the revenge of many undead lords for the past. For thousands of years, Klumvox had been working hard to eliminate the undead and let the dead sleep. This caused countless undead to turn their backs on him and even stand beside Naruto to resist him, the king of the undead. If Soren had the same idea as Klumvox, there would be another outbreak of the undead after a few years. Soren finally persuaded the goddess of agriculture. With the support of the goddess of agriculture, the next thing would be much easier to do. However, unless the relationship between the gods was particularly close, even allies would have to pay a price for help. However, just as Soren was preparing what the goddess of agriculture needed him to pay, the goddess of agriculture lifted her long hair and smiled gently. "No hurry, I'll let you know when I need it." In this regard, Soren couldn't help but frown and look at the other party seriously. The cost and the gain were equal. In this case, the goddess of agriculture was not in a hurry to make requests, so the requests in the future should not exceed the current cost. But now was not the time to worry about this. He finally smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for your good news." The goddess of agriculture nodded and said, "Well, I'll go to the glorious city tomorrow." There was not much time. After getting the promise of the goddess of agriculture, Soren immediately set off to return to the outer islands, but his destination was not the city of Mordor, but the city of Wealth on the south coast. It was not long before the end of the Avatar crisis. So much time had passed in the blink of an eye. After experiencing many shocks, the past glory of the city of Wealth was no longer there. However, the Church of the Goddess of Wealth was still the most powerful force here, and when the war subsided, commerce and trade would inevitably be revitalized. The Goddess of Wealth was very welcoming to Soren's arrival. In the past in-death exchanges between the two sides, Soren had already given the Goddess of Wealth guidance, so that she had enough confidence to restore trade and economy after the war. Now what the Goddess of Wealth needed to do was to wait for the end of the Avatar crisis. At that time, many caravans of the Goddess of Wealth would set sail again. The gods had already felt it. Perhaps because of Soren's interference, the trajectory of fate had deviated to a certain extent. Although there were still many gods who fell, it was still a little less than in the past. And because there was no interference from adventurers, the number of gods who directly participated in the battle between the gods had decreased a lot, which also reduced the number of deaths. Perhaps it was because of Soren's example, the number of gods who were hiding in their fields had obviously increased. Even the Queen of Spiders, Loltha's aggro had decreased a lot compared to before. This was because many of the gods' kills had been stolen by Soren, and some of their aggro had shifted to Soren's side. The Queen of Spiders' biggest enemy was still the elven gods. "Welcome, sir. Lord Shadow." The Goddess of Wealth was wearing a long dress that shone with golden light. She looked very elegant. She personally appeared in front of the temple to welcome Soren's arrival. Soren smiled and followed her inside. The negotiation this time was very easy, especially after they had received so much support. The Goddess of Wealth had also given them some help. Soren stayed in the Temple of Wealth for a day, and then went to the place where he first rose, which was Port Tylon, controlled by the sea goddess. Port Tylon. Because it was an island, the impact wasn't that great. The high priestess of the sea temple still maintained the order of the past, and began to pray every morning. But today seemed to be a little different. When her prayer sounded, the power of the statue of the goddess of ocean emitted a golden light. She thought that her prayer had been answered by the goddess, but then she saw a beautiful woman with a trident coming down from the statue. The sea goddess's target wasn't her, but walked directly to the front of the temple, as if she was welcoming someone's arrival. Soren's figure appeared. He smiled and nodded at the sea goddess in front of him, and the sea goddess also bowed slightly. Both sides didn't care about the others around them, and the high priestess of the sea temple looked at Soren in a daze. After noticing the faintly discernible sight, she immediately lowered her head humbly. Soren was now a great existence that she needed to look up to. As a god who had cooperated with Soren in the beginning, the sea goddess was easily persuaded by Soren. She was willing to help Soren and assist him in obtaining the clergy of death. This was good news. Because after Soren's lobbying, he had gained a lot of support. Now, Soren only had one goal left. Moonlight Woodland. This beautiful forest was located near the ruins of the Silvermoon City. It had a special lock and was also the core area of the intersection of the Silvermoon City. In order to guard against the attack of the Lady of the Night, there were many moonwalkers stationed here. The magic circle here could absorb the tidal power of the moon, and even the gods were not sure if they could break it. When Soren arrived, it was still calm. Because the goddess of magic was not dead, the power of the Lady of the Silvermoon had not recovered much, so she was still only at the level of a mid-level divine power. If the goddess of magic died and the power of the Lady of the Silvermoon returned, then this goddess would at least be at the level of a great divine power. It could be said that Soren's interference in history had the greatest impact on her. Although the Lady of the Silvermoon herself didn't know this, and she didn't even want the goddess of magic to die. The goddesses of magic of the past were like close allies and daughters of the Lady of the Silvermoon. Soren couldn't find the goddess of magic, but he thought that the Moonlight Woodland was the most likely place to hide her. This place was protected by a powerful lock. There were moonwalkers stationed here, and in addition, there were also powerful Silver Star emissaries, spellcasters who could mobilize the power of the moon. Soren's arrival was not hidden. As the light of divinity fell, Soren's clone directly appeared outside the Moonlight Woodland. Soon, a group of tall moonwalkers appeared. Their leader was a grassland elf. The elf frowned as she looked at Soren and bowed slightly. She then said, "Lord Shadow. Welcome." In the depths of the moonlight woodland, a light rose. The Lady of the Silver Moon already knew of Soren's arrival and sent an oracle to welcome him. Soren nodded slightly and followed the moonwalkers into the woodland. This was a private kingdom, and almost all of them were believers of the Lady of the Silver Moon. However, Soren also saw some secret knights, which made him even more certain that the goddess of magic was hiding here. The two goddesses had joined forces and were secretly plotting something. Lord Shadow. The Lady of the Silver Moon's figure appeared on the altar in front of him. Soren didn't have many interactions with her, so they weren't close, but they weren't strangers either. Soren bowed slightly to show his respect. Lady of the Silver Moon. Suluan stared at Soren in front of her. She frowned slightly and said with a smile, "Welcome. But I'm curious as to why you chose to visit at this time." Soren met her gaze and calmly said, "I'm here to visit the Lady of the Silver Moon. And Lady Mystra." Mystra was the goddess of magic. The Lady of the Silver Moon hesitated for a moment in response to Soren's straightforwardness. She then asked, "How did you know she was here?" "I guessed." Soren smiled. This was the most likely place for the goddess of magic to be. It was also the only place where she could hide from the gods. Even after so long, they still couldn't find any trace of her. Long time no see. A tall, slender, and beautiful young human woman with translucent skin and flowing black hair appeared in the form of a long, flowing black hair. She wore a simple but elegant dark silk robe and a net belt embedded with gems. This item represented the magic network that Mystra was in charge of. This was the goddess of magic's usual incarnation. Soren had the divine title of tracking, so it wasn't surprising that he could find the goddess of magic. Thus, Mystra simply showed up. Soren met Mystra's gaze and smiled. "Long time no see. Lady Mystra." This was Soren's final goal. Because of her relationship with Klemvox in the past, she was a great help to Klemvox in his quest to regain his divine title of death. Since the Lady of the Night was also involved in this battle, the two goddesses would secretly help Klemvox regain his divine title. They were Soren's last obstacle. What Soren needed to do was to find a way to persuade them and gain the support of the goddess of magic and the Lady of the Silver Moon to weaken them and strengthen himself. To put it bluntly, that was, Soren had to knock on Klemvox's wall. Only in this way could he gain the greatest advantage. P.S. This book is almost finished. Don't worry. There's an epilogue after this. The epilogue is about the kingdom of God and spans 10 years. There was no doubt about it. Mystra was in a difficult position right now. It was obvious from her conflicted expression that she was in a dilemma. The Lady of Silvermoon had no intention of helping either. After all, she had to make her own choice. She had also guessed that the goddess of magic was able to escape her previous ambush thanks to Soren's help. However, she didn't know what kind of relationship Soren had with Mystra. The gods of this world were relatively open-minded. In some ways, they were similar to the unrestrained Olympian gods. However, they had been silent for far too long. No one knew what would happen in the long history of this world. Even the gods could be wiped out. The goddess of magic stared at Soren, her eyes flickering. She was Mystra. She was also Midnight, a former human mage. Klemvox was her lover before she became a god. Although their relationship gradually faded, there was still some history between them. On the other hand, Soren was her close ally. To some extent, he could even be considered her current lover, or so she thought. If she had to choose between the two, it would undoubtedly be difficult. One was her past lover, and the other was her current lover. Although the former was far away, they still had a past. The latter, on the other hand, had saved her life once and helped Mystra survive a life-threatening crisis. How should she choose? Soren seemed to sense the goddess of magic's dilemma. He looked a little disappointed. "I don't want to make things difficult for you. However, this is a battle of fate. Whether it's me, Klemvox, or Naruto, this battle is unavoidable. It's inevitable that the three gods of death will reunite. The future world also needs this power. The Bator Inferno is restless. At this point, Soren glanced at the two goddesses' expressions. As expected, their expressions changed slightly. He then continued, perhaps you don't know, but Sirik has already broken free from his seal. He's also secretly watching everything. The undead hated Klumbox, which made Naruto even more powerful. Whether it's Naruto or Sirik, neither of them can become the winner. I'm not asking you to help me fight against Klumbox. I just hope that if the final battle is between me and Klumbox, I won't be your enemy. It seemed that it would be difficult to win over the goddess of magic as an ally, which disappointed Soren greatly. Even though he had saved the goddess and helped her through a crisis, she still couldn't stand by his side. It could be seen from the very beginning. After the goddess of magic was injured, she never appeared in front of Soren. Instead, she hid in the Silvermoon lady's place. Soren, who was extremely disappointed, had already excluded the goddess of magic from his circle. Someone who couldn't stand behind him at such a critical moment wasn't worth his effort. However, he still had to fight for it, so he said, I only hope a little. You can stay out of the battle between me and Klumbox. If the final victor is me and him, then I hope you can stay neutral. It seemed that he couldn't win over the goddess of magic. For this reason, Soren could only lower his request and ask her to stay out of the battle between him and Klumbox. This was already a very low request. After all, Soren had saved her once. Mister's eyes wavered a little, but she was also relieved. She even felt a little sorry for Soren. In fact, Klumbox had met her a long time ago and asked for her help against his enemy. However, at that time, the goddess of magic hadn't recovered from her injuries, so she didn't agree. In contrast, Soren's request was much lower. He didn't force her to help, but only hoped that she would stay neutral and not be his enemy. At this point, the goddess of magic had no choice. The goddess of magic had no other choice. She could either agree to Soren's request or become his enemy in the future. This wasn't something that anyone wanted. Thus, the goddess of magic quickly replied, I can promise you. I'll stay neutral between you and Klumbox. Soren nodded. Then, he bowed slightly to the Lady of Silvermoon and left the forest. To be honest, he was still very disappointed. However, some things couldn't be forced. It could only be said that the goddess of magic couldn't stand on his side this time. In the following battle between her and Lady of the Night, Soren wouldn't help her either. According to the progress of history, the goddess of magic would be at a disadvantage in the next battle. In the past, even with the help of adventurers, the goddess of magic couldn't defeat Lady of the Night. This time, Soren wouldn't help her. Whether she could survive or not would depend on her luck. Because the goddess of magic's choice had exhausted the last bit of affection between Soren and her. Soon, Soren left the Moonlight Forest, but this time, he didn't leave with a smile. Only his eyes were a little cold. Sigh. Just after Soren left, the Lady of Silvermoon shook her head and sighed. You still can't let go of your past with Klumbox? In fact, you should choose to work with Soren. He's a powerful and scheming god. Moreover, he holds the divine title of Shadow, and doesn't have a good relationship with Lady of the Night. If you agree with him, it's very likely that we'll be able to pull him to our side. Hearing the Lady of Silvermoon's words, Mister's eyes flickered. Although every Mister would inherit the memories of her previous life, the consciousness that dominated was still Midnight. In other words, Midnight only had the memories of the past goddess of magic, but her thoughts were still her own. This caused her to unconsciously lean towards Klumbox. Today's actions had undoubtedly pushed Solen's relationship with him further away. For a moment, even the goddess of magic felt a little lost. After all, Soren had saved her once, and the two of them were quite close. This choice undoubtedly hurt his feelings. The goddess of magic suddenly felt a little regretful. But at this point, there was no other choice. She could only look in the direction Soren left and let out a deep sigh. Outside the Moonlight Forest. Just as Soren's clone was about to return to the south coast, he suddenly felt the aura of battle. Then, his figure appeared near a hill. There were many corpses here. He bent down and picked up an emblem from one of the corpses. The emblem was 5 hands holding a scimitar in a circle. A follower of the god of war, Klumbox? Soren frowned and muttered, "Looks like the god of war is finally going to make a move against the god of war." There wasn't only one god of war. Many gods of war had been born from this divine title, but the most powerful one was undoubtedly the god of war, Tempest. He was the victor in history. At least 10 gods of war had been born in the long history. The god of war had been trying to eliminate them since the time of Mother Earth. At present, the only surviving god of war in the human god system was the god of war that Soren had just mentioned. One of the two gods was a lesser god, and the other was a greater god. It looks like the god of war is going to take back all the divine titles of war. It was a battle without any suspense. Soren took a look and left. The gods were all planning something. There were too many things happening in the Avatar crisis, and he didn't have the energy to participate in many of them. It was almost time. It was getting closer and closer to the promotion ceremony of Nero. This battle would be a big mess. As for who would be the winner in the end, no one knew. Soren also had to make more preparations. Klemvox had obviously started to act. The goddess of magic didn't agree to stand behind him. There was no doubt that Klemvox had secretly looked for her. Since he had already looked for the goddess of magic, Klemvox would definitely try to rope in other gods. Soren had to be more prepared. The most important thing now was the god of light's attitude. As long as the god of light supported him, then the goddess of magic's attitude wasn't too important. After all, there was still the Lady of Night watching in the dark. Long sleep, realm. This kind of power was mostly given by the gods of order. Kalember, Jurgil, Osiris, the god of death of the Muhammad pantheon, and Ulugielin, the god of death of the Halfling pantheon, all had the power to give the realm of eternal rest. Soren slowly let go of the secret scroll in his hand, and then murmured, "Long sleep, realm." If he wanted to compete for the clergy of death, then the long sleep realm was something that must be maintained. Without the long sleep realm, it meant that the dead would be disturbed, and a large number of the dead would not be able to rest in peace. Things were not too bad. Shortly after Soren returned to the city of Moder, he received a message from the goddess of agriculture. The god of light seemed to support him a little. It seemed that the god of light was disappointed with Klemvox this time. Although he thought that Naruto should pay the greatest price for all this, Klemvox also had an unshirkable responsibility. In the long history, there had never been such a big undead riot among the previous gods of death. Since the ancient god of death, Jurgil, many undead had been suppressed in the lower planes. Although this time it was because of the Avatar crisis, Klemvox undoubtedly failed in his duty. Perhaps it was because of this that Soren came into contact with Naruto. This ancient one seemed to have the idea of selecting a new successor. The god of light has made some progress. Although he did not win over the goddess of magic, he also kept her neutral. Jurgil does not seem to support Klemvox very much. No wonder he met me, it should be because of the power of slaughter. Naruto, Klemvox, Sirik. There are many undead kings behind Naruto, and his power is still the strongest at present. And this time the undead disaster was launched by him. Naruto has the most powerful power of death. Klemvox's strength has been greatly reduced, but his secret allies should still have some. Sirik's power is the weakest, and his relationship with the gods is also the worst. Therefore, in the following battle, he should be hiding in the dark. He pondered for a long time. Soren finally opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Death is still Klemvox's domain." In other words, in Klemvox's eyes, Naruto is his greatest enemy. As long as he defeats Naruto, he will be able to recover his strength. At that time, no one will be able to stop him from taking back the Death Priesthood. Naruto understands this very well. As long as he defeats Klemvox, he will be the undisputed god of death. In that case, my target should be Sirik. Only by killing Sirik first and letting Klemvox and Naruto exhaust a bit of their strength will I have more confidence in killing them. On the surface, the main forces of this battle were still Naruto and Klemvox. Soren was just a schemer, so it was best for him to kill the other schemer first. The power of death was getting stronger and stronger. Now, the population of the material plane was only about 40% of what it used to be. The undead kings obtained a large number of souls from the material plane. This was their reward, and it was also something that Naruto acquiesced to. Naruto's promotion ceremony should be launched within this month, and what Soren needed to do now was to find traces of Sirik. Come. Soren's figure appeared in the Great Temple, and he ordered the arcane assassin who served him, send the rogues in the central area to find out any news about Sirik. Also, send someone to check on the pygmy god system. Sirik seemed to have attacked the pygmy god system. He was a cunning god, and he was always thinking of ways to strengthen himself. Time passed little by little. With the gathering of the power of death, Klemvox's church suddenly became active. The members of Klemvox's church were usually silent, to the point of being gloomy. Many of the members joined the ranks of the undead king after losing their loved ones to the invasion of the undead creatures, or even after experiencing death themselves, and being brought back to the mortal world. There was no doubt that Klemvox's church grew stronger in the current environment. After Klemvox's return, the church quickly recruited a group of people who were affected by the undead disaster. Naruto won the support of the dead, and Klemvox won the support of the living. In this disaster, too many people were killed by the undead, and their surviving relatives joined Klemvox's church. The counterattack against the undead began after the Dragon Witch Church was severely injured by the giant dragon. Perhaps the gods could no longer tolerate Naruto's actions, or perhaps Klemvox persuaded the other gods. Currently, at least 3 gods began to launch a counterattack against the undead. The glorious city finally made a move. The paladins gathered and began to attack the undead's base camp. Under the influence of this, the other gods' churches also began to take action. As a god from another world, Naruto's biggest weakness was finally exposed. That was, he did not have many allies among the gods. Naruto was an absolute supporter of those who did evil for their own pleasure. In Naruto's cold world, everything was the same. To him, all living creatures were a great insult to him, the god of death. On the contrary, all dying creatures shone with green and black sparks of joy, and he liked these sparks. Some people did not pray to Naruto sincerely, hoping to obtain Naruto's power. Most of them were given death as a reward by Naruto. The god's goal was Naruto's temple. This was the origin of all death, and also the source of the outbreak of the undead disaster. However, Naruto's temples were usually hidden. Even in places full of evil, they were usually built underground, and were usually part of the underground tomb. Most of the temples contained undead creatures and other creatures that spread death or created death, such as banshees and devils. Therefore, the gods soon realized that something was wrong. This was because their church had encountered another terrifying enemy, and that was devils, yes. The devils seemed to have joined Naruto's camp. In the counterattacks, people suddenly found traces of many devils near Naruto's temples. This made people feel uneasy. Klemvox's church pushed forward in the first wave of attacks, but when the church members found more and more Naruto's underground temples, they encountered very fierce resistance. Large numbers of undead creatures, numerous necromancers, and higher devils gradually appeared. Lesser devils, imps, hornet devils. At first, only a few low-ranked devils appeared, but as the battle escalated, the shadows of babas, chained devils, Enzu devils, hellcats, lustful devils, overlords, ice devils, and horned devils gradually appeared. Finally, when the abyss devils appeared in Naruto's camp, the gods finally realized the severity of the situation. Klemvox's church was once again damaged. The evil devils were involved in this battle. After the abyss had continuously probed the material plane many times, the cunning devils finally entered the material plane for the first time. And this time, they chose to support the evil Naruto, at this moment. Many gods even suspected that the outbreak of the undead disaster was the scheme of the incomparably evil existence that lived in the depths of the Bottor Inferno. Everything was for the sake of souls. In fact, whether it was the high and mighty gods, the demons of the bottomless abyss, or the Bottor Inferno, the most important wealth was souls. For a long time, whether it was the Bottor Inferno or the bottomless abyss, the number of souls that could be obtained from the river Styx was extremely limited. Most of the high-quality souls were divided among the gods. After all, the faithless were only a small part of them. The remaining souls were all ugly and not very useful. That was why there were special existences like soul stealers in the lower planes. Generations of death gods were strictly guarded against the Baator Inferno and the bottomless abyss because the responsibility of the death gods was to maintain the flow of the river Styx and maintain the home of souls after death. Therefore, the most common opponent of the death god servants were the soul stealers from the lower planes. And now, it seemed that Naruto had colluded with the demons. Most of the underworld had fallen into Naruto's control. Some undead lords had also reached into the underworld. After the underworld lost control of Klembox, there was no doubt that the demons had also taken a share of the loot. Naruto had betrayed the river Styx's interests. In order to make the demons take action, they had to give them benefits that they could see, and it would be best if they could get it right away. Now that the demons' army was escorting Naruto, the gods could be sure that a part of the river Styx had been stolen by the demons. This discovery made the gods a little angry and uneasy, because all gods followed a basic principle, and that was, unless the souls of the believers were particularly outstanding, such as those that were close to the level of the holy spirits, they would be sent to the gods' kingdoms by the death god's servants after passing through the river Styx. But now, who would still believe in Naruto's death god servants? Who wouldn't be worried that their believers' souls would be stolen and desecrated by the demons, far away in the east? Just as the southern part of the continent began to counterattack against the undead, many monasteries in the eastern countries also joined forces to eliminate the mummies and undead. Some of the members of the Dragon Witch cult had fled to the Desert of Death, but they did not give up because Nero was still very powerful. They had joined the god of death, Nero, and captured many flying dragon subspecies to create a new batch of low-level dragon liches. These were puppets controlled by the Dragon Witch sect. Although they were slightly weaker, they obeyed orders. At this moment, near a barren mountain range, one of the allied forces from the Eastern Kingdom was approaching this mountain range. The undead in the depths of the desert were all awakened by Naruto's evil power. For a long time, Naruto's church had been spreading in the desert. Among the allied forces from the eastern countries, the figure of the young girl Cicada was a little eye-catching. On one hand, she was too young. Standing among a group of middle-aged legendary monks, she was very eye-catching. On the other hand, it was because she belonged to a new force. This Fist Master's reputation had soared in the battle against the ancient evil. Now, she was already the leader of the Night Shadow monk group. The members of the monk group were blessed by the Shadow Lord. They could master and strengthen the special skills of Shadow Nanda and Lunar Shadow. This power allowed them to completely hide themselves and jump through the shadow space to a certain extent, making the monks' movements more erratic. This was the group of monks blessed by Soren. Compared to the past, Cicada had quickly matured after many battles, especially after becoming the leader of the monk group. She also had a trace of a superior aura. The situation in the Eastern Kingdom had improved a lot. After the elimination of the ancient evil, the remaining enemies were much easier to deal with. The Luo demons had been defeated, and some of the Een spirits had been resealed. At present, the only troublesome thing was the mummy army. The god of death, Nero, had awakened many ancient mummies. Some ancient pyramids even had mummies sealed in them that were older than the Arcane Kingdom. This battle was very crucial. Because below this place was Naruto's Great Temple, a base camp for awakening and reviving the undead. There were standards for the size of the temples that served the gods. The lowest level was the altar, then the altar, the temple, the Great Temple, and then the Great Temple. As for the Pantheon Temple, it had not appeared in the material plane yet. The altar was very simple. It could be activated after a blood sacrifice. The altar was a little more troublesome. At the very least, it needed to be continuously sacrificed and prayed for a period of time. Then there was the temple, which was the place where the gods responded and prayed and sacrificed for many years. Generally, the temples of the gods would only appear in towns and cities, and it would take several years to build, and it would often last for decades before the glory of divinity shrouded it. The temple was the official headquarters of the church. A temple was equivalent to half a wizard tower, and most of the temples took decades or centuries to build, so these temples often did not change their positions easily. Finally, there was the Great Temple. Such a place must be covered by a trace of the god's mind. Just like Soren's Great Temple, he could easily perceive what was happening inside. The Great Temple itself was equivalent to the core camp, and the statues inside were all possessed by the god's body. At present, even Soren only had one great temple, and it was only in the center of Motor City. Other than that, the highest level in other places was the temple level. The destruction of any great temple by the enemy was a serious blow to the gods, and even directly weakened the power of the gods and the church to some extent. Therefore, the defense here was also very strong. Naruto's collusion with the devils had caused too much hostility. Not only did the eastern countries launch a counterattack, but other places were also looking for and destroying Naruto's temples. At this time, at the top of the mountain in front, hundreds of Dracolic were hovering in the sky. This place was guarded by the remaining members of the Dracolic religion. In addition to the believers of Naruto's church, there were also some devils. The White Cloud sect and the Shadow sect can be responsible for the surprise attack. A fist master with white eyebrows sat on a chair and said to the other monasteries and forces present, "But those Dracolic are very difficult to deal with. They fly in the air, and it's difficult for monks to deal with them." Monks could fly in the air for a short period of time, but they had to learn the ethereal form, which most monks could not do. The others frowned when they heard this. All the forces gathered here were from the eastern countries, and the monasteries were the mainstream. Monks were very strong on the ground, but it was hard to say if they were in the sky. There was a short pause. Then the fist master looked at the Empress of the East on the right and said slowly, "I think only the Empress has a way to deal with these Dracolic." Many monasteries' eyes lit up when they heard this. The Empress of the East fell into silence. After a while, she said, "Yes. I will summon ancient allies to deal with them." "Good." The fist master stood up excitedly. He looked around at the others, and his gaze paused on Cicada for a moment. He said in a deep voice, "Then prepare to attack. This time, we must get rid of these undead and bring peace back to the Eastern Kingdom." The leaders of the various forces went to prepare. Before Cicada left, she glanced at the Eastern Princess. Legend had it that this princess had some kind of mysterious power. She could summon a powerful creature from the depths of the Eastern Mountains. The battle soon broke out. The next day, the monks attacked the members of the Dragon Witch cult in front of them. As the battle broke out, the Dracolic circling the mountaintop also moved quickly. One by one, the flying dragons soared into the sky. Hundreds of undead subspecies wyverns almost covered the sky, causing countless people to feel a trace of depression and depression. They exuded a strong aura of death all over their bodies, and the ghostly green soulfire danced in their pupils. Ordinary people would be frightened just by a glance, and even professionals would find it difficult to deal with these enemies. The droll hated these undead, but they couldn't do anything to them. No transformation spell could deal with so many Dracolic, and most spells couldn't easily attack the flying dragons in the sky. However, at this moment, a strange melody suddenly came from the back of the camp. Accompanied by the sacrificial ceremony of many beautiful dancers, some kind of strange fluctuation quickly spread to the farthest place. This was a very ancient dance of the Magispriasts. The Oriental dancer's predecessor was actually a witch, and the dance was first born to communicate with heaven and earth and offer sacrifices to the gods. Although history had changed a lot, and the existence of witches had almost disappeared in the Eastern Kingdom, some ancient Magispriasts were still preserved, and the one the Eastern Princess had mastered was the most powerful one. A strange drumbeat sounded. A bonfire was burning in the center of the altar. Many graceful Oriental dancers were dancing in a special ritual dress. Their sleeves were fluttering in the wind, and the one leading the dance was the Empress of the East, whose face was covered by a veil. The battle was still going on. Because of the existence of the Dracolic, the monks, droll, warlocks, and rangers didn't have much of an advantage. It could even be said that they were suppressed by the enemy. However, along with the loud and clear cry of an eagle, a gust of howling wind suddenly came from the distant sky. A gigantic eagle appeared in their line of sight. It had a pair of golden wings that were graceful and full of power. When it spread its wings, it left a shadow on the ground. Even from afar, one could feel the aura of an overlord of the sky. Giant eagle. It's the Eastern Giant Eagle. A flock of Eastern Giant Eagles with wingspans of more than 10 meters flew over from the horizon. They had sharp claws and beaks that looked as if they were made of metal. Part of their feathers were gold, while the other part was pale gold. These Eastern Giant Eagles carried a trace of special pressure. When they appeared, even the Dracolic became restless. They felt uneasy, as if they were facing their natural enemy. In the Far East, legend had it that there was a creature that could fight against the dragons. It was the eastern giant eagle that lived on the peak of the eastern mountains. It was a magnificent mountain that reached the sky and was called the Eagle Mountain. These great eastern eagles were even faster than the great dragons. Legend had it that they lived at the very edge of the Eastern Kingdom, which was also the edge of the material plane. Beyond the Eagle Mountain was an endless sea of clouds. After the eastern giant eagles appeared, many droll and monks who had not joined the battle bowed to the leading golden giant eagle. The eastern giant eagles held a very high position in the hearts of these people. Many of the monk school's trials went to the Eagle Mountain in the sea of clouds at the edge of the world. A droll school of the Eastern Kingdom's goal was to transform into an eastern giant eagle. The loud cry of the eagles resounded through the sky. These eastern giant eagles swooped down at the Dracolic in front of them like ferocious predators. Their speed was so fast that they were like lightning streaking across the sky. They attacked the enemy's vital points the moment they attacked, keenly attacking the weak points of the flying dragon subspecies. Suddenly, a series of roars came from the sky. The figure of the Dracolic fell from the sky, and countless golden, blood-stained feathers fluttered down. The eastern giant eagle suppressed the Dracolic in front of them. However, dragons were still the kings of the sky. The eastern giant eagles paid a heavy price in the battle. In just the first round of battle, 5 or 6 eastern giant eagles fell from the sky. However, these eastern giant eagles did not retreat at all. They followed the ancient covenant, and there was never any thought of retreat in their eyes. They were brave and fearless. In ancient times, these eastern giant eagles had once served the sun, so their feathers were blessed by the gods and turned golden. Although they no longer had a god to serve, every eastern giant eagle had been constantly rushing higher into the sky from the moment they were born. When they got closer to the radiance of the sun, their wings would transform into a golden color. Eastern Giant Eagle, Neutral Good, Challenge Rating 16, the fierce battle was still going on. However, as soon as the Eastern Great Eagle appeared, a faintly discernible gaze was cast upon the battlefield. Soren watched everything. He did not expect the Eastern Giant Eagles to enter the battlefield before the last wave of demons. According to his memory, these ancient creatures were finally summoned by the God of Light. The most common type of eagle in the material plane was the ferocious eagle, while the eastern giant eagles belonged to another branch of the mythical eagle. The ferocious eagle's challenge rating was 3, while the mythical eagle's challenge rating was 6. The basic challenge rating of the eastern giant eagles was 12. If they turned golden, their challenge rating would be 16, which was enough to compete with many young dragons. When these creatures reached a certain level of strength, they would directly go to the upper plane. At that time, they would become the eastern giant eagle, Heavenly Realm, challenge rating 18. The other branch would roam the astral plane. Their bodies would become quite terrifying, and their challenge rating would be 22 and above. However, they were extremely rare. They were created during the sun god's time, which was to say, they served Xianxia in his previous life. The Dracolic fell one by one, and the number of eastern giant eagles decreased. When the enemies in front of them broke through, some ancient and wise beings appeared on the battlefield. They looked like humans, but they were not completely human. These ancient beings were the tree shepherds, followers of the oak tree's father. Since the oak tree's father sacrificed himself, the tree shepherds left the droll order. They stayed in the eastern desert, constantly healing the world's wounds. Golden seeds were planted one by one. The tree shepherds were not as slow and powerless as they looked. With the surging of the force of nature, towering trees rose from the ground. These were the trees that they planted in the depths of the desert. When the catastrophe came, these trees that had spirituality gathered all their vitality into a seed and let the tree shepherds take it away. Welcome the wrath of nature. With a low roar, the giant trees in front of him suddenly came to life. They turned into huge treants that rose from the ground and walked forward with the earth trembling. Traces of strange power were connected to Soren's heart. When these treants appeared, Soren's plant domain suddenly became restless. He tried to infuse his consciousness into one of the golden oak trees. Suddenly, Soren realized that he had succeeded. He entered the treant, and in an instant, the golden oak tree in front of him grew rapidly and turned into a giant tree ant that was more than 20 meters tall. Glory of the oak tree's father! The tree shepherds became restless for a moment, but it quickly calmed down. Soren tried to move his body. This was a temporary incarnation, and it seemed that the plant domain had taken control of the golden oak tree in front of him. This feeling was completely different from before. His movements were a lot slower, but each of his movements was full of strength. Soren even felt that he could easily defeat an adult dragon. The roots of the tree were connected to the ground. A steady stream of energy flowed into his body from the ground, healing his injuries and replenishing his mana. Soren tried to wave his hand in front of him, and countless vines rose from the ground. They were like flying ropes that entangled the enemies in front of him. Then he approached with heavy steps, and with just a light punch, a powerful enemy was smashed into meat paste. What a terrifying strength! The golden tree ant he turned into was even stronger than his demon form. The tree shepherds were a little excited. They seemed to think that the golden ant that Soren had infused was related to the father of the oak tree. Thus, many ant guards surrounded Soren and cooperated with him to break through the enemy's defense line. This was something that Soren had never experienced before. After transforming into a golden ant, Soren's defensive abilities were shocking. He was basically immune to normal physical attacks, and his resistance to magic was also shocking. Under the absolute suppression of his size and strength, any of Soren's normal attacks were comparable to that of an old dragon. Neither the Dracolic nor the demons were his match. A group of ant forced their way to the entrance of the temple like tanks. Behind them were countless corpses of Naruto's followers, but their battle was basically over. Because the ant's body was too large, the entrance of the temple could not be entered at all. Next, it was time for the monks to show off their skills. Many monks, rangers, and droll began to advance, and Cicada looked thoughtfully at the golden ant that Soren had transformed into. She felt a familiar aura, but she was not sure if it was. A fierce battle broke out. This was a battle that would determine whether or not the Desert of Death could be settled down. Many monasteries had sent out their higher-ups. There were dozens of legendary monks and druids in the area visible to the naked eye. Soren tried to break away from his ant's avatar. As Soren's figure left, the incomparably tall golden ant immediately shrunk to a height of 12 meters. The ant shepherds nearby seemed to be in deep thought, as if they had felt something. The father of the oak tree did not fall. He has only fallen into a deep sleep, but he is still watching us. An old ant shepherd said excitedly, as if Soren's avatar was the father of the oak tree's divine will. However, Soren knew that the father of the oak tree had truly fallen. Although he could not understand how it existed, the gods could not sense the father of the oak tree, so it should be dead to a certain extent. Otherwise, the god of light would have done everything he could to revive Father Oak. As a former god of nature, Xianxia had always believed that the existence of Father Oak was an indispensable part of the world. With the power of Father Oak, it would be much easier to repair the damage to the material plane. The battle continued. There had been a large number of Naruto believers in the temple for a long time, and many devils had been summoned to the material plane. However, Soren had nothing to do with the upcoming battle. In fact, it wasn't just the eastern kingdoms that were searching for and destroying Naruto's shrine on the other side of the continent. Siric's aura? When Soren's divine sense left the golden oak tree, he sensed a familiar aura. At the back of the martial monks, a legendary rogue seemed a little out of place. He didn't look like a human from the eastern kingdom. Standing among the group of martial monks, he was a little eye-catching. At the same time, Soren felt the power of the three gods of death from him. Siric's chosen. Soren seemed to have found something, and his expression suddenly became a little surprised. Because of the clergy of murder, Siric's ability to sneak and hide was amazing. Soren had been looking for him for a long time and couldn't find him or his chosen. He didn't expect to find one here. It's all thanks to Sir Madeira this time. An old droll nodded slightly to express his gratitude to the rogue that Soren noticed. If Sir Madeira hadn't found this temple, I'm afraid this time's turmoil wouldn't have been so easy. Madeira was the rogue. He looked like an elegant middle-aged noble. After hearing the words, he waved his hand and said, "It's everyone's duty to fight against the evil Naruto. You don't have to thank me for this. Let's destroy these evil people in one go." Hearing his words, Soren suddenly thought of something. It seemed that this rogue had found Naruto's shrine, then told the martial monks and joined forces with them to launch an attack. What is Sirik planning to do? Is he using the power of others to weaken Naruto's strength? Soren absolutely didn't believe that Sirik's chosen would be a righteous ally, so the only explanation was to use external forces to attack the enemy. Many high-level monks joined the battle. However, the rogue named Madara didn't join them. He quietly escaped into the shadows and then left to the other side of the battlefield. This was a chosen with the ability to permanently hide. No one noticed his departure. Sauron was the only one who noticed him and quietly followed behind him with his incarnation. The rogue left and went straight south. After about 10 kilometers, he came to the vicinity of a hidden underground cave. This God's chosen one vigilantly observed the surroundings and set up a trigger trap before cautiously entering. A little trap was not a problem for Soren. He quickly slipped into the shadows and followed. Then, after a series of twists and turns, he arrived at a hidden basement. It was a very simple altar. It didn't seem to have been built for much time, at most half a month. My lord. The chosen knelt in front of the altar and prayed, Madara has completed his task. The fools of the monastery are attacking Naruto's shrine. It seems that we can completely destroy them today. A shadow appeared. A hazy body appeared in the distortion, and then a man with a pale face appeared. Very good. Sirik's incarnation was full of joy and pride. He nodded and said, continue to prepare. Naruto is about to hold the promotion ceremony, and Klumvox is about to launch an attack. Our opportunity is right in front of us. Madara was also excited when he heard this, yes. My lord will retake death. Sirik's figure faded. He didn't recover much power. Although he plotted against the pygmy gods, he also offended a new enemy. He had to find a way to sow discord to find an opportunity. The incarnation of divinity gradually dissipated. Such a simple altar couldn't sustain Sirik's incarnation for long. Soon, his divine sense left the place, and Madara began to destroy the altar. He couldn't let anyone know of Sirik's existence because Klumvox also hated Sirik. However, at this moment, the space around them suddenly became still. A dark figure turned solid. Soren's incarnation suddenly appeared and directly grabbed Madara's neck. Then, he used an extremely difficult mind control spell to control Madara. I didn't expect to catch a big fish here. Soren's expression was full of joy. He activated his tracking domain and murmured, I finally found you. You cunning fox. A trace of divine power spread out. Soren instantly captured the fluctuations of the altar and determined a coordinate in the far south. At the same time, he used the soul interrogation spell on the chosen in front of him. He believed that he could interrogate a lot of useful information from the chosen's soul. This time, he really caught a big fish. Sirik sowed discord and used the power of the monasteries in the Eastern Kingdom to fight against Naruto's church. But he never thought that Soren had been paying attention to the Eastern Kingdom and caught him by the tail. In terms of divine power level, Soren was now a mid-level divine power close to a great divine power, and Sirik had been sealed for too long. At present, he was at most a low-level divine power close to a mid-level divine power. There was a whole divine power level difference between the two sides. With Soren's divine power of tracking, Sirik was almost unnoticed by Soren. It was difficult for Soren to find Sirik without seeing Sirik with his own eyes. But now that he saw Sirik's altar and avatar, it was much easier to track the target. Sirik intended to make the water muddy and let Klumvox and Naruto both suffer, and Soren intended to kill him first. As long as Sirik was killed, Soren would inevitably be promoted to a great divine power. At that time, there would be no problem in entering the battle between Naruto and Klumvox. Not to mention that the power of Mordor itself was very strong. As long as Soren made a move at the right time, the possibility of winning in the end was very high. After discovering Sirik's trace, things became much simpler. For a time, the entire south coast entered a special atmosphere. The forces of the outside world thought that Soren was going to attack Naruto in revenge for secretly instructing the demons to attack Mordor City. In fact, the gods all guessed that Naruto was the mastermind who controlled Naruto. At this time, Soren was definitely going to hit Naruto when he was down, and it was also something that they were very happy to see. This time, it could be said that Naruto made the public angry because even the Church of the Storm Lord destroyed a temple of Naruto. They thought that Naruto must be responsible for the plague that spread in the Amazon rainforest. This terrible plague reduced the population of the Amazon rainforest by half, and some tribes were basically destroyed. The environment of the primitive jungle was too easy to breed the plague. Coupled with the secret actions of Naruto's followers, the scope of the plague was very large. The gods only saw the movements on the surface. The elites of the Church of Mordor, including the Nightwalkers, the Arcane Assassins, the Central Administration, the Inquisitors, the Arcane Assassins, and so on, were all handed over to the High Priest and the Chosen. These people secretly went to the Raven Hills in the southern region. With the efficiency of the operation of Mordor, the whole transfer only took about a day. After Soren's body arrived at the south coast, Mordor had secretly gathered more than 1,600 middle-grade professionals, more than 300 high-grade rogues, and more than 100 other high-grade professionals. At the same time, the combat power of the legendary level had reached about one-third. The time to act was the next night. If the gods were to give Sirik an evaluation, there was no doubt that it was very uniform, that was, madman. Sirik was a madman. His madness made him set up too many enemies, and he was even judged twice by the good and evil gods. It could be said that he was completely alone, although he was very powerful. A narrow-minded, self-centered, and extremely extreme god. Such a god was also different among the gods. No one was willing to cooperate with him. Even the Lady of Night was also hostile to Sirik, thinking that his existence was a great threat. In the dark, some lurking shadows approached the Raven Hills. This was the base camp established by Sirik in a short time. Because there were too many enemies, Sirik's followers did not dare to move in the city. His temples were in the wilderness, and most of them were built underground. In the dark corner of this land, there was a special emblem, a skull without a jaw with a black light background. This was Sirik's emblem. Only his followers could find and enter the underground temple. Sirik's kingdom was in the supreme throne, but now it was abandoned. He had been sealed for too long, and his kingdom had withered too much. As a supreme evil god, even if he had been sealed for so long, Sirik still had many priesthoods. The core of them were lies, murder, conspiracy, fraud, and illusion. The domains he had were chaos, evil, destruction, illusion, and trickery. Do it. With a cold voice, the shadows in all directions quickly moved forward, and soon a fierce battle broke out. Sirik's followers lurked in the dark. They could access the murder domain, and they also had amazing stealth abilities. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in an instant. Not only did Sirik's followers die in large numbers, but Soren's followers also paid a big price. The enemy was very strong. Sirik's domain and priesthoods gave his followers more special abilities. At the same time, in the depths of the underground shrine, the attack from above had alarmed the Chosen. A black figure quickly arrived at the altar in the depths, speaking to a slender man with frightening black eyes and deathly white skin. "My lord. Not good. We were attacked by the Shadow Church." The man who was absorbing power on the altar suddenly opened his eyes. Sirik frowned and sensed for a moment. Then his face changed greatly. "Shadow Master, Soren." A terrible shadow shrouded him. This was the perception brought by his priesthoods. He still felt that he had fallen into a terrible conspiracy. "Come here." Sirik's face changed a few times, then he said to the Chosen in front of him. The Chosen did not hesitate and quickly came in front of Sirik. At this moment, Sirik suddenly reached out and held the Chosen's head, and then an evil divine power with divinity poured into the Chosen's body. Ah! A shrill scream sounded in the depths of the basement, and soon the Chosen in front of him began to change. A lot of divine power poured into his body, and the Chosen in front of him gradually became Sirik's appearance. A lot of divine power poured into him made him look like a real god. Trickery, domain, deceit, priesthoods. Sirik glanced at the exact same version of himself in front of him, then slowly transformed into the form of a god's chosen one. "You stay here." Sirik looked outside and said to the avatar in front of him, "When the enemy comes in, self-destruct." After that, his figure disappeared into the darkness. Sirik quickly walked out of the temple. Along the way, he did not show the power that a true god should have. Instead, he pretended to be a chosen and quickly rushed outside to break out of the encirclement. The cicada shedding its carapace. Facing Soren, he did not have much confidence in winning, so he chose to escape. It was true that Sirik was a madman. But he was also a very cunning madman. Otherwise, Soren wouldn't have been able to track down Sirik until now. Sirik, who was in the form of God's chosen, was very cautious. He restrained his power, and even when fighting against the chosen of Soren's church, he only maintained a slight advantage. He wasn't in a hurry to kill his opponent. Instead, he took advantage of the moment to open up the distance between them, and then instantly escaped into the darkness. There were a lot of enemies. Sirik was able to see over 1,000 invaders from the Shadow Church within his field of vision. Although he broke free from the seal and developed his church, Sirik's followers were obviously much weaker than Soren's. After all, Soren had other churches, while Sirik was sealed for thousands of years. He had to start from scratch. He endured the pain in his heart and gritted his teeth as he gave up on these followers. Although he couldn't wait to kill Soren, Sirik knew that now wasn't the time. He had to be patient and accumulate strength. In the vast night, Sirik carefully escaped from the encirclement, and then quickly retreated to the north. He couldn't stay in the south any longer. Soren's church had too much influence in the south, and their intelligence network was too extensive. It would be easy for them to find him. However, just as Sirik rushed out of the encirclement, a slender man appeared in his sight. "It's an honor to meet you." Soren's figure emerged from the darkness. He smiled at Sirik's chosen and slightly bowed. "Dark Sun, Your Excellency Sirik." The tracking clergy locked onto the target. If it wasn't for Soren's tracking clergy, perhaps this time Sirik really would have escaped. A little bit of divine light appeared. A powerful pressure came from all directions, and some sort of quintessence energy sealed off the space around them. Sirik's expression immediately became unsightly. Hee. That's really a big deal. Sirik's ashen face reverted back to its original appearance. His expression was a little desperate as he said, "So many people actually came. I think I should really feel honored." In the southwest, Vivian and Lillian appeared. In the northeast, the incarnation of the goddess of wealth slowly walked out. In the south, the figure of the goddess of agriculture sat on a chair made of emerald green vines, deep in thought as she stared at Sirik in the distance. In the north, Princess Royal's figure floated in mid-air, her expression seemingly unmoved. In the direction of the sea, the incarnation of the goddess of ocean was holding a trident and watching from afar. It seemed that she had no intention of fighting. Soren smiled but said nothing. 6 mid-level divine powers and above surrounded Sirik. The powerful spatial seal made it impossible for him to escape. As for the possibility of survival, it was very slim. After all, you are the legendary Dark Sunday. Soren didn't care about the sarcastic tone of the other party's voice at all. He calmly said, "I think it's not too much to be careful when dealing with the former Prince of Lies, right?" He was Sirik. He was once the first person among the gods. At his peak, he was more powerful than the Lord of Light and Father of the Oak Tree. He was the legendary Child of Destiny. He rose quickly in the first Avatar crisis and seized the power of the 3 death gods. He also stole the priesthood of Shadow. When Sirik was at his peak, not a single god could stand up to him alone. Even in the end, when he faced judgment, the gods had to join forces to deal with him. No one dared to despise him. Even if Sirik was a madman, he was the most terrible madman in the multiverse. If it weren't for Sirik's own death, there would be no Klemvox, the king of the dead. He would become the real Lord of Death, the absolute king of the lower planes. Even Asmodeus might not be his opponent. At his peak, Sirik was closer to the greater divine power than the current Lord of Light. To some extent, he had become the same existence as Jurgil. Unfortunately, he still courted death in the end. If it weren't for Sirik's desire to become the god of gods, and his madness led to his own destruction, Sirik would definitely be the most favored god of fate. His experience was even more exaggerated than Soren's. Although Soren had quickly reached the level of a mid-level divine power, Sirik had once directly advanced to a great divine power in the Avatar crisis. After advancing to a great divine power, he immediately began to dabble in greater divine powers, wanting to become the god of gods. Although he had been sealed for so long, Soren still didn't dare to despise him. After all, he was the real child of destiny. If he gave Sirik a chance, who knew what would happen in the end? If he really seized the power of Naruto and Klembox, then the direction of history would definitely be problematic. Even if he was trapped in a desperate situation surrounded by gods, Sirik still didn't give up hope. He was looking for opportunities and flaws. But to his great disappointment, although the other gods didn't intend to attack immediately, no one was careless enough to let him escape. This was Sirik. The goddess of agriculture had heard of his name before she was born. He was one of the #1 figures that the gods feared and hated. If Sirik had any weakness, it was that he was too conceited. Basically, Sirik didn't have any allies, and his relationship with the other gods was very tense. When he first created the Sirik scripture, he wanted to enslave the other gods. If he didn't fall into madness after reading it, many gods would have been plotted against by him in the end. No one dared to relax their vigilance. Even the goddess of wealth and the goddess of ocean, who didn't intend to attack, were cautious and wary of any possible movements of Sirik. A silver-white streamer appeared. A strange silver-white curved sword appeared in the palm of Soren. This was an artifact that hadn't been completely completed, but it had reached the power of grade 5. After Soren advanced to the great divine power, it would be completed completely. At that time, it would become a powerful artifact above grade 6. Your Excellency, Dark Sunday. Soren's figure was surrounded by shadows, and in an instant, he turned into the form of a true god. He slowly said, "Let's settle our grievances. The past of the 3 gods of death should be completely ended here." The power of the ancient god of death, Jurgil, was divided into 3 and became the 3 gods of death. 3 great divine powers, evil existences. During the first Avatar crisis, the 3 gods of death fell at the same time. Sirik gained most of the power, but because of his own actions, Klembox took away the priesthood of Mirko. Later, the god of tyranny, Ban, was resurrected. Klembox entered the underworld and ruled over death. Sirik became the god of murder. A new structure of the 3 gods of death appeared again. Before the Arcane Empire, Sirik plotted against the god of tyranny to steal his divine power. But he didn't expect that his actions had already angered the gods. He was judged a second time and sealed, and the priesthood of the god of tyranny was taken away by the Dread Lord. Klembox became the big winner at that time and completely controlled the underworld of death. Now, Soren's identity as the son of slaughter was the continuation of the 3 gods of death. Sirik still had the power of the god of murder, and Klembox still represented the ruler of death. This was an inescapable battle of fate. Soren, Klembox, and Sirik were destined to only have one winner, and this winner would become the true Lord of Death. It seemed that Sirik didn't have the chance to do so. 6 mid-level gods began to approach gradually. They completely surrounded the Prince of Lies from 3 sides, the sea, the land, and the air. This time, Soren did not hold back. He mobilized almost all his allies. The earth was shaking. Terrible explosions continued to sound, and the people nearby, whether they were believers of the Shadow Church or the Murder Church, none of them dared to come close. Because this was the battlefield of the gods, any mortal, even legendary professions, could die in an instant if they approached. The powerful power of divinity sealed the space, and more than one breath that made mortals tremble appeared. The fierce battle caused countless cracks to appear on the ground, and the surrounding vines and plants grew wildly. The cold ice and snow fell from time to time, and occasionally, a dazzling golden light flashed, like a golden lightning that tore the sky. "I'm not willing." The low roar was like a beast, and blood dripped down his arm. Sirik's expression was full of madness, like a beast trapped in a trap. His whole body was covered with a layer of white frost, and there was already ice around his body. Except for the divine blood that was not frozen, the surrounding vegetation had completely withered. There were fatal wounds on Sirik's back and shoulders. Even with the superior magic, it still could not be healed in a short time. His divine shield had already been breached by the joint forces of the gods. In his somewhat chaotic memories, this scene seemed a little familiar. Soon, he recalled that painful time. That was the second time he was judged by the gods. he was expelled and sealed by the gods. The scene at that time was so similar to what he was experiencing now. It's time to end it. Soren's face was as calm as ever, but his palm was slightly trembling. Sirik cut off half of his left palm, and even with the divine power, it would take some time to recover. The enemy was much more difficult to deal with than expected. Although Sirik was now weak to a lesser divine power, Soren had a feeling of fighting against a greater divine power. The power of murder. The power of trickery. The power of illusion. If it were not for the Princess Royal's ability to freeze illusions, the battle would be much more difficult than it was now. But everything was about to end. Sirik's divine force had already been exhausted. Without a divine shield, there was no way he could withstand the attacks of so many intermediate gods. A silver-white stream of light streaked across the sky. Soren became one with the silver blade, instantly unleashing the power of his divine domain of shadow. Sirik waved his razorback in a futile attempt to block Soren's attack, but his depleted divine power was no longer enough to support him. As the silver light cut through his body, Sirik finally fell to the ground with a pale face. Sirik had not broken free from the seal for long enough. Although the church was established, the time was too short. Under the background of the Avatar crisis, Sirik could not accumulate enough divine power to maintain the defense. In the face of the joint attack of the gods, he was even more powerless. The golden blood of divinity sprinkled down. Countless dazzling lights surged out from Sirik's body. Most of them surged into Soren's body, while some of them landed on the others. A row of data appeared before his eyes. God of murder, Sirik has been killed. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 75,800,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 210 divinity. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 65 divinity. Seize target's divine domain of murder. Your domain of slaughter has been enhanced. Your divinity of slaughter has been enhanced. Your domain of death has been enhanced. Seize target's divine domain of lie. You've gained domain of lie. Seize target's divine domain of deception. You've gained domain of deception. Seize target's divine domain of illusion. You've gained domain of illusion. Seize target's divine domain of conspiracy. You've gained domain of conspiracy. Seize target's domain of craftiness. Your domain of craftiness has been enhanced. God of murder, Sirik has been killed. Your domain of death has been enhanced. Your domain of death has been enhanced. Compatibility 95%. You've gained domain of conspiracy. You've gained domain of deception. You've gained domain of slaughter. You've successfully seized target's divine domain of murder. An unprecedented amount of divinity surged into Soren's body. This was something that had never happened before. The indescribable compatibility allowed Soren to absorb the power that dissipated after Sirik's death. This power was so similar to his that the degree of fusion was quite astonishing. 210 divinity points, 65 divinity points. This was almost the majority of the power that Sirik had accumulated since he broke free from the seal, and now all of this divinity had surged into Soren's body. This was something that had never happened before when killing any god. No god could let Soren absorb such a large amount of divinity like Sirik. This was because their origins were also the three gods of death, and the degree of fusion of divinity far exceeded that of other gods. Seize target's divine domain successfully. You've gained domain of murder. You've gained a new domain, destruction. You've successfully advanced to great divine power. A part of the divinity was scattered. Although Soren and Sirik's divine domain and divinity had an amazing compatibility, there was still a considerable amount of rejection. That was, Soren belonged to the lawful evil faction, while Sirik belonged to the chaotic evil faction. There was no way to merge with this divinity. Sirik's divinity with the power of chaos was scattered to the others. Some of it was absorbed by the gods who came to help, and some flew to the mortals' bodies. At this moment, a surge of divinity gushed out from Soren's body. The gods present couldn't help but be surprised when they saw it, and then smiled and nodded to express their congratulations. He had advanced to a great divine power, after seizing Sirik's divinity, Soren directly advanced to a great divine power, and his divinity value had reached a very shocking level. At present, Soren's divinity value was 715 points, and his shard of divinity was 350 points. Basically, he was almost the same as the old great divine powers, and his divinity value might even be a little higher. Now, most of the power of the three gods of death had been seized by Soren, and the only part left was Klemvox's. As the former king of the dead, Klemvox's divinity was obviously stronger than Sirik's. If he succeeded in killing him, then Soren might be stronger than the ancient god of death, Jurgil at his peak, after all. There was still Naruto from another world that he needed to deal with. As the power of divinity was taken away, Sirik's body gradually turned into golden light spots and dissipated. The bodies of the gods were all in the form of pure energy, so there would be corpses left behind after killing powerful gods. Soren had destroyed Sirik's soul, and with the complete death of Sirik, on many dark underground altars in the material plane, the statues representing Sirik instantly lost their brilliance, and then cracks appeared one after another, and finally the whole statue completely collapsed. If a god fell, these statues would automatically be destroyed, and at that time, the believers would know that the god they believed in was finished. "My lord." The figure of the high priest appeared on the edge of the battlefield. She whispered to Soren, "The church has lost a lot of believers, and the giant has also died." Sirik's assassin was very difficult to deal with. The new legendary warrior of Mordor, the giant, was attacked from behind by the enemy when he was fighting against a divine assassin. Although the giant did not die on the spot, the result was extremely tragic. The giant died of exhaustion after fighting against 3 enemies. The gods could quickly create a group of legendary professions. Although these people lost their higher potential in the end, the improvement in combat power in a short period of time was obvious. Soren merged with the powerful power in his body. He felt the new priesthood, and then said, "I know. Bring his body back to Mordor. Inform the temple to prepare for the resurrection ceremony." Finally, he had a great divine power. Soren lifted the state of God's descent, bowed slightly to express his gratitude to the other gods who helped him, and then directly returned to Mordor. All the gods present were important allies. No matter what they needed, they had to wait until Soren obtained the position of the Lord of Death. The Shadow Church paid a huge price this time. There were 7 archbishops who died, and there were about a dozen other legendary professions. The great divine power was a benchmark. In the context of the Avatar crisis, the great divine power also represented one thing, that was, Soren could finally use the resurrection spell. During the period of the Avatar crisis, it was relatively easy for the gods to resurrect a person. Although it consumed a lot of power, it was still within the acceptable range. Even the weak gods could do it. But it was completely different during the Avatar crisis. If you wanted to resurrect a person, only the existence of a great divine power could try. Princess Royal directly returned to Arendelle. The goddess of wealth left a message for Soren and left as well. The goddess of ocean did not join the battle. She just nodded and merged into the waves. The goddess of agriculture came to Soren's side to take a look, shook her head and sighed, "Sirik has finally fallen. Perhaps this is a good thing for the gods." The battle ended. Sirik's destruction was no surprise, and after Soren's alliance with so many gods, it was impossible for anything else to go wrong. One competitor had been eliminated. However, Soren also had a lot of things to do. Naruto was about to make his move, but Soren had one more important thing to do. Expand his own temple. Soren had reached the level of a great divine power, so it was urgent to build a giant god temple in Motor City. A complete giant god temple consisted of many parts. First, there was a magnificent main temple, and then there were 2 or 3 subordinate temples. A complete giant god temple was equivalent to the headquarters of a divine system. The believers of the entire divine system could pray here. At the same time, the giant god temple was also a direct link to the divine kingdom. The giant god temple was the limit of what could be built in the material plane. The next day, many legendary professions, including the giants, were sent to the temple in Motor City. The grand prayer ceremony was presided over by the high priest, and Soren came to the center of the temple in the form of a god. A huge amount of faith power was gathered. Even with the interference of the Avatar crisis, Soren still condensed a majestic divine power after advancing to the level of a great divine power. The resurrection ceremony consisted of two parts. If the body was intact, then it could be solved with only a greater resurrection spell. During the Avatar crisis, ordinary resurrection spells were ineffective. Only after the end of the Avatar crisis could ordinary resurrection spells resurrect targets who died within 12 hours, and the bodies must be intact. However, Soren had the divine title of Death, after all, so it was easy for the resurrection spell to recall the part of the soul. Almost none of the bodies in front of him were intact. In the fierce struggle between the two divine churches, almost all the believers who died in the battle had incomplete bodies. In this case, only Soren could resurrect them. Greater limb regeneration. With the emergence of the golden light, Soren transformed into the form of a god. First, he cast a legendary greater limb regeneration spell. This was the most advanced regeneration spell. Even the head could be repaired and grown back, but if there was no soul, many times the caster would become a vegetable. The incomplete body of the giant kept regenerating. It looked like a troll who had a part of its head cut off. It quickly recovered to the most basic human structure, but the lost hair didn't recover. To cast greater limb regeneration, one must have enough knowledge of the human body. In fact, this was a legendary necromancy spell. The dead in front of him kept regenerating, and their bodies became complete again. However, they did not resurrect, they were still dead. Greater resurrection. The dazzling golden light suddenly rose. When Soren completed the super difficult divine spell, countless low chants sounded. Then the golden light rose in the center of the temple. With the convergence of the power of death, transparent souls passed through the space crack in the center of the temple and were directly summoned by Soren from the river Styx. All resurrection spells were related to the god of death. It was difficult to succeed without the consent of the god of death. Even in the period outside of the Avatar crisis, the resurrection spells of the gods were actually dealing with the god of death. The souls from the river Styx were injected into the body. A burst of vitality was awakened, and the believers who had died in front of him gradually opened their eyes. Their expressions were a little dazed, and it seemed that their consciousness was not very clear. This was the drawback of the resurrection spell. Any soul would come into contact with the river Styx after death. The earlier the resurrection, the less contact with the river Styx. But even so, they would lose part of their memory. The number of times a person could be resurrected was limited. The power of the river Styx could not be underestimated. If a person was resurrected too many times, even the gods could not separate them from the river Styx. However, these people in front of him were obviously not one of them. Soren successfully cast the resurrection spell and resurrected all the legendary professions who died in this battle. However, the price of doing so was that his divine power was greatly consumed, and the golden light over the temple became very dim for a while. Resurrection. It was never a cheap spell. In the land of bones, countless undead wandered in this wilderness. This was originally an ancient battlefield of the Arcane Empire. Later, due to the fall of the floating city, it formed a strong energy radiation. The resurrected undead here were more dangerous than in other places because their bodies were shrouded in a negative energy field. Any effective attack could drain the enemy's attribute value. This was a forbidden zone for the living. There were no living beings in sight. Occasionally, there would be some necromancers shuttling back and forth. They were busy transporting strange materials from the lower planes, produced in the region between the spirit realm and the underworld. A huge altar stood in the middle of the land. This altar covered a large area. It looked like a white bone fortress. Around the altar were 7 strange towers. They looked a bit like obelisks, but the top of the obelisks were burning with blue flames. No creature dared to approach the obelisks. Even the liches kept a distance. This was because this was a soul-summoning tower, which was also a soul-locking tower. Countless wraiths wandered around the top of the obelisks, but they could not break free. Countless wraiths were released from the blue flames. They kept rushing outside and roaring, but in the end, they hit an invisible energy field. Some of them disappeared and were absorbed by the soul-summoning tower. The other part was bounced back into the tower. My lord. A high-grade necromancer priest came to the altar and said respectfully, "The other soul-summoning towers have been completed. We can begin the ceremony." Along with the appearance of a dark figure, a horrible existence descended on the top of the altar. Naruto, a god from another world, took nearly 1,000 years to take root here and steal the power of the death god system. The god of death, Hell, was a famous and notorious deity. His face was dry and horrible. He was like a skeleton with rusty red skin, thick dark green hair, and a black cloak. His eyes, teeth, and nails were soaked in drugs. His black staff, Reaper, could form a blade of light in the shape of a giant sickle on the tip of the staff. It could instantly kill any mortal when it touched it. This artifact was like the Orca staff, but stronger. Naruto was the real god of death. He could kill any mortal at will. God of death, the enemy of kindness, the abomination of life, the messenger of darkness, the king of gloom, and the reaper of flesh. In the long history, the god of death, Nero, had too many titles. He was a god of the neutral evil camp. At his peak, he was a great divine power. Although he had weakened to a mid-level divine power after coming to this world, he could not be measured by the standard of an ordinary mid-level divine power. This god of death also wanted to be as powerful as the ancient god of death, Jurgil. Hell's priesthood was death, darkness, murder, and the underworld was death, evil, and craftiness. Basically, any god who had the craftiness domain could not be underestimated. Just look at those gods who had the craftiness domain. The queen of spiders, Lolth, the god of murder, Sirik, the goddess of magic, Mystra, and the lady of the night, Shar. Basically, gods who had the craftiness domain were very dangerous. Naruto's body came. With his appearance, countless undead spirits fell silent. Then, rows of undead spirits knelt down as if they were worshipping their master. A strong aura of death emerged. Since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, countless people had died in the material plane. The disaster of the undead had intensified this process, causing countless mortals to die in the disaster. I am the Reaper of Life. I am the Master of Death. Naruto stepped into the center of the altar with a huge black scythe in his hand. With his footsteps, countless undead emerged from the ground and then flew wildly to the surrounding obelisks. The huge power of death surged. Almost at the moment when Naruto started the ritual, countless undead in the material plane sensed it. The remaining power of the long sleep domain also dissipated. Many hazy wandering souls quickly appeared, and mortals could see them with the naked eye. This situation only appeared when one was close to the underworld. Now, at the same time as Naruto's promotion, the entire material plane was disturbed. In a short time, the power of the law was eroded by death, making the material plane become like the spiritual world. Only in the spiritual world could there be so many wandering souls, in an instant. All the gods sensed it, and the ones who sensed it the most were the gods related to death. No! An angry roar came from a distant direction, followed by a golden light across the sky. The power of the long sleep domain suddenly skyrocketed, and the figures of many ghosts became hazy again. Naruto. Life hater. Clembox's golden figure appeared in the sky, and he angrily said to Naruto, "You can't succeed. I am the king of the undead." Altars rose in the material plane. Naruto was not surprised by Clembox's appearance. He had been preparing for this for a long time. Weak Clembox. You don't deserve to be in charge of death. Naruto's lips curled into a sarcastic smile, and then with a wave of his hand, more than 10 powerful undead auras appeared in the surroundings. The undead, Owo, the emperor of the undead, Shane the Ninth, the demigod Lich, Sarzastan, the skeleton king, Waterland, powerful undead appeared in the surroundings. There were 5 or 6 famous undead in the multiverse. Even if the others were not famous, they were still high-grade legendary undead. These were all Clembox's enemies. For a long time, Clembox's suppression of the undead made many undead kings hate his existence. At this moment, there was a slight change in the sky. Then a huge spatial door was opened, and the emblem representing the Xianxia appeared in front of him. Another ally of Naruto had arrived. The evil ancient Lich Empress, the ruler of the Xianxia, Lich Empress Valakis appeared in the field of vision. This terrible brain-eating lich did not completely come to the material plane. She was full of suspicion and could not imagine anyone. Even if she had an alliance with Naruto, she still held back. Thousands of eternal sleepers appeared at the edge of the land of bones. They belonged to the Church of Klembox. Countless believers who lost their loved ones in the disaster of the undead gathered together. They were full of anger and hatred. With the power given by Klembox, they attacked the countless undead in front of them. This was a battle between the living and the dead. Hatred made their faith firmer, and hatred also made them fearless in the face of countless undead. The muffled prayers continued. Naruto stood on the altar and absorbed the power of the obelisk. He did not seem to care much about the existence of Klembox. There were other undead kings guarding the periphery of the altar, and this promotion ceremony was not afraid of other people's interference because Naruto's strength was close to the great divine power. Now all he had to do was to integrate the death power of the material plane. If he succeeded, he would change the characteristics of the material plane and make this plane more suitable for his rule. Klembox's figure was stopped. Although he was a god with great divine power, under the background of the Avatar crisis, Klembox had lost the power of a true god. All the gods were suppressed. Even Klembox could only fight in the form of a saint. That was to say, he was now only a saint with a profession level of more than 40. If not, he would not have been seriously injured by Naruto's sneak attack for a while. Many undead kings surrounded Klembox's figure. In the face of so many powerful liches and undead kings, even Klembox was not easy to get away, not to mention that there was a Githyanki lich queen in the sky. Klembox was obviously at a disadvantage. And it seemed to be a very serious disadvantage because he couldn't even force Naruto to make a move. However, after all, Klembox was the old king of the dead. When Klembox's figure was stopped by many undead kings, a low voice suddenly came from the southwest. Enough. You undead have caused countless disasters in the material plane. Now it's time for you to go back. In the distant sky, a male human with wounds and scars all over his body appeared. When he walked with great difficulty, it could be seen that his feet were lame and his hands were seriously injured. His thin and short body was only wrapped in a loincloth. Although his head was slightly bald, he was bald, but there was always a comforting, gentle smile on his unattractive face. His body with thick body hair was crisscrossed with various scars, bleeding wounds, burning scars, and marks left by various kinds of torture. But even so, a powerful force shrouded the edge of the battlefield. Some kind of domain was comforting the living while suppressing the brutality of the undead. Ilmet, god of suffering, this mid-level divine power and god of the lawful good alignment seemed to be persuaded by Klembox. He joined the battle and stood on the side of the living. The gods were all spying on them. No one dared to easily get involved in the battle of the king of the dead. Perhaps only the gods of the lawful good camp could be easily persuaded by Klembox to deal with Naruto. After all, Naruto's behavior had seriously angered these lawful good gods. Ilmet was a mid-tier god. He was the weeping god and the broken god. His church comforted and took in the disabled, the oppressed, the poor, slaves, serfs, and so on. It had a wide range of beliefs among the lower class of the material plane. Ilmater was a kind-hearted, docile, quiet, and peaceful god. He was willing to bear the suffering of the whole world. However, although the weeping god's personality was very gentle, he would also show an extremely violent and cruel side when he was angry. He was extremely concerned about all the children and young lives in the world, and he struck down those who dared to harm those he protected. The undead calamity killed many people. Among them, the weak children were even more difficult to survive. Ilmet's anger made his pupils shine with golden light, and it looked like a sharp sword directly aimed at Naruto. This deity wasn't very powerful. She was not a fighting god, but the Church of Ilmater had many loyal followers all over the continent. In this cruel and realistic world, many victims, the sick, and the poor relied on the Church of Ilmet to survive. People in many areas respected the Church of the Weeping God, and his priests often received a lot of generous help when they practiced medicine everywhere for free. Groups of monks appeared on the edge of the battlefield. They were the legendary, Broken, the monk group of Ilmet, and one of the most powerful monk groups in the material plane. These powerful monks were good at enduring pain and turning pain and suffering into strength. They could be part-time priests, and they could also advance to secret believers, holy warriors, divine power believers, divine power seekers, and saints without being punished by leaving their profession. At the same time, because of the power of Ilmet, these monks also had the ability to heal. They could use the gift of healing, as well as a small number of healing divine spells. This suffering god paid attention to spirituality, and his church had a group of monks who gave up their physical bodies in pursuit. The destroyer was like a sharp knife that pierced into the hearts of countless undead. At the same time, the undead lords under the control of Ilmet, Kalember, and the undead lords under Nero's control became nervous. However, Naruto himself stood on the altar without the slightest movement. He just continued to absorb the death power of this world, and said to the void, "It's time to fulfill your promise. When I take over the death god system, you can get more rewards." Who else? For a moment, the other gods were surprised because they did not feel the existence of other people. Hee hee. A sudden laughter echoed on the earth, and then a blood-red light tore the sky. In the sky above countless undead, a door to the Bator Inferno opened. "Devil!" Clembox's frightened and angry voice sounded, roaring, "As the god of death, you actually colluded with the devil. This is an unforgivable betrayal of the gods." The god of death guarded the underworld and the river Styx. Whether it was devils or demons, they all wanted to steal souls from the river Styx. For a long time, the god of death had been secretly competing with the soul stealers, and almost all the soul stealers were backed by the big shots of the lower planes. Abyss fiends walked out of the portal one by one. Leading them was the devil duke of the first level of the Bator Inferno, Bayer. Behind him, a devil duke with a snake-like body appeared. He was the devil duke of the third level, Maman. Naruto had indeed colluded with the devil. In order to seize Clembox's power, he had even betrayed the underworld. This was a betrayal of the gods' alliance, because the god of death's most important duty was to protect these souls and prevent them from being stolen by the demons and devils of the lower planes. Countless devil elites appeared in the sky. These were the elite troops from the Abyss Blood War. Bayer was the commander of the Blood War, and the troops he could mobilize far surpassed the other devil dukes. The situation of the battle was instantly reversed. With the appearance of the devil army, neither Clembox's church nor Ilmater's church had any chance of victory. It was impossible for a mortal army to fight against the Blood War. Weak and shameful Clembox. The god of death is the master of death. He is not the servant of the other gods. Naruto had a mocking smile on his face. "Look at how pitiful you are. As the ruler of the underworld, you have fallen to such a state." Countless devils attacked from the sky. In an instant, Clembox's church suffered heavy losses. To be able to persuade the Blood War to join the battle, there was no doubt that Naruto had paid a sufficient price. The only possibility was the river Styx. He had betrayed the river Styx, allowing the devil's tentacles to infiltrate the river Styx. Is Naruto crazy? In the distant city of Motor, Soren, who was secretly watching all of this, was also shocked. Naruto actually used the river Styx as a bargaining chip to persuade the demon's main forces in the Abyss Blood War. Asmodeus must be behind this. This is simply a betrayal of the gods' covenant. A trace of anger appeared on Soren's face, and he murmured, "Is he really not afraid of completely angering Jurgil?" This was a very ancient covenant. It had existed since the time of the ancient god of death, Jurgil. When the first batch of creatures appeared in the world, their souls were transported to the underworld by the river Styx after they died. Unless it was a particularly important believer, most of the gods, whether good or evil, would eventually receive their souls from the underworld to the kingdom of God. The task of the oracles from the other world was to be responsible for the exchange of souls with the servants of death, and the servants of death's task was to protect the river Styx and souls to prevent them from being taken by the soul stealers from the lower plane. This was a battle that had lasted for countless years. The demons coveted souls, resulting in the birth of many soul stealers every year. They constantly tried to take souls from the mainstream and tributaries of the river Styx, and at the same time guarded against the powerful servants of death. Bator Inferno and the Abyss both had lords who coveted the wealth of the river Styx. The gods of death were the first line of defense against them. Every god of death had to deal with the soul stealers, and the souls themselves were the wealth of the gods of death. Even the three gods of death during the crazy period did not dare to betray this ancient covenant. But now it seemed that Naruto had obviously abandoned part of the benefits of the river Styx, and let the demon's tentacles penetrate into the river Styx. This was a very terrible thing. If the demons had an endless supply of souls, then they would continue to evolve and give birth to a large number of powerful senior demons. At the same time, a large number of souls would be desecrated, resulting in the Bautor Inferno having an extremely terrifying number of soldiers. We can't wait anymore. Soren suddenly stood up and said, "Activate the arcane tower. Activate the Mies nucleus. Prepare the super magical pulse cannon. Activate the diamond golem army. Prepare to launch a super long-range energy attack on the devil army." The demons had always been the kind of people who would not act unless they saw a rabbit. They would not act unless they got the benefits. Naruto had obviously fallen a part of the Styx into the hands of the demons. It was impossible for Klumbox's church to defeat the Devil Legion. These were the main forces of the Abyss Bloody War. How could mortals fight against the powerful legendary demons on the battlefield? A terrible massacre was taking place. Although the undead were extremely powerful, they were still inferior to the terrifying Blood War Legion. Klumbox's church suffered heavy losses in an instant. Countless mortal believers fell under the butcher knives of the devil elites. Even the powerful broken monks could only resist the devil's attack. Among the enemies, there were many greater devils, among which there were thousands of abyss fiends. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Nero's mouth. He loved the flowers that bloomed at the end of life, and he thought they were the most beautiful things. Batches of mortals were being slaughtered. Klumbox's power was constantly weakening, while his power was constantly increasing. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Klumbox had no chance to turn the tables. But, just when Naruto thought he had won, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It was like a sun rising. Countless devils had a look of horror on their faces. Then, as if they had seen an extremely terrible existence, they fled frantically toward the blood-red portal one after another. The light shrouded the earth, the golden sun was suspended in midair, and a terrifying divine power shrouded the earth. Countless undead melted like snow under this light. Even the vengeful spirits at the top of the obelisk quieted down, all of them hiding in the blue soul fire. "Life hater, Naruto." A deep voice sounded from the golden sun in front of him. The dazzling figure of the god of light appeared. Behind him was not the sun, but the Seven Hills paradise that shone brightly. Finally, he could not stand it anymore. The figure of the god of light shone brightly like the sun god in ancient times, illuminating all the land in front of him, leaving no place for the darkness to hide. Holding the scepter in his hand, he waved it toward Naruto's figure. Powerful divine power fell from the sky, and countless low prayers and chants sounded. Behind the god of light, countless angels on the Seven Hills paradise began to chant together. The dazzling holy light shrouded everything as if to purify all evil. "Naruto, you should pay for all your evil deeds." Countless voices echoed. Angels of holy light, mastiff head angels, trumpeter angels, golden-winged lions, seraphs, on the layers of Hills paradise, countless angels of the Yasong god clan chanted together. With a blow from the god of light, the whole world was shrouded in the power of holy light. Countless undead and demons were set ablaze and directly turned into ashes in the light. A trace of horror finally appeared on Naruto's face. He waved the black scythe of the god of death toward the sky with all his might, but the next moment, his entire figure was sent flying backward. The altar under his feet instantly cracked and quickly collapsed in the fire. Kaboom! The obelisks around his majesty fell one after another. The god of light's full blow destroyed the entire ceremony on the spot. What terrifying power! Soren could not help but swallow and murmured, "No wonder he is the existence closest to a greater divine power." Under the sky, Naruto's body had become broken. His withered face was burned by the holy light, and his whole body was emitting black fog. Countless souls rushed out of his cloak. The moment these souls came into contact with the holy light, some of them screamed and turned into ashes, while others quickly sublimated and turned into hazy white figures. They cheered and jumped, and the darkness on their bodies faded away. Then, these souls emitted a faint light and rose into the sky. One by one, they swarmed into the mountain paradise behind the god of light. The devil's figure had dissipated. In the sky, the god of light frowned and looked at the gradually disappearing blood-red crack. It was as if he felt another gaze from across the plain watching him. This powerful existence was not afraid at all. He faced the gaze until it dissipated. Then, he turned to look at Clumbox and disappeared into the sky. He did not kill Naruto. Because this battle would determine the ownership of the god of death, and the power of death was completely opposite to his. The god of light left. With just one blow, he severely injured Naruto and took away the countless souls that Naruto had collected for a long time. The evil in these souls were purified, and the good ones were taken into the Seven Hills Paradise. Innumerable souls flew out. These were the mortals who had died since the outbreak of the undead disaster. It was hard to say how many there were, but there were definitely tens of millions of them. Such a huge number could no longer be counted. The god of light took away most of the good souls, and the evil souls were judged. However, there was a limit. Even gods would not easily destroy souls. In addition to these souls, there were more of the gray souls of ordinary people. These people had no obvious good and evil. They had done good and bad things in their lives, and this kind of people was often the most common in the mortal world. These gray souls gathered together, and the number was shocking. They turned gray under the light of the god of light, and then one by one escaped into the ground. There was also the Styx River in the material plane. But mortals could not see it, because the Styx River was in the deepest part of the material plane. It was a huge whirlpool that directly sucked in souls and brought them to other planes. Under normal circumstances, when ordinary people died and were buried in the ground, their souls would be swept into the Styx River, and then through the spiritual world to the underworld. These souls that were imprisoned by Naruto were free, and the price was that Naruto's strength rapidly decreased. Soon, his aura became similar to Clumbox, but more or less stronger. As early as the god of light appeared, the Lich Queen of the Githyanki had run away. This ancient and evil existence was so careful. It was said that in order to prevent her position from being shaken, she would suck the brains of many Githyanki who were above level 11. This Lich Queen had existed for a long time. It could even be traced back to the history of the spirit-sucking empire. For a monster to be able to live for so long, her ability to take advantage of the situation was quite amazing. When she saw that the god of light was involved in this battle, she immediately abandoned Naruto and fled back to the astral world. The astral world was boundless, and even the gods could not find her. Motor City. When the god of light appeared, Soren's expression suddenly relaxed, and he immediately said, "Temporarily stop the long-range attack of the Arcane Tower. Gloria. You take over the authority of the Arcane Tower, and I will go to the Land of Bones personally." Gloria's figure appeared. There was a hint of worry on her face, but when she saw Soren's determined expression, she could only bite her lips and nod. After all, this was a battle between greater divine powers. It was impossible to say that they weren't worried about Soren, because no one had absolute confidence. Come back alive. Fallen Witch's figure also appeared on top of the tower. She stared at Soren with an expressionless face, then suddenly stepped forward and hugged him fiercely. Regarding this, Gloria did not seem to change at all. It seemed that she vaguely knew something. "I'll wait for your return." Gloria stood on the astrology platform and gently stroked her belly as if she was trying to convey something to Soren. Soren nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. I never do anything that I'm not completely sure about." Two rays of light appeared. "Brother! Brother!" Vivian's and Lillian's figures appeared, and the two little faces had determined expressions. "We'll go with you." Soren did not hesitate at this moment and nodded. "Okay." The two little girls' voices were unquestionable, and Soren knew what to do at this time. Outside the Arcane Tower, little sparkling snowflakes appeared, and Princess Royal's figure quietly appeared. She glanced at the several women in front of her and frowned slightly. Then she said, "Let's go. The opportunity will be gone in the blink of an eye." A hazy figure appeared. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." The goddess of agriculture lifted her long hair slightly and glanced at Soren, then said, "What happens next will depend on you." The next battle. Other than Princess Royal who could fight alongside Soren, the other goddesses could only cheer for Soren at most. Whether it was the goddess of agriculture or the goddess of wealth, it was impossible for them to help him fight against Naruto and Klembox. The goddess of ocean was also completely impossible. She was unwilling to fight against Sirik the last time. Thinking of this, Soren could not help but turn his gaze to Princess Royal. Although the Princess Royal was often cold and indifferent, he did not expect that in this fateful battle, she was the only one who was willing to fight side by side with Soren. The goddesses in this world would flock to him when there were benefits, but when it came to life and death, there were not many who could be relied on. Their relationship with Soren could only be one of mutual benefit. If he really thought that he could subdue these goddesses by sleeping with them, he would have died a long time ago. There were many goddesses who had a good relationship with Soren, but looking at the goddesses who were here today, he knew that these goddesses were unreliable. Goddess of magic, goddess of wealth, fiery lady, goddess of joy, none of the goddesses who had some relationship with him in the past could be seen today. However, just as Soren was about to teleport away, an absolutely unexpected person appeared. It was a very sudden appearance. It was a gorgeous woman, wearing a dark green dress and a veil on her face. No one knew when she appeared outside the arcane tower, but there was a faint smile on her lips. When Soren looked at her, she suddenly smiled playfully and said, "Surprised by my arrival?" The others present were shocked, and at the same time, they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. I really didn't expect it. Soren felt that this face was very familiar. It only took a moment for him to remember the other party's identity. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm really surprised. Lady Calamity. The goddess of misfortune, Ben Saba, a goddess that Soren would never have expected to appear here. I'm just here to give you my blessings." The female incarnation of the goddess of misfortune slowly walked in front of Soren, then kissed him on the cheek and whispered, "Your enemies will be shrouded in misfortune," a goddess that no one would have expected. Now, she was betting on Soren, and it seemed like she was betting a lot. Note, curse of misfortune. Why? Soren was puzzled. Lady Calamity smiled and glanced at Princess Royal with a disdainful expression. Then she said, "After all, we are all in the abyss, aren't we? Someone outside of fate. The new child of fate." The beautiful figure chuckled. Then she slowly disappeared. This evil goddess had a bad reputation. It was said that she was narrow-minded and vengeful. She was extremely jealous of her sister, the goddess of fortune. The goddess of fortune was loved by everyone, but she was very afraid of her. Lady Calamity had a special divine power. She had the power of fate, opportunity, and craftiness. She could bless others to avoid misfortune, and she could also curse some people to bring misfortune to them. This was also useful for gods, although the effect was far less than when it was used on mortals. Lady Calamity's figure disappeared. Soren didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. If the goddess of fortune didn't choose to help Naruto and Klembox because of her, then this was definitely a big advantage for him. The twin of destiny was unpredictable. They were outside of the circle of the gods. Apart from things related to fate, they were only interested in the struggle between each other. Whether it was the Lady of Misfortune or the Goddess of Fortune. Since the disaster of Dawn, they had drifted away from the gods and were unwilling to get close to any gods. However, no one could ignore their existence. Soren was now very confused, but he did not hesitate. Since the Lady of Misfortune said that his enemies would be shrouded in misfortune, then this matter must be true. The power of the Twin of Destiny was almost the same. With her support, even if Soren's enemies were not shrouded in misfortune, Soren himself would not be unlucky. The greatest ability of this goddess was to keep people away from misfortune and always keep their luck above average, in the land of bones. The final battle had already broken out. Countless skeletons piled up into a mountain. As Naruto's scepter fell, thousands of skeleton warriors climbed up in the blink of an eye. The altar had been destroyed, but there were still countless skeletons on the battlefield, especially the corpses of the senior demons. Naruto had even summoned some powerful undead creatures. Although Naruto was suppressed by the God of Light and was at a disadvantage, after all, his overall strength was still there. The disaster of the undead was planned by him, and after the underworld was seized by him, he gained the power of the death god system. Klembox's time as a god was not as long as Naruto's. When he was a mortal, he was only a warrior. His combat power was not at the top among the great divine powers. A fierce battle broke out. Clembox waved the touch of destiny and rushed to Naruto in front of him. This was a divine heavy sword, and Clembox was wearing a set of strange silver-white chain mail. Kiki. In the face of Clembox's attack, Naruto did not have any fear and directly waved his light blade. Naruto was a real combat god of death. His main profession was Necromancer level 15, Priest level 20, Rogue level 15, which was a standard profession that could cast spells and fight in close combat. Naruto's attribute template was all attribute mastery. All of his attributes were above 25 points. His agility, wisdom, and intelligence were all above 35 points. To put it simply, this was a god that basically had no weaknesses. Unless it was suppressed by someone like the god of light, who was close to a great existence, it would be able to win against any other god. The god of light had severely injured him. But for some reason, the god of light did not decide to kill Naruto. Instead, he chose to release these souls and leave. This was also a chance for Naruto. It could even be said to be his last chance. Because as long as he killed Clembox, he could still be promoted to a great divine power, and no other gods could compete with him for the position of the god of death. In this way, even if he met the god of light again in the future, Naruto would have no fear. The god of light's biggest mistake was not to kill him together with Clembox, at least that was what Naruto thought. And now, this mistake would give him a great opportunity. The god of suffering was not a combat god, and Clembox's strength was not as good as his. As long as he could find a way to kill Clembox and stabilize the position of the god of death, then no god could shake Naruto's position. As for the matters after the Avatar crisis, when the gods returned to the God's kingdom, everyone could sit down and talk about it slowly. The power of death could not be inherited easily. Looking at the ability of the whole material plane, there were only a few who could inherit the power of death, and in Naruto's view, only he and Clembox could do it. The ancient god of death, Jurgel, was basically not in charge anymore. Although Naruto had made a big mistake, Clembox had also failed in his duty. The gods were not willing to get involved in this battle. The god of light did not kill Naruto, on the one hand, to preserve his strength, and on the other hand, to let them fight it out. Long sleep, field. Compared with Clembox, who was a warrior god, Naruto was much stronger in his spellcasting ability. In desperation, he could only open the long sleep field. Otherwise, Naruto could resurrect the dead indefinitely because he had more divine power and countless divine spells. Divine Aura. Naruto held the black staff and knocked it heavily on the ground. In an instant, an invisible divine power spread to a range of 17 kilometers. This was a more powerful ability than Aura. Naruto directly opened the divine aura that integrated many fields, and this ability was often only mastered by gods who had been sealed for a long time. Under the effect of this divine aura, Clembox's long sleep field was directly ineffective, and the spells cast by his chosen to dispel the dead, dominate the dead, and so on were all ineffective. The confrontation between the two gods of death directly offset most of the additional death abilities. God's Descent. Regional Divine Shockwave. Naruto in front of him used the rogue spellcasting ability, and Clembox could not help but be angry. He directly entered the state of God's Descent, and a regional divine shockwave opened a passage directly in front of Naruto. Clembox firmly believed that as a warrior, he could suppress Naruto as long as he was close. Hee hee. Naruto made a disdainful smile, and suddenly stretched out his pale finger bones. Countless black silk threads flew out and rushed to the chosen behind Clembox. Regional Touch of Death. Clembox was immune to all instant death spells, but his believers could not do this. When Naruto completed the spell in an instant, a large number of Clembox's believers fell down immediately. Many of them turned into skeletons in an instant, and their souls were controlled by Naruto's evil power. In contrast, Naruto's advantage was too great. Because he was the life-hater, most of Naruto's believers were undead, and the rest were not undead or half-undead. Naruto could use the big skills of death without any scruples, but Clembox absolutely could not. Dang! A dull loud sound echoed in the middle of the battlefield. Clembox finally rushed in front of Naruto and forced Naruto back a few steps with just one blow. But Naruto did not care. He waved his light energy blade while completing another evil spell. Life Drain. A strange black line flew out from Naruto's cloak, and then these black lines connected to everyone regardless of friend or foe. Whether it was Naruto's believers or Clumbox's believers, everyone in the vicinity was connected, and the vitality of all these people began to be absorbed by Naruto. Clumbox's strength was really strong. Just a frontal attack injured Naruto, but the injury recovered in a flash, and the others nearby were pale. Whether it was the undead or the living, Naruto's terrible specialization in necromancy allowed him to absorb vitality regardless of friend or foe. This evil ability made him almost invincible. Legendary Dispel Magic. Clumbox was angry, but he did not lose his mind. He immediately used the legendary Dispel Magic, but it failed directly. Naruto's casting level was about 35, and the casting level of necromancy spells was above 40. Some necromancy spells were blessed by the domain, and the casting level could reach about 45. That was to say, even Soren could not dispel it, let alone Clumbox, who was a warrior god before becoming a god. Naruto was not afraid. The terrifying black light would automatically lock onto the target nearby, and when the target died, it would automatically switch positions. Not only were there Kalember's believers nearby, but there were also a large number of undead and necromancers who had been resurrected in hell. He did not even activate his divine shield, and he was completely focused on facing Kalember's ferocious attacks head-on. Naruto must have cheated. Outside the battlefield, Soren watched all this and said with a stunned expression, "Fortunately, Clumbox took the lead first." What a strange ability. There was no way to suppress this ability at all. Unless all the people near Naruto were killed, all the people below the level of gods would have their life sucked. Every time Clumbox attacked Naruto, a person nearby would fall. It might be the undead who served Naruto, or it might be Clumbox's believers. After a short confrontation, the morale of Clumbox's believers plummeted, even the god of suffering restrained his believers from approaching. Although he was kind, he was not stupid. In this situation, the believers would die if they approached. Hatred made Clumbox have no intention of stopping at all. The Avatar crisis had greatly reduced the power of the gods. It was impossible for Kalember to kill Nero in one fell swoop. Under such circumstances, his believers had suffered great casualties. These believers had basically died at the hands of Kalember. Hee. As expected, Naruto started a psychological attack and mocked, "Weak Clumbox. I didn't expect you to have such a fierce side. I'm really impressed. Look around. These believers who served you all died under your attack. The one who died just now was your god's chosen one, right?" More than a dozen of Clumbox's believers had fallen, among which there was no lack of legendary masters. "No." Clumbox roared like a trapped beast and roared, "These people all died because of you. You should pay the price for all this." Finally, he could not bear the death of his believers and said in a deep voice, "All of you, step back." The morale of Clumbox's believers was low. Hearing this, they hesitated a little and began to retreat. In this case, they had no choice. The strange black silk stayed in a range. Although Clumbox's believers retreated, the undead controlled by Naruto gathered. These silk threads that absorbed life fell on them. How naive. A large number of undead surrounded them. Naruto had a contemptuous expression and mocked, "Do you think you can defeat me by yourself?" Countless undead gathered. Every attack of Clumbox could cause a lot of damage to Naruto, and several undead nearby would fall. However, more undead were still gathering. There were at least tens of thousands of undead troops, and Naruto's believers behind them. Clumbox did not know how long it would take to kill these tens of thousands of undead. The god of suffering could not provide any help to the god of suffering now because many undead lords had stopped the broken monks. Naruto had not opened his divine shield so far. From the current situation, he had the absolute advantage. "Do you want to fight?" Princess Royal's voice sounded. Soren shook his head and said, "No hurry. I'm waiting for someone to appear." The battle continued. Clumbox's power seemed to be endless. He ordered his church to attack the undead, and he kept attacking Naruto. His divine power was rapidly consumed. Although the undead nearby were not strong, there were still more or less high-grade undead that could attack him once, and each attack weakened his divine shield. This scene was so familiar. Last time, Klembox was also besieged by countless undead liches, and these were forced to escape with serious injuries. Soren was waiting patiently. Because he knew that there was still one existence who had not appeared, and she was very likely to be Klembox's backup. Area Dispel Magic. Arcane Domain. When Klembox's suppression became more and more obvious, suddenly a dazzling light of arcane magic emerged, followed by a powerful magic emerged, and Naruto's life drain was dispelled. A beautiful figure appeared on the battlefield. Verges, the goddess of death and magic, another god from another world. After she failed to win over Soren, she seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with Klembox. At this moment, she quickly dispelled Naruto's spell, and at the same time, cast a large-scale attack spell. Arcane Torrent. Energy Storm. Countless undead nearby fell, but then they were resurrected in Naruto's domain. In the face of the sudden appearance of the enemy, Naruto was very alert. He did not hesitate to open his divine shield, and at the same time, connected the touch of death to the nearby ancient mummies. These undead were difficult to be killed by large-scale spells, and at the same time, their vitality could also be absorbed. Smite of Destruction. Klembox finally seized this opportunity. Powerful divine power gathered on the heavy sword, and a black light appeared, and he slashed wildly toward Naruto. Outside the battlefield. Soren finally made his move and said in a deep voice, "Activate the arcane tower." Plane waymark 115,245. High Priest, help me to lock the attack range with divine power. Indiscriminate attack within 3 kilometers. Even the Queen of Spiders could not resist the arcane crystal pulse cannon. The damage it caused to the divine shield was very terrifying. Just after all the targets appeared, Soren gave the order to attack, and the arcane tower in the city of Motor had already risen to a height of tens of thousands of meters. Gloria was responsible for driving the Mias nucleus, and the Fallen which was responsible for activating the elemental furnace. The energy of the entire arcane tower was activated to the limit, and then a dazzling light energy impact directly cut through the space. Boom! The battlefield in front of them was hit by a devastating bombardment in an instant. This was a crazy bombardment that did not distinguish between friend and foe. Whether it was Klembox's church or Naruto's believers, they all suffered heavy losses in an instant. Countless skeletons were directly vaporized, and even legendary figures were killed instantly. Do it! When a round of ultra-long-range energy attacks was over, Soren's figure immediately entered the battlefield. The nearby space had been completely blocked. Neither Klembox nor Naruto wanted the other party to escape. The terrible ultra-long-range energy attacks directly destroyed a part of the battlefield, and both Naruto and Klembox were very embarrassed at the moment. Klembox had consumed too much power at the beginning, and at this time, his divine shield was about to dissipate. Cold ice and snow were flying. Within a range visible to the naked eye, the bodies of countless undead were quickly covered with a layer of white frost, and their movement speed and reaction speed were rapidly reduced. In the distance. In the arcane tower in the city of Motor. Gloria also gave an order at the moment when Soren attacked. She said in a serious voice, "Open the space waymark. Teleport the golem army. Activate the magic construct number 1. Activate the magic construct experimental body. Teleport the diamond golem into the battlefield. Thaling prepare to open a large portal." It was impossible for Soren to wait for a winner to emerge from such a battle. Because whether it was Klembox's death or Naruto's death, the power of death would be absorbed by the winner. At that time, a new greater divine power would be born. Once again, it proved how unreliable the goddesses of this world were, when the figures of Soren, Vivian, Lillian, and Princess Royal suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The goddess of death and magic, Verges, was aware of the presence of so many mid-level gods and above, and there was also a greater divine power, Soren. After suffering a super long-range energy attack from the arcane tower, she did not hesitate to use her special magic priesthood to teleport to the edge of the battlefield. Then, without even saying a word to Klembox, she escaped on the spot. She escaped, she left in an unusually swift and decisive manner without any hesitation. She was a god from another world who came to this material plane for the sake of benefits. If there were benefits to be gained, she would naturally take action. But if she was in danger, then she would leave without hesitation. It was impossible for her to stay and fight to the death. For this little benefit, it was not worth for a mid-level god like her to risk her life. The Avatar crisis was about to end. As long as they lived to return to their divine kingdom, the gods still had countless years to enjoy and squander. If not for this, the first-generation goddess of wealth and the previous-generation goddess of magic would have tried their best to sneak back to their divine kingdom during the last Avatar crisis. Just like those goddesses who were close to Soren suddenly fell silent at this time, the goddess of death and magic also became a bitch in the face of life and death. She did not hesitate to betray the agreement with Klumbox. It seems that the only reliable ones are those around me. No wonder the God of Light has such powerful divine power and there are so few members in the divine system. Most of them are personally cultivated gods because these old gods are not reliable at all. Soren watched as the goddess of death and magic fled, but he had no intention of stopping her. He could have stopped them, but Soren's targets were Klumbox and Naruto. The goddess of death and magic's escape meant that Soren had one less opponent, and also made him understand the nature of most of the goddesses in this world. He couldn't help but glance at Vivian, Lillian, and Princess Royal, who all wore solemn expressions. In such a battle of life and death, there was still someone who stood by his side and gave him their back. Obviously, he was much luckier than most of the other gods. The second round of ultra-long-range tactical attacks were scattered around the periphery. The home field had basically been cleared, but in order to prevent Naruto from resurrecting too many undead, Gloria controlled the arcane tower to carry out a second round of tactical attacks, clearing out most of the undead nearby. At the same time, Soren, Vivian, Lillian, and Princess Royal all attacked Klumbox in an instant. The reason why they did not choose Naruto was because he was an undead. It was more difficult to kill him than Klumbox, and his overall strength was currently a little stronger. Ice prison. Princess Royal pressed her hand on the ground, and the ice spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the area within hundreds of meters became a cage made entirely of ice. Sword of Annihilation. Although Lillian and Vivian could not defeat the enemy alone, the two of them together were close to the level of a great divine power. The Dreadlord was originally a great divine power, and his divinity and divinity were about 3 times that of an intermediate divine power. After this power was distributed to the Son of Fear, it gathered again. About 1/3 of it was absorbed by Soren, and the other 2/3 were divided between Vivian and Lillian. If a part of the divine power was excluded, then Vivian and Lillian together were equivalent to more than 1.5 intermediate divine powers. They were already qualified to participate in this battle. Avatar. Soren was still the main force in the battle. At the moment of the attack, he activated Avatar, and then his figure split into 2 and turned into a stream of light, slashing toward Klumbox in front of him. Rogue versus Warrior. Soren was not afraid of facing Klumbox head-on at all. Damn it! Klumbox was also covered in blood at the moment. He had consumed a lot of divine power earlier, and now he had to withstand a wave of superconducting pulse energy cannon. His divine shield was basically broken. He felt like he was very unlucky today. He encountered all kinds of bad luck, and the goddess of death and magic ran away without saying a word. He consumed a lot of divine power in the battle with Naruto, and this wave of energy attack also caused his church to suffer heavy losses. In this case, he and Soren were at an absolute disadvantage. Klumbox even had the idea of escaping, but the Princess Royal used her divine power to create an ice prison and directly trapped him inside. Divine power impact. With Naruto outside, Soren gave up most of his tactics and directly chose the simplest way. That was to completely suppress the enemy with divine power. Waves of divine power hit Klumbox. This was the most violent way for a god to fight. It was a battle of the divine power gap between the two sides. Divine power impact was divine damage, which ignored most resistance. The power consumed by one divine power impact was about enough to cast 1 or 2 legendary divine spells, which directly caused about 120 to 240 points of divine damage. This kind of damage was basically unavoidable. Mortals were likely to die in the face of it, and gods could only rely on their divine shield to resist. Convert Slaughter EXP. Soren's divine power seemed to be endless. After the first wave of impact, he began to convert the accumulated slaughter EXP. Then his figure shuttled through the shadows and approached Clumbox's body. His opponent's injury was very serious. The opportunity was in an instant. If Clumbox was given a little time, he could cast greater restoration. Then his injury would be completely healed, and even if he had no divine power, he could still hold on for a while. Frozen Kingdom. Princess Royal also keenly grasped this opportunity. She raised her hands and activated the power of ice and snow. In an instant, everything was frozen in a range visible to the naked eye. Die. Soren's figure attacked from the left and right. Even Clumbox couldn't be sure which one was real and which one was fake. He futilely used the last of his divine power to hold up a shield, but the next moment, it was broken. Then a silver-white stream of light flashed across his body, and Clumbox's figure was directly split into two. Boom, it was as if the whole world was shaking. With the death of Clumbox, who had exhausted his power, the realm of eternal rest that shrouded the material plane suddenly collapsed, and the characteristics of the material plane also changed in an instant. The surging golden light spread out. As the former king of the dead, Clumbox had a very large amount of divine power. Most of this power poured into Soren's body, and a small part flew to Vivian and Lillian. Even the Princess Royal next to him and Naruto outside the frozen prison received a little bit of divine brilliance. However, most of the power was still absorbed by Soren. No. Seeing the exhausted Clumbox fall under Soren's hands, Naruto suddenly let out a roar full of unwillingness. He had planned everything to force Clumbox to this point, but he did not expect Soren to take the fruits of his labor. After Clumbox died, most of the divine power of death gathered on Soren's body, and then countless souls appeared as if they were worshipping the new king of the dead. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. King of the dead, Clumbox killed. Extracting target's soul power. You've received 18540,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 270 divinity points. Divinity leveled up. You've broken through to greater divinity. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 210 divinity points. A huge amount of divine power emerged. Because Clumbox was the king of the dead, the divine power that escaped after his death was very spread. Although Soren received most of it, a lot of it was scattered to others, among which Vivian and Lillian received the most. It was as if he had broken through some kind of limit. In an instant, Soren's figure floated in the air, and then the material plane trembled slightly, and the eternal slumber that had been broken was restored. At the same time, there was a burst of low chanting. A dark kingdom appeared behind Soren, and a majestic shrine was built in it. In the sky, there were shadow angels and otherworldly servants flying around the shrine. 3 huge reincarnation pools were paved with marble, and in the distance, there were rolling mountains. As if they had sensed something, countless heroic spirits and angels flew and prayed, and under the command of the otherworldly messenger, they let out joyful voices. Greater divinity. Naruto seemed to have thought of something, and his face became abnormally pale. The Shadow Kingdom appeared behind Soren. As if he had broken through some kind of critical point, Soren suddenly transcended the influence of the Avatar crisis on the gods, and his connection with the Kingdom of God seemed to be much closer than before. At least he could easily see the situation inside even if he could not enter the interior of the Kingdom of God. The divine power was unprecedentedly strong, and the impact of the Avatar crisis was resisted by Soren's divine power. While allowing Soren to connect with the Kingdom of God, he also felt a vast power of chaos emerged from the depths of the Sea of Chaos. This was the source of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, and the source of chaos emerged from here. Seize target's divine power. Yours upgrade. Seize SSS. USSS. Of S. US's. Seize S's S's. You've obtained the Fate domain. Seize S. You've obtained the Order domain. Seize the target, Eternal Slumber, domain. You've obtained the Eternal Slumber, domain. Eternal Slumber was reactivated. King of the Dead, Clumbox killed. Your divine domain of death has been upgraded. Your death domain has been strengthened. Compatibility, 98%. You possess the divinity of death. You have the slaughter domain. You have successfully obtained the King of the Dead divinity. An unprecedented amount of divine power surged into Soren's body. Just like when he killed Sirik last time, Soren had an indescribable level of compatibility that allowed him to absorb Klemvox's energy in a frenzy. This energy was so similar to his that the degree of compatibility was quite astonishing. 270 divinity points, 210 godhood points. As a god who had been in charge of the death pantheon for thousands of years, Klemvox had an astonishingly strong amount of divine power. This was something that had never happened before when he killed any god. No god could let Soren absorb so much divine power like Klemvox. And this was under the condition that a lot of divine power was distributed to others. Soren still obtained an astonishing amount of 210 divine power. If it was a complete set of divine power, it should be more than 300 points. A new, eternal slumber, domain was activated. Klemvox only had 2 divine domains, which were, dead, and death. Most of the divine domains of death were gathered on him, so he was the King of the Dead. In addition, Klemvox also had the domains of order, protection, fate, travel, and eternal slumber. However, it seemed that the travel domain did not have a high compatibility with Soren. Most of the other domains were integrated by Soren, but the power of the travel domain dissipated and was obtained by others. This was inevitable. No god was completely the same as others. Even gods with the same divine domain would have many differences in details. Great divinity, after killing Klemvox, Soren's power was unprecedentedly strong. Although he had not fully integrated yet, he had completely suppressed Naruto. Clear out all the undead nearby. Soren still maintained the Avatar status. Killing Klemvox gave him more than 18 million slaughter EXP. Even if he had consumed a lot of it, it was enough to maintain the Avatar status for a long time. A portal opened. Diamond golems appeared at the edge of the battlefield. At the same time, 2 huge magic constructs also appeared on the battlefield. Pursue the victory. It was better to pursue the enemy with courage than to follow the example of a tyrant. It was impossible for Sauron to let Nero go. This was the best chance. If Nero escaped, the multiverse was so big. What if Nero took back the original world, Soren? Princess Royal. Vivian and Lillian. Even the god of suffering, Ilmater, who was watching from the side, had faintly surrounded Naruto. Because just now, Soren sent a message to Ilmater, Naruto must pay for his evil deeds. Since the outbreak of the undead calamity, countless mortals have died because of his ambition. The eternal slumber will continue to exist. After I take over the divine domain of death, the undead calamity will end immediately. The river Styx will once again operate according to the ancient covenant. All of this should end. Whether it's us or the world, we have paid a huge price for this. We can't let Naruto escape. The god of suffering was an absolutely good god. And such a righteous god was undoubtedly convinced by Soren. Klemvox had completely fallen. All of this had to end because too many people had died. It had to be said. Sometimes, the good gods were really easy to make use of. Because when justice needed them, you only needed a little reason to persuade them to act. The premise was that they did not act against you. The Shadow God's kingdom appeared behind Soren. Because his speed of improvement was too fast, and his foundation was not as strong as the God of Lights, the scene behind Soren was only limited to the central temple, unlike the God of Light's 7-floored mountain paradise. But this also meant that his power was far beyond the other great gods. Soren had killed too many gods along the way, and most of them were related to death. This made Soren's accumulation of power in this area very large. Basically, the power of the 3 gods of death, except for Vivian and Lillian, had all gathered on Soren. At the same time, there were also powers from other gods. Naruto finally panicked a little. The situation had completely collapsed, and his luck seemed to have been used up all at once. After Soren snatched Klemvox's head, the god of suffering was also easily convinced. 1 against 4. There was almost no chance of winning, but just as Soren was about to make his move, a small accident happened. With the appearance of the light of divinity, the gods who were watching suddenly seemed to be ready to fight. Naruto. A beautiful woman with long black hair appeared at the edge of the battlefield and looked at Soren thoughtfully. Then she said, "You should pay for everything you've done." Lady of the Night, Char. With the light of divinity, another god also appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The veiled Lady of Misfortune suddenly appeared and smiled at Soren. Then she said, "The ancient covenant of the gods cannot be betrayed. You should be judged by the gods." Golden lights appeared one after another. Just as Soren had the absolute advantage, the gods who were watching in the dark all appeared in their avatars, as if they could not wait to beat him up. What's going on? Brother. Why did they all suddenly appear? These gods were all in their avatars. They were afraid that Soren would misunderstand, and they were also afraid of Soren's power. Therefore, none of them came in their true forms. Soren quietly put some distance between them and said telepathically, "They're all here to pick peaches. Be careful. This group of bitches." How could Soren not guess Madam's intentions when she suddenly appeared that night? Naruto was different from Klembox. His priesthoods were death, darkness, murder, and the underground world. Didn't he look familiar? That was right, some of these priesthoods were compatible with the Lady of Night, and after she appeared, some vague figures appeared immediately. These were some gods of the evil camp spying on them. Are we just going to let them steal the fruits of our victory? Lillian seemed a little angry. Soren shook his head to appease her, then frowned and said, "It's not the time to fall out with them. Let's get rid of Naruto first and see who can get more priesthoods." Naruto's power was a little more mixed. He controlled the domains of darkness, murder, death, the underground world, and so on. At the same time, he also had the power of evil and arcane, which was very attractive to many gods. To put it bluntly, they came to see the situation and wanted to get some benefits back. Do it. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Soren immediately took the lead. As soon as he took action, the other gods also immediately took action, especially the Lady of Night, Char. The avatar she sent seemed to be very powerful, and even had power that was not weaker than Vivian and Lillian. The light of arcane magic appeared. Just as the Lady of Night took action, the avatars of the Goddess of Magic and the Lady of Silvermoon suddenly appeared. Originally, they did not have any thoughts, but if the Lady of Night appeared, it would be completely different. But the moment the Goddess of Magic took action, a strange figure suddenly appeared behind her. Be careful. The Lady of Silvermoon let out a cry of alarm, but it was a little too late. The other party had a very strong arcane power. The Queen of Spiders, Lolth. It was a god with a very beautiful appearance. If it were not for the lower half of her body being a big spider, she would have been a stunning beauty. This was not the Queen of Spiders' original body, but it was also in existence similar to Soren's demon avatar. The Queen of Spiders had a core avatar, which was the spider elf form seen in front of them. She was the battle avatar of the Queen of Spiders and had about 70% of the strength of the original body. Most of the people present were the avatars of gods. The Goddess of Magic was in great danger when she was attacked. What was worse was that the Lady of Night suddenly showed a smirk on her face. She suddenly gave up on Naruto and rushed to the avatar of the Lady of Silvermoon. What are these bitches trying to do? Soren was a little confused for a moment, but this did not prevent him from taking Naruto's head. The Goddess of Misfortune seemed to really want Naruto to die. She assisted Soren to attack Naruto from the side. Facing the siege of the gods, Naruto had no chance at all. He was only able to withstand 3 rounds of attacks before he was seriously injured by Soren. But what Soren did not expect was that at the moment when Naruto was seriously injured and dying, a woman about 10 feet tall suddenly appeared behind Naruto. She was dressed in a loose black robe and wore a black feather mask on her face. Dense black feathers flowed from her face into the depths of her hood. Then she waved a strange circular blade and stabbed Naruto from behind. This weapon seemed to contain some kind of terrible power. In an instant, it destroyed Naruto's body. Then, countless rays of divine light exploded. Some of the power that represented death rushed to Soren, while a considerable amount of divine power was integrated into her body. Nightsinger. Damn it. Soren's face changed slightly, and he instantly put some distance between them. The Lady of the Night had 2 different forms. One was a night singer, and the other was a dark dancer. The one who appeared just now was the dark dancer, and the one who attacked was the night singer. She was the most terrible assassin and rogue in the multiverse. Her strength was much more dangerous than Soren's. Just as she attacked Naruto, an evil black power began to devour Naruto's divinity. It took away the power that represented darkness, murder, crafty approach, and subterranean world. This ancient goddess had a lot of divine titles, including but not limited to the Underdark, night, hatred, loss, oblivion, sleep, nightmares, illusions, lies, deception, unrevealed secrets, hidden places, betrayal, sinister, temptation, rogues, theft, murder, and winter. A strange dark light appeared. At the moment when Naruto fell, a hazy kingdom appeared behind the Lady of the Night. Great divinity! Soren thought about his own situation and immediately thought that the Lady of the Night might have broken through to the great divinity. This goddess had a secret divine title, so even if she had entered the great divinity, her divine kingdom, Shadow Realm, was still hazy. As if satisfied with the result of this battle, the Lady of the Night could not help but let out a chuckle. She then looked at Soren playfully and quickly disappeared. She must have been plotting for a long time, the Lady of the Night could grasp the timing so well. Soren was absolutely sure that the Lady of the Night had been plotting against Naruto for a long time. Even in her calculations, Soren could be used by her because it was difficult for her to absorb Klembox's power, but there were too many things she could take from Naruto. Not far away, the avatars of the Goddess of Magic and the Lady of the Silver Moon were in danger. After seeing that the Lady of the Night had advanced to the great divinity and the appearance of the Night Singer, the Goddess of Magic immediately cast a pleading look to Soren. However, Soren had fused with too much divine power of death and did not have the intention to fight with the Lady of the Night and the Queen of Spiders at the moment. In this case, the Goddess of Magic could only grit her teeth and quickly disperse her avatar with the Lady of the Silver Moon. No matter what, it was better to waste divine power than to have her avatar killed by the Lady of the Night. The current situation was not good for them. Let's go. The power of death in Naruto's body was fused with by Soren. Because too much power had just been obtained, Soren felt that his divine power was a little out of control. He looked at the Lady of the Night in the distance and said decisively, "The situation is settled. Let's get out of here first." At the moment of Naruto's death, although Soren did not get the last head, he also gained a lot of divine power. The Lady of the Night took some of it. However, Soren also gained about 130 points of divinity and 100 points of divine spark. Now that this power was a little beyond what he could bear, Soren had to find a way to fuse with the power of death. Sirik, Klembox, and Naruto. The three powers of death were a little different, and Soren had to fuse with them to create his own profound meaning of death. End of chapter 1083. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.